Li Xian stared blankly at the computer screen. The cursor had been blinking for 17 minutes. Not a single word was written. The document title, however, was quite imposing. Urban Supernatural, the Supreme Slacker. The main text had only one line, Chapter 1, Don't Want to Work Today. Below it were 12 repetitions of the word slack, each in a different font. It perfectly summed up his current state. His phone vibrated. An editor's message, Xian, what about the new book opening? The reader group is urging. Cute. Li Xian turned off the screen emotion as smooth as muscle memory. Urging for a manuscript. Not happening. A master of slacking procrastinates with utter justification. Just as he was about to shift his posture into a more comfortable slump, the door burst open with a bang. Bro. Liu rushed and dressed meticulously. A light pink sweater with a beige skirt, hair softly styled, and light makeup. She waved a piece of paper in her hand. Emergency mission. She slapped the paper onto Li Xian's screen, covering the words, Don't want to work today. Help me run an errand to the commercial street. Li Xian slowly turned around, his eyes screaming, Do I look like someone who moves? Xiaoyu, your brother, is wrestling with artistic inspiration right now. Leaving this chair would be like strangling a great masterpiece. Your document is empty, Liu ruthlessly exposed. Blankness is also a form of artistic conception. Cut it out. She pointed at the paper. Read it clearly. Old Chin's Osmanthus Cake, freshly baked, the latest issue of Literary Monthly from Book Fragrance Pavilion, and vitamin C effervescent tablets from the convenience pharmacy. All on the commercial street, a honest stop shop. Li Xian glanced at the paper, then at his sister's outfit. Meeting the head of state. Dressed so formally. Li's face reddened, but she immediately straightened her back. It's a girls' gathering. Very important. We're going to take beautiful photos for our moments. So you're making your brother run errands in the cold wind. Li Xian let out a particularly long sigh. Xiaoyu, your brother, might be a dusty pearl, a neglected star of literature. And you're forcing him to leave his creative throne to run errands. Thought about it. Liu nodded, her ponytail swinging. But pearls still need to eat and stars have to pay rent. Hurry up and go. My appointment is at 2:30 and it's already 2:10. She pulled out 3 bills and stuffed them into the pocket of Li Xian's hoodie. That's enough money. Keep the change as your errand fee. I'll make sweet and sour spare ribs tonight. Sweet and sour spare ribs. Li Xian's stomach stirred. Wait, he seized on the key point. You have a date at 2:30, you're leaving at 10 past, and you want me to hurry. Where's the logic? I take the subway, but it's only 15 minutes straight. Liu was already grabbing her bag and rushing out. Take your time. The Osmanthus Cake must be hot, the magazine, the latest issue, and the effervescent tablets, orange flavor. I'm off. Bang. The door closed. Li Xian sat for 3 seconds listening to her footsteps fade. He picked up the paper, looked at the blank document, and felt the still warm bills in his pocket. How much was the errand fee again, he muttered. 5 minutes later, Li Xian reluctantly put on a gray hoodie, black sweatpants, hair casually ruffled, slipping into nearly worn-out canvas shoes. Locking the door, the elevator descended. He bared his teeth at the reflective surface. His reflection showed a face full of forced engagement. The autumn commercial street was filled with the scent of sugar-roasted chestnuts, the sunlight warm. Li Xian walked with hands in pockets, moving in energy-saving mode. First stop the farthest Old Chin's, then back to Book Fragrance Pavilion, and finally the pharmacy at the corner for effervescent tablets. Estimated time 45 minutes there, and back an hour and a half total. Perfect timing to catch the evening anime updates. Perfect. He waited in line at Old Chin's for 10 minutes. He bought a box of steaming hot Osmanthus cake. He looked down at it. Yes, the surface was sprinkled with golden osmanthus. Clutching the pastry, he started walking back. Passing by the Old Times Cafe, he habitually glanced at the floor-to-ceiling window. He stopped in his tracks. At the second table by the window, a light pink figure was resting her chin on her hand, smiling across the table. Liu, the sister who should have been at a girls' gathering, was sitting in the cafe. On the table were 2 drinks, a latte with intact foam art, and a mocha with unsunken cream. They had just sat down less than 10 minutes ago. Li Xian's brain calculated rapidly. Sister left at 2:10, subway 15 minutes, arrived at 2:25. 5 minutes to walk to the cafe, meet at 2:30. He himself left at 2:15, walked 20 minutes, queued for Osmanthus Cake for 10 minutes. Now it's 2:45. The timing matched. The people did not. The person across from her was not any member of a girls' gathering. It was someone Li Xian could recognize with his eyes closed. Light blue shirt sleeves rolled up to the forearms, a back of the head he had seen for 20 years. Chinja, his childhood buddy who shared a pair of split pants. Last week they were gaming and trash-talking together. Now he was looking at Liu with a tenderness Li Xian had never seen before. He reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The gesture was natural and affectionate, his fingertips brushing her cheek. Li's face turned crimson in an instant. Li Xian stood rooted to the spot. The Osmanthus Cake in his hand suddenly felt a little warm. The noise of the commercial street faded into background white noise. His brain loaded explanations a chance encounter. No Chunja's look, his gesture, the atmosphere. Definitely not a coincidence. Helping out. Helping with what that makes her blush to the roots of her hair. Ordinary friends hanging out. Which ordinary friends choose a window table at a cafe and dress like they're in a romantic drama? Eliminating all impossibilities, whatever remains, no matter how absurd, must be the truth. His best buddy and his only sister were on a date, while he was forced to run errands for osmanthus cake. While he thought his sister was really at a girls' gathering. 3 parts shock, 3 parts absurdity of my own cabbage being rooted by my own pig, and 4 parts annoyance at being kept in the dark. Chunja was a decent guy, but shouldn't he have discussed this with the brother, his 20-year best friend? Inside the window, Liu suddenly sensed something. Her gaze drifted outside the window. Paused. The blush on her face faded completely. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, her whole body frozen. Chunja was startled by her reaction and followed her gaze. Eyes met. The tenderness on Chunja's face froze, cracked, then reassembled into a complex mix of fright, embarrassment, guilt, and a sense of being caught. Xian almost wanted to pull out his phone and take a picture as bargaining chip. The wind chime jingled. Xian pushed open the wooden door of Old Times Cafe. The scent of coffee, jazz music, and warm air enveloped him. He walked towards that table carrying the steaming osmanthus cake. His steps were steady. Yo, he stopped by the table, voice flat. What a coincidence. Bro. Liu found her voice dry and strained. You? What are you doing here? Buying osmanthus cake. Xian shook the box. From Old Chin's, freshly baked. The kind with golden osmanthus you asked for. He deliberately emphasized the you asked for. Liu choked, eyes darting. Our girls' gathering changed. Changed venues. Changed to here. Xian raised an eyebrow, scanning Chunja. When did Asia change gender? Chunja had already composed himself. He coughed dryly, forcing a smile as he stood up. Xian Gu. What a coincidence. I was meeting a client nearby, ran into Xiaoyu, and thought we'd sit together. Sit together, Xian repeated, looking at the 2 nearly untouched drinks. Meeting a client in casual shirt, no briefcase, and ordering a mocha with cream. Chunja's smile froze. Xian pulled out an empty chair and sat down, placing the osmanthus cake on the table. He ordered the cheapest American coffee. The atmosphere was silent, only the sound of jazz piano. Chunja took a deep breath as if making a decision. He sat back down, straightening his back. Xian Gu, this matter. I was wrong. Liu kicked him under the table. Instead, Chunja grasped her hand, looking directly at Xian. Xiaoyu and I have been together for a while. Xian didn't speak, just looked at their joined hands. Chunja's hand was large, almost enveloping Li. Yes. Though Liu was blushing, her fingers lightly returned the grip. How long? Xian asked, his voice calm. 3 months, Liu answered quietly, not daring to meet his eyes. 3 months. Xian repeated. He picked up the freshly served American coffee and blew on the steam. So last month when you said you had an all-night club activity, you were actually with Asia? Last week when you said you were going to the library to write a paper, was it also him? Liu lowered her head in default. Well done. Xian pulled the corner of his mouth. You hit it pretty tight. Last week Asia came over to play games. You 2 pretended nothing was happening, one calling brother Chunja and the other sister Xiaoyu. Great acting. Chunja smiled dryly. Well, we were afraid you wouldn't accept it right away. Afraid ID object. The 2 didn't answer immediately. Silence spread. Xian took a sip of Americano. Bitter, purely and frankly bitter. He set down the cup, the ceramic, lightly tapping the table. Do I look, he asked slowly, like a feudal patriarch had chased after a pig that rooted his cabbage with a broom? Chunja instinctively nodded, then halfway turned it into a shake. No, Xian Gu, you're open-minded. Very open-minded. Liu giggled, then covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xian. Enough flattery. Xian leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over their faces. Asia, I have one question. Ask away. Are you serious? More serious than gold. Chunja didn't hesitate, even raising 3 fingers. I swear I'm serious about Xiaoyu. Xian Gu, we've known each other for 20 years. You know what kind of person I am. Xian certainly did. He looked at Liu. What about you? Have you thought it through? This guy snores when he sleeps, loves to sing when drunk, and throws his keyboard when he loses at games. A lot of flaws. Bro, Chunja protested. But Liu smiled, a gentle and bright smile. I've thought it through. And, she paused, her voice soft but clear. If he snores, I'll wake him up with a kick. If he sings badly, I'll cover his mouth. If he throws the keyboard, I'll make him kneel and put it back together. Chunja tilted his head to look at her, his eyes incredibly soft. Xian watched this scene, and the tangled emotions inside him suddenly dissipated. The void was filled with warmth. A grown daughter is hard to keep. He stood up, his movements so swift that both of them froze. Bro. Liu looked up. Haven't bought Literary Monthly yet, and haven't picked up the effervescent tablets. Xian picked up the osmanthus cake and downed the untouched Americano in one gulp. You two carry on. Oh, by the way, he walked to the counter and said to the owner, "This table's bill goes to Mr. Chen's account." Chenja immediately pulled out his wallet. "Absolutely. Boss, pack a cheesecake for my Xian, good to go. Sweet and sour spare ribs tonight," Li Xian said at the door, turning back. The corner of his mouth seemed to curl under the hood. "Make more? A pig that can eat and sleep is coming home." The wind chime dinged, the door opened and closed. Li Yu froze for a few seconds, then suddenly covered her face, her shoulders shaking lightly. Chenja leaned in nervously. "Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Is Xian Gu still angry?" "No." Li Yu looked up, eyes slightly red, but her smile was brilliant like a sunflower. He agreed. He really agreed. Chenja was stunned for a moment, then smiled too, a goofy and bright smile. He took Li Ye's hand, intertwining their fingers. Outside the window, Li Xian walked slowly towards Book Fragrance Pavilion, carrying the osmanthus cake. The autumn sunlight fell on him, warming his old hoodie. He looked down at the pastry in his hand, recalling the intertwined fingers just now. His little sister had grown up, his buddy had found happiness. Though being kept in the dark for 3 months was a bit embarrassing. But, considering the sweet and sour spare ribs and the prospect of someone else paying for meals in the future, it was okay. Life is like that. You think it's just an ordinary errand run, but then it decides to throw in some surprise shock. Luckily, this time the surprise tasted pretty good. He touched the leftover errand money in his pocket and decided to buy himself a magazine too, the latest science fiction world, since someone would reimburse him anyway. Osmanthus cake. Still warm. Perfect for an afternoon snack at home. Li Xian yawned, his pace unhurried. The crowd on the commercial street flowed past him, the sun warm, the autumn breeze cool. Everything was as usual, yet seemed a little different. Li Xian arrived home with his groceries at 4:30 in the afternoon. The setting sun bathed the living room in a warm golden glow. He kicked off his shoes, tossed the bags onto the dining table, and sank deep into the sofa. Finally back, he sighed, closing his eyes as he sprawled out. Nothing beats home. After lying there for a while, he fished out the remaining money from his pocket. $27.50. Delivery fees. TSK. He stared at the bills. The money was earned through honest work, but the person who paid him was currently on a date with his brother and had been hiding it for 3 months. Forget it. Li Xian stuffed the money back. Tomorrow morning, 2 eggs, a sausage, and a bag of soy milk. The deluxe version. A little consolation for himself. From the kitchen came a clattering noise. Li Yu. Back so soon. He glanced at the clock. 4:30, a bit early for a date to end. "Xiao Yu," he called out. "Brother, you're back." Li Yu poked her head out of the kitchen, her face still flushed, wearing an apron. "Perfect timing. Peel a few cloves of garlic for me." Li Xian slowly dragged himself up and shuffled into the kitchen. Li Yu was chopping ribs, knife rising and falling sharp and efficient. A row of seasonings lined up on the stove. "Date's over." He leaned against the doorframe, picking up a garlic clove. Li Ye's hands paused for a moment, then resumed, her voice carrying a smile. "Yeah, we watched a movie and came back. Anyway, the main goal was achieved." "Main goal?" Li Xian raised an eyebrow. "Wasn't it a girls' gathering?" She trailed off. Li Yu turned around and turned on the faucet, water gushing loudly. After a while, she shut it off and said in a low voice, "Brother, I'm sorry for hiding it from you." Li Xian tossed the peeled garlic into a bowl. "It's fine. Aja is a decent guy, I trust him." Li Yu spun around abruptly, her eyes sparkling. "Really? You're not mad?" "Why would I be mad?" He picked up another garlic clove. "My sister has good taste, found a reliable guy. My brother is lucky, caught my sister. It's a win-win. Why would I be mad?" Li Yu beamed, stepped closer, and patted his shoulder with a wet hand. "Brother, you're the best." "Hey, water." Li Xian dodged. "Hurry up and cook, I'm starving." "Coming right up." Li Yu turned back in high spirits, humming a tune. Li Xian watched her back, remembering her blushing face at the cafe. 3 months. And he hadn't noticed a thing. Was he too dense, or were they just great actors? By the way, he pretended to ask casually, "How did you two get together?" There must be a start. Li Yu was blanching the ribs. In the steam, her movements seemed to freeze for a moment. So brief it felt like an illusion. "Just pretty ordinary," she said back, turned voice muffled in the steam. "Last time at our school's anniversary, he was looking for you, and you weren't there, so I showed him around. After that, we just got acquainted." School anniversary? Li Xian thought for a moment. Wasn't that half a year ago? Yeah, but we actually got together 3 months ago. Li Yu turned off the stove and scooped out the ribs. There was, well, an accident, and he helped me out big time. Then, things just flowed naturally. An accident? Li Xian wanted to ask more, but the doorbell rang. It must be Aja. Li Ye's eyes lit up. She wiped her hands and dashed out. He said, "Head, come help cook." When she opened the door, it was indeed Chenja. He had changed into a gray hoodie and jeans, carrying a bag of vegetables. Seeing Li Xian, a flicker of unease crossed his face, but he quickly smiled again. "Xian Gu, I'm here. Tonight I'll show off my skills." "Can you cook?" Li Xian looked skeptical. Last time I remember you burned through a pot making instant noodles. That was an accident. Chunja squeezed through the door, slipping off his shoes with practiced ease. I've improved a ton now. Xiao, you can vouch for me. Liu nodded vigorously beside him. Yes, yes. Aja's braised pork is amazing. Chunja headed into the kitchen with the vegetables, Liu following close behind. Soon sounds of laughter, the clatter of spatulas, and an indescribable harmony filled the room. Xian leaned against the kitchen doorframe watching. Chunja chopped vegetables, Liu handed him plates. Liu mixed the sauce, Chunja tasted it. One raised a hand, and the other knew to pass the salt. One turned, and the other made way just in time. This kind of chemistry didn't look like it could be forged in just 3 months. Even stranger, Chunja's knife skills were blindingly fast, the potato slices perfectly uniform, as if cut by a machine. Liu flipped the wok with one hand, the heavy iron pot looking weightless in her grip. Once Chunja almost knocked over the soy sauce bottle, and Liu instantly reached out to steady it, uncannily fast. You too. Xian squinted. Did you secretly take a cooking course at that culinary school, eh? They both turned around simultaneously, looking confused. Huh? Nothing. Xian waved his hand and headed back to the living room. Oh well, maybe people in love just overperform. Dinner was served at 6 o'clock on the dot. Sweet and sour ribs glistened, red braised pork was tender and savory, plus 2 vegetable dishes and a soup. The table was full. Itadikamasu. Liu put her palms together, eyes curving into crescents. Chunja served Xian a full bowl of rice. Xian, go give it a try. Give us your opinion. Xian picked up a piece of rib. The meat was tender and tangy, sweet and sour just right. It was Xiao Yes cooking, but somehow even tastier than usual. Not bad, he said. Just not bad, eh? Liu pouted. I made this with all my heart. Delicious, delicious, Xian corrected himself. The sweet and sour sauce is better than last time. Liu finally smiled with satisfaction. The dinner atmosphere was light and easy. Chunja talked about funny office stories, Liu shared campus news, and Xian chimed in occasionally. It looked like an ordinary family meal, if you ignored certain details. When Chunja spoke, his fingers unconsciously tapped the table in a steady rhythm. When Liu laughed, her eyes squeezed into slits, her eyelashes casting fine shadows. They occasionally exchanged glances, too quick to catch, but those eyes seemed to hide some secret. By the way, Asia, Xian took a mouthful of rice, pretending to be casual. Weren't you meeting a client today? Finished so quickly. Chunja's hand holding the chopsticks paused in midair for a split second, then continued. Oh, the client rescheduled. Just then Xiao Yu texted me about a movie, so we went together. What a coincidence. Xian took a sip of soup. Which movie did you watch? It's that popular sci-fi movie recently, Liu chimed in. The special effects were good. What's the title? The table fell silent for a second. Interstellar, said Chunja. The Wandering Earth, said Liu at the same time. They exchanged a look, then Chunja quickly corrected himself. Right. The Wandering Earth. I mixed them up. Xian looked at Chunja, then at Liu, said nothing, and continued eating. Halfway through dinner, Chunja's phone rang. He pulled it out, glanced at the screen, frowned slightly, silenced it, and placed its screen down on the table. Telemarketer, he said. Within 2 minutes, Li's phone vibrated too. She glanced at the screen, her expression shifted, and she quickly dismissed it. Also a telemarketer. Xian raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Liu shoved her phone back into her pocket. Been getting a lot of these lately. Annoying. Xian didn't ask further, but he noticed that from then on both of them ate notably faster. They chewed quickly, still graceful in posture, but the urgency was unmistakable. At exactly 7 o'clock the meal ended. Liu stood up to clear the dishes, moving like a whirlwind. Chunja got up to help, carrying plates into the kitchen as the sound of running water erupted. Xian leaned back in his chair, listening to the overly efficient dishwashing sounds from the kitchen, the suspicion in his heart growing heavier. Too coordinated, too fast, too synchronized. Like a well-trained team. He recalled Chunja's knife skills, Li's walk mania, and their reaction to the phone calls. That wasn't normal. Not the way ordinary people would act, especially not toward telemarketers. And the accident 3 months ago. What kind of accident could make a relationship skyrocket like that? Xian shook his head. Oh well, maybe he's just been writing too many novels, seeing conspiracies everywhere. Real life can't be that dramatic, right? The kitchen water stopped. Liu came out, drying her hands. Bro, Asia and I are going for a walk to digest. Dishes are done, tables wiped too. A walk this late? Xian looked out the window. The sky was completely dark. Just around the neighborhood. Liu had already put on her jacket. We'll be back soon. Chunja also came out of the kitchen, smiling at Xian. Xian, go, we'll be back in half an hour. Need anything? No, Xian waved. Get back early. Got it. The door opened and closed, footsteps fading away. Xian sat at the dining table for a while, then got up and went to the balcony. Looking down from the 8th floor, the dim streetlights illuminated a few scattered pedestrians. He quickly spotted Chunja and Liu. They walked side by side, not holding hands but shoulders close. When they reached the flower bed in the middle of the complex, they stopped. Chunja took out his phone, glanced at it, and said something to Li Yu. She nodded, and they quickly turned into a path behind the flower bed, disappearing from sight. That direction led to the back gate of the complex, connecting to a rather secluded street. Li Xian frowned. Since when did a walk need to go that far off? He returned to the living room, turned on the TV, and randomly picked a variety show. The host was laughing, but Li Xian wasn't watching at all. Time ticked by. 7:30-740-750. Where was the promised half hour? At 8 o'clock sharp, Li Xian couldn't sit still any longer. He picked up his phone and sent a WeChat to Li Yu. When are you coming back? No reply. Then he texted Chunja, where did you two run off to? Both messages vanished into silence. Li Xian stared at his phone, the feeling of unease growing stronger and stronger. The almost simultaneous phone calls during dinner, their expressions, the sudden speed up in eating, and now the radio silence. This was definitely not just a walk. He walked to the window and looked out again. The streetlights still glowed, the flower bed was quiet, the path empty. Then his phone vibrated. Li Yu replied, almost home bro. Phone was on silent, just now didn't see it. Almost simultaneously a message from Chunja came in. Xian, good, don't worry, we're at the building entrance, coming up now. Li Xian stared at the two nearly simultaneous responses, squinting his eyes. Two synchronized, like they had rehearsed it. 5 minutes later the door opened. Li Yu and Chunja walked in one after the other, both wearing smiles. But Li Xian noticed that Li Yu's hair was a bit messy and Chunja's sleeve had a smudge of dust. Bro, we're back. Li Yu took off her jacket. It's freezing outside. Where did you go for your walk? Li Xian asked in a casual tone. Just circled the complex, then went to the back street to get milk tea. Chunja shook the plastic bag in his hand. There were indeed 2 cups of milk tea inside. Xian Gu, I brought you an original flavor one. Li Xian took the milk tea. Cold, it was indeed freshly bought. Whyd it takes so long. The line was long. Li Yu answered naturally. That newly opened milk tea shop is super popular. Right, Asia? Yeah, we waited almost 20 minutes. Chunja nodded. Plausible reasons, solid evidence, natural expressions. But Li Xian just felt something was off. His sister's slightly red cheeks, not from cold wouldn't make them look like that. Chunja didn't look any different, but there was a certain sin about them. Not sweat, not milk tea. A faint freshness like the air after rain mixed with a barely perceptible burnt smell. Like they'd just showered, or just come back from some intense activity. Bro. Li Yu waved her hand in front of his eyes. What are you spacing out for? Drink the milk tea while it's cold. Li Xian snapped back, twitching his lips. Nothing. Chunja, go wash up, you reek of sweat. Chunja smiled at Li Xian. Alright Xian Gu, will head off now. Got work tomorrow. Okay, take care. Bro, we'll see you out. Li Yu skipped out after him. The door clicked shut, and Li Xian stood by the door, his mind a little messy. He was overthinking, right? Probably. Real life isn't a novel, there can't be that many hidden plot lines. He shook his head, carried the cold milk tea back to the living room. The variety show was still playing on TV, the host laughing. Li Xian took a sip of the milk tea, sickeningly sweet, icy enough to make his teeth ache. Forget it, I won't think about it. He collapsed back onto the sofa, pulled out his phone, and opened a blank document. The cursor was still blinking, the line, don't feel like working today, glaringly prominent. They'll do it tomorrow, he muttered, closing the document. Outside the window the night was thick, city lights, twinkling cars coming and going. Everything seemed normal. At least Li Xian thought so. In another corner of the city, an encrypted report had just been transmitted to the server of some organization. Report title: A level anomaly, shadow lizard elimination record, executors 012 mind, cleave Xian Ren 021 flame core, control, Chi Shu mission rating S-class. Attached to the report was a photo. A charred monster carcass, and on the ground 2 blurry shadows standing side by side. Chunja departed, and Li Yu accompanied him to the elevator. The doors slid shut slowly, their silhouettes reflecting on the metallic surface. He pressed the button for the first floor, but paused, holding the door open to glance back at her. It's just a few steps, no need to see me off, he said, ruffling her hair. Besides, your brother's still inside. Don't make him suspicious. Li Yu swatted his hand away, a smile tugging at her lips. Suspicious of what? You know my brother. As long as there's sweet and sour spare ribs, even if the sky falls head first, ask if it affects my meal. The elevator descended, and they chatted by the lobby entrance. That's true. Chunja agreed, his smile fading quickly. By the way, I just submitted the mission report. The Bureau's feedback came in. The analysis of the shadow lizard's remains is out. Li Yu's expression turned serious. Confirmed. Yeah, Chunja lowered his voice. It's definitely a molting stage of class. The peak energy readings were nearly touching glass. If it hadn't just finished its 3rd molt and was weakened. He didn't finish, but Li Yu understood the implication. A fully matured class aberrant beast, especially a troublesome one like the shadow lizard capable of shadow jumping and mimicry regeneration, could turn the entire city into its hunting grounds if it successfully completed its evolution. The standard for a class aberrant beast was simple: it posed a potential threat to unilaterally destroy a medium to large city. And tonight, in the abandoned factory on the outskirts, they had eliminated exactly such a creature. What's the Bureau's assessment? Liu asked. Mission ratings class, Chunja replied, pulling out his phone and swiping to open an encrypted file. Old Zhou even sent a personal message praising our teamwork. Liu leaned in to look at the screen, which displayed an internal briefing from the Supernatural Bureau. The title read, Report on Elimination of a 17 Shadow Lizard. Under the Executor column, 2 code names stood out clearly: 012 Consciousness Severance, Heartblade, 021 Flame Core Mastery, Blazing Pivot. Below them was their comprehensive ratings class. Globally, there were fewer than 100 class superhumans. This rating wasn't just about sequence numbers. The sequence indicated the inherent strength and potential of the ability, while the letter grade assessed control, practical application, and mental fortitude. A high sequence ability with poor control might only earn a grade. A lower sequence ability developed to its peak could reach A or even S. For individuals like Liu and Chunja, who possessed both high sequences and exceptional mental strength, they were considered core combatants in the Bureau. Chunja spoke up, speaking of which. About your brother. You really don't plan to tell him? Liu was silent for a few seconds before shaking her head. Let's wait a bit longer. You know my brother. His greatest dream in life is to earn money while lying down, and his second is to earn nothing while lying down. If I suddenly told him your sister is an class superhuman who can cut people with her thoughts, I'm afraid he'd end up in a mental hospital. Chunja imagined the scene and couldn't help laughing. Fair point. Besides, Liu glanced toward the living room, her voice dropping even softer. I don't want to drag him into this. This world. Isn't that safe? Chunja nodded and didn't press further. He understood what Liu meant. The world of superhumans might seem glamorous, but behind the scenes they could clash with aberrant beasts, rogue individuals, or even hostile organizations at any moment. A carefree soul like Xian truly shouldn't know too much. They'll head out then. I've got work tomorrow. Oh, and there's an class seminar at the headquarters this weekend. A director, Zhou, specifically requested both of us to attend. Chunja prepared to leave. Another meeting. Liu groaned. Got it. The two parted ways, Chunja's footsteps fading into the distance. Liu stood downstairs for a while before turning back to go home. Xian was still sprawled on the sofa, the TV playing a dull infomercial. The host was enthusiastically promoting a multifunctional kitchen knife that can chop, peel open bottle caps, and even serve as self-defense. Bro. Liu walked over and sat down on the other end of the sofa. Any plans for tomorrow? Writing, Xian replied flatly, his eyes fixed on the TV. My editor said if I don't submit the opening chapter soon, she'll come to my place with a knife to supervise. Then why aren't you starting? Why do today what can be put off till tomorrow? Xian said with unshakable logic. Handle today's tasks tomorrow. That's a healthy lifestyle. Liu was left speechless by this twisted reasoning and grabbed a throw pillow to hit him, lazy bum. The pillow hit him, but Xian didn't even dodge. Instead, he adjusted his position, using the pillow to cushion his lower back for greater comfort. Liu watched his behavior torn between anger and amusement. Thinking back to her conversation with Chunja and the brief battle in the factory, she looked at her brother, oblivious to the other side of the world, only worrying about whether he could turn in his manuscript tomorrow. A bizarre sense of dissonance arose in her heart. If her brother ever learned the truth, how would he react? Fear? Anger? Or would he just lie on the sofa and say, "Oh, can we make more spare ribs tonight?" Liu couldn't imagine it. She shook her head, suppressing the chaotic thoughts. I'm going to take a shower, she said, standing up. You should sleep early too, don't stay up playing games again. I know. Xian dragged out the word. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Xian picked up the remote and changed the channel. This time it was a late-night documentary about black holes. The narrator spoke in a deep voice, an abyss of gravity from which even light cannot escape. Xian watched for a while, feeling drowsy. He glanced at the time, 10:20 p.m. Just 10 more minutes, then he'll sleep, he told himself, shifting into an even more relaxed posture. The documentary cut to a scene of a star collapsing. The background music swelled into a grand, ethereal melody. Xian's eyelids grew heavier. He didn't notice when the sound of running water from the bathroom had stopped. Liu emerged in a bathrobe, her hair still damp. She stood at the living room entrance, watching him for a few seconds with a complex expression. Then she returned to her room, opened an encrypted communicator, and gave a low report. S012 reporting, returned home, no anomalies. Residual energy field of the shadow lizard confirmed as completely eliminated. Across the city, in the underground analysis lab of the Supernatural Bureau, several researchers in white coats were arguing. The energy fluctuation curve shows an abnormal mental force backlash from the shadow lizard 30 seconds before its death. This doesn't match its previous behavior patterns. Maybe Heartblade's consciousness severance triggered a stress response. No spectrum analysis shows the wavelength of the backlash doesn't match Li-Yes ability characteristics at all. It's more like something mimicked the shadow lizard's mental fluctuations in that instant and then reverse injected them, accelerating its mental collapse. Are you saying there was a third party on the scene? Uncertain. It could also be some unrecorded residual ability. I recommend pulling all surveillance footage from around the factory for a deep investigation. Xian knew none of this. All he knew was that he was getting increasingly sleepy. The documentary continued. On screen, a star was approaching the end of its life, its light slowly fading. The narrator said, when the star's core fuel is exhausted, gravity will ultimately triumph and matter will inevitably collapse. Xian's vision began to blur. He felt as if he were falling, yet also floating. Faint sounds echoed in his ears like reverberations directly from the depths of his mind. Authority. Myriad. Awaken. The voices were fragmented, indistinct. Xian tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt heavy as lead. He thought he must be too tired and having hallucinations. Just as his consciousness was about to sink into darkness, an indescribable sensation suddenly enveloped him. It wasn't painful, warm, or cold. It was like something innate carried since birth had been suddenly activated. A flood of information surged into his mind. Not words, not images, but a more fundamental understanding. He knew what his ability was called, what it was, and its rank. Myriad Authority. Sequence 001 Core Law. Perfect replication. Any ability he witnessed could be analyzed, replicated, and permanently retained. Upon replication, he instantly understood all the rules, costs, and limits of that ability. Trait 1 Flawless Mirror. Replicated abilities would break free from their original constraints, achieving a theoretically perfect form. Original costs would be eliminated or greatly reduced. Trait 2 Unity of 10,000 Laws. All replicated abilities' source powers could be freely converted and fused, creating composite authorities that didn't exist in the world. Trait 3 Infinite Source grants nearly unlimited mental energy accessible at will normally dormant by default. Trait 4 Unlocked. Current state awakening. Initial phase replication window, no cooldown. Number of abilities that can be held simultaneously, no upper limit theoretically. Abilities currently replicated 0. And finally, the simplest and most explosive, self-cognition. This is the primordial sequence transcending all known existence. Xian's eyes snapped open. The TV was still on. The documentary had ended, replaced by late-night commercials. The living room lights were dim, and outside the night was fully dark. He sat on the sofa motionless. What was that? A dream? A hallucination? Or a problem from staying up too late? He raised his hand and looked at his palm. The lines were clear, just like usual. He made a fist, opened it, then made a fist again. The touch was real, muscle control normal. But something was different. He couldn't say exactly what, but he just knew that the world looked completely different in his eyes. Xian slowly, very slowly looked around. The walls were still walls, the sofa, still a sofa, and a half-full milk teacup remained on the table. Everything was the same. Yet he could sense extremely faint, colorful streams floating in the air. Some drifted from Li-Yes' room. Pale silver, fine as threads, carrying a sharp mental texture. Some seeped in from outside the window. Sparse and chaotic like fragments of emotions unconsciously emitted by countless people in the city, while others came from farther away. Powerful, solid, exuding a scorching or heavy aura. Supernatural fluctuations. The term naturally popped into his mind, complete with a full definition. Energy characteristics leaked when superhumans used their abilities or were emotionally agitated. And now he could see them. No, not see, perceive. Like knowing whether a light is on or off with your eyes closed, an absolute cognition of energy existence. Xian sat on the sofa, spending a full 5 minutes digesting this. Then he did 3 things. First, he pinched his arm. It hurt, so it wasn't a dream. Second, he picked up the remaining half cup of milk tea and took a sip. It was sweet, his taste was normal. Third, and most importantly, he looked at Li-Yes' closed door. In his current perception, behind that door lay a dense silver-white mental energy, like a tranquil sea of blades maintaining a sharp outline, even in sleep. The energy intensity was terrifyingly high. By the grading standards he had just learned, this was definitely class mastery. And the essence level sequence of that mental power was indeed a notch above ordinary abilities. 012 Consciousness Severance. He knew that codename corresponded to Liu. Xian let out a short sound, half laugh, half sigh. So his sister was really a superhuman. And he had just awakened something called Myriad Authority with sequence 001 and a self-cognition of transcending all known existence. Xian put down the milk tea cup and slumped back into the sofa. He stared at the ceiling, pondering for about half a minute. Then he reached a conclusion. First, the world seemed more complicated than he thought. Second, his sister seemed more formidable than he thought. Third, he himself seemed to have awakened something incredible. Fourth, and most importantly, doesn't affect my slacking off. He muttered, grabbing the remote and switching to a comedy variety show. Superhumans. Aberrant beasts. Class. Sequences. Sounded like a hassle. Isn't gaming fun? Isn't the sofa comfy? Aren't sweet and sour spare ribs delicious? Or isn't procrastinating on manuscripts joyful enough? Xian's life philosophy was simple: if he didn't have to worry, he wouldn't. If he could lie down, he wouldn't sit. So his sister was a superhuman. Oh, okay. He had awakened a seemingly powerful ability. Oh, okay too. And then? No then. He still had to write tomorrow. His editor really would come with a knife. Xian yawned, packed all the information about myriad authority into a corner of his mind, and slapped on a label: deal with later, probably never. On the variety show, guests were playing a silly game with awkward but relentless humor. Xian watched and genuinely laughed. As he laughed, a thought suddenly struck him. If he could replicate all abilities, didn't that mean he could also replicate Li's consciousness severance? And after replication, it would be automatically optimized, eliminating the costs. That would mean Xian's mind wandered, imagining himself waving a hand to chop vegetables, peel, light a fire, boil water. Full automation of kitchen chores. Seemed somewhat practical. He nodded. This ability should be good for housework. As for saving the world, fighting aberrant beasts, joining national organizations. Too tiring, not interested. He muttered, shifting into an even more comfortable slouch. Outside, the night was thick. The city slept, but the world of superhumans never rested. But for Xian at this very moment, only one thing mattered. What's for breakfast tomorrow? He closed his eyes, his breathing gradually steadying. And deep within his consciousness, the newly awakened myriad authority lay quietly like a dragon with unopened eyes. It waited. Waited for the first ability to be replicated. Waited for the world to realize. Sequence 001, the slacking celestial, had quietly come online today. At 7:30 m. The next morning, Xian awoke, bathed in sunlight. Drowsily, he rolled over and buried his face into the sofa cushion, longing to resume his delightful dream, where sweet and sour spare ribs flew straight into his mouth. Yet the light was too piercing, and the sounds from the kitchen too distinct. Crack, thud. A knife chopping vegetables, but something about it sounded strange. It wasn't the usual crisp, decisive rhythm. Rather, it resembled something being precisely cleaved apart, clean, absolute, unervingly effortless. Xian struggled to open one eye and peered toward the kitchen. Liu stood before the stove, wearing an apron, her back turned, as she prepared breakfast ingredients. In her right hand, she held a chef's knife. With her left, she pressed down on a cucumber. Yet Xian's sharp gaze caught it immediately. She wasn't moving at all. Not entirely motionless. Her wrist and forearm remained utterly still, while only her fingertips subtly adjusted angle. On the cutting board, the cucumber sliced itself at half-second intervals, yielding translucently thin, paper-fine rounds. The delicate slices neatly toppled sideways, stacking into a perfect, gleaming column. Xian blinked, his fogged mind beginning to stir. He saw it, though his naked eyes perceived nothing. Within his psychic perception, Liu was wreathed in an exquisitely fine silver aura. From that halo, nearly invisible filaments coalesced at her fingertips, extending to the blade, guiding each descent with flawless precision, trajectory, angle, force. No, it wasn't merely controlling the knife. Xian narrowed his eyes, focusing his awareness tighter. He perceived something even finer. At the instant the blade touched the cucumber, denser threads of mental energy had already seeped into the vegetable's fibrous matrix, performing microscopic pre-cuts. Thus the blade's descent merely completed the final step, effortless as breathing. Was this Sequence 012, consciousness cutting? Using Enstrength's psychic ability to slice cucumbers, Xian lay sprawled on the sofa, a surreal reverence blooming in his chest. Truly his sister, wielding supreme power with such pragmatic elegance. As he pondered this, Liu seemed to sense something. Her motion paused, and she glanced back over her shoulder. Xian instantly shut his eyes, steadied his breath, and feigned sleep. Liu watched him for several seconds before turning back to her, chopping. But this time Xian felt it clearly. She had reined in her ability. The knife's impact against the board reverted to its ordinary rhythmic thud, thud, thud. He lay still for 5 more minutes, then slowly rose, shuffling barefoot toward the bathroom in his slippers. Brother, you're awake. Liu didn't turn around. Breakfast's almost ready. Fried eggs, cucumber slices, and congee. Xian murmured vaguely and slipped into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. He stood before the sink, gazing into the mirror at his own tousled hair and drowsy eyes. Outwardly unchanged, yet inwardly something irreversible had shifted. He raised his right hand, studying his fingertips. The perceptual sensitivity from last night lingered. With focused attention, he could see faint currents of ambient energy drifting through the air. He could feel the sharp, silvery psychic energy emanating from the kitchen beyond the door. Though Li Yu had suppressed it, its essential signature remained unmistakable. So, could he replicate it? The core principle of the myriad sovereign ability was perfect replication of any ability witnessed. Xian recalled the sensory imprint of last night's awakening. He had clearly seen the coiled mass of silvery energy filling Li Yu's room, and comprehended its structure, nature, and resonant frequency. That understanding ran to the essence, not requiring knowledge of every gear inside an engine, yet knowing it was an engine capable of motion responsive to the steering wheel's turn. Did that count as having seen it? He decided to try. Closing his eyes, he sank his consciousness into the newly awakened fathomless sea, known as the myriad sovereign ability. The sensation was peculiar, not like flexing muscle nor recalling learned knowledge, but rather, remembering something one had always inherently known. Like suddenly realizing, I've always known how to ride a bicycle, and the body balancing itself without instruction. He recalled the essential characteristics of Li Yu's psychic energy, the one he perceived last night. Silver, sharp, capable of severing the boundary between material and immaterial reality. Its fundamental law, the materialization and division of consciousness. Then, he willed it to be his. Not learning, not imitating. Something far more direct, this belonged to him. A faint vibration hummed up from the depths of his awareness. Xian opened his eyes. For an instant, a ghostly silver glint flickered deep within his pupils, so fleeting it might have been illusion. But the change had already taken place. He had mastered it. Ability replicated consciousness, cutting optimized version. Optimization effects 70 reduction in psychic energy consumption, a 100 increase in control precision, elimination of activation latency, a newly acquired intent marking function predefines cutting trajectories. Current mastery level perfect replication equals peak attainment. Note you can now slice cucumbers with your mind, and do so more efficiently than your sister. Xian. He stared at his reflection for 10 silent seconds. Then he conducted an experiment. His gaze settled upon a tube of toothpaste resting on the counter. White packaging, blue lettering, about 1/3 remaining. Cut. A mere flicker of intent. No elaborate visualization required. A perfectly smooth incision appeared across the tube's midsection. Not torn, not crushed, as if scored by the finest laser beam. Plastic molecules parted with surgical neatness. The toothpaste inside hadn't even begun to spill. The cut surface gleamed like polished glass. Xian stared at the incision, then at his own fingers. He hadn't moved a single digit. Interesting, he murmured softly. Then he considered more practical applications. As he stepped out of the bathroom, Li Yu was just placing 2 golden fried eggs onto the table. 2 sun-kissed yolks, edges delicately crisp, releasing an irresistible aroma. Eat quickly. I have class at 8:30, Li Yu said, untying her apron and grabbing her backpack. I won't be home for lunch. Take care of yourself. Xian sat and picked up his chopsticks. Li Yu hastily drank half a bowl of congee, grabbed a cucumber slice, and dashed for the door. See you later, brother. The door slammed shut. The apartment fell into quiet. Xian ate his breakfast at leisure, washed the dishes, then sat down before his computer. The document remained unchanged. The title remained unchanged. The sole line of text still read, Chapter 1 today, I also don't feel like trying. Xian stared at the screen, his fingers hovering above the keyboard, unmoving. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating dust motes dancing lazily in the golden beam. From afar, the neighbor's television murmured, oh, children's laughter drifted up from the street below. An ordinary, unhurried morning. A morning belonging to the Sequence 001 sovereign, a master of sublime idleness who had just awakened to power transcending all things. Xian blinked. Then he did something utterly characteristic. He launched a video game. Right? What writing? He muttered to himself as he logged in. Such a monumental awakening deserves celebration, and celebration means gaming naturally. Utterly self-assured. During the game's loading sequence, his gaze drifted absently toward the kitchen. A few cups from last night still sat unwashed in the sink. The stovetop bore faint grease stains. The floor, well, it hadn't been mopped in 3 days. Xian paused, then closed his eyes, sinking his awareness once more into that newly claimed silvery ocean. Consciousness cutting optimized version. Did the target of cutting need to be solid matter? Of course not. His focus shifted to the cups in the sink. A sweep of intent passed over them. Water spots, tea scum, fingerprint oils. Each adhered layer was microscopically severed, cleanly detached from the cup's surface. Those contaminants retained their original shape, yet lost all adhesion. Like ultra-thin films, they peeled away whole, floating weightlessly in the air. Then Xian thought, go to the trash bin. Obediently, the film of grime drifted toward the bin and settled inside. The cups gleamed pristine, even cleaner than hand-washing could achieve. Not even a watermark remained. Even water molecules had been cleaved and stripped away. Xian opened his eyes, surveyed the brilliantly reflective cups, and stroked his chin. This is useful. He repeated the process. Stovetop grease floor, dust, fingerprints on the window pane. Every object demanding cleaning surrendered to precise mental severance, collection and disposal into the bin. In under 3 minutes, the entire kitchen and living room shimmered immaculate. Even snack crumbs lodged deep in the sofa crevices vanished. Xian collapsed back into his chair, assessing his psychic expenditure. Negligible, comparable to the slight breathlessness after climbing 2 flights of stairs. No wonder Xiaoyu uses this to slice vegetables, he murmured. Truly effortless. He checked the time, 9:20 am. The game had loaded, but suddenly a new idea sparked. Xian looked at his computer. The document remained blank. His editor's reminder still waited unread in his phone. He stroked his chin. Consciousness cutting. Could it sever writer's block? Could it excise procrastination? Could it literally carve out a complete polished first chapter from the void? He tried. Focusing on the empty document, he concentrated, visualizing the first chapter's content. Nothing happened. Figures. Xian curled his lip. It seems only tangible phenomena, or at least concepts that exist with concrete definition, can be severed. Disappointed, he quickly rallied. At the very least, housekeeping no longer demanded physical labor, an extraordinary leap in personal productivity. Just then his phone vibrated. A message from Chun Zhishana. Up yet? Free tonight. Dinner's on me. Apology accepted. A grinning doghead emoji followed. Xian arched a brow and replied, apologize for what? For keeping my relationship with Xiaoyu secret. I know you're not angry, but I feel it needs formal acknowledgement. You pick the place. Aliocaniat. Xian studied the message, his finger hovering over the screen for several seconds. He recalled last night's other energy signatures, beyond Liyu's, some distant, potent, fiercely radiant. He hadn't dwelled on them then, but now revisiting those fluctuations, he sensed one or two, strangely familiar. Wait. Xian sat upright. Chenja. Could he possibly be? He sifted through years of memories. Chenja occasionally mentioned working late, yet arrived fresh the next day. During basketball games, his stamina defied human norms. And most tellingly, Chenja was dating Liu. Perhaps 2 awakened individuals together made more sense than 1 awakened and 1 mundane. Whatever. He slumped back again. If he was, he was. If not, he wasn't. Either way, dinner remained unaffected. Sure, he typed back. Hot pot, blazing, scalding downstairs. 7 o'clock tonight. Got it. Be there on time. Setting the phone aside, Xian returned his gaze to the computer screen. His game character stood idle in the city square. Beyond. So, he was now an awakened individual. Sequence 001. Capable of replicating any ability observed. He'd just copied his sister's strength power and optimized it. Cleaning had never been easier. And then it was time to game. What else? Xian clicked the mouse, guiding his character toward the dungeon entrance. Yet during the loading screen, his thoughts drifted. If the optimized consciousness cutting proved this effective, what of other abilities? If Chunja truly possessed one, what might it be? Fire, lightning, or something altogether stranger? Once replicated and refined, could he ignite cigarettes without a lighter? Replace air conditioning in summer? Heat homes for free in winter? It seemed increasingly practical. A faint smile tugged at Xian's lips. Then he swiftly suppressed it, admonishing himself. Xian, have some dignity. You are sequence 001, sovereign over all things. Why obsess over electricity and gas bills? Still, saving electricity was important. As he thought this, his in-game character felt its first minor foe. Outside, the city hummed along, ordinary and unassuming. Beneath it, deep underground in the Parapsychic Bureau's analysis chamber, debate raged on. Liu took notes in class, glancing occasionally out the window, thinking of this weekend's strength symposium. Chunja tapped his fingers absent-mindedly against his laptop screen, conjuring a tiny vanishing spark, eliciting a colleague's amused remark, cool new fingertip gyroscope, huh? And Xian had just looted a rare item in-game, laughing like a child who'd just discovered he weighed 200 gene. Thus continued the utterly mundane daily life of Sequence 001, at least on the surface. As for when he'd replicate his second ability, or finally step into that dazzling, bewildering world. Let me finish this dungeon first. Xian muttered, sinking deeper into his chair. After all, heaven and earth may be vast, but idleness reigns supreme. That was Xian's creed, unshakable as bedrock. At 7 in the evening at the hot and spicy hot pot restaurant, Xian pushed open the glass door and a wave of heat mingled with the aroma of beef tallow, chili, and various ingredients rushed toward him. The restaurant was bustling with noise, every table steamed with heat, faces blurred in the vapor. Xian, go. Over here. By the window, Chunja stood up and waved. He had already arrived, and the pot base was set on the table. A yuanyang pot. On the spicy side, chili and Sichuan peppercorns piled into a small mountain. On the clear side, a few goji berries and red dates floated. Li Xian strolled over slowly, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Not bad, you ordered ahead. He glanced at the bubbling pot base. So thoughtful. Absolutely. Chunja grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. This is an apology feast. Has to show sincerity. I've ordered the meat fatty beef lamb rolls, tripe yellow throat, and your favorite shrimp paste. A vegetable platter, a mushroom platter, tofu skin, and gnocchi mushrooms. Is that enough? About right. Li Xian took off his jacket. Let's start eating, we can order more if it's not enough. A waiter brought the dipping sauces, and each prepared their own. Chunja made a bowl full of chili oil, while Li Xian stuck to his old routine. Sesame paste, minced garlic, cilantro, a touch of oyster sauce, and a few drops of sesame oil. The pot boiled, the meat went in first. Fatty beef rolled in the spicy broth for 3 seconds, turned color, then retrieved, dipped in sauce, and sent into the mouth. The meat was tender, the rich beef tallow and chili stimulation exploding on the tongue paired with the fragrance of sesame paste. Perfect. Awesome. Chunja sighed contentedly and picked up another piece of lamb with his chopsticks. Speaking of which, how long has it been since we ate alone? Must be almost half a year. Li Xian squeezed shrimp paste into the pot one by one. Last time was your birthday at the barbecue place. Yeah, back then I hadn't started with Xiaoyu yet. Chunja trailed off, rubbing his nose sheepishly. Anyway, I really need to formally apologize for this. Keeping it from you was indeed not cool. Li Xian glanced at him, picked up a piece of cooked tripe, and swirled it in the minced garlic and sesame oil dip. All right, saying it once is enough. Say it again, and he'll really charge you for emotional damages. Chunja chuckled. No way, I'd pay whatever you ask. How about this? I'll treat this meal treat you again next week and the week after. Stop. Li Xian raised his hand. Are you planning to drown me in food until I lose my memory? Can it work? No. Li Xian stuffed the tripe into his mouth, chewing with a crunch. But I can reluctantly indulge in a few more meals. Both of them laughed. The atmosphere relaxed, just like countless times over the past 20 years. They chatted about recent games they played, complained about bizarre incidents at work, and reminisced about stupid things they'd done in middle school. Like skipping class to go to an internet cafe, getting caught red-handed by the homeroom teacher, and being punished to clean the toilets for a week. Remember what old man Lu said back then? Chunja laughed so hard tears nearly came out. You two have problems in your thinking. If you can't even clean the toilets properly, how can you achieve anything in the future? And now you're a manager at a big company while Li Xian paused. I lie around at home. That's called freelancing. Chunja corrected. Cultural worker. Amazing. Right, amazing. Li Xian nodded perfunctorily and dropped another plate of fatty beef into the pot. Halfway through the meal, Chunja's phone vibrated. He pulled it out, glanced at it, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly, then quickly turned off the screen and placed the phone face down on the table. Another telemarketer? Li Xian asked casually. Yeah. Chunja picked up his drink and took a sip. I don't know what's up lately, I keep getting these calls. Li Xian didn't respond, focusing only on swishing the lamb. But his senses, which had been extraordinarily sharp since yesterday, told him that in that instant, there was an extremely faint fluctuation of energy around Chunja. Very hot, very restless, like a suppressed flame. Quite similar to that scorching aura he had sensed last night coming from the direction of the neighboring compound. Li Xian lowered his eyes, pretending to focus on fishing out the shrimp paste from the pot. He wanted to try, not to test nor out of curiosity, but simply to verify. If Chunja really had an ability, could it be replicated by Omni Authority too? Just like replicating Xiaoyu's ability. How did one replicate it again? Li Xian recalled the process in the bathroom yesterday: perceive, understand, and then desire. He could now sense that faint heat on Chunja. Though weak, it was indeed there. So understanding. He let his perception deepen, looking at Chunja the same way he had looked at Xiaoyu's silver energy yesterday. And then he saw it. Inside Chunja's body. More precisely in the left chest area, there was a condensed, orangered energy core. The core rotated slowly like a miniature sun, radiating a continuous and stable heat. Countless fine tendrils of energy extended from the core throughout the body, but most of them lay dormant. Only a few strands were slightly active at places like his fingertips and pupils. The nature of that energy. Scorching, violent, yet carrying a strange sense of order. Li Xian understood. Flame, control, compression, and shaping. He knew the essence of this ability. Transforming thermal energy into a controllable entity. Able to change the form, temperature, and range of flames at will. From a small flame at the fingertip to a wave of fire covering the entire area. Sequence 021 core flame mastery. Lower than Xiaoyu's sequence. But the quality and quantity of that energy were in no way inferior. In some aspects, it was even more domineering. Alright, perception was there, understanding was there. Now desire. In his mind, Li Xian lightly tapped on that orangered energy core. That familiar tremor from the depths of his consciousness appeared again. It was lighter than when he replicated Xiaoyu's ability yesterday, almost imperceptible, but it was definitely there. Ability replicated core, flame mastery, optimized version. Optimization effect thermal energy conversion efficiency increased by 80. A temperature ceiling exceeds original theoretical value flame shaping speed increased by 150. Current mastery perfect. Note you can now light a cigarette grill skewers warm yourself in winter and accidentally burn down the kitchen at will. Xian. He put down his chopsticks and took a sip of his drink to mask his expression. So Chunja really was an ability user. Flame type shrank just like Xiaoyu. No wonder they ended up together. Birds of a feather flock together. What's wrong? Chunja noticed his pause. Not enough meat. Want 2 more plates? No, that's enough. Xian shook his head and picked up a piece of cooked tofu. I was just thinking. What are you and Xiaoyu planning to do in the future? Chunja was taken aback for a moment, then turned serious. I'm serious, Xian Ge. Xiaoyu and I have talked about it. Once she graduates and her job is stable, we'll take the next step. The next step? Xian raised an eyebrow. Getting married? That's still far off. Chunja quickly waved his hand. Maybe get engaged first. Or at least have both families meet formally. My parents have known for a long time and keep urging me to bring Xiaoyu home for a meal. As for your side. He looked at Xian, a hint of caution in his eyes. Xian leisurely swished the enoki mushrooms. What about my side? I'm not an old fossil. You two decide for yourselves. Just let me know when you need me to show up. Chunja visibly relaxed, his smile brightening again. Thanks, Xian Ge. Knew you were reliable. But Xian shifted the topic, meeting the parents. Why are you nervous? It's not like it's your first time eating at my place. That's different. Chunja grimaced. Before we were brothers, now. Ahem, the roles have changed. How could the mindset be the same? Last night, I dreamed you were chasing me down 3 streets with a cleaver. Xian pictured the scene and couldn't help laughing. Me with a cleaver. I don't even know where the cleaver is. True. Chunja laughed too. You only know how to use chopsticks. They ate for a while longer chatting about this and that. Chunja shared some office gossip, while Xian complained about his editor's constant nagging for manuscripts. Like any ordinary meal between close friends, it was relaxed, casual, filled with the tacit understanding that only 20 years of friendship could bring. Midway, Chunja went to the restroom. When he returned, he was holding a lighter, wanting to light a cigarette. He didn't smoke much, but he liked to have one after a meal. He clicked the lighter several times, but no flame came out. Tis gets out of fuel. Chunja muttered, tossing the lighter onto the table. Then very naturally he gently rubbed his right thumb and index finger together. A small, orange-eared flame appeared out of thin air, igniting the cigarette. He took a drag, blew out a smoke ring, the motion as fluid and natural as breathing. Xian looked at that flame, then at Chunja. Chunja also froze for a second, looking at his own finger, then at Xian, his expression stiffening. He gave a dry laugh. A new magic trick I learned. Pretty realistic, right? Xian stared at him for 2 seconds, then nodded. Yeah, pretty realistic. Then he continued to fish out the meatballs from the pot. Chunja breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't notice the slight curl of Xian's lips as he lowered his head. Magic. Fine, you say magic, then it's magic. I've already copied it anyway. In his mind, Xian looked at the newly acquired orange-eared ability icon lying side by side with the silver consciousness severance in the depths of his consciousness. One could clean slice vegetables and wash dishes, the other could light fires, keep warm, and grill skewers. Perfect. Life skills maxed out. He contentedly picked up the last shrimp paste, dipped it in sauce, and sent it into his mouth. Outside the window the night deepened, and the city was ablaze with lights. As this ordinary hot pot meal unfolded, at the same time thousands of miles away in the capital city, the Ability Bureau basement level 7 strategic conference room. It was as chaotic as a market hit by a typhoon. On the massive circular screen, dense streams of data scrolled like a waterfall. Over a dozen staff members in deep blue uniforms sat before the control consoles, fingers flying over virtual keyboards, their expressions grave. An elderly man with graying hair wearing a Zhongshan suit stood before the main screen, his voice low. Old Joe turned to the large screen, which displayed a map of Shrank ability users across the country. List the status of the top 20 sequences separately. His finger swept across the screen, stopping at a few glowing dots. Sequence 002 Universal Reconstruction Sequence 003 Winters Authority Sequence 005 Causal Exchange Sequence 008 Energy Domination Sequence 012 Consciousness Severance Sequence 013 Vacuum Vortex. These few, Old Joe said slowly, are the sharpest swords in our hands, and also the most unstable variables. A young woman beside him looked at those code names and swallowed hard. She understood what Old Joe meant. Shranks in the top 20 sequences were a different concept from ordinary shranks. Ordinary shrank ability users, say, after sequence 050, though powerful, still had limits on their destructive range and total energy, roughly equivalent to a walking missile silo. But those in the top 20, especially the monsters in the top 10, Each of them possessed the potential to unilaterally destroy a small country. That was the conclusion written in black and white in the assessment report. For instance, sequence 002S, universal reconstruction, could theoretically decompose all buildings in a city into basic particles within an hour and then reassemble them into any form. For instance, sequence 005S, causal exchange, had once in a test swapped the cause and effect of firing and jamming, preventing a fully armed special forces unit from firing a single bullet for 10 minutes. As for the higher-ranked sequence 001, it was blank. The file contained only a codename, no ability description, no records, just a single note, theoretical existence, not yet confirmed. But these top 20 shranks were all proud and eccentric. Getting them to obediently attend a meeting was harder than getting them to solo and shrank aberrant beast. Old Joe, the young woman asked cautiously, what if someone refuses to come? Old Joe was silent for a few seconds. Then he said something that made the temperature in the entire command center drop by 3 degrees. Tell them either they come to the meeting, or I'll have Lilith go and invite them. Dead silence. The Witch of Reason, Lilith, sequence 002, sent to invite someone. That basically meant, either walk here yourself, or I'll dismantle the entire building you're in and transport it here. Understood. The young woman swallowed. I'll issue the notice immediately. How many shranks have we contacted? The Ice Emperor said he's in Antarctica watching penguins and has no signal, so he might not make the meeting. Director, he's absolutely lying. I just saw him post a photo of the Northern Lights on his Instagram. And the Wind Empress said she's in the middle of the Pacific tracking a suspected shrank deep-sea aberrant and can't break away for now. Apart from that, after statistics and confirmation, a total of 20 shrank personnel have confirmed they will definitely attend tomorrow's shrank symposium. Zheng Guozhou gently pressed his fingers against his temples. 34 people and 20 showing up. Not bad. After the hot pot meal, it was past 9 in the evening. Chunja still tried to pay when settling the bill, but Xian shut him down with a single line. Didn't we agree you're treating? The two parted ways at the restaurant entrance. Chunja said he needed to head back to the office for overtime. Xian now knew this overtime was probably bullshit, but he didn't call him out on it. Take care, don't stay up too late. Xian waved lazily. Got it. Xian, you get some rest too. Chunja hailed a taxi and disappeared into the night. Xian ambled home alone. The late autumn night breeze carried a chill. Unconsciously, he rubbed his fingers together, conjuring a tiny pure white flame that rolled around in his palm like a docile little sun. The heat from the flame was just enough to ward off the cold without burning his hand. This ability. Xian stared at his palm. Does that mean I don't need to wear a down jacket in winter? He pondered for a moment, then tried to spread the flame's warmth across his entire body. Not by actually setting his clothes on fire, but by wrapping a thin, even layer of thermal energy around his skin like an invisible insulating film. It worked. The chill vanished completely, leaving him feeling warm and cozy, as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. Not bad. Xian nodded with satisfaction, extinguishing the flame. Back home, Liu was sitting cross-legged on the sofa watching a variety show. She was clutching a bag of potato chips, laughing her head off. Bro, you're back. She didn't even turn her head. Was the hot pot good? It was all right, Xian said, changing his shoes. What are you watching that's so funny? This new dating show. The male contestants are all such clueless guys, it's hilarious. Liu scooted over to make room for him. Want some chips? No, I'm full. Xian collapsed onto the other end of the sofa, picked up the remote, and switched the channel. It was a military documentary about aircraft carriers. Liu glanced over. Why do you always watch this stuff? Broadening my knowledge, Xian fabricated casually. Just in case the world ends someday, I'll know which direction to run for the safest carrier. The world ends. Liu snorted with laughter. Bro, have you been writing too many novels? Are you starting to hallucinate? Who knows? Xian set his mind elsewhere as he watched the massive hull on the screen. The siblings chatted idly. Liu talked about school, which professor was too strict, which cafeteria had the worst food, and which club senior was pursuing her though she wasn't interested. Not interested is the right call, Xian said, unusually serious. Focus on your studies in college. Don't spend all your time thinking about dating. Then why do you support me and Chenjia? Liu tilted her head. Zhao is different, Xian said, sinking into an even more languid posture. I've watched him grow up. I know his character inside out. Those young whelps at your school. Who knows what schemes they're hiding in their guts? Oh, so now you're being protective? Liu grinned, leaning in. Back in middle school when I got love letters, you just said handle it yourself, don't bother me. I was in high school then, drowning in my own homework. I didn't have time for you, Xian said with righteous indignation. Liu pouted and yawned. I'm sleepy. Going to bed now. Bro, you get some sleep too. Xian grunted in acknowledgement. Good night. The door clicked shut. Xian continued watching the documentary. The carrier was conducting takeoff and landing drills for its fighter jets, a rather breathtaking sight. A dreamless night. On the weekend, Xian was awakened by the sun. Not a gentle rousing, but a glaring, scorching beam directly on his eyelids, dragging him out of a beautiful dream about Aleocaniate sweet and sour spare ribs. He squinted at his phone, 10:07 a.m. Perfect. This was the right time to wake up on a weekend. He slowly dragged himself off the sofa. Wright had slept on the sofa again last night. Too lazy to walk to his room. He shuffled into the kitchen in his slippers. A sticky note was stuck to the fridge door bearing Yes' elegant handwriting. Bro, the school suddenly organized an off-campus research trip to a neighboring city. 2 days, 1 night. There are dumplings in the fridge, second shelf of the freezer. Instant noodles are in the left cabinet. Don't eat them every day. Remember to write your manuscript. The editor messaged again yesterday to push you. Left by Xiaoyu Saturday, 7 a.m. Xian stared at the note for 3 seconds, then reached out, tore it off, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it precisely into the trash can. Research trip, he muttered, opening the fridge. Sure enough, he found 2 boxes of dumplings in the freezer, one with chive and pork, the other with 3 delicacy filling. A weekend research trip? Bullshit, but he didn't dwell on it. Liu had been like this since childhood, always full of her own ideas. In elementary school, she'd go alone to the children's palace to sign up for classes. In middle school, she dared to argue with teachers that homework was too unreasonable. Now in college, pulling some mysterious weekend activity was totally normal. She was smart enough not to get into trouble, and if something really serious happened, he could sense it. That was the confidence the endless source gave him. Xian took out the 3 delicacy dumplings, counted out 12, and dropped them into the boiling water. The pot had been washed the night before, cleaned from a distance using mind cleave, not even a water stain left. While waiting for the water to boil again, he pulled out his phone. The editor's nagging message was there as expected. This time the strategy had changed. No more threats, but a pitiful plea instead. Shinda, my KPI this month is writing on your book. I need to pay rent, feed my cat, and send my kid to school, even though I don't even have a girlfriend. Please just give me an opening. Xian curled his lip and replied, I'm working on it. Then he closed the chat window and opened a novel reading app. The dumplings were tumbling in the pot. He gently stirred them with chopsticks to prevent sticking while catching up on the latest fantasy novel he was following. The protagonist was in the midst of a family annihilation crisis. Everyone killed, only he escaped by jumping off a cliff where he would inevitably meet an old master or find a secret manual. Old cliché, Xian commented, but kept reading. After all, tropes are tropes because they work. The dumplings were done. He scooped them out, arranged them on a plate, added some vinegar and chili oil, and carried it to the coffee table in the living room. He turned on the TV and randomly switched to a variety show for background noise. He sat cross-legged on the carpet eating dumplings while reading his novel, occasionally glancing at the TV where the guests were playing games so awkward they made you want to curl your toes. Halfway through the 8th dumpling, his phone buzzed again. It was a notification from a novel forum. Someone had replied to a post he'd made earlier. The post title, Rational Discussion, what do you think of the book title Urban Supernatural, The Supreme Loafer? Below, someone had commented, user, a supreme loafer. These days authors will write anything for clout. Can you even handle a supernatural theme? User B looks like a typical noob novel. Probably another one of those trashy system-powered op from the start stories. User C, the author's probably some shootin'. Supreme. Terminal Chinibu, huh? Xian put down his chopsticks and licked the vinegar off his lips. Oh, time to work. He cracked his knuckles and opened the reply box. First, targeting user A, can't handle a supernatural theme. Funny, I just used supernatural powers to cook dumplings. Wanna come over and try some? I guarantee they'll be better than the instant noodles you're typing over. Then user B, a system-powered op from the start story is trash. Then please recommend something that isn't trash. What, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West? Or the engagement breakup trope? Or reincarnated as a worthless young master? We're all trope lovers here. Don't act so high and mighty. Finally, user C, Terminal Chinibu. Thanks for the compliment. After all, who but a little crazy would write novels? We all have some screws loose. Judging by your comment, you're not exactly sane yourself. I suggest you see a doctor. He hit send. All in one smooth motion. Xian picked up the 9th dumpling with satisfaction, dipped it in vinegar, and popped it into his mouth. On TV, the guests were playing Pictionary. The drawings were abstract like chicken scratch, and the guessers looked utterly clueless. Watching them, Xian suddenly felt an itch. He glanced at his computer. Maybe. Right a bit. Right about. After the protagonist awakens his supernatural power, what's the first thing he does? Xian thought for a moment, put down his chopsticks, and moved to the computer. He placed his fingers on the keyboard, paused for 3 seconds. Then he began to revise the novel he'd been working on. Lin Yu opened his eyes and realized he could control fire. Not just a small flame, but the kind of blaze that could reduce an entire kitchen to ashes. He froze for 3 seconds. Then he opened the refrigerator. What's for lunch? As for saving the world, he'd deal with that after the delivery arrived. He glanced at the text, then at the 3 remaining dumplings on the plate. It seemed a bit too real. He deleted the last 2 lines and changed it to Xian deciding to take a nap first. Superpowers. I'll figure them out after I wake up. Yeah, that was better. He continued writing, having the protagonist use his fire control to heat up last night's leftovers, then manipulate a spoon with his mind to eat, and finally collapse on the sofa to watch TV. He never left the living room. As he wrote, Xian chuckled to himself. Wasn't this just his own day yesterday? The key difference was that he had an extra ability, consciousness splitting. Art imitates life, he mused. When he reached 1,500 words, he paused to review. The prose was smooth, and the plot was barely interesting. The protagonist's laid-back attitude, even if the sky falls first, ask if it affects dinner, was quite distinct. He thought for a moment and added an ending to the chapter. I'll deal with it tomorrow. He rolled over and went back to sleep. As for him, he just wanted a good dream. He clicked save. Done. Xian stretched. Today's writing task is complete. Though it was only 1,500 words, it was better than 0. If his editor pressed him again, he'd send this chapter over, at least proving he was working on it. He checked the time, noon. Time for lunch. But the dumplings were already gone. Xian opened the food delivery app and scrolled for a while. Finally, he ordered a serving of braised chicken with rice, extra spicy, with enoki mushrooms and an iced cola. Order placed. While waiting for the delivery, he collapsed back onto the sofa and opened a game. He hadn't finished yesterday's dungeon. He had to clear it today. He logged in, formed a team, and entered the instance. Everything went smoothly until the final boss, when a teammate suddenly started slacking off and went AFK. The team channel exploded. Teammate A, what's that mage doing? Teammate B, AFK noob. Report him. Teammate C, bro, if you're going to AFK, don't queue for a dungeon. Xian said nothing. He controlled his character, an assassin, deftly dodging the boss skills while dealing massive damage. Even with an AFK player, the 4 of them could still manage. But then the AFK mage suddenly moved. Not to attack the boss, but to recklessly cast spells, pulling a swarm of ads toward them. Team wipe. Back at the respawn point, teammates started flaming. Teammate A, mage, you're trash. Teammate B, intentional, right? You sick. The mage slowly typed, sorry, had to take a call. An obvious excuse. Xian narrowed his eyes. He left the dungeon and checked the mage's profile. High-level, decent gear, but a terrible win rate, with a string of comments like AFK noob and griefer. Fine. He copied the mage's in-game ID, switched to the forum, and posted a thread. AFK and griefing. What kind of new breed is this? He attached a screenshot of the battle log and the mage's ID. Within 3 minutes, replies came in. User 1, it's that ID again. User 2, report him. A plague on the game. User 3, OP, stay calm. People like that are probably losers in real life, only seeking validation in games. Xian watched the reply count grow with satisfaction, then switched back to the game. The mage seemed to have seen the post and sent a private message. You got a problem? It was just an AFK and you had to shame me on the forum. Xian replied, you got a solution. I just posted your ID and you had to curse me in private. The mage, Xian reflected. Then he blocked him. Satisfied. Just then the delivery arrived, so he put down his phone to answer the door. The aroma of braised chicken wafted in. He carried the bag back to the living room, opened the packaging, and saw rice topped with chicken and potatoes glistening with enticing red oil. He took a bite. The spiciness was potent. As he ate, he continued browsing the forum. The thread about the AFK griefer had already piled up dozens of replies, all cursing him out. Xian liked a few particularly creative insults. After finishing his meal, he cleaned up the trash. As for the dishes, after a moment's thought, he washed them using consciousness split. Silver threads extended, enveloping the bowl's chopsticks and plates. Grease automatically peeled away and fell into the trash bin. The dishes returned to their pristine state and flew back into the cupboard, neatly arranged. The whole process took 30 seconds and his hands didn't even get wet. This ability really should be promoted to all lazy people, Xian remarked. In the afternoon, he watched a movie, played some games, and took a nap. When he woke up, it was already dusk, the sky tinged with orangered sunset clouds. Xian sat up and stared blankly for a while. His sister wasn't home. The house was especially quiet. Usually at this time, Liu would have already returned, clattering around in the kitchen preparing dinner, or collapsed on the sofa scrolling on her phone, occasionally teasing him with, bro, you slept the whole afternoon again. Now he was alone. It was a little too quiet. Xian scratched his head, got up, and walked to the balcony. Outside, the city lights were gradually flickering on. The evening rush hour traffic crawled along the streets like a glowing river. In the distance, neon signs on tall buildings blinked erratically. He suddenly recalled the energy fluctuations he had sensed last night moving northward. Was his sister among them? What exactly was this field research she had gone to participate in? Xian didn't know, but he wasn't worried. Liu had never been a child who needed coddling. She was smart, independent, and had a strong will. In elementary school, when she was bullied by older students, she didn't tell the teacher or her parents. Instead, she found the bully's homeroom teacher herself, clearly stated the facts, and made those students write a self-criticism. In middle school, when a boy chased her all the way home, she directly called the police, reporting harassment. When the officers arrived, she even poured them tea and chatted about community security. College was even more impressive: scholarships, clubs, part-time jobs. She managed everything meticulously. A sister like that gone for 2 days, what could possibly happen? Xian shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. He returned to the living room, turned on the TV, and found a food documentary to watch. On screen, a chef was expertly filleting a live fish, his knife skills precise, cutting the flesh into paper-thin slices. As he watched, a sudden idea struck him. He went into the kitchen and took out the leftover halfish from yesterday. It was the sweet and sour fish Liu had made, not finished. He used consciousness split to condense a fine thread, wrapping it around the fish. Then he attempted to replicate the chef's knife skills from the documentary. He used the spiritual thread to perform pre-cutting at a microscopic level, allowing the fish meat to separate naturally along its grain. First attempt, failure. The fish was cut into a mess. Second attempt, better, but the slices were uneven. Third attempt. The silver thread moved nimbly through the fish like a living scalpel. The fish bones were completely removed, the meat was cut into uniform slices, and even the skin remained intact. The whole fish had become a perfect plate of sashimi. Xian stared at the plate of fish slices, silent for 3 seconds. Then he took out soy sauce and wasabi, dipped, and ate. The taste was not bad. New skill unlocked, he muttered to himself. In the evening, he ordered some barbecue as a late-night snack, eating while catching up on a newly released anime. Before bed, he checked his phone. Liu had posted a moment on social media, a blurry nightscape photo with the caption, "In the field, good night." The location was tagged as a neighboring city, but Xian saw at a glance that the photo's angle didn't look like any school or research institute. It was more like the floor-to-ceiling window of some high-rise building overlooking an unfamiliar city skyline. He didn't like it or comment. He just turned off the light and lay back in bed. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the capital city, beneath a heavily guarded building, a meeting that would decide the fate of many had only just begun. In the capital city, the northern outskirts. On the surface, it appears to be an ordinary ecological protection area. The trees are lush and green, with winding paths occasionally crossed by elderly individuals jogging in the morning. But one must have the right permissions, like those of level esper. Only then can one discover that a certain area deep within the forest has disappeared from satellite maps. All navigation systems here fail, and ordinary people trying to approach will inexplicably steer clear. This is one of the underground entrances of the Esper Bureau. At 8:40 in the morning, a black business vehicle quietly drove into the woods. After 5 minutes along a virtual road visible only to specific vehicles, it finally stopped in front of what looked like an ordinary mountain wall. The car door opened, and Liu and Chunja stepped out. Today, Liu wore a simple white sweatshirt paired with jeans, her ponytail tied high, looking just like an ordinary college student, if one were to overlook her excessively clear and sharp eyes. Chunja wore a dark gray jacket with casual pants, holding a small suitcase resembling a business professional on a business trip. Just as the two stabilized themselves, a door suddenly slid open soundlessly in front of the mountain wall. Inside was a pure white corridor with soft lighting and a floor as smooth as a mirror. "Please proceed, Lord Xian Run and Lord Qi Shu," a gentle electronic voice echoed from the corridor. "Other participants have arrived one after another. Please proceed to the third rest area to wait." Liu nodded and stepped in first, with Chunja closely following. The corridor was quite long, with transparent glass walls on either side. Through the glass, they could see busy staff and various incomprehensible instruments. Every 10 meters, there was a sensor door that required identity verification. Some scanned iris patterns, while others detected esper energy fluctuations. "Every time I come here, I feel like this place is straight out of a sci-fi film," Chunja murmured softly. "It essentially is," Liu replied, keeping her gaze straight ahead. "The existence of us espers is in itself quite surreal." Upon reaching the end of the corridor, there was a heavy metal door. The door opened automatically, revealing a spacious area behind. A circular hall with a height exceeding 10 meters and an area equivalent to a basketball court. The hall was divided into several sections, including a sofa lounge area, a bar dining area, and even a small reading corner. The most striking feature was the massive holographic globe suspended in the center, densely marked with various colored light points. At this moment, many people were already in the hall. Liu scanned the room and spotted at least a dozen familiar faces, all figures from this level archives. On a sofa by the window, a man in a black trench coat and sunglasses was solving a Rubik's Cube. However, his method of play was rather unique. His fingers remained still while the cube rotated and reconfigured itself in the air, completing all 6 faces in just a few seconds. Then with a pop it disassembled, scrambled once more, and was solved again. Sequence 047, Telekinesis, nicknamed Puppet Master. His ability is to control objects with his mind, reportedly able to manipulate up to 100 objects doing different tasks simultaneously. At the bar, a boy who looked no older than 16 or 17 was leaning on the table, a cup of cola in front of him. Bored, he stirred the ice cubes with a straw which formed into an S shape one moment, an AB shape the next. Sequence 033, Temperature Control, nicknamed Ice and Fireman. He can freely control local temperatures, theoretically ranging from absolute zero to the high temperatures of the sun's surface. In the reading corner, a gentle woman in a cheap owl was quietly reading. As she turned the pages would float up by themselves and gently turn as if aided by a breeze. Sequence 028, Airflow Weaving, nicknamed Wind Whisperer. She can manipulate the flow of air from a gentle breeze to a hurricane. All these individuals are S-level espers with abilities that are relatively common among the higher tiers. What truly caught Li's attention were a few individuals deep in the lounge area. A little girl who appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old was dressed in a Lolita-style black dress, white knee-high socks, and small black shoes. She sat in a high-back chair that was too large for her, swinging her legs, holding a hardcover book that was larger than her face, reading with great interest. Sequence 002, Matter Reconstruction, codename, Witch of Logic, real name Lilith. Globally ranked second in sequence, she theoretically has the ability to decompose and reconstruct any material. Her age is a mystery. She appears eternally 12, but her actual age, no one dares to ask. Lilith seemed to sense the gaze and glanced towards Liu. Her eyes were a deep purple, with what seemed like stars swirling in the depths of her pupils. She looked at Liu for 2 seconds, slightly nodded as a greeting, and then continued to look down at her book. Liu also nodded in response, feeling relieved. Today this lord, or rather this young lady, seemed to be in a good mood. Next to Lilith stood a young man dressed in a flashy purple suit with silver-white dyed hair. He appeared to be in his early 20s, handsome in appearance, but his expression was rather arrogant. At this moment, he was busy taking selfies with his phone, mumbling, This angle is nice, let me capture this handsome profile of mine with the globe in the background. Tisk, the lighting isn't enough, let me brighten it up. He snapped his fingers. The lighting above him remained unchanged, but the image on his phone screen suddenly brightened by 3 degrees, illuminating his handsome face beautifully. Sequence 005, Causal Exchange, codename Causation Envoy, real name Lin Mo. He can exchange the causality of events in a limited area. For instance, he can swap the causality of the photo being poorly lit with the photo being perfectly lit. It is said that he once exchanged the causality of the opponent's attack hitting and himself getting hurt to the attack hitting and himself being completely unscathed, leaving his opponent questioning their life choices. Oh, Xiaoyu is here. Lin Mo noticed Liu putting away his phone and walking over with a grin. Long time no see. You've become even prettier. Lin Mo, brother, Liu replied, politely nodding. Your hair changed color again. The latest shade is called Galactic Mirage. Isn't it handsome? Lin Mo flicked his silver-white hair. Let me tell you, dyeing this color isn't easy. I swapped the causality of dyeing and damaging hair 3 times just to achieve the perfect color without damaging my hair. He continued rambling, and Chunja could not help but interject. Lin Mo, do you use your abilities every time you change your hair color? Of course. Lin Mo replied defiantly. Otherwise, do you think those high-end hair dyes are so expensive? They are just a tax on intelligence. This young master uses his abilities for free with great results, and it doesn't damage my hair. It's perfect. Liu remarked. As long as you're happy. Speaking of which, Lin Mo suddenly leaned in, lowering his voice. Have you all heard? This meeting seems particularly urgent. Even that reclusive little lowly 002 has come. She hasn't shown up at the bureau in 3 years, right? Just as his words fell, a cold gaze swept over. Lilith closed her book and jumped down from the high-back chair. She genuinely jumped because her legs were short and the chair was too tall. She walked up to Lin Mo, looked up, and stared at him with those deep purple eyes. First, Lilith's voice was clear, but carried an undeniable authority. I am not called the reclusive little lowly, I am Lilith. Second, she raised her small hand and snapped her fingers. Your hair color is too ugly to change it. Lin Mo's silver-white hair instantly transformed into fluorescent pink, the kind that glows in the dark. Lin Mo froze, slowly pulling out his phone and looking at himself with the front camera. My hair, he screamed. Lilith, what have you done? Just helping you switch to a color more suited to your temperament. Lilith said expressionlessly. Pink, how cute. Cute, my foot. This young master is a handsome guy. Handsome. Does pink go with handsome? It does, Lilith nodded. It suits you now. You. Lin Mo was so furious he wanted to make a move. But looking at Lilith's emotionless face and recalling her ability to change material structures so nonchalantly, He backed down. Fine, you're ruthless, he gritted his teeth. I can switch it back right. He snapped his fingers again. The hair color remained unchanged. My. Lin Mo was stunned and snapped his fingers again. Still pink. Stop trying. Lilith turned to walk back. What I reconstructed was the molecular structure of your hair pigment, not dyeing. Your causal exchange can only affect events not existing material states. Lin Mo stood frozen in place. Liu stifled a laugh and whispered to Chunja, every time I see Lin Mo get put in his place it brings me great joy. Chunja nodded, especially when he falls to Senior Lilith. Just then more people arrived. A man in a white lab coat looking like a researcher hurried into the hall clutching a tablet and glancing at data as he walked. He walked to the lounge area, randomly found an empty spot to sit down, completely oblivious to the gazes of those around him. Sequence 008. Energy Manipulation. Codename Energy. Dr. Real name, Xiao Mingyuan. He can perceive and absolutely manipulate all forms of energy. It is said that he once drained the entire electricity, thermal energy, and even light energy from an entire laboratory during an experiment. He created a sustained 3-second absolute vacuum energy field, almost erasing the laboratory from three-dimensional space. After sitting down, Xiao Mingyuan pulled out a pack of spicy strips. He tore open the packaging, ate one, then frowned. Not spicy enough. He extended his index finger and tapped the spicy strip packaging. Suddenly, the spicy strips inside the packaging began to emit red light, truly glowing and releasing a pungent spiciness that made one's scalp tingle. Xiao Mingyuan ate another one, nodding in satisfaction. Now it's enough. Just then, an S-level individual drinking water accidentally caught a whiff of the aroma and started coughing. Dr. Zhao, the person said, half amused. Could you not charge food in public places? Oh, sorry, Xiao Mingyuan said insincerely, continuing to eat his charged spicy strips. Liu watched this scene, unable to help but facepalm. This is what it means to be S-level. A group of individuals with diverse personalities, bizarre abilities, and in a sense, all eccentric people. Normally scattered across the country, living their lives appearing like ordinary people, but once gathered together. This is the scene before them. Xiao Yuezhou, a gentle voice called out. Liu turned to see a middle-aged man in a tang suit approaching. He appeared to be in his 40s with an elegant demeanor resembling a university professor. Uncle Zhou. Both Liu and Chunja greeted respectfully. Zhou Jingwu, the director of the Esper Bureau, though not in S-level himself, was respected by all. After all, being able to manage so many human disasters in an orderly fashion is a superpower in itself. I'm glad you all made it, Zhou Jingwu smiled. This meeting came up suddenly. Thank you for making the trip. It's our duty, Liu nodded. Uncle Zhou, what exactly happened? Why the urgent summons? Zhou Jingwu's smile faded slightly. We will explain in detail during the meeting. For now, wait a bit longer, there are still some people who haven't arrived. Just as his words fell, the hall doors opened again. This time 3 people entered. The one at the front was a tall, bald, muscular man, wearing a military green tank top, his exposed arms bulging with muscles covered in scars. His gaze was fierce, scanning the hall, as if surveying his territory. Sequence 024, Steel Body. Codename Tank, real name Lei Gang. His ability allows him to metallize his bodily tissues. Not only is he immensely strong, but his defensive power is equally astonishing, reportedly able to withstand direct hits from missiles. Following him was a small, thin young man wearing thick glasses, walking with his head down, as if counting the tiles on the floor. However, Liu noticed that the tiles where he walked subtly twisted and reformed, as if being smoothed and reshaped by an invisible force. Sequence 025, Material Shaping. Codename Mudman, real name Zhang Wei. He can alter the form and structure of non-living materials. The last to enter was a striking woman in a long red dress. She appeared to be in her 30s with exquisite makeup and swayed her waist as she walked, exuding charm. However, no one in the hall dared to look at her for long. Wherever she passed, the air temperature noticeably increased. Sequence 031, Thermal Radiation. Codename Red Lotus, real name Su Wan. She can release high-intensity thermal radiation, igniting objects instantly. While there are quite a few people here, Su Wan surveyed the surroundings with a slight smile. Even Lilith and Lin Mo, these 2 reclusive gods, have come out. It seems this matter is significant. Lilith did not lift her head. Shut up, you're noisy. Su Wan maintained her smile. Lilith's sister is still so unlovable. If you say another word, Lilith flipped a page in her book. I'll reconstruct your skirt into long pants. Su Wan. She fell silent. Lilith truly meant what she said. Lei Gang plopped down onto a sofa in the lounge area, which groaned under the strain. He looked at Xiao Mingyuan. Doctor, do you have any spicy strips? Share one with me. Xiao Mingyuan handed him one. Lei Gang tossed it into his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and his eyes lit up. This is strong. This spiciness. Did you charge it again? Yes, I added 300 thermal energy. Xiao Mingyuan adjusted his glasses. Awesome. Lei Gang gave a thumbs up. Liu watched this group, suddenly feeling a bit surreal. Each one of these individuals, when taken on their own, could cause a small nation to tremble. Yet together they were sharing spicy strips, bantering, taking selfies, and reading fairy tale books. The cover of Lilith's hardcover book read, "Selected Grimm's Fairy Tales." "It feels like entering a kindergarten," Chunja whispered in her ear. "Especially one with mixed-age classes," Liu added. As time passed, several more S-level individuals arrived. Sequence 042, Sound Wave Manipulation, codename Singer, is an artistic youth who loves to sing. Upon arrival, he sat in the corner humming, and when he hit the high notes, the water cups of those nearby vibrated. Sequence 055, Plant Communication, codename Gardener, is a kind old lady. She ran to the corner of the hall where the potted plants were chatting with the pothose. Sequence 068, Gravity Manipulation, codename Mount Tai, is a taciturn middle-aged man. He sat there motionless, but the gravitational field around him was evidently abnormal. His phone, placed on the table, floated 5 centimeters above the surface. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Zhenghua checked the time and then looked around the hall. 21 S-level individuals were gradually arriving. "Everyone," he cleared his throat. "Please proceed to the conference room. The meeting will begin shortly." The S-level individuals, who were just engaged in their own activities, simultaneously ceased their actions. Spicy strips were put down, books were closed, songs ceased, and conversations with pothos came to an end. Everyone's expressions turned serious in an instant. Even the most carefree Lin Mo put away his playful demeanor, his gaze sharpening. Liu took a deep breath. She knew that the light-hearted moments were over. What they were about to discuss was a matter of life and death for countless individuals. She looked at Chunja, who nodded back at her. The two followed the crowd towards the slowly opening conference room door on the other side of the hall. Inside were a long table, chairs, holographic projection equipment, and a heavy atmosphere laden with the threat of an impending storm. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Jiang City, Xian had just awakened. He yawned as he entered the kitchen, pouring milk into a glass from the refrigerator. Then a small cluster of pure white flames flickered at his fingertips, engulfing the walls of the glass. In 3 seconds, the milk was heated to just the right temperature for drinking. He took a sip and nodded with satisfaction. "A new day," he said to the empty room, "starts with hot milk." The door to the conference room gently closed behind him. This place was far more solemn than the lobby outside. The deep gray walls were devoid of decoration, with only a long table capable of seating 30 people and a holographic projection device hovering above it. 21 S-level individuals sat down. They did not arrange themselves by sequence. Such formalities were meaningless in the presence of these human disasters. Everyone sat casually, yet a subtle tacit understanding emerged. Lilith, sequence 002, took the seat closest to the main position at the long table. Holding that hardcover book, Liu noticed that she did not turn the page. Lin Mo, sequence 005, sat opposite Lilith. With her fluorescent pink hair, her expression was rarely serious, her fingers unconsciously tapping the table. Having already put away her spicy strips, her tablet was placed on the table, and the lenses of her glasses reflected a cold light. Liu and Chunja sat in the middle section of the long table, surrounded by other early sequence or senior level individuals. Lei Gang, sequence 024, Su, 1, sequence 031. The door to the conference room opened again. 2 people walked in. The one in front was an elderly man looking to be in his 70s or 80s, dressed in a plain Zhongshan suit with graying hair, but a straight posture. His eyes were bright, as if he could see through everything. Old Zhou, one of the founders of the Supernatural Bureau, former director, and now the highest advisor to the Bureau. Although not S-level, everyone here respected him, not only because of his position. Following behind Old Zhou was Zhou Zhenghua. He sat at the assistant seat next to the main position and opened the terminal in front of him. Old Zhou stood in front of the main position, slowly scanning the long table with his gaze. No greetings, no opening remarks. 004 is dead. The first sentence caused the temperature in the conference room to drop sharply. Li's fingers tightened slightly. 004, the fate seer, true name unknown, age unknown, even gender remains a mystery. Few had seen 004, and descriptions varied. The only certainty was that his ability was prophecy, capable of seeing certain key nodes of fate in the future. And 004 was dead. When Oi. Lilith's voice broke the silence, still calm, but the book in her hand was already closed. 4 days ago, Old Zhou replied. In his safe house. When our people found him, he had already exhausted his energy, his life force completely drained. Did he prophesy before death? Lin Mo asked, his voice deep. Old Zhou nodded. He reached out and tapped the table, activating the holographic projection, revealing a line of text. The handwriting was distorted and blurred, as if inscribed with the last of his strength. In 3 years the earth will crack and the heavens will tilt, all things will return to silence. The conference room fell into silence. Only the faint hum of the projection device could be heard. Is This the 10 characters. Suwon's voice was somewhat dry. Yes, just these 10 characters. Old Zhou spoke slowly. But you all know 004's ability. What he saw was not possibility, not probability, but facts that will definitely happen. In other words, Zhao Mingyuan pushed up his glasses. 3 years from now the Earth will be destroyed. Literally. No one refuted. 004's prophecies had never been wrong. 30 years ago he predicted the East China Sea tsunami accurate to the minute. 20 years ago he predicted the thawing of the Siberian permafrost marking the beginning of global climate anomalies. 10 years ago he predicted the awakening of the abyss Singer Deep in the Pacific. Although there was a 1-month error, it indeed happened. And now he exchanged his life for these 10 characters. 3 years the earth will crack and the heavens will tilt, all things will return to silence. What is the reason? Lilith asked, did the prophecy not indicate a reason? Old Zhou shook his head no. We have tried to trace all of 004's actions and interactions 3 days before his death. No anomalies were found. It was as if he suddenly saw something and then was drained of life by that vision. He died from seeing the future. Qinyu murmured. How terrifying must that image be? No one answered. Yet everyone could imagine. A future so overwhelming that it could instantly cause an level seer of sequence 004 to perish from the influx of information was certainly not trivial. So this meeting, Lei Gang said solemnly, is to inform us. Are we all doomed in 3 years? Lei Gang. Zhou Zhenghua frowned. Did I say something wrong? Lei Gang spread his hands. 004's prophecies never miss. If he says all things will return to silence in 3 years, it will definitely happen. What good is it for us to sit here in a meeting? To write our wills in advance? Shut up, Lilith said. Her voice was not loud, but Lei Gang immediately ceased his chatter, not out of fear. As Lilith spoke, a dense geometric pattern of cracks briefly appeared on the surface of the table in front of her and then vanished in the next second. That was the power she unconsciously leaked, causing a brief imbalance in the material structure between decomposition and reconstruction. 004's prophecy is a result, not a process. Lilith looked at Old Zhou. He saw the fact that the Earth will be destroyed in 3 years, but did not see how it will be destroyed, why it will be destroyed, or whether it can be prevented. Old Zhou nodded. That is precisely what we need to discuss. Prophecy is absolute, but the future itself may have variables. Variables? Lin Mo scoffed. Old Zhou, you also said that what 004 saw was a fact that will definitely happen. Can such a thing have variables? Yes, Zhao Mingyuan spoke up. Everyone turned to look at him. Zhao Mingyuan adjusted his glasses, swiped a few times on the tablet, and pulled up a set of data. The essence of 004's ability is to glimpse specific nodes in the river of fate. But the river of fate itself is not unchanging. According to my research, when enough variables act simultaneously on a node, the certainty of that node decreases, and it may even be overwritten. What does that mean? Chinja asked. It means Zhao Mingyuan looked at the line of text on the holographic projection. These 10 characters describe the inevitable outcome 3 years from now on the current timeline. But if we create enough variables within 3 years perhaps, we can change the trajectory of this timeline. The conference room fell silent once more. In this silence something else lingered, not despair but contemplation. How exactly do we do that? Liu spoke up. Create variables. What are variables? Unknown, Zhao Mingyuan replied simply. It could be the awakening of a certain individual, a breakthrough in technology, the evolution of a certain beast, or perhaps a choice made by us. Variables cannot be predicted, otherwise they wouldn't be variables. So we are to blindly stumble upon a solution in 3 years. Suwon raised an eyebrow. More accurately, Zhou Zhenghua took over. We need to do everything possible to create variables within 3 years. Enhance our strength, explore the unknown, research the essence of supernatural abilities, monitor global anomalies. Do everything we can, and then wait for an opportunity to arise. Wait. Lei Gang couldn't help but interject. Wait for 3 years. Wait to die. What else can we do? Lilith looked at him. Do you have a better plan? Lei Gang fell silent. So Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head. This action made his pink hair appear even more striking. The purpose of this meeting is to tell us the world will end in 3 years, and we must work hard during these 3 years to see if we can stumble upon a solution to save it. That summary is very accurate, Zhou Zhenghua said expressionlessly. Ha, Lin Mo laughed. Well, at least it's better than just waiting to die. What about the specific assignments? Qinyu asked. 3 years isn't a long time, and we need to plan. Old Zhou nodded. Zhenghua. Zhou Zhenghua operated the terminal, and the holographic projection switched to a global map marked with 21 light points, the positions of everyone present. Based on everyone's abilities and locations, the Bureau has tentatively drafted the following assignments. Dr. Zhao Mingyuan responsible for leading the research on the Essence of Supernatural Abilities project exploring the principles of supernatural abilities emergence energy, conversion mechanisms, and whether there is a possibility of evolution. Zhao Mingyuan nodded. I need at least 5 A-level research institute permissions and unlimited funding. Approved. Old Zhou said. Lilith, your ability of material reconstruction touches the essence of matter. I hope you can assist the doctor in his research, especially in the field of the impact of supernatural abilities on material structures. Lilith remained silent for 2 seconds. Fine, but I need an absolutely quiet environment and a supply of fairy tale books. Zhou Xingguo's mouth twitched. Approved. Lord Lin, Mo, your causal replacement involves the level of rules. I hope you can participate in the prophecy mechanism analysis group attempting to analyze the formation mechanism of 004's prophecy and whether there is a possibility of prophecy interference. Lin Mo scratched his pink hair. All right, since I'm free anyway. But I must say, if I discover that 004's prophecy is truly unsolvable, I will immediately flee to outer space to see if there are habitable planets. Please do your best. Zhou Zhenghua selectively ignored the latter half of his statement. Liu Chunzhe. Zhou Zhenghua looked at them. You two are early sequence and your mental strength is adequate, but you lack practical experience. Given your long-term activities in Jiangxing, you will be responsible for guarding Jiangxing and the surrounding area. At the same time, you need to strengthen the monitoring of supernatural beings and beast activities in the area. Any anomalies must be reported immediately. Liu and Chunzhe exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Understood. The rest of you, Zhou Zhenghua looked at the long table. Details of the assignments will be sent to each of your encrypted terminals later. The core principle is simple. For the next 3 years, lift all restrictions and focus on self-improvement, exploring all possibilities. The Bureau will provide all necessary resources, intelligence, and post-event support. Post-event, someone asked. For example, Zhou Zhenghua said calmly. If you accidentally blow up half a city during your research, the Bureau will be responsible for the reconstruction and public relations control, of course provided you are still alive. A few light laughs echoed in the conference room. The atmosphere lightened slightly. Are there any other questions? Old Zhou asked. Silence fell for a few seconds. Suwan raised her hand. I have a question. Please go ahead. If the world really ends in 3 years, Suwan asked seriously, will I still be able to withdraw my money from the Swiss bank? The conference room fell completely silent. Then Lin Mo let out a laugh. Next came Lei Gang's hearty laughter, followed by muffled chuckles from several other S-level individuals. Even Lilith's lips twitched slightly. Old Zhou looked at Suwan and slowly said, if the Swiss bank is still around by then, it should be possible. Then I'm relieved. Suwan nodded in satisfaction. The meeting is adjourned, Old Zhou said. The 21 S-level individuals gradually stood up. No one spoke, but each person's expression was complex. Serious, bewildered, but not despairing. At least not yet. As Liu exited the conference room, Chunzhe followed closely beside her. 3 years. Chunzhe said softly, it feels like a dream. A nightmare, Liu replied. They returned to the lobby. Other S-level individuals also emerged one after another, the atmosphere considerably heavier than before the meeting, but not oppressive. Lin Mo took out his phone again to start taking selfies. Come on, let's take a picture to commemorate the 3-year countdown to the end of the world. Tisk, this pink hair looks pretty good in photos. Zhao Mingyuan had already opened his tablet to begin listing research plans, muttering, energy conversion efficiency must be increased by at least 30. Lei Gang walked up to Zhao Mingyuan. Doctor, could you pass me a spicy strip? I was so tense during the meeting that I need to calm down. Zhao Mingyuan handed him one. Lei Gang tossed it into his mouth, chewed a few times, then suddenly froze. He stared at the remaining half of the spicy strip in his hand for a long time. Then he lifted his head, looking at the busy, contemplative, or quirky S-level individuals in the lobby. Dr. Lei Gang said, Moi, do you think we can change fate? Zhao Mingyuan adjusted his glasses, not answering immediately. He gazed at the holographic globe floating in the center of the lobby, observing the flickering light points on it. Some represented S-level beasts, while others indicated energy anomaly points. Then he withdrew his gaze and looked at the spicy strip in Lei Gang's hand. I don't know, Zhao Mingyuan said. But 004's prophecy did not say we failed. Lei Gang paused. He only said the Earth will be destroyed in 3 years. Zhao Mingyuan continued. But he did not say, we tried to stop it, but failed. This is an important distinction. Lei Gang's eyes slowly lit up. So Zhao Mingyuan took back the half-spicy strip from Lei Gang's hand and tossed it into his own mouth. Before the conclusion arrives, no one knows what will happen. He chewed on the spicy strip and turned towards the exit. I'm off to do research. 3 years. The time is tight, and the tasks are heavy. Lei Gang watched his back and suddenly grinned. You're right. He turned to leave. Li Yu and Chunja stood at the lobby door watching these human disasters depart one after another. Each person's silhouette carried a certain determination. Let's head back to, Chunja said. Jiangchen, there is still much to be done. Li Yu nodded. The two walked towards the passage. Halfway through, Li Yu suddenly stopped. Chunja, moi, what do you think? Li Yu turned to look at him. If the world really ends in 3 years at the last moment, what do you want to do? Chunja thought for a moment and smiled. Be with you, he said, and then have a good meal. Sweet and sour ribs would be great. Li Yu smiled too. Then I need my brother to make it. She said he makes it the best. All right, Chunja nodded, then let him cook. The two continued walking forward. At the end of the passage was a black business car. The car door closed, leaving this base hidden deep in the woods. Outside the car window, the sun was just right. Meanwhile, in Jiangxing, 1,000 miles away, Xian had just finished lunch. He slouched on the sofa, rubbing his round belly, letting out a satisfied burp. The television was broadcasting the weather forecast, indicating rain tomorrow. Oh, Xian responded, picking up his phone to send Li Yu a message. Remember to bring an umbrella tomorrow. Seconds later, a reply came. Got it. Brother, have you eaten? Yes, I had yellow braised chicken. Don't eat takeout every day. Oh, I'm going back tomorrow, and we'll bring you some local specialties. What specialties? It's a secret. Xian pouted and put down his phone. He looked out the window at the bright sunshine. 3 years. Xian stared at the 4 characters come back tomorrow on his phone screen, stunned for 3 seconds. Then he slowly climbed up from the sofa and began to contemplate. His sister had been out for 2 days and would return tomorrow. As usual, she would definitely shout upon entering the door, "Brother, I've had such a hard time these 2 days. Quickly make me something delicious." Though Xian wanted to retort with, "What does your hardship have to do with me?" He thought of his sister's big, watery eyes and the accusatory expression of, "Brother, do you not love me anymore?" that she might display at any moment. Fine. He sighed. Make a feast. A feast required groceries. Xian shuffled into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. It was empty with just a few eggs and half a bottle of chili sauce. I need to go buy groceries, he mumbled. He returned to his room to change into clothes suitable for going out, wearing the same gray hoodie and sweatpants. Grabbing his wallet and keys, he prepared to head downstairs. As he looked at the time while going down, it was 3:30 in the afternoon. The market should still have fresh vegetables at this hour, and going later might even let him snag some cheap goods before they close. Xian's mind was racing. It took 15 minutes to walk from home to the nearest market. With his hands in his pockets, Xian walked leisurely, mentally listing items: ribs, sweet and sour fish, steamed greens, garlic, tofu, mapo. Oh right, he also needed to buy some fruit. Li Yu loved strawberries. The autumn sun was quite gentle, and there weren't many people on the road. When he reached the second intersection, Xian paused for a moment. His ability, which had been half awake since his awakening, sensed something was off. It wasn't the fluctuation of an ability user which he was familiar with. It also wasn't the fluctuation of a magical beast, though he had only seen one once, a small creature from last night in the alley. Rather, it was a distorted and unstable energy field. Like a stone thrown into a still pond, ripples spread outward from a certain point. Ordinary people couldn't perceive it, but Xian could sense it. The thin currents of energy in the air were clearly disturbed in that direction and were gathering together. The source was the old street next to the market. Xian squinted in that direction. On the surface, everything seemed normal: old residential buildings, narrow streets, a few small shops, and several elderly people basking in the sun at their doorsteps. But in his perception, that area was covered by a faint, almost transparent membrane. Inside the membrane, the energy was turbulent. Outside, everything was calm. A barrier. The term popped into Xian's mind. Or perhaps a spatial lockdown. He didn't quite understand the technical jargon, but the meaning was similar. Someone had created a quarantine zone over there where no sounds could escape and no one could enter. What were they doing inside? Fighting? Training? Or? Xian hesitated for 3 seconds. His first instinct was to take a detour. Whatever was happening inside was none of his business. Buying groceries was more important. But his feet didn't move, because his perception told him that the energy fluctuations inside that membrane were quite peculiar. They were too violent, too chaotic, and carried a distinct malice and hunger. It was very similar to that small magical beast from last night, but at least 100 times stronger. Rank. Xian thought uncertainly. Or is it a rank? Regardless of the rank, it was not a good sign. Moreover, that membrane was trembling. Though it was very slight, it was indeed shaking. It felt like something inside was violently crashing around, trying to break free. Xian looked around. There was a small convenience store at the old street entrance, and the shopkeeper was organizing the shelves. Across the street was a barber shop where the barber was giving an old man a haircut. Further away, a few children were playing with a shuttlecock in an open space. Ordinary people. All ordinary people. If that thing inside really broke out. Xian furrowed his brows. He wasn't a saint truly. His life motto was if you can lie down, never sit, if you can avoid meddling, don't even look. But given the current situation, TSK, he clicked his tongue. Troublesome. The market was right behind the old street, and taking a detour would add another 10 minutes. If he didn't take a detour, he would have to pass through that membrane, or wait until it was over. Xian decided to wait a little. He walked to the convenience store's entrance pretending to look at the goods. In reality, he had fully opened his perception, keeping his eyes on the activity within that membrane. Young man, can I help you with something? The shopkeeper asked warmly. Just a bottle of water for me. Xian casually pointed. After paying, he twisted off the bottle cap and drank slowly. Time passed second by second. The commotion inside the membrane was growing fiercer. Xian could see that there were 7 or 8 energy fluctuations inside. The intensity wasn't low, at least crank, with 2 of them being blank. They were surrounding a larger, more violent energy source, which should be that magical beast. But the situation didn't look good. The magical beast's energy was steadily rising, while those ability users' energy was rapidly depleting. 2 of them had already been injured, their energy fluctuations in disarray. Worst of all, the membrane was shaking more and more obviously. It won't hold much longer, Xian assessed in his heart. Just then a commotion suddenly broke out at the entrance of the old street. A few elderly people who had been basking in the sun stood up, looking curiously into the depths of the old street. What's that sound? An old man said. It sounds like thunder. Is the ground shaking? Another old woman looked down at the ground. Ordinary people were beginning to sense something was off. Although the membrane blocked most of the energy and sound, violent vibrations and low-frequency sound waves still seeped through. If this continued, either the magical beast would break out and harm people, or the ability users would be forced to remove the lockdown. Exposing the battle in front of ordinary people would not lead to good outcomes. Xian put down the water bottle. He knew he had to do something, but he didn't want to expose his identity. His sister was an ability user, and so was Chinja. They hadn't told him, indicating that this identity carried risks and troubles. He had just awakened 2 days ago, and knew nothing recklessly exposing himself could attract unknown consequences. He had to hide. How to hide? Xian looked around. The convenience store had some small items hanging: keychains, nail clippers, cheap toys, and a mask. A plastic Sun Wukong mask left over from Children's Day, costing 5 yuan each. Xian stared at the mask for 2 seconds, then walked into the convenience store. Shopkeeper, he said, I'll take that mask. Oh, young man likes this. The shopkeeper smiled as she took it down. Is it for a child? Yeah. Xian lied without changing his expression. After paying, he took the mask. He walked to the back alley of the convenience store, ensuring no one was around, and put on the mask. The plastic felt suffocating, the visibility was limited, and there was a distinct smell of cheap paint. I'll make do with it. Xian sighed. Now how to get in? Walking directly was definitely not an option. The membrane had a blocking effect, violently breaking it. Too much noise. He thought for a moment and stretched out his hand, aiming at the membrane. Consciousness cutting. He didn't intend to destroy the entire membrane, as that would instantly alert those inside. He only needed to cut a slit. A slit just wide enough for him to pass through, which could quickly seal back up without leaving a trace. Silver filaments extended from his fingertips, so thin they were almost invisible, gently adhering to the surface of the membrane. Xian closed his eyes and concentrated. He felt the structure of that membrane. It wasn't a solid entity, but a net woven from energy. Precise and complex, yet with tiny gaps and nodes. He found it. The filaments gently swept across, like a scalpel cutting skin, precise and swift. A slit about 1.5 meters long and 30 centimeters wide appeared on the membrane, with neat edges and no energy leaking out. Xian turned sideways, lowered his head, and squeezed through. The moment he completely entered, the filaments retracted, and the slit sealed silently. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Inside the membrane was another world. First he heard sounds. Deafening roars, crashing sounds, and explosive energy. Then he saw the scene. The originally old but tidy street was now in disarray. The ground was cracked, the walls were full of seams, and the rooftops of several old houses were half torn off. 7 people in uniform, deep blue combat suits were surrounding a monster. The creature stood over 3 meters tall, resembling an oversized lizard. But its body was covered in dark red scales with sharp bone spikes growing from its back, and its tail ended in a hammer-shaped bony lump. One of its eyes was bleeding, clearly injured, but this only made it fiercer. A brank magical beast, rift lizard. Xian's mind automatically recalled this name. Again, knowledge imparted by the myriad phenomena authority. At this moment, the rift lizard was madly crashing against the surrounding energy barrier. That was the inner layer of this membrane, shaking violently with each collision. Steady. Don't let it break through. A middle-aged man who looked like the leader shouted. He had both hands pressed to the ground, evidently maintaining the barrier. The other team members were attacking, some were firing energy projectiles, some were controlling metal shards into a blade storm, while others were trying to entangle it with vines. But the effects were minimal. The scales of the rift lizard were too hard. Energy projectiles only left scorch marks. With a flick of its tail, it could swat away a large area of attacks. "Captain, we're running low on energy," a young team member shouted, his face pale. "Hang in there. Reinforcements will be here soon." The captain gritted his teeth. But Xian could tell they wouldn't last until reinforcements arrived. The rift lizard began to gather strength again, its bone spikes glowing red. This meant it was about to unleash a powerful attack. "Everyone retreat." The captain's face changed drastically. But it was too late. The rift lizard opened its mouth and a dark red energy beam shot out, aimed directly at the weakest point of the barrier. The barrier cracked. Though it was just a small slit, the gap was rapidly expanding. "It's over." The captain closed his eyes. Just then a figure suddenly appeared in front of the crack. Wearing a Sun Wukong mask, dressed in a gray hoodie and sweatpants, and holding a plastic bag from the market filled with scallions, ginger, and garlic. It was Xian. He raised his right hand and lightly tapped the nearly completely torn barrier slit. Consciousness cutting, but in a more delicate manner. The silver filaments instantly wove into a denser and more resilient net, adhering to the slit and quickly sewing it back together. The slit no longer expanded and began to slowly heal. The rift lizard's energy beam collided with this new net like hitting an invisible wall, scattering in all directions. Everyone was stunned, including the rift lizard. It tilted its head, staring at the suddenly appearing Sun Wukong with its uninjured eye, as if trying to comprehend where this thing had come from. Xian turned to face the rift lizard. He was actually a bit nervous. It was his first real combat, and the opponent was a brank magical beast. Wasn't this too big of a leap? But the arrow was already knocked. He had to release it. He started, his voice slightly muffled by the mask. "Could you be a little quieter? I need to go buy groceries." The entire scene went dead silent. Even the rift lizard was momentarily stunned. Then it reacted, enraged. This absurd human dared to speak to it like that. Roar! The rift lizard abandoned the barrier and charged at Xian. Its giant claw descended with a whooshing sound capable of flattening a car. Xian didn't move. He didn't even dodge. He simply raised his left hand and gently cut at the descending claw. Consciousness cutting in a deep version. It wasn't cutting flesh, but cutting the force structure. The rift lizard felt its claw suddenly lose strength. It wasn't blocked. The connections between its muscles, bones, and nerves were severed in that instant. The claw fell limply to the ground, kicking up only a little dust. It was bewildered. Xian seized the opportunity to examine the magical beast. Quite ugly, the color of its scales was displeasing, and there was a hammer on its tail. "What poor aesthetics. How about this?" he said earnestly to the rift lizard. "You lie down and don't move. Let me cut a few times, and when I'm done, I'll leave. You can continue your nap. How does that sound?" The rift lizard couldn't understand human speech, but it could sense the casual attitude of him negotiating with you about dinner. This was an insult. A blatant insult. It was enraged, opening its mouth to spray an energy beam again. Xian sighed. Negotiations have broken down. He extended his hands, fingers spread wide. Consciousness cutting flame, heart control, used in conjunction. Silver filaments and pure white flames surged forth, intertwining into a large net that enveloped the rift lizard entirely. The filaments were responsible for cutting through its scale defenses, while the flames burned its flesh. This wasn't a brutal destruction, but rather precise surgery. The rift lizard wanted to struggle, but found itself unable to move. Those filaments had severed all the connections to its major muscle groups. It wanted to roar, but its throat was sealed by flames, unable to make a sound. It could only watch as the net slowly tightened around it. It watched as its scales fell off one by one. It watched as its flesh carbonized under the high temperature. The process was quick, but extremely painful. 5 seconds later, the rift lizard crashed to the ground. It had been dismembered into dozens of evenly sized meat chunks. Neatly piled on the ground, the wounds were smooth, with very little blood spilled. The flames instantly sealed the blood vessels, preventing blood from flowing out. The entire area fell silent again. Only the meat chunks occasionally sizzled. Everyone stared at the mysterious figure wearing the Sun Wukong mask, their eyes filled with shock, fear, and a hint of reverence. Xian clapped his hands as if he had just finished doing chores. He looked down at the chunks of meat on the ground, thought for a moment, then bent down to pick up a relatively lean piece. "This one," he said to the still-dazed captain. "Can I take it? I want to make braised meat tonight." "Captain." Team members. Xian saw their lack of response as consent. He stuffed the meat chunk into the plastic bag along with the scallions, ginger, and garlic. Then he turned and walked to the front of the barrier, extending his hand to cut another slit. He squeezed out. The slit sealed up again after he exited. Outside the membrane, the sun was just right. Xian took off the mask and stuffed it into his hoodie pocket, continuing towards the market. It was as if nothing had happened earlier. Meanwhile, inside the membrane, the ability users were staring at each other wide-eyed. Captain, what was that just now? Don't ask. The captain took a deep breath. Today's events are classified as a-level secrets. In the report, write that the magical beast suddenly experienced an energy surge and self-destructed. But the meat chunks. Just say it self-destructed incompletely. Yes. The captain glanced at the neatly arranged meat chunks on the ground, then looked in the direction Xian had left. His expression complex. Who was this deity that could eliminate brank magical beasts and freely enter and exit the headquarters brank spatial lockdown? Forget it, he thought. This level of bigwig was beyond their guessing. Clean up the scene and prepare to withdraw, the captain ordered. The team members began to busy themselves. Meanwhile, Xian had already reached the market. He looked at the magical beast meat in the plastic bag, and then at the pork being sold in the market. He pondered. Can magical beast meat be eaten? It should be fine, right? After all, his sister wouldn't be back until tomorrow. He could try it out himself tonight. If it ended up poisoning him, well, he wouldn't die. With the myriad phenomena authority, he wouldn't be poisoned to death. Holding on to this optimistic mindset, Xian began his cheerful shopping. Ribs, fish, greens, tofu, strawberries. An hour later, he returned home with bags full of groceries. Passing by the old street, it had already returned to calm. A few workers were repairing the road and wall, with neighbors gathered around watching and discussing. Did there just feel like an earthquake? It seems like the construction team hit a gas pipeline. That was terrifying. Xian listened to their discussions, his expression unchanged as he walked past. Back home, he put the groceries in the kitchen and first dealt with the magical beast meat. Wash, cut into pieces, blanch, and then cook it in soy sauce. An hour later, the braised magical beast meat was ready. It was bright red and fragrant. Xian tasted a piece. The meat was firm with a texture like beef, but more tender. The flavor was a mix of chicken and pork with a hint of light matsutake aroma. Not bad, he evaluated. So dinner consisted of braised magical beast meat with rice, plus a vegetable soup. After eating his fill, he slumped on the sofa, letting out a satisfied burp. The TV was broadcasting news about the old street this afternoon, saying there was a construction accident and that no one was injured. Xian smiled and changed the channel. His sister would be back tomorrow. He needed to think about what dish to make to welcome her. As for what happened this afternoon, forget it, he muttered to himself. I'm just an ordinary brother waiting for my sister to come home and cook. Outside it was dark. And in a certain encrypted file of the Ability Bureau, a new record was added. Date October 28th. Location Jiangxing Old Street. Event elimination of Brank Magical Beast Rift Lizard. Executor unknown, wearing Sun Wukong mask, dressed in gray hoodie. Remarks: suspected newly emerged. A rank ability, user abilities, precise cutting and high temperature flame. Personality peculiar. The file was uploaded, classified as top secret. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the file was currently lounging on the sofa. He was thinking while picking his teeth, tomorrow should I make sweet and sour ribs, the traditional version or the innovative version? This is quite a serious question. It deserves careful consideration. Xian sprawled on the couch, having just finished picking his teeth. He was about to flip channels for some mindless variety show when his motion froze. He felt something, subtle then certain, stir within his perception. Weak but familiar. It smelled like the little anomalous beast from the alley last night, yet more alert. Almost sprightly. And it was dreadfully close. Close enough to seem outside the door. Xian set down the remote, sat up, and stared toward the apartment door. Indeed, there was something beyond it. The energy fluctuation was faint, about Flevel, newly awakened, and hardly a threat. But the pulse bore a sharp intelligence, unlike the blind animal instincts of last night's creature. And whatever it was seemed to be scratching the door. SSSSS. The sound was soft but startlingly clear in the quiet of night. Xian frowned. He didn't much want to deal with it. What if it was a mutated cockroach or rat? Disgusting. Yet the scratching persisted, accompanied by a thin noise that resembled a mew but was not quite cat-like. Meow, a whine. Xian sighed. Fine, he'd take a look. He padded over in his slippers, peered through the peephole, and glanced out. The hallway motion light glowed dim and yellow. There sat a cat. Not exactly an ordinary one. It had a feline shape but was larger than a house cat. Plump, at least 15 gene by his estimate. Its fur was orange and white, a classic ginger pattern, but the sheen was unnatural. Under the lamp it shimmered like faint pearls. Most striking were its eyes, one gold, one blue. Heterochromia. They stared with slitted pupils, seemingly fixated on the door, as if it knew someone was peering back. Meow, it cried, pawing the door again. This time Xian noticed a faint stream of energy coiling around its claws. Each scratch left a shallow, almost invisible trace of energy on the door. The mark dissipated quickly, but plainly this was beyond an ordinary cat's doing. An anomalous beast cat, or an awakened stray. The thought popped into Xian's head. He hesitated for 3 seconds. Open the door. What if it lunged and clawed him? And Flevel couldn't harm him much, but being scratched would be a nuisance. Or leave it alone. Let it scratch all night. What about neighbor complaints? He clicked his tongue. Today seemed full of little troubles. He decided to open the door and see. With his current strength, a tiny Flevel creature couldn't stir trouble. He turned the knob gently. The moment a sliver of the door opened, the fat cat slipped in with a whoosh, far quicker than its size suggested. It moved with practiced ease to the living room, leapt onto the sofa, right where Xian had been sitting, and curled up, beginning to groom its paws. Its motions were smooth and confident, as if it were the true owner of the apartment. Xian stood in the doorway, staring at the orange and white bundle on the couch, slightly dumbfounded. You. He closed the door and approached the sofa. Who let you in? The fat cat lifted its head, regarded him with those mismatched eyes, and then yawned. Its mew carried obvious meaning. If only he could understand human. You finally opened the door. I was waiting so long my legs went numb. Xian, of course, did not comprehend the words. All he saw was a cat finishing a yawn, giving him a look that said it expected to be served, then returning to lick its paws. He gave up on communication. Xian moved to the other end of the couch and picked up the remote. The fat cat scooted closer to his leg, nudged his thigh with its head. It seemed to say, if one could translate meows into intent, that it had noticed his fight last night and wanted to stick with him. Xian looked down, reached out, and prodded the furry mass. The touch felt no different than a normal cat. Only the fur was softer, its body warmer. The cat did not resent the prod. It rolled over and exposed its belly. It pleaded with its posture. Scratch here, it urged, exhausted from its dash over. Xian stared at the pale round belly for a moment. He gave in and scratched. The cat immediately purred, eyes narrowing in blissful contentment. Enjoys life, Xian remarked to himself. While scratching, he scanned the cat with his perception. Its energy core was indeed weak, an awakening level, but its structure was peculiar. Not feral and chaotic like the hetero beasts he had seen. Instead, there was an odd sense of order, as if it bore something more akin to a gifted being. Could animals awaken special abilities? He did not know. His understanding of the world was still limited. The cat mewed eagerly. Yes, yes, right there. Harder. The cat lay on its back, paws in the air, tail flicking. After a while, Xian stopped. Enough. You should go. He added, I don't keep pets. The cat sat up, widened its eyes at him, and protested with soft paw taps, gentle plaintive objections. It seemed to argue, what? You defeated that big lizard in a flash. You are powerful. What harm in keeping a cat? It tapped his leg as if to make its case. Xian could not understand the words, but the cat's reluctance to leave was obvious. I really won't keep one, he tried to reason. I'm too lazy to even take care of myself, let alone you. My sister returns tomorrow. If she sees a cat in the house. Before he finished, the cat sprang off the sofa and bolted for the kitchen. Hey. Xian followed and found the cat at the refrigerator, batting the door with its paw. It cried urgent and hungry food. Feed me. I smell meat. Xian remembered the leftover braised heterobeast meat in the fridge. He opened it and retrieved the bowl of remains. The cat's eyes brightened, its tail shot upright. It practically shouted, this is it fragrant. Give it to me. Xian looked at the meat and at the pleading circling cat. You want to eat this? He asked. The cat's tone left no doubt, of course. This is Blevel heterobeast meat, highly nourishing. He hesitated a beat. He could eat it himself with no ill effect. Would feeding it to the cat be safe? He decided to take the chance. He placed a few pieces on a small dish, ladled some gravy, and set it on the floor. The cat lunged and devoured it with abandon. Its manners were unabashedly hearty. Xian crouched and watched amused. A newly awakened cat coming to his home at night simply to beg for heterobeast meat. There was something absurd and endearing about it. Slow down, no one's stealing it, he said. The cat glanced up with an expression that conveyed disdain for his ignorance. It knew the value of Blevel meat and resumed eating. Minutes later, the dish was empty. The cat licked its lips, belched contentedly, then jumped back onto the sofa and curled up once more. Hey, Xian called as he approached. You're leaving after that, right? The cat looked at him with innocent, mismatched eyes. It mewed as if to say, leave. Where would I go? I'm staying here. Then it shut its eyes and feigned sleep. Xian stood over the orange and white bundle for a full minute. Finally, he sighed. Fine, he said. You can sleep here tonight. Tomorrow you must go. The cat's ears twitched. No reply, but it seemed to accept the terms. Xian assumed consent, turned off the TV and lights, and went to bed. Even under the covers, he could hear faint purring drifting from the living room. He muttered, half asleep, honestly, and turned over. A cat was no big deal. He would deal with it tomorrow. Morning, however, came in the form of being stepped on. Not by a person, but by the cat. Waking confused, he opened his eyes to find the fat cat standing on his chest, looking down imperiously. Meow. Breakfast. I'm hungry. Xian stared for 3 seconds, then reached out, picked the cat up, and set it on the floor. Good morning, he said without expression. Also, who let you into my room? The cat answered with a smug mew. The door wasn't shut properly. I pushed it open myself. Impressed. Xian ignored the smugness and went to wash. The cat trailed his feet without missing a step, sitting by the bathroom door to watch him brush his teeth. When he washed his face, the cat leapt onto the sink and fixed its gaze on the faucet. Xian could no longer hold back. What exactly do you want? He demanded. The cat's cries translated plainly enough: breakfast. Is there any of last night's meat left? Xian understood the meow's intent and reheated the final pieces, placing them on a plate. The cat pounced and ate with relish. Xian boiled noodles for himself and sat at the table. Once finished, the cat hopped onto the table and fixed its gaze on his bowl. Meow. Looks good, can I try? Xian plucked a strand of noodle and offered it. The cat sniffed, took one bite, then spat it out. It seemed to scoff. Ugh, tasteless. Meat is superior. Xian retracted the noodle and finished his meal himself. After breakfast, he set to preparing a feast for his sister: ribs to marinate, fish to clean, vegetables to wash, a long list of tasks. The cat observed the entire process and occasionally offered commentary. It complained about his knife skills and the fish scales. This cutting is inferior, far worse than when you were hacking at that lizard yesterday. It fussed about the heat under the wok. Watch the flame. It's about to burn. Though he could not understand the words, Xian read the cat's disdain in its expressions and meows. Its manner plainly said, if you're incompetent, let me take over. Finally, when the cat tried for the third time to swat his knife as guidance, Xian lost patience. He set down the cleaver and fixed the cat with a stare. You, he said, are you possessed? The cat tilted its head and seemed to reply, possessed. No, awakened. A higher life form. Xian sighed and reached out his hand toward it. He performed esper Chega consciousness slice, a microcontrol variant, to test whether he could communicate with the cat using that ability. Silver filaments extended from his fingertips and brushed the cat's brow. The cat froze, then its eyes brightened. What is this? It feels pleasant. It seemed to think. Fragments of impression flooded Xian's mind. Hungry meat? Powerful. With you safe. The message was fuzzy but intelligible. So the cat wanted to cling to him. Xian retracted the filaments and regarded the expectant animal. You want to stay? He asked. The cat answered with enthusiasm, yes, yes. Why? Because you're awesome. You fought that giant lizard yesterday and were so cool. And I'll have meat if I follow you. Xian seized the key detail. You saw yesterday. The cat affirmed, of course. I watched from the rooftop. Masked like a monkey, you sliced that monster in an instant. It was breathtaking. Hearing this, Xian was silent for a few seconds. So not only was the cat awakened, it possessed a fair degree of intelligence, and it had witnessed his exploits. Can you speak human? He asked. The cat cocked its head. Speak human. I am a cat. The true tongue is cat speech. Xian gave up on that line of inquiry. He returned to his food prep, the cat at his side, offering the occasional critique. By noon, all the dishes were ready, awaiting Liyu's return. Xian collapsed on the couch, the cat curled against his leg. By the way, he suddenly asked, what's your name? The cat looked up. A name. I am simply myself. You can't keep calling it hey or cat forever, he thought. The cat paused to consider. It suggested grandly, I am majestic. Call me De Wong, great king. From its smug expression, Xian could guess the idea. All right, he said. You'll be called Pangju. The cat bristled. What? Pangju, I'm not fat. I'm just very fluffy. Objections are overruled, Xian said. Pangju. The cat protested loudly, then in the end yielded. It slumped on the sofa and turned its backside toward him in a show of protest. Xian laughed and scratched its chin. Pangju immediately began to purr, forgetting its indignation. At 1 o'clock, the doorbell rang. Liu had returned. Xian rose to open the door, Pangju slipping down to follow at his feet. Liu stood in the doorway with a small suitcase, travel-worn but beaming. Brother, I'm back, she cried, then noticed the cat at Xian's feet. Huh, what's this? Pangju lifted its head and regarded her with those mismatched eyes. It assessed, this is your sister. She'll do. Liu blinked, then her face lit up. You got a cat. So cute. She crouched to pet Pangju, who stepped back and hid behind Xian, only peeking out a little. It warned tersely, don't touch recklessly. We are not acquainted. Xian explained, it's a little shy. Liu kept her hand withdrawn, but continued to eye the cat. What's its name? She asked. Pangju, he answered. The cat objected internally, but Xian maintained a straight face. Liu chuckled. Pangju, apt. She brought her luggage and inhaled deeply and exclaimed at the aroma, what smells so good? Xian listed the dishes: sweet and sour ribs, steamed fish, garlic greens, mapo tofu. And the strawberries she loved, washed and ready. You're the best. Liu dashed to the kitchen to help herself. Pangju trailed at her feet, studying her curiously. It thought this sister seems a little silly. Xian shot at a look. Be quiet. Pangju muttered a small sullen mew. Lunch was plentiful, and Liu praised every dish. Pangju was given some ribs. Xian made sure to select boneless pieces for it. When their plates were empty, Liu flopped onto the sofa, patting her belly. Home is best. Did you miss me these past 2 days? No, Xian answered honestly. Liu feigned offense such duplicity. She looked at Peng Ju. Where did this cat come from? She asked. It came by itself, Xian replied. It refuses to leave. Liu reached to stroke it. Peng Ju this time did not retreat, but permitted the touch with reluctant tolerance. It's unusual, Liu said, noting the mismatched eyes and silk-soft fur. Peng Ju closed its eyes in bliss as she stroked it. Watching them, Xian found himself strangely warmed by the idea of having a few more cats around the home. At the very least, it would be livelier. Life returned to its former rhythm, at least on the surface. Xian resumed his languid existence, waking at leisure, using his ability to warm milk, cut fruit, and tidy the house. Then he would collapse on the sofa to watch television or play games, occasionally dashing off a few lines of manuscript to placate his editor. The only new addition to the household was a plump orange cat. This awakened feline quickly established itself as the household's tyrant, claiming the central seat on the sofa and demanding a punctual supply of exotic beast meat for its 3 daily meals. Now Xian would casually capture 2 or 3 low-ranked aberrant beasts on his weekly rounds. The orange cat expressed satisfaction, but would never admit it. Xian's legs had also become its designated resting spot. Meow. Translation: this meat is a bit tough today. Catch a tenderer one next time. The plump orange cat critiqued as it gnawed on the rabbit-like frank aberrant beast Xian had just brought back. Xian couldn't understand, but he could read the barely edible expression on its feline face. He sprawled on the other end of the sofa, scrolling through news on his phone. Bro, I won't be home for dinner. Liu poked her head out of her room, already changed, seemingly about to go out again. Another school activity? Xian asked without looking up. Yeah, club rehearsal, might be back by 10, Liu said while putting on her shoes. There's leftovers in the fridge. Heat them up with the cat. Got it. The door closed. The living room was once again just Xian and the orange cat. Meow. Translation: your sister's been busy lately. The cat licked its paw. Xian replied. This was the 3rd time this week. Liu was coming home later and going out more frequently. Though she always said it was for school activities, club rehearsals, or group projects, Xian could sense it. She was hiding something. Perhaps it was a little secret among ability users. Since she was in strength, there must be a ton of things she had to handle. Xian didn't press. Everyone had their secrets, just as he hadn't told Liu that he had awakened an ability and was keeping an awakened cat. Forget it, he said, putting down his phone and looking at the cat. What's for dinner? Braised or steamed? The cat perked up its ears. Meow. Translation: I get a choice. Steamed. With ginger. Though Xian couldn't understand, he read the anticipation in the cat's eyes. He got up and went to the kitchen, taking a piece of prepared aberrant beast meat from the fridge. It was a rank water arrow frog he caught yesterday. Its strength was unremarkable, but the meat was quite tender. As he prepared the ingredients, the orange cat jumped onto the kitchen counter to supervise. Meow. Translation: cut it into smaller pieces for flavor. Meow. Translation: more ginger. This cat loves it. Xian shot at a glance. Keep bossing me around, and there'll be no meat tonight. The cat immediately shut up, but its eyes continued to guide him. Dinner was simple steamed water arrow frog meat, paired with fried rice for Xian himself. One man and one cat ate their own meals in the quiet living room. The television was on, broadcasting the news. Recently, several cities have experienced abnormal weather phenomena. Experts explain it may be related to global climate change. The screen cut to a video shot by a netizen over a certain park. Dark clouds gathered, but only a small area was hit by a torrential downpour, while the surroundings were sunny. Vague figures could be seen moving within the curtain of rain. More ability users, Xian thought to himself. Lately, videos about superpowers and ability users were appearing more and more online. Some were clearly special effects, but others were too real. The authorities hadn't acknowledged them, but they also weren't instantly deleting or blocking them like before. Instead, there was a feeling of tacit approval, as if preparing the public. Xian didn't understand this much, nor did he care. As long as it didn't disturb his eating, sleeping, and writing, they could do whatever they wanted. After dinner, Xian cleared the dishes. The orange cat jumped onto the sofa and began to groom itself. Just then the door lock clicked. Liu was back earlier than she said. Bro. I'm home. She looked a bit tired, but her eyes were sparkling. Have you guys eaten? Yeah, Xian said, poking his head out of the kitchen. Didn't you say 10? Rehearsal ended early. Liu took off her coat and collapsed onto the sofa. I'm exhausted. Fatty, come here and let your sis give you a hug. The cat glanced at her, but didn't move. Meow. Translation: this cat doesn't want to move today. Liu didn't insist and reached out to scratch under its chin. The cat squinted its eyes. Purr purr. Its mouth said no, but its body was honest. Oh bro, Liu suddenly said. Have you seen the news lately? Those weird videos online. Xian's heart stirred, but his expression remained unchanged. Saw a bit. What about them? Do you think they're real? Liu looked at him. The superpower stuff. Probably special effects, Li Xian said casually. Technology is so advanced these days you can make anything. Yeah, I guess. Liu nodded, but her gaze was a little distant. The cat looked up, meow. Translation, is your sister testing you? Does she know you're one too? Li Xian ignored the cat and continued washing the dishes. He knew what Liu was worried about. If the existence of ability users was gradually made public, her life as an shrank would definitely be affected. And besides, she was still hiding it from him, her ordinary brother. Don't overthink it, Li Xian said, drying his hands as he walked out of the kitchen. Even if it's true, that's other people's business. We just need to live our own lives. Liu looked at him and suddenly smiled. Bro, you have such a great attitude. What else? Li Xian collapsed back onto the sofa. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Worrying is useless for ordinary folks like us. The cat rolled its eyes beside him, meow. Translation, keep pretending, go on. Li Xian reached out and pinched the cat's nape. The cat immediately bristled, meow. Translation, don't pinch. This cat's dignity. Liu was amused. Fatty seems to be getting smarter. Just a dumb cat, Li Xian said. Meow. Translation, you're the dumb one. Liu waved her hand, then thought of something. Oh bro, our school's anniversary is next month. Will you come? No, Li Xian refused decisively. Too many people, too noisy. Come on. There'll be tons of good food. And shows. Liu shook his arm. I told my classmates my brother is super handsome and they all want to meet you. No. Bro, not going. Liu pouted but didn't insist. She knew her brother's nature. He wouldn't go out if he could help it. Then, he'll bring some good food back for you. She said. Li Xian nodded. That works. At 11 at night, they each went to their rooms to sleep. Lying in bed, Li Xian could hear Liu on the phone in a hushed voice next door. Probably talking about something with Chunjia. He didn't eavesdrop. He turned over and closed his eyes. The next day was another ordinary one. Li Xian didn't wake up until 10 and the orange cat was already waiting for him on the bedside table. Meow. Translation, lazybones, this cat is hungry. Got it. Li Xian got up, went to the kitchen to heat up the cat's meat, and then made his own breakfast. Today he planned to write some drafts. His editor had sent a string of crying emojis saying that if he didn't hand in the manuscript, she would come knocking with a knife. He turned on the computer. The document was still blank. Li Xian thought for 3 minutes, and then opened a game. He'll play one round to find some inspiration, he told himself. The cat jumped onto the desk and crouched next to the keyboard, meow. Translation, slacking off again. This is called balancing work and rest, Li Xian said with a clear conscience. After one round, he lost badly. 2 teammates had gone AFK, and one had been cursing the whole time. Li Xian quit the game feeling that today wasn't a good day for writing. He decided to go out for a stroll and catch some fresh ingredients for the cat. Let's go out the door, he said to the cat. The cat's eyes lit up, meow. Translation, going to catch tasty stuff? It jumped off the table and followed at his feet. The late autumn streets were covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves. Li Xian walked slowly with his hands in his pockets, the cat pacing at his feet, though it kept a certain distance, pretending it wasn't with him. Arriving at a sparsely populated park, Li Xian's perception locked onto a target. An rank aberrant beast, tumbleweed. Not a plant, but a small aberrant beast that looked like a ball of grass. It moved fast, but was weak in attack. As for the taste of its meat, according to the cat it was okay, but not as good as the water arrow frog. The creature was rolling around in the bushes in a corner of the park, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Li Xian walked over and reached out his hand. Consciousness severance micromanipulation version. Silver threads instantly entangled the tumbleweed, dragging it out of the bushes. The thing was about the size of a basketball. After being caught, it struggled desperately, but to no avail. The orange cat came over and sniffed it. Meow. Translation, this one's okay, steam it. Li Xian stuffed the tumbleweed into a pre-prepared cloth bag, a modified old piece of clothing specifically for holding ingredients. Mission accomplished, time to go home. Passing by a dessert shop, Li Xian stopped. The window displayed a new strawberry cake that looked good. He thought for a moment, then went in and bought one. The cat waited for him at the door, its expression disdainful, meow. Translation, buying that sweet sticky stuff again. Shut up. Li Xian said, this is for my sister. Meow. Translation, excuses. Back home, Li Xian first processed the tumbleweed. He used consciousness severance to skin and gut it, cut it into pieces, marinated it, and put it in the fridge. Then he washed the strawberries and placed the cake on the table. At 4 in the afternoon, Liu returned. Bro, I'm home. She was in a good mood today. Wow. A cake. For me, Li Xian said, sprawled on the sofa. I passed by today and picked it up on a whim. You're the best, bro. Liu rushed over to hug him, but Li Xian blocked her with his hand. Wash your hands first. I know. After washing her hands, Liu couldn't wait to open the cake box. The cat also came over, staring at the cake. Want some too, fatty? Liu cut a small piece and put it on a little saucer. Here, have a taste. The cat sniffed it, took a lick, and then its expression twisted. To. Meow. Translation: too sweet. What is this stuff? It turned and left, jumping onto the sofa, presenting its rear to the cake. Liu was amused. It doesn't seem to like sweets. The dumb cat doesn't appreciate fine things, Xian said. Meow. Translation: you're the dumb one. Liu took a bite of the cake, squinting her eyes in satisfaction. Delicious. She ate while studying Xian. Bro, have you gotten fat? Xian looked down at himself. Have I? Yes. Liu said affirmatively. Look at your belly, you've got a little pot. Lying around all day, without moving, how could you not get fat? The cat gloated beside him. Meow, meow, meow. Translation: ha. Told you. Serves you right for lazing around all day. Xian shot a glance at the cat, then looked at Liu. And what about you? What about me? You? Xian paused. Aren't you too skinny? Especially. His gaze swept over Liu's chest. Liu. The cat. Meow, ha. Translation: flat. Flat. She's calling you flat. Though Liu couldn't understand cat language, she could guess from the cat's smug expression. Her face reddened, and she grabbed a throw pillow, hurling it at Xian. Bro, you pervert. Xian caught the pillow, looking innocent. What did I say? I meant you're too skinny, you need to eat more. That's not what you meant. That's exactly what I meant. You. The cat rolled on the sofa. Meow, meow, meow. Translation: fight. Fight. The living room erupted in a ruckus. It ended with Liu snatching Xian's strawberries, and Xian snatching Liu's cake as a peace treaty. The siblings sprawled on the sofa, eating each other's food while watching TV. The cat sat between them, looking at one, then the other, and finally sighed. Meow. Translation: a couple of kids. Outside the window, the sun was setting, painting the sky a tangerine red. The news was on TV, with the anchor introducing some new eco-friendly energy source, showing footage of researchers in white coats operating complex instruments. Xian knew that wasn't any eco-friendly energy at all, it was ability technology. He could sense the faint energy fluctuations in the footage. The world was changing, slowly, silently. But he didn't care. He just wanted to protect this home, protect his sister, and protect this dumb cat. To live an ordinary life. As for what the future held, tomorrow's problems can wait for tomorrow, he said, mouthful of cake. Liu leaned on his shoulder, nearly asleep. The cat jumped onto his lap, curled into a ball, and began to purr. The television light fell on their faces, warm and quiet. This was the life Xian wanted. Simple, plain, filled with trivial warmth. In the depths of the Pacific Ocean, within the Mariana Trench. This place, known to humanity as the deepest point on Earth, lies at a depth of 11,000 meters, shrouded in eternal darkness, where the pressure is enough to crush steel into a thin sheet. There was no light, no sound, only the dull vibrations like sighs transmitted by the movements of the Earth's crust. At least that was the case before 3 o'clock in the morning on October 31st. Then that thing awakened. Without any warning or prelude of energy fluctuations, as if it had always belonged there and humanity had simply never noticed. The first to detect the anomaly was the Abyss No. 7 monitoring buoy, suspended 300 meters above the trench. This precision device costing as much as a destroyer. Equipped with the world's most advanced energy sensing array, its original mission was to monitor the residual energy of the Abyss Singer's seal. At 3:07 a.m., all the instrument pointers inside the buoy simultaneously jumped to their maximum values. Instantly maxed out. The temperature sensor indicated that the surrounding seawater had risen by 15 degrees Celsius in 0.3 seconds. The seawater within a radius of 500 meters around the buoy had heated up entirely. The pressure sensor recorded 3 shock waves occurring at very short intervals and in completely opposite directions, as if some colossal entity beneath the seabed was turning over. The data transmitted back by the sonar array was even stranger. A massive sound source had suddenly appeared at the bottom of the trench with an initial estimated volume, a diameter exceeding 3 kilometers. Then this sound source began to ascend. Speed 80 meters per second. Direction vertically upward. Target the sea surface. The buoy's main control AI completed a threat assessment in 0.5 seconds, concluding it was SS class. Immediate report required. And it did report. Through a quantum encrypted channel, it packaged all the data and sent it to 17 preset receiving terminals: the Huaxia Supernatural Bureau, the Western Alliance Supernatural Response Department, the Arctic Federation Anomalous Phenomena Administration. Then the buoy vanished. In the final transmitted image, the seawater around the buoy suddenly became crystal clear, as if all suspended particles, microorganisms, and minerals had been stripped away in an instant by some force. Immediately after, the buoy itself began to disintegrate, like a castle built of sand scattered by the wind. Bit by bit, it turned into the most fundamental particles, dissipating into the seawater. From the appearance of the anomaly to the disappearance of the buoy, the total time elapsed was 4.2 seconds. Huaxia Jingqing Underground Command Center of the Supernatural Bureau. At 3:12 a.m., a piercing alarm tore through the tranquility of the deep night. It was the highest level, the firmament breach. This alarm had only sounded twice in the 70 years since the Bureau's establishment, once 30 years ago during the S-class aberrant beast landing in the East Sea, and another time 10 years ago with the awakening of the Abyss Singer. This was the third time. The command center was instantly ablaze with light. All off-duty personnel were awakened by the emergency call system rushing to their posts in pajamas and with disheveled hair. No one complained because everyone knew the significance of the firmament breach alarm. On the main screen, the last data from the Abyss No. 7 was scrolling. Beside it was a satellite surveillance image. In a certain area of the Pacific Ocean, a massive, irregular black shadow was ascending from the deep sea. Wherever it passed, the sea surface exhibited an eerie mirror-like smoothness. Confirmed. A pale-faced young technician at the main console spoke, his voice trembling. Energy readings have exceeded the upper limit of our current range. Comprehensive assessment SS class. A brief dead silence fell over the command center. SS class. These two letters signified a mobile catastrophe that should not exist within Earth's biosphere, capable of unilaterally rewriting the layout of continental plates. The last confirmed SS-class aberrant beast was the Abyss Singer, which awakened in the depths of the Pacific 10 years ago. If not for 004's prophecy 3 years in advance, allowing for the preemptive deployment of global S-class psychics, and their sealing of it at a great cost. There might be no human cities left along the Pacific coast now. And this time there was no warning at all. Codename. Zhou Jing was seated at the center of the command console, spoke, his voice as steady as if he hadn't just been roused from sleep. Tentatively, Abyss Echo. The technician operated quickly. Based on energy signature comparison, there is a 67 similarity to the Abyss Singer, but it's pure. Like what? Like the perfect form of the Abyss Singer. The technician uttered this conjecture with difficulty. Or perhaps the singer might just be this thing's juvenile form or an avatar. Zhou Zhengguo's pupils contracted slightly. He recalled the bitter sealing battle 10 years ago. 23 global S-class psychics participated, 7 were severely wounded, 3 suffered permanent damage to their psychic cores, and 1 fell. And that was just dealing with a juvenile. Predict its course. He commanded. A holographic map unfolded on the screen. A crimson dot emerged from the location of the Mariana Trench, extending a straight line upward, 15 degrees west of north. This line first passed through a chain of islands, and then 24 hours later, it would reach the coast of the Huaxia East Sea. Where is it going? Someone asked in a low voice. That's not important. Zhou Zhengguo stood up. What's important is that it must never be allowed to approach the mainland. He looked at the first landmass the red line on the map would encounter. An arc-shaped island nation with a total area of approximately 370 square kilometers and a population of 120 million. If the Abyss Echo were to land there, contact the island nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Zhou Zhengguo ordered. Send a highest-level warning in the name of the Huaxia Supernatural Bureau. Content SS-class aberrant beast is predicted to arrive in your nation's eastern waters in 7 hours. It is recommended to immediately declare a national state of emergency and evacuate the coastal population. Yes. Also, he took a deep breath. Activate the Great Wall Protocol Phase 3. Notify all registered S-class psychics. State of war, immediate standby. The command was given and the command center began operating at maximum efficiency. Encrypted communication channels connected 17 major global psychic organizations. Data sharing requests were sent. Joint action contingency plans were retrieved. And during this process, the black shadow on the satellite surveillance image had already ascended to 3,000 meters below the sea surface. A corner of its true form was finally captured by a high-altitude reconnaissance satellite. It was not a creature. At least not a creature in the traditional sense. It was a massive, irregular geometric shape. Its surface was covered in a constantly flowing dark blue luster, like liquid metal or condensed seawater. Its shape was in constant flux, sometimes elongating like a spindle, sometimes unfurling like a fan. But the core part always maintained a spherical region about 800 meters in diameter. Within that spherical region, the satellite's thermal imaging showed a temperature of near absolute zero, -268.2 degrees Celsius, while the seawater 500 meters around it was at a temperature of 95 degrees Celsius. Extreme cold and extreme heat coexisted in a manner that defied the laws of physics. Energy readings are rising again. The technician's voice carried a note of despair. It's still accelerating. The predicted time of arrival at the island nation's eastern waters is now 5 hours and 47 minutes. An hour faster than before. Was this thing learning? Adapting? No one knew. At the same time, major psychic organizations worldwide received the last data from the Abyss No. 7. Brussels Western Alliance Underground Command of the Supernatural Response Department. My God. A white-haired old man in military uniform stared at the screen, his coffee cup falling to the ground and shattering. Another one. Sir Huaxia has sent a joint action request. Approved. Approve it all. The old man almost shouted. Tell them we will mobilize all available forces. The aerial fortress fleet has already taken off, though I don't know if that thing will be of any use against an SS class. During the battle with the Abyss, the Western Alliance deployed 3 carrier strike groups and launched over 200 missiles of various types. The result, all were ineffective. The energy field of an SS-class aberrant beast was enough to distort physical laws. Conventional weapons would fail before even getting close. In the end, it was only by an S-class psychic detonating their psychic core within the beast at the cost of their life that a sealing window was barely created. And this time, how many S-class psychics can we deploy? The old man asked. The aide was silent for a few seconds. At least 3 are needed for Homeland Defense, 5 are on overseas missions and cannot be recalled. At most we can mobilize 4. 4. The old man closed his eyes. Inform them. To prepare for sacrifice. Yes, sir. Moscow Outskirts Arctic Federation Anomalous Phenomena Administration. The reaction here was even more direct. A middle-aged man in a heavy military coat with a scar on his face stared at the screen for 10 seconds, then turned and walked towards the armory. Director Yuri, where are you going? The Pacific. Yuri didn't look back. Prepare the fastest plane for me. But the General Administration's order is to. The General Administration's order is to stand by. Yuri pulled open the heavy iron door of the armory, revealing various specially made equipment inside. My order is stop it on someone else's turf before it gets near our coastline. He took down an exaggeratedly styled sniper rifle with a barrel as thick as a wrist and slung it over his shoulder. But Director, you alone? Who said I was going alone? Yuri grinned a savage, beastly expression. Signal the Frostwolf Squad. Tell them hunting time is here. The Frostwolf Squad, the Arctic Federation's most elite psychic combat unit. All members were A-class, with the squad leader being an S-class ranked in the top 50. They were renowned for their fearlessness. But facing an SS class, no one dared to imagine the outcome. Island Nation, Tokyo Prime Minister's official residence underground shelter. 4 a.m. Emergency Cabinet meeting. In summary, the credibility of the Huaxia warning is extremely high. The defense minister's face was pale. Their Abyss No. 7 buoy transmitted complete data before disappearing. That thing is indeed approaching us. Scale. The Prime Minister asked, his voice still relatively steady. Preliminary estimate. If it releases all its energy in coastal waters, the resulting tsunami would be enough to submerge the entire Kanto plain. The Defense Minister paused. Furthermore, its energy field will interfere with all electronic devices. Our missiles, fighter jets, even our communication systems could all fail. A dead silence fell over the meeting room. What about the psychics? The Prime Minister asked. Can our kamikaze force stop it? The Defense Minister was silent. The kamikaze force, the island nation's strongest psychic unit, boasted 2 S-class and 17 A-class psychics. It was considered an elite force in East Asia. But facing an SS class, we need assistance. The Defense Minister finally said. We have already sent urgent requests for aid to Huaxia, the Western Alliance, and the Arctic Federation. Huaxia has indicated they will provide full support. Their S-class psychics are mustering. What is the price? The Finance Minister asked sharply. It wasn't explicitly stated. The Defense Minister shook his head. But aid of this level cannot possibly be free. The Prime Minister closed his eyes, rubbing his temples. He knew what that price was, a complete alignment with Huaxia in future international affairs, making concessions in the allocation of psychic resources, perhaps even ceding part of its sovereignty. But compared to national annihilation, these costs seemed acceptable. Approve all aid requests. The Prime Minister opened his eyes, his gaze resolute. Furthermore, activate the Sakura Plan. All cabinet members' faces changed drastically. Prime Minister, the Sakura Plan is a last resort. This is the last moment. The Prime Minister interrupted him. If that thing makes landfall, if all aid fails, we must at least ensure the world remembers that this nation fought to the very last moment. The Sakura Plan, when the homeland is on the verge of falling, all A-class and above psychics would gather and launch a suicide attack by detonating their psychic cores. Theoretically, enough A-class detonations would have the power to severely wound or even kill an S-class aberrant beast. But facing an SS class, no one knew. The meeting adjourned in a heavy atmosphere. At 4:45 in the morning, in the underground 17th floor of the Huaxia Supernatural Ability Bureau, the Emergency Operation Conference Room. The atmosphere here is even more oppressive than that of the command center. On both sides of the long table sat over 20 people, all senior officials from the Bureau and class representatives still in the capital city. A holographic projection hovered above the table displaying the real-time position and energy readings of the vibesC. That crimson that was moving westward at an astonishing speed. Zhou Zhenghua stood at the main seat, his hands pressed against the table, scanning every person present with his gaze. Everyone is clear about the situation. His voice rang clearly in the silent conference room. The vibesC is moving towards the island nation and is expected to reach its eastern waters in 5 hours. Once it lands on the island, our East China Sea will be next. No one spoke, but everyone's expression was grave. The Bureau's decision is to take the initiative and strike. Zhou Zhenghua emphasized each word. We must intercept, eliminate, or seal it before it approaches our territorial waters. The location is in the eastern waters of the island nation. What about the cost? A gray-haired elder, a strategic advisor to the Bureau, asked. Last time with the vibesC, we suffered 3 permanent injuries amongst class members, just to seal it barely. This time the opponent might be in its complete form. How many classes do we need to stop it? 5, 10, or all of them? Not all will be mobilized. Zhou Zhenghua brought up a list. After assessment, we can mobilize at most 7 classes along with 20 class special agents to form an expedition team. The list projected above the table: Sequence 002, Witch of Reason Sequence 003, Ice Emperor Sequence 028, Wind Whisperer Sequence 030, The Enlightened One Sequence 033, Ice Fire Person Sequence 041, Sea King Sequence 068, Taishan. Hearing this list, gasps were heard in the conference room. Witch of Reason and Ice Emperor. A middle-aged woman murmured. They are our 2 highest-ranked sequences. And Sea King. Another advisor added. He has a natural advantage in maritime combat. The Ice Fire Person's abilities can counter the extreme temperature fields of the opponent. The Wind Whisperer can control the weather, which is also an important asset in naval battles. Taishan's gravity manipulation may restrict the opponent's movement. But what about the Enlightened One? Someone raised a question. Although he possesses the strongest defensive abilities among the sequences, his combat experience. The Enlightened One's ability is absolute defense. Zhou Zhenghua interrupted him. In front of an S-class, defense is more important than attack. We need him to protect others. But Director, the strategic advisor, frowned. Isn't this list too risky? The Witch of Reason and Ice Emperor are our strongest forces if something happens to them overseas. That's why we need them to go? Zhou Zhenghua's voice was firm. The energy readings of the vibesC have already surpassed the limits of our current assessment system. Sending ordinary classes would just be sending them to their deaths. Only the top-tier powers leading the way have a chance to probe its weaknesses. He paused, his voice lowering. And, do you all think this is just our problem? The holographic projection switched, displaying a record of encrypted communications. 0345 Western Alliance replies: Force classes can be mobilized. 15 classes expected to arrive in the designated sea area in 6 hours. 0347 Arctic Federation replies: Director Yuri has led the Ice Wolf team and set out, expected to arrive in 5 hours and 30 minutes. 0352 Island Nation replies: accepting all assistance. The Kamikaze Corps has entered the highest state of readiness. This is a global crisis. Zhou Zhenghua said. If we only send our secondary forces, what will other countries think? They will believe we are conserving our strength, and then joint operations will turn into individual battles. That would be the real disaster. The conference room fell silent. So Zhou Zhenghua stood straight. This list has been confirmed. Now the question is, who can contact these people and get them to the East China Sea frontline base in 3 hours? The officer responsible for contact immediately stood up. Her Excellency Witch of Reason is currently at the frozen laboratory in the north border. She has received the notice, and her reply is understood. Don't rush me. What about the Ice Emperor? Zhou Zhenghua asked. He should still be in Antarctica. No. Director. The officer's expression was somewhat strange. 3 minutes ago, we received a communication from His Excellency Ice Emperor. He said, he just happens to be fishing in the East China Sea. Everyone in the conference room was stunned. Fishing in the East China Sea. Zhou Zhenghua frowned. He ran from Antarctica to fish in the East China Sea. His exact words were, the fish in Antarctica are not tasty. I heard the fish in the East China Sea is good, so I came over. I didn't expect to run into such a big event. Oh, what bad luck. Zhou Zhenghua. The Wind Whisperer is currently on duty at the Jiangnan Weather Bureau and has been contacted. She is on her way to the base. The officer continued reporting. The Ice Fire Person was conducting research in the Southwest Volcano Group yesterday and just took off. The Sea King. He is in the East China Sea, claiming he smelled something big in the sea and wants to go check it out. Taishan is in closed-door meditation in the Northwest Gravity Anomaly Zone. Forcibly waking him may involve risks. Is the risk controllable? Zhou Zhenghua asked. He said he needs half an hour to adjust his breathing before he can set out. What about the Enlightened One? The officer's expression was even more peculiar. His Excellency, the Enlightened One, is asleep. His assistant said he stayed up late playing games and only fell asleep at 3 in the morning. He cannot be woken up now. Zhou Zhengguo rubbed his brow. Send someone to his house to splash cold water on him. Yes. At 5:20 in the morning, East China Sea Frontline Base. This was originally an auxiliary facility of a naval base located on an artificial island in the East China Sea. At this time, the base was brightly lit with helicopters constantly taking off and landing on the helipad, transporting personnel and equipment. In the base's command center, 7 classes had arrived one after another. The first to arrive was the Sea King, a middle-aged man who looked around 40 years old with dark skin. Dressed in a floral shirt and beach shorts, he wore flip-flops as if he had just returned from a beach vacation. He walked into the command center, yawned, and said, I'm here. By the way, is there breakfast? I haven't eaten yet. Following closely was the Wind Whisperer, a gentle woman in a cheapao. She held a silk fan and moved gracefully, looking less like someone heading to the battlefield and more like she was attending a tea party. Good morning, Your Excellency, Sea King. She smiled and nodded. Good morning, Wind Whisperer. Sea King grinned. Isn't it a bit inhumane to wake us up in the middle of the night to fight monsters? Duty calls. The Wind Whisperer replied softly. The third to arrive was the Ice Fire Person, a boy who looked only 16 or 17. He was munching on a hamburger as he walked. The hamburgers in the base cafeteria are pretty good, he mumbled. Just that the cola isn't cold enough. I can help you chill it. The Wind Whisperer smiled. Thanks, but I can manage it myself. The Ice Fire Person snapped his fingers and the surface of the cola cup instantly frosted over. The fourth to arrive was Xian, a taciturn middle-aged man. After he walked in, he sat down in a corner silently and closed his eyes to begin adjusting his breathing. The gravitational field around him was noticeably abnormal, causing the floor beneath his feet to slightly sink. The fifth was the Enlightened One, being supported by 2 assistants. He was a young man who looked just over 20. His hair was so disheveled it looked like a bird's nest, his eyes not fully open, and he wore pajamas printed with anime girls. Let me sleep for 5 more minutes. Just 5 more minutes, he mumbled. Your Excellency, the Enlightened One, wake up. The assistant shook him. Mission, S-Class Beast. What about S-Class? S-Class can't disturb someone's sleep, the Enlightened One said as he tried to drift back to sleep. The Wind Whisperer walked over and gently fanned with her silk fan. A breeze blew past, carrying a refreshing scent. The Enlightened One sneezed and finally woke up a bit. Who? Sister Wind Whisperer. Uncle Sea King. Why are you all here? Where's this? East China Sea Frontline Base. Sea King replied, unamused. You brat, we're about to fight an S-Class and you're still in this state. S-Class. The Enlightened One instantly woke up. Wait. I'm just a defensive type. You want me to fight an S-Class? I'll die. We're not asking you to fight, we're asking you to protect us. The Ice Fire Person finished his hamburger and wiped his mouth. Doesn't your absolute defense claim to be able to withstand an S-Class full-force attack? Isn't that a chance for you to test it? That's just a claim. Besides, once I'm out at sea, I'm basically a live target, the Enlightened One said with a mournful face. Don't worry, a cold voice came from the doorway. If you die, I'll collect your ashes and reassemble them into human form. Everyone turned to look. Lilith, Sequence 002, Witch of Reason, stood at the door. She still wore that black Lolita dress, white stockings, and black leather shoes. She still held that enormous hardcover book, but it was closed at this moment. She walked in, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. Is everyone here? She asked. We're still missing the Ice Emperor, Sea King said. He has arrived, Lilith pointed outside the window. Everyone looked outside the window and saw that at some point a iceberg had appeared on the sea surface outside the base. No, it wasn't an iceberg. It was a person. A young man dressed in a white robe with white hair and white eyebrows stood on the sea surface. 100-meter-wide ice layer extended beneath his feet, freezing the surrounding seawater. He was holding a fishing rod with the fishing line dangling into a hole in the ice, actually fishing. Ice Emperor, the Enlightened One murmured. Is he really fishing in the East China Sea? What else? The Ice Emperor did not turn around, his voice coming through the glass. The penguins in Antarctica are too noisy. This place is peaceful. But S-Class. The Enlightened One wanted to say something. What about S-Class? The Ice Emperor finally turned his head, revealing a handsome, yet indifferent face. Does being S-Class mean I can't fish? Everyone is here. Zhou Zhengguo's voice came from the communicator. Everyone please proceed to the operation briefing room. In the briefing room, the holographic projection had already unfolded. The real-time image of the Abyss Echo hovered in the center, a massive, ever-changing dark blue geometric figure moving northwest at a speed of 320 kilometers per hour. The latest data. The base commander, a gray-haired veteran general, pointed to the projection. The target is still 1,200 kilometers from the eastern coastline of the island nation. Estimated time of arrival 4 hours and 37 minutes. Have its energy characteristics been analyzed? Lilith asked. Partially. The technical staff pulled up the data. The core area temperature is close to absolute zero, while the outer seawater temperature is 95 degrees Celsius. The energy field radius is about 1.5 kilometers. Within that radius, all physical laws will be distorted. Conventional weapons are ineffective, and the effects of supernatural attacks are yet to be tested. Are there any weaknesses? King asked. For now, none have been found. The technician said with difficulty. But based on the battle examples of the Abyss Singer S-class beasts usually have a core, destroying the core can kill it. The problem is, we don't know where the core of the Abyss Echo is. We'll know if we probe it. The Ice Emperor finally walked and the fishing rod in his hand had disappeared. Who goes first? Everyone fell silent. Facing an S-class, whoever goes first might just be the first to die. I will go. Taishan suddenly spoke, his voice heavy as a bell. My gravitational field can limit its movement, creating opportunities for you. It'll go with you, the ice fire person said. My temperature control might disrupt its extreme temperature field. Then Wind Whisperer and I will provide remote support. King said. I have the home field advantage at sea, and Wind Whisperer can manipulate the weather to create favorable conditions. The enlightened one hesitated. I'll do my best to protect everyone. In the end, everyone's gaze turned to Lilith and the Ice Emperor. These two highest-strength classes were the true core of this operation. What are you looking at me for? Lilith opened her book. He'll be responsible for dismantling that thing before you all die. He'll keep it cool. The Ice Emperor said flatly. In a low-temperature environment, all reactions will slow down, including its energy operation. The division of labor was initially determined. But everyone knew that this was merely an idealized plan. Faced with an S-class, any plan could collapse in an instant. There's one more thing. The veteran general's expression was grave. According to intelligence from the island nation, their kamikaze corps has already arrived in the designated sea area. The Force classes and 15 classes from the Western Alliance are expected to arrive in 2 hours. Director Yuri from the Arctic Federation and his Ice Wolf team will arrive in 1 hour. In other words, Lilith closed her book. We have to cooperate with a group of strangers to fight a monster we know nothing about. That's one way to understand it. The veteran general nodded. Silence fell in the conference room once again. Interesting. The Ice Emperor suddenly laughed, though that laughter was as cold as the polar wind. Let the whole world see what the classes of Huaxiao are really capable of. He turned and walked out of the briefing room with others following suit. Lilith walked last. As she passed Zhou Zhengguo's holographic projection, she paused. Director Zhou, she said. Her Excellency Lilith, please speak. If I don't come back, Lilith's tone was as flat as if she were saying, the weather is nice tomorrow. Send the fairy tale books from the third shelf of my lab to a few children I know in the north border. I have the address saved in the terminal. Zhou Zhengguo was silent for 2 seconds. Understood. Also, Lilith added. Tell that dead guy 004 that his prophecy was spot on 3 years. We didn't even last 3 months. After saying this, she walked out of the briefing room. The door closed behind her. Zhou Zhengguo stood in front of the holographic projection, watching the 7 classes figures disappear at the end of the corridor. Outside the window, the sky began to brighten. On the sea surface, the morning sun was slowly rising, dyeing the sky a blood-red color. Notify all units, he said into the communicator. The Great Wall operation officially begins. May they return safely? No one answered, because everyone knew that facing an S-class returning safely was itself a luxury. At precisely 6 in the morning, when the Abyssal Echo was still 1,000 kilometers from the eastern waters of the island nation's 17 countries, including Huaxiao, the Western Alliance, and the Arctic Federation, simultaneously released a joint declaration. The title of the declaration was straightforward and concise: Joint Notice Regarding the Pacific Anomaly and the Existence of Espers. The content was more extensive, but the core information could be summarized in a few points. First, the existence of a special group of people known as espers was confirmed, defined as humans who have awakened special abilities due to genetic mutations or unknown causes. Second, the existence of aberrant beasts was confirmed, defined as creatures mutated by unknown energies possessing immense destructive power and posing a threat to human safety. Third, an ultra-class aberrant beast named Abyssal Echo had emerged in the Mariana Trench region of the Pacific. Its threat level was assessed as S-class, the highest ever recorded, and it was currently moving northwest. Fourth, major esper organizations worldwide had formed a joint expeditionary force and would conduct an interception operation in the international waters of the Pacific. Fifth, coastal nations were urged to activate emergency protocols and evacuate potentially affected citizens. The declaration was accompanied by satellite imagery and energy reading charts of the abyssal echo, of course a version process to avoid causing excessive panic. There was also a 30-second video clip showing class espers from various nations assembling, boarding aircraft, and departing. Within 10 minutes of the declaration's release, the global internet was completely paralyzed. Traffic exceeded the capacity limits of all servers. Social media, news websites, video platforms. Every place where information could be obtained was packed with people. Hashtags like espers are real, SS class aberrant beast abyssal echo, and end of the world refreshed at a rate of millions per second. Panic spread like a plague, but it only spread for about 2 hours, because the reaction speed of various governments far exceeded expectations. At 8 in the morning, all television stations, radio broadcasts, and news apps in Huaxia switched to a special live program. The host was not the usual news anchor, but a spokesperson from the General Bureau dressed in a military uniform. Fellow citizens, I am Zhao Tianming, spokesperson for the Huaxia Esper General Bureau. The middle-aged man on the screen had a serious expression, but his tone was steady. I know everyone has many questions and fears. Please first calm down and listen to me. Espers did not just appear out of nowhere. They have always existed silently guarding this world. Over the past few decades, they have been present behind every natural disaster, every accident. They are also ordinary people. They have families, jobs, joys, and sorrows. The only difference is that they bear an extra responsibility. Aberrant beasts are not a new phenomenon either. From the East China Sea tsunami 30 years ago to the abnormal Pacific climate 10 years ago to the frequent strange occurrences around the world recently. These are all signs of aberrant beast activity. And every time it was the espers who stood at the very front. This time the situation is indeed more severe. The threat level of the abyssal echo is unprecedented. But please believe that we are not unprepared. The screen switched to a world map marking the number of class espers dispatched by each nation. Huaxia 7 individuals. Western Alliance 4 individuals. Arctic Federation 1 individual director Yuri, plus the Ice Wolf Squad, all a class. Island Nation 2 individuals kamikaze unit. Plus 13 other countries dispatching a total of 9 class and over 50 class espers. This is the first global joint operation of espers in human history, the spokesperson said with a firm voice. We have gathered our most elite forces and will intercept the abyssal echo in international waters. Our goal is to stop it outside human populated areas no matter the cost. Now please remain calm and continue with your daily lives. Government departments at all levels have activated emergency plans. If evacuation is necessary, you will be notified. Please trust our espers, trust our nation, and trust in the power of human unity. The live broadcast lasted 45 minutes, answering a dozen pre-prepared questions. The effect was surprisingly good. Panic did not completely disappear, but it was at least contained within an acceptable range. People began discussing the abilities of espers, the types of aberrant beasts, the odds of victory in this battle. And the biggest change was espers had transformed from an urban legend into reality. People started digging up old paranormal videos and superpower sighting records, realizing many of them were real. That person who could fly. Probably a wind-type esper. That person whose hands were on fire. Probably a fire-type esper. That person who punched through a wall. Probably a strength-type esper. The world was still the same world, but people's perception of it was completely overturned overnight. Jiangqing Li Xian's apartment. At 9 in the morning, Li Xian was sprawled on the sofa, watching the special live broadcast on TV. The fat orange cat lay by his leg, also staring at the screen. Bro, did you see it? Li Yu rushed out of her room, her face somewhat pale. That announcement. I saw it. Li Xian didn't look up. So you're an esper. Li Yu froze. I am not. Stop pretending. Li Xian finally turned to look at her. You've been having school activities every day lately, sneaking phone calls late at night, and that energy fluctuation, I've sensed it for a long time. Li Yu opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. Chinzhou is 1-2 right. Li Xian continued. You both are. So that time at the hot pot restaurant, his finger on fire wasn't a magic trick. Yes. Li Yu lowered her head. Sorry bro for hiding it from you. What's there to be sorry about? Li Xian looked back at the TV. Everyone has their secrets. You didn't tell me because you didn't want me to worry. I know. Li Yu's eyes reddened. But Li Xian paused this time with that S-class thing. Are you guys going to? No. Li Yu shook her head. The General Bureau said Brother Chinzhe and I are too young and inexperienced. We weren't selected this time. We've been assigned to stay in Jiangqing and monitor any possible secondary aberrant beasts. That's good. Li Xian nodded. Let the old demers deal with that big monster. But, Li Yu bit her lip. Among those who went there are seniors I know. 002 Lilith 003 Ice Emperor 028 Wind Whisperer. They are all very good people. They will come back. Li Xian said. How do you know? Because they have to come back. Li Xian picked up the remote and changed the channel. Otherwise, who will pay my little sister's salary? Who will pay your tuition? Liu was stunned for a moment then laughed, but as she laughed tears fell. Silly girl. Xian handed her a tissue. Stop crying. Watch TV. The live broadcast is about to start. On the television, the special broadcast had already switched to a frontline feed. It was the deck of a destroyer, the shot somewhat shaky. The backdrop was the vast Pacific Ocean, the sky, overcast, the waves turbulent. 7 figures stood at the front of the deck. Lilith was still holding her book, but now it was open, its pages rustling in the wind. Ice Emperor stood beside her, his white hair flowing in the breeze, an aura of visible cold radiating from him. Wind Whisperer leaned on her silk fan, the hem of her Chong Sam fluttering gently. Sea King had shed his floral shirt for a deep blue combat suit, his gaze sharp as a blade. Ice Fireman toyed with a leaping flame in his hand, his expression as relaxed as if he were on a picnic. Mount Tai stood in silence, the deck beneath his feet slightly dented. Mingren hid at the very back, muttering to himself as if in prayer. This is the East China Sea Forward Base. A voiceover began. The Huaxiao Expeditionary Force has arrived at the designated sea area approximately 300 kilometers from the Abyssal Echo's current position. Reinforcements from the Western Alliance and the Arctic Federation are en route, expected to rendezvous in 1 hour. According to the latest data, the Abyssal Echo's energy readings are still rising. Its movement speed has reached 350 kilometers per hour. It is expected to enter attack range in 3 hours. The camera zoomed out, displaying a tactical map. A scarlet light spot was moving rapidly with a dozen blue light spots converging towards it. The eyes of the entire world are focused here at this moment. The voiceover continued. This is the most powerful confrontation between humanity and an aberrant beast ever. Liu clenched her fists. Xian was still sprawled on the sofa, but his gaze was a little more serious than usual. The fat orange cat raised its head, its heterochromatic eyes fixed on the screen, its ears twitching slightly. Meow? Xian couldn't understand, but he could sense the cat's unease. He reached out and scratched the fat orange cat's chin. It's okay, he said. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Pacific Ocean Expeditionary Force Destroyer. 3 more hours. Sea King looked at the tactical map. Why aren't those Western Alliance guys here yet? Their plane encountered an air current and was delayed. Wind Whisperer said softly. But they should make it in time. What about the island nation's kamikaze unit? Ice Fireman asked. They are already standing by 50 kilometers away. Mount Tai opened his eyes. They sent a message saying they are willing to follow our command. Sensible of them. Lilith closed her book. So is the battle plan confirmed? It's confirmed. Ice Emperor walked to the edge of the deck, looking at the distant horizon. For the first probing attack, Lilith and I will be responsible. The 5 of you will support from the side and observe its reactions. That's too risky, Mingren whispered. You two are the main force. What if? There is no what if. Lilith said. If even we can't probe its weaknesses, then anyone else who goes would be walking to their deaths. But Mingren. Ice Emperor turned to look at him. How large of an area can your absolute defense cover? At full power, a radius of 50 meters, Mingren said. But I can only maintain it for 30 seconds. That's enough. Ice Emperor nodded. While Lilith and I attack, you are responsible for protecting the others. 30 seconds is enough for us to complete 1 probing round. Mingren wanted to say more, but seeing Ice Emperor's icy gaze, he swallowed his words. Then it settled. Sea King clapped his hands. Wind Whisper, please adjust the weather to create favorable conditions for us. I'm already working on it. Wind Whisperer smiled. In 3 hours, this sea area will be covered in thick fog. Visibility will be less than 100 meters. Thick fog. Ice Fireman frowned. Wouldn't that be disadvantageous for us too? But it's more advantageous for us, Lilith said. In the fog, our smaller size makes us harder to lock onto. And that thing, it's so big there's nowhere for it to hide. Makes sense. The battle plan was finalized, and everyone began their own preparations. Lilith returned to the cabin and continued reading her book, but this time she was looking at a photo tucked inside it. The photo showed several children laughing happily in the snow of the northern frontier. Ice Emperor stood on the deck, condensing an ice crystal lance in his hand and carefully polishing it. Wind Whisperer stood at the highest point of the bridge, gently waving her silk fan, and the sea breeze began to change direction. Sea King jumped into the sea, disappearing beneath the waves. He could exert his maximum power underwater. Ice Fireman checked his equipment, specially made metal spheres, each containing compressed fire and ice to their limits. Mount Tai sat with his eyes closed, regulating his breathing, the gravity field around him fluctuating in intensity. Mingren hid in the cabin, kowtowing before a small idol. Time ticked by. At 11 in the morning, the Abyssal Echo's energy readings broke a new peak. At 11:30, the Western Alliance's Force Class and 15A-class espers arrived at the rendezvous point. At 11:45, Director Yuri of the Arctic Federation and his Ice Wolf squad arrived. At exactly 12 noon, the global live broadcast switched to a high-altitude aerial view. On the vast Pacific Ocean, a colossal dark blue geometric form was slowly emerging from the sea. Its size was larger than the satellite images had shown, over 2 kilometers in diameter and 500 meters in height. The dark blue luster flowing on its surface writhed like a living thing, occasionally rippling with wave-like patterns. Around it, the seawater was split into 2 extremes. The area near it boiled and churned with steam soaring into the sky. The slightly farther area had fine ice crystals forming floating on the sea surface. The boundary between extreme heat and extreme cold was terrifyingly clear. The target has entered visual range. The voiceover of the global broadcast announced, its voice laden with suppressed awe. This is the S-class aberrant beast abyssal echo. The camera zoomed in on the surface of that thing and I suddenly opened. It was a pure black aperture over 100 meters in diameter. Deep within the aperture, swirling starlight was faintly visible, as if it were connected to another universe. That I slowly rotated, scanning the fleet on the sea surface, the reconnaissance planes in the high sky, and every single person around the world watching the live broadcast. An intangible pressure radiated through the screen. Countless people felt a pang of fear in that instant. Jiangqing Li Xian's apartment. Li Xian sat up straight. The fat orange cat's fur bristled. Li Yi's face was deathly pale, her fists clenched tightly. So this is S-class, she murmured. On the TV that I stared at the camera for 3 seconds, then slowly closed. The next second, the abyssal echo moved. It wasn't moving, but transforming. Its massive geometric form began to split and reconfigure, with countless dark blue tentacles extending from its surface. Each tentacle was hundreds of meters long, their tips as sharp as spears. The tentacles slowly rose, pointing towards the sky, pointing towards the tiny humans approaching it. First contact, the voiceover said, is about to begin. 7 billion people around the world held their breath. At the very moment when countless dark blue tentacles were about to pierce the sky and the hearts of 7 billion people worldwide were suspended in their throats, time stood still. No, not entirely still. The waves continued to surge, the clouds kept drifting. But the movements of the abyssal echo, along with the poised attacks of all rank ability users, seemed frozen in place. Then above the sea, between the monster and the human fleet, a figure materialized out of thin air. No spatial fluctuations, no ripples of energy. It was as if he had always belonged there, merely invisible until now. He was a man in an ordinary gray trench coat, appearing to be around 30, with a face so plain it would slip from memory the moment you looked away. His hands in his pockets, he stood lazily in the air, glancing down at the colossal entity below, a 12-kilometer-wide behemoth that had put the world on high alert. TCH, he uttered a disdainful sound. Came here, did you? Then, to the astonishment of the 7 billion watching through live broadcasts, an unbelievable scene unfolded. He extended his right hand and made a gentle grasping motion toward the abyssal echo. No light, no sound, no burst of energy. That S-rank aberrant beast. A mobile calamity theoretically capable of destroying continents in existence that had mobilized the world's most elite forces, shrank under that grasp. Its 2-kilometer diameter contracted to the size of a basketball, its 500-meter height reduced to a fist. The dark blue geometric form became a smooth, deep blue sphere, its surface shimmering with a faint luster. The man caught the small sphere, weighed it in his hand, and casually stuffed it into his coat pocket. Sorry, he said, raising his head to look at the camera, or rather at the global audience beyond it. A little toy from home accidentally got loose. Didn't scare you, did it? A global silence fell. On the deck of the destroyer, the book in Lilith's hand dropped to the ground with a thud. The chill around Ice Emperor dissipated instantly. Wind Whisperer's silk fan froze midair. Sea King, just emerging from the water, nearly choked at the sight. Mingren burst out of the cabin, dumbfounded. Did I just imagine that? No one answered him. Because everyone had witnessed the same absurd scene. The man patted his pocket to ensure the small sphere wouldn't fall out, then turned his gaze toward Lilith. His eyes lingered on her for a few seconds. Then on his utterly ordinary face, an incredibly vivid expression emerged, a mix of shock, amusement, and disbelief. Uffed, he couldn't help but laugh. Lilith, is that you? How did you end up like this? Lilith frowned. You know me. Know you? Know you is an understatement. The man laughed so hard he was rocking back and forth, even stomping his foot in the air. My God, how did you shrink so much? And wearing such a little dress. Your taste in fashion wasn't like this before. Lilith's face darkened. I don't know you. And what I wear is none of your business. Oh right, you don't know me, the man recalled, slapping his forehead. Of course the current you doesn't know me. But it's fine, I just think. Ha 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 ha, this is too amusing. He floated over to Lilith, circling her, as if examining a rare treasure. A 12-year-old appearance. Permanently frozen. What kind of performance art is this? He reached out to pinch her cheek, but Lilith dodged with a tilt of her head. Don't touch me. Still as bad-tempered, the man withdrew his hand, unbothered. But at least your personality hasn't changed much. It's just this look. I have to capture this. They'll show you later. I bet even you'll laugh. With that, he actually pulled out a phone, an ancient model like something from 20 years ago, and snapped a picture of Lilith with a click. The air around Lilith began to warp, a precursor to her ability activating. Don't be mad, the man said, putting away his phone and waving his hands. Just a joke between old friends, gotta lighten the mood, right? I told you I don't know you, Lilith said coldly. Fine, you don't know me. The man raised his hands in surrender, but a smile still lingered on his face. How about this? I'll do you a small favor as an apology. Before Lilith could respond, he turned to face the vast Pacific Ocean, facing the entire world. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A soft snap, barely audible above the wind and waves. But after that snap, Earth changed. Not a physical transformation, but something deeper, more fundamental. Everyone watching the live broadcast, everyone on Earth at that moment, no matter where they were or what they were doing, felt something inside them loosen, like chains being unlocked, a valve being turned to dormant, instinct awakening. In Jiangxing at Li Xian's apartment, Li Xian abruptly sat up straight. He sensed it, not a change in the omnipotent authority which still lay dormant in the depths of his consciousness, but the surrounding world. The energy density was skyrocketing. The psychic fluctuations in the air intensified tenfold, 100-fold, even more. The TV screen flickered, the live feed cutting out for a few seconds. When the picture returned, the camera shook violently, capturing a scene unfolding on the destroyer Mingren. The absolute defense ability, user ranked 030, suddenly clutched his chest, his face turning crimson. The space around him began to distort, a translucent barrier expanding outward from him. Not 50 meters, but 500. My ability. Mingren stared at his hands in awe. It's improved? No, it's evolving. He wasn't alone. The flames in Fire Ice Man's hands shifted from orangered to pure white. The temperature spiked and the deck beneath him began to melt. Wind Whisperer's silk fan moved on its own, the surrounding breeze, turning into a gale, then into a controllable tornado. Sea King leaped from the sea, trailing a wall of water 100 meters high behind him. Taishan's gravity field expanded threefold, causing the entire destroyer to sink slightly. Lilith looked down at her hands, complex patterns reflected in her deep purple pupils, the manifestation of her ability's essence clearer than ever before. And Ice Emperor. The sea around him froze solid for 10 kilometers in an instant. But these were just the changes among the ranks. Across the globe, countless ordinary people. A high school student in class suddenly discovered he could make a pen float. A programmer working late into the night saw sparks fly from his fingertips. An old farmer toiling in the fields felt the soil beneath him become soft and fertile. A nurse on duty in a hospital saw a healing glow emanate from her palm. Awakenings, massive, global, and without warning. Not a fortunate few, but tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of millions. And every newly awakened person, the moment their abilities surfaced, knew one thing: the name of their ability. And its rank in the sequence. It was a more fundamental, direct knowledge, as if etched into their very genes. Some were ranked 985, some 532, some 211. And the original ranks. Their sequences had changed. Lilith knew she was no longer 002, but 003. Ice Emperor went from 003 to 005. Wind Whisperer dropped from 028 to 045. Everyone's sequence shifted, some up, some down. But without exception, they all clearly perceived their new positions in the sequence. As if a brand new global ranking had just been refreshed. Above the sea, the mysterious man looked on with satisfaction. That looks much better, he nodded as if admiring his own handiwork. Earth was too weak before, didn't even have decent toys. Now, at least we can play a while longer. He turned to Lilith and winked. No need to thank me, old friend. Though you don't know me now. Maybe we'll meet again later. What did you do? Lilith asked, her voice carrying a hint of uncertainty for the first time. Just added a little spice to this world, the man said with a smile. Don't worry, it's a good thing. For most people, at least. He looked up at the sky, then down at the ocean. Finally, his gaze swept over the still stunned Srank ability, users, the camera, and every stunned face before the screen. Well then, he said, the game officially begins. Hope you all have fun. As his voice faded, his figure began to dissolve like melting ice or dissipating mist. Just before vanishing completely, as if recalling something, he added, "Oh right, I'm taking that little toy with me. They'll keep a closer eye on it next time, if there is a next time." Then he was gone. The sea returned to calm. The wind continued to blow, the waves to surge, as if everything that had just happened was merely an overly vivid collective hallucination. But everyone knew it wasn't, because the abilities remained, the knowledge of the sequence remained, and the world was irrevocably changed. On the destroyer's deck, a deathly silence lasted a full minute. Then Ice Emperor spoke first, his voice dry. What just happened? No one could answer. The global broadcast froze on the spot where the man had vanished. The voiceover was gone, even the director seemed at a loss. The world was plunged into unprecedented bewilderment. Meanwhile, in Jiangxing at Li Xian's apartment, Li Xian sat on the sofa, head bowed, staring at his hands. At that very moment, when the man snapped his fingers, when countless people across the globe awakened their abilities, his omnipotent authority, the dormant sequence 001 deep in his consciousness trembled. Not enhanced, not changed, but as if touched by something. Then he knew one thing: his own sequence hadn't changed. Still 001. But the total number of sequences had changed. Before, the sequence only went up to 999. Now it went up to 10000, 10,000 sequences. And his 001 still stood at the top. Brother. Li's voice trembled. Are you okay? Li Xian looked up at his sister. Her expression was complex, shock, confusion, and a hint of fear she hadn't even recognized in herself. I'm fine, Li Xian said, his voice calm, even surprising himself. How about you? How do you feel? Liu clenched her fists. My sequence changed. From 012 to 016. Dropped 4 places. But she could feel that her ability hadn't weakened, in fact it was stronger. It was just that in this new sequence system more people were ranked above her. What about Chenji? Li Xian asked. He just messaged. Liu glanced at her phone. His sequence went from 021 to 025. Also dropped. But again his ability had strengthened. Li Xian nodded and slumped back into the sofa. On the TV, the live broadcast finally returned to normal. The host babbled incoherently, trying to explain what had just happened, but clearly didn't understand it himself. The global internet crashed again. This time because too many people were simultaneously trying to share their awakening experiences. The world was in chaos. But also, starting anew. The fat orange cat jumped onto Li Xian's lap, its heterochromatic eyes fixed on him. Meow. Translation: you seem different. Li Xian stroked the cat's head. Nothing's different, he said. I'm still me. Only the world was no longer the one it used to be. After a prolonged snow-static silence, the live signal from the Pacific was finally cut back to the studio. The host's face was pale, his words incoherent. He attempted to encapsulate those absurd minutes with grand terms like unfathomable supernatural phenomena and a turning point in human history. Yet any word seemed feeble before that image. An S-level apocalyptic crisis was casually pocketed like a roadside pebble. The crisis ended in a manner that nearly humiliated human anxiety, like a child's game. But the mess left behind was far more headache-inducing for official agencies worldwide, especially the Huaxia Supernatural Bureau, than 100 abyssal echoes. First, there was the matter of explaining the gray-clad man. It was nearly an impossible task. Eventually, after global emergency consultations, a vague joint supplementary statement was released. It suggested the existence of an incomprehensible higher-order protective force or phenomenon and was temporarily archived as an X-level unknown entity. It also called for public calm and trust in the existing social system. The statement itself was a bad joke, but at least it was an explanation. The real storm came after that snap. The global awakening tide was not evenly distributed, nor was everyone jubilant. Some became inflated with power, leading to small-scale conflicts, displays, and even crimes in the streets. Others panicked or suffered mental breakdowns from the sudden change. Many were simply lost, bewildered by the sparks sprouting from their palms or the phantom numbers before their eyes. The Bureau's phones were overwhelmed, from inquiries like "what do I do if my fingers are sparking?" to reports like "my neighbor can lift a trash can and throw it to the second floor." Incidents of all kinds grew exponentially. The special task forces, originally focused on high-threat aberrant beasts and major supernatural crimes, had to divert significant manpower. They were thrown into tedious tasks like maintaining basic order, registering and guiding new awakeners, and handling supernatural-related civil disputes. On the streets, plainclothes Bureau staff began accompanying patrolling police officers. They were too busy to change into uniforms tasked with initial screening and pacification. The news cycled through basic code of conduct for supernaturals, an initiative on proper use of newly acquired abilities, their tone growing increasingly stern. The world was chaotic. Occasionally one might see someone using telekinesis to snatch the last bag of chips in a supermarket. A bus window might frost over due to someone's emotional outburst. But overall, the societal framework remained intact. After the initial shock, the state machinery began to re-engage and operate with astonishing efficiency. Chaos, but within manageable bounds. A new daily reality tinged with magical realism was rapidly forming amidst the disorder. Deep beneath the Supernatural Bureau, an urgent strategic meeting had been ongoing for over a dozen hours. The air was thick with smoke, and everyone's eyes were bloodshot. "The statistics are out," a data integration officer said, his voice hoarse. Nationwide, among the new awakeners, 132 have been preliminarily identified in the top 1,000, sequence 17 in the top 100, and currently 0 in the top 10. The highest is a young man who awakened spontaneously in the northwestern Gobi with a sequence of 47 and an ability preliminarily assessed as related to Earth Pulse. Zhou Lao and Zhou Xingguo's faces were grim. The top 10, especially the vacant sequence 001 that theoretically should exist, became the greatest cloud of doubt and hope in their hearts. The power level displayed by the gray-clad man made them profoundly aware that against the earth-shattering outcome foretold in Prophecy 004, even the existing top combatants like Lilith and Ice Emperor might still be far from sufficient. They had to find the seeds of a new era. Those with the highest sequence potential, the newcomers, must be cultivated as quickly as possible at any cost. Find them, Zhou Zhengguo said, decisively, deep, dark circles under his eyes. Especially potential high-sequence individuals, those in the top 500, must be marked as priorities. Activate the highest protocol of Project Spark. Resource allocation policy exceptions. In the shortest time, forge them from bewildered rookies into pillars capable of standing alone and even confronting the apocalypse. We don't have 3 years' time, might be even shorter. The commands cascaded down. While managing daily chaos, the vast machinery of the Bureau began another silent and urgent search and screening. All regional bureaus received a mandatory order to cooperate with the new Myriad sequence sensor conducting a grid search. It was a rough, hastily developed version capable of scanning sequence fluctuations over a wide area. At the Jiangxing Supernatural Bureau branch, Jinjia and Liu had just handled an incident where 2 new awakeners engaged in a microflame and acid spray duel over a park bench. Both looked weary. Back at the station, they saw their colleagues hurrying about. Latest directive: the branch chief called an emergency meeting, his face stern. Headquarters demands a full search for all new awakeners with sequence potential in the top. Know anyone with a clear sequence reaction and likely high ranking. Especially adolescents. Top priority. Those who've become inflated and caused trouble. Detain them, register them, deal with them later. Our primary task now is to find people. Liu stared at the updated list and fuzzy sequence fluctuation map on the internal system, her heart heavy. The world had changed, the pressure was greater. She unconsciously thought of her brother Xian and how he had calmly said, "I know," that day. Her brother was just an ordinary person in this increasingly dangerous world. She silently resolved to work harder to protect their home. But at the very center of the storm, Xian, theoretically at the pinnacle of the Myriad sequence yet unknown to all, was experiencing his own troubles. At home, Fat Orange had been restless since the global awakening. It often bared its teeth at the air or stared at Xian for a long time, its heterochromatic eyes full of confusion and a certain depth. Meow. Translation: something's wrong, very wrong. This cat feels the world has become so crowded, so many messy smells. And you? Fat Orange circled Xian, hesitant to speak. Xian lounged on the sofa, using his newly optimized consciousness cutting to remotely peel an apple, the skin falling evenly into the trash can. He knew exactly what Fat Orange was puzzled about. He himself could clearly sense that the free-floating energy in the air was 100 times more active than before. Countless faint or slightly stronger sequence fluctuations flickered like fireflies in a summer meadow scattered throughout the city. Shut up and eat your dried fish. Xian cut the peeled apple into small pieces and used telekinesis to send them to the dish in front of Fat Orange. The sky won't fall. He paused, then added, "Even if it does, there's a tall guy like me. Well, I'm not quite ready to hold it up yet." He had a clear awareness of his position as sequence 001, but it was just awareness. He was allergic to words like cultivation, responsibility, and saving the world. Life was good now: food, drink, a cat to pet, and his sister, and that kid Chenja had proper jobs. Though dangerous, he could still have their backs. The outside was a bit chaotic, but it hadn't yet stopped him from going downstairs to buy snacks. As for the high-sequence individuals the Bureau was turning the world upside down to find. What did that have to do with him, Xian? He glanced at the TV. The news was airing a positive story about Bureau special agents successfully persuading a new awakener who had caused a short circuit by creating a fountain display in a square with his water control ability and bringing him in for registration. Tisk, so busy. Xian shifted to a more comfortable lounging position, picked up his phone, and began scrolling through the funny news about the antics of new awakeners today. Xian's research made a breakthrough after 17 failures, mainly due to errors in controlling the heat, causing the toast to turn into charcoal or be undercooked. Finally, in his 18th attempt, he managed to control the temperature at a micron level with flame heart, while precisely manipulating the heating element of the toaster with his conscious intent. He baked a slice of toast that was evenly golden brown with perfectly amber caramelized edges. Not bad, Xian said, taking a satisfied bite, enjoying its crispy exterior and soft interior. He even carved a simple smiley face on the surface of the toast with his cutting ability. Next time I'll try latte art. The fat orange cat squatted on the dining table looking at the overly perfect toast, then at Xian, who appeared lazy after completing a great task, its face full of exasperation. Meow. Translation using the abilities of Sequence 016 and Sequence 025 to bake bread. You are one of a kind throughout history. This is called making full use of resources. Xian replied confidently casually, using his cutting ability to silently unscrew the lid of the jam jar, spreading a generous layer on the toast. Ding-dong, the doorbell rang. Xian and the fat orange cat looked towards the door simultaneously. At this time Liu was at school, and Chunja was busy at work. Who could it be? Xian's perception swept across the door instantly. Two people stood outside the door, a man and a woman wearing vests printed with community service logos holding a tablet and a folder. The energy fluctuations were very weak. The woman was likely above Sequence 8000, with what seemed to be a weak enhancement of perception. The man was even weaker over Sequence 9000, with an unknown ability. They were the standard configuration of grassroots workers. However, Xian's keen insight granted by his cosmic authority allowed him to sense something unusual. The woman possessed extremely concealed traces of ability akin to records or markers. It was very faint, like some kind of long-lasting but low-energy detection spell. A community survey. Or, Xian's brows didn't move as he continued to eat his toast. Fat orange, go take a look. Meow. Translation, why me? Protested the fat orange cat. Because you eat my food and live in my house, yet you are picky. Xian used his telekinesis to stuff a slice of apple into the cat's mouth. Reluctantly, the fat orange cat jumped down from the table, walking on cat paws to the door and peering through the peephole. Meow meow. Translation, a man and a woman, they look like they are from the street office, but something feels off. Open the door. Xian swallowed the last bite of toast, wiped his hands, and sent the plate and the jam jar back to the kitchen sink with his mind. He simultaneously activated the environmental fine-tuning function of consciousness cutting. He gently and thoroughly wiped away the minute traces of energy remaining in the air from the recent use of abilities. This was a new application he had developed in the past few days, specifically designed to deal with potential inspections. The door opened. Standing outside were the same man and woman. The woman appeared to be in her 30s with a friendly smile, but a professional scrutinizing gaze. The man was younger and somewhat reserved. Hello, are you Mr. Xian? The female staff member spoke in a gentle voice. We are from the Community New Normal Adaptation Coordination Office, responsible for registering information on newly awakened individuals and providing basic service guidance in this area. Could we trouble you for a few minutes? The New Normal Adaptation Coordination Office. The name was quite long. Xian understood well. This was most likely a screening point under the Bureau of Abilities disguised as a community service. He displayed just the right amount of confusion and a hint of impatience on his face. Registration. I'm not an ability user. Did you get the wrong person? The smile on the female staff member's face remained unchanged, and the angle of her tablet seemed to adjust slightly and imperceptibly. Mr. Lee, this is a special period. For community safety and future possible service coordination, we need to conduct a basic situation survey of all residents in the jurisdiction, not just those who have awakened. Can we come in to sit down? It will be quick. Her words were reasonable. However, the subtle fluctuations in energy attempting to perceive the internal energy environment did not escape Xian's awareness. That tablet of hers was likely a rudimentary sequence or energy fluctuation detector. Xian stepped aside, displaying an expression of genuine annoyance. Come and hurry up, I am in the middle of writing, and the editor is pushing me hard. He emphasized the writing part, hinting that he was just an ordinary cultural worker who rarely left home. The two entered the room and quickly scanned the living room with professional efficiency. It was clean but a bit messy. Game controllers and snack bags were strewn across the sofa, while a computer and a pile of books were on the coffee table. There were no obvious items of ability or abnormal energy residue. Of course, everything had been cleaned up by Xian. The fat orange cat squatted on the armrest of the sofa, tilting its head as it watched the two. Its heterochromatic eyes were filled with a foolish human-like scrutiny. This cat is really special. The female staff member tried to lighten the mood. Found it on the street, just eats and drinks without a care. Xian replied, dismissively, slumping back into his designated spot on the sofa. What do you want to ask? Hurry up. The questioning began, focusing on basic information: name, age, occupation, any recent unusual sensations, whether he had noticed any changes in his body, and if he had undergone any related tests, etc. Xian answered fluently, naturally portraying an ordinary young man with a bit of a homebody vibe, uninterested in the topic of abilities and somewhat annoyed by the hassle. The female staff member recorded while seemingly casually operating the tablet. Mr. Li, your sister Miss Li Yu is said to be in college. The female staff member suddenly asked. Li Xian's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure. Yeah, Jiangxing University. What's up? Does that need to be registered? Oh, it's nothing, just a routine understanding of family members' situations, the female staff member smiled. Many young students have awakened their abilities recently, and we are also coordinating with the schools on this matter. Has your sister mentioned anything related to this to you? Li Xian scoffed. All she knows is studying and being lovey-dovey with her boyfriend. How could there be anything unusual? Alright, she has been asking me recently whether I've awakened. I think she's overreacting. How could someone as ordinary as me, a jobless drifter, possibly awaken? He deliberately framed Li Yes' concern as typical overreaction from a girl distancing himself, while fitting the character of an uninformed older brother. The female staff member nodded, not probing further. After asking a few irrelevant questions, she put away the tablet. Alright, Mr. Li, we have registered the basic information. Thank you for your cooperation. Here are the new normal life guide and assistance channels for encountering abilities-related issues. Please keep them safe. She handed Li Xian two beautifully printed booklets. Li Xian took them and tossed them onto the coffee table. Got it. After sending off the two community workers, he closed the door. The impatience on Li Xian's face instantly vanished and his expression turned contemplative. Meow. Translation: are they suspicious of you? Or of Xiaoyue? The fat orange cat jumped over. A bit of both, Li Xian replied as he walked back to the sofa, casually flipping through the new normal life guide. Mainly a routine inspection, but I feel they seem to have a bit of extra attention on ordinary people with no fluctuations at all. He had keenly sensed that when the tablet detected no anomalies, a flicker of faint doubt flashed in the female staff member's eyes rather than relief. It seemed that the Bureau of Abilities inspections were more thorough than anticipated. They were not only looking for high-sequence individuals, but also ruling out unusually calm areas. Someone like him, whose energy traces were as clean as a vacuum, might also be considered an anomaly in certain algorithms. Troublesome, Li Xian muttered. However, he didn't pay much mind. When soldiers come, soldiers block. When water comes, earth dam. At worst, I could just continue mopping the floor. His attention was quickly drawn to a local news push on his phone. Surprise! A man in Jiangxing claims to have sequence 8888. Super taste live streaming a tasting of supercharged chili peppers, and the result. The accompanying image showed a funny man with lips swollen like sausages, tears streaming down, still posing for the camera. Li Xian chuckled and clicked on the video. This was the new normal he enjoyed. A few days later, Li Xian's peaceful life faced a new challenge. His editor, Su Qianqian. Li Xian. In the video call, Su Qianqian, with disheveled hair, gritted her teeth, clearly having stayed up late to urge for the manuscript. Where's your manuscript? The beginning. Where's the promised 30,000 words? Were you gaming again? Editor Su, calm down, calm down. Li Xian slumped in his computer chair, the screen displaying the game login interface, but his heart remained steady. I'm deeply experiencing life, gathering material. You see, the world has changed, supernatural themes are all the rage. I need to think carefully and create a masterpiece. I believe you not. Su Qianqian roared. Your account was online for 8 hours yesterday. The record shows your ID cleared the abyssal rupture dungeon. Li Xian, I tell you, if you don't submit your manuscript, I will come to your house. Now I'm also someone with abilities. Oh, Li Xian raised an eyebrow and sensed a bit. Through the screen, he faintly sensed an energy fluctuation from Su Qianqian, carrying a cutting or penetrating intent, likely around sequence 7,500, not high in intensity, but interesting in nature. You awakened your ability? Li Xian asked curiously. Didn't expect that, did you? Su Qianqian was slightly pleased, but quickly put on a serious face. Don't change the subject. The manuscript. Alright, I'll write it right away. Li Xian replied casually. But editor Su, what is your ability? Maybe it could inspire me. What does it have to do with you? Su Qianqian blushed. Anyway, it's enough to deal with lazy deadline dodgers like you. Tomorrow. If I don't see the manuscript tomorrow, just wait and see. The call ended. Li Xian stroked his chin. It seemed the threat level for manuscript urging had increased from coming with a knife to coming with abilities. But it wasn't a big deal. He glanced at the blank document side. Forget it, it'll just throw something together. He opened the document, removed his hands from the keyboard, and closed his eyes. Consciousness cutting activated. But not to cut things, rather to write things. Silvery threads of intent extended, directly connecting to the computer's input system. As his thoughts flowed, the keyboard automatically moved under an invisible force. Tap, 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 characters appeared in the document, like flowing water. The speed was astonishing, with almost no typos. Controlling with intent was far more precise than typing by hand. An hour later, the document had gained 8,000 words. The plot flowed smoothly with dense humor, though the core was still about lounging around. It was at least a decent storyline. Done. Xian saved it with satisfaction and sent it to Su Qianqian, adding a postscript, freshly baked, still warm. In less than a minute, Su Qianqian replied, "You know how to show your understanding. Keep it up." Although this time it was surprisingly good, Xian smiled, concealing his achievements. Using Insteer ability to write web literature, could this count as another form of making full use of resources? Just as he was about to reward himself with a game, a commotion downstairs attracted his attention. Peering down from the balcony, he saw a small crowd gathered in the community open space. In the center stood a young man in a tight outfit with slicked back hair, striking awkward poses, holding a flickering ball of electricity the size of a fist. He was boasting to several elderly people who looked apprehensive and a few curious children. "See, this is power. Sequence 3001's thunderous hand. I am now one of the elite. From today onwards, this area is under my control. Protection fees. I know it's community coordination management fees this amount every month." He gestured with his hands. Some people whispered, some retreated in fear, while others took out their phones to sneak a photo. A typical fool who had inflated with power. Xian yawned and prepared to go back inside. Such trivial matters would eventually be handled by the Bureau of Abilities or the police on patrol. But the next moment, to demonstrate his power, the young man casually hurled the ball of electricity at an old fitness equipment nearby. Boom. A dull sound echoed. The iron equipment was blasted, blackened in a spot, emitting smoke, startling a nearby child into tears. The young man became even more smug. Xian frowned. Startling a child and damaging public property was somewhat annoying. Moreover, it seemed that the patrol personnel wouldn't arrive anytime soon. "Fat Orange," he said without turning around. "Go and make him quiet." Meow. Translation again, it's me. The fat orange cat was licking its fur. Add another serving of alien beast meat steamed with more ginger. The fat orange cat immediately stood up, its tail straight. Meow. Translation deal. The fat orange cat nimbly jumped over the balcony railing gracefully, turned in midair, and landed right in front of the young man's fitness equipment. Its heterochromatic eyes coldly gazed down at him. Where did this stray cat come from? Get lost. The young man, feeling triumphant, saw a fat cat blocking his way and casually shot a weak electric arc to scare it off. The fat orange cat didn't even flinch. The electric arc disintegrated silently as it approached half a foot close to its body, as if it had collided with an invisible wall. The fat orange cat even yawned. The young man was taken aback, not yet reacting. The fat orange cat let out a meow, translation foolish, and a glint of gold flashed in its eyes. In an instant, the young man felt his hand holding the electricity go numb. It wasn't the numbness from an electric shock, but rather as if countless fine needles had simultaneously pricked his nerve endings, causing his entire arm to lose feeling and the concentrated electricity extinguished with a pop. My hand. The young man stared in horror at his powerless, drooping arm. The fat orange cat gracefully jumped down from the equipment and walked to his feet. Looking up, that pair of heterochromatic eyes sparkled with an intelligence that clearly wasn't typical of ordinary cats, even carrying a hint of mockery. It raised its paw and tapped the young man's shoe. Meow. Translation: get lost, you're obstructing my view. Though it was a cat's meow, the young man inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, as if being stared at by a fierce beast. His face turned pale as he glanced at his disobedient hand, then at the peculiar cat before him. No longer daring to be arrogant, he scurried away, not even leaving behind a harsh word. The surrounding crowd first fell silent, then erupted in hushed discussions and laughter. This cat is amazing. How come that lightning didn't hit it? Could it be that this cat is also? Don't say that, it might just be that kid's ability is unstable. The fat orange cat, amidst everyone's astonished gazes, held its head high, strutting back to the 8th floor balcony with a few graceful leaps. Squatting by Xian's feet, it modestly licked its paw. Meow. Translation: done, remember to steam it with more ginger. Good job. Xian scratched its chin. Ill at a meal tonight. He glanced at the dispersing crowd below and the child who had been frightened and was now being comforted by his mother. While maintaining community peace could be considered a good deed, even if the main goal was to avoid disturbances and earn some food for the cat. Concealing achievements and fame, concealing achievements and fame indeed. Xian had just given himself a haircut, using his consciousness to cut. The result rivaled that of a top-tier barber. As he was admiring himself in the mirror, the doorbell rang again. This time 3 people stood outside the door. 2 were familiar faces, the community workers who had come before, a man and a woman. But standing in front of them was a middle-aged man in black casual wear, exuding a composed and steady demeanor. A gentle smile graced his face, yet his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Not a trace of energy fluctuation leaked from him, but he gave Xian an inexplicable sense of solidity. Most notably, Xian's all-encompassing authority detected a subtle and profound spiritual energy trait within him. Moreover, its sequence was not low. at least within the top 500. The middle-aged man held a palm-sized, more sophisticated silver device resembling a tablet. Its screen faced Li Xian's door, emitting a barely audible hum. Mr. Li Xian, good evening. The middle-aged man began, his voice warm and polite, yet carrying an undeniable penetrance. Pardon the intrusion. I am Li Ming, director of the 9th Special Operations Division under the direct affiliated Special Services Bureau of the Supernatural Bureau. There are some matters we would like your assistance in understanding. His gaze calmly settled on Li Xian's neck and hair ends, which were impeccably clean, without a single stray strand after his self-administered haircut. Li Xian sighed inwardly. Well, it seemed that being too thorough with environmental cleaning had its downsides. True professionals had traced the anomaly right to his doorstep. His slacker daily life was about to face its first real impact, before Li Xian's inward sigh had fully subsided. His face had already reflexively donned the standard expression for dealing with unfamiliar official personnel, one tinged with bewilderment and a hint of annoyance at being disturbed. He did not step aside immediately. Instead, he leaned against the doorframe, his eyes sweeping between Li Ming and the two familiar faces behind him. Supernatural Bureau. Special Operations Division. Li Xian's tone was skeptical, laced with a hint of distrust, as if suspecting a new trick. Last time they said it was the community office. This upgrade is too fast, isn't it? Where's your ID? He deliberately cast his gaze toward the two community workers. The latter lowered their heads, slightly looking somewhat embarrassed, avoiding his eyes. Li Ming's smile remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this. He calmly pulled a black leather ID case from his pocket. He opened it. Inside was an ID card featuring the national emblem, the Supernatural Bureau's embossed seal, his photo, and his position details. The craftsmanship was exquisite, with anti-counterfeiting details clearly visible under the hallway light. He did not hand the card over for Li Xian to scrutinize. That would not have been procedurally proper or dignified. Instead, he held it steadily in his hand, ensuring Li Xian could see the key information. I understand your caution, Mr. Li Ming said, his voice still steady. Given the special circumstances, preliminary assessments were conducted by grassroots colleagues. When they discovered situations requiring further verification, we took over. Apologies for the inconvenience. His wording was impeccable. It explained the change in personnel, while downplaying the verification process, making it hard for Li Xian to keep blocking the door. More importantly, Li Xian sensed that Li Ming's solid spiritual energy field had subtly fluctuated. It stabilized the aura of this small area and subtly blocked any overly drastic reactions Li Xian might have had. Of course, this was merely a routine precaution, which Li Xian considered better than nothing. Li Xian pursed his lips and stepped aside. Come in. But let me make it clear, I'm really not a supernatural. You must have made a mistake. My sister might be a possibility. She's been acting strangely lately. He subtly shifted the topic toward Li Yu again. It was both a test and a continuation of his role as the uninformed but slightly suspicious brother. The three entered the house. The male and female workers clearly deferred to Li Ming, standing quietly behind him. Li Ming's gaze swept rapidly and meticulously across every corner of the living room like the finest scanner. His eyes paused for half a second on the copy of A Guide to Life in the New Normal, lying on the coffee table, which Li Xian had flipped through a few times. Finally, they landed on the main seat of the sofa, still retaining some residual body heat, and the trash can beside it, where lay several extremely fresh hair clippings with unnaturally smooth ends. The silver device in Li Ming's hand emitted a clearer beep. Ripples danced across the screen, but there were no significant directional fluctuations. It only displayed that the area had extremely low energy background with weak biological magnetic fields and traces of recent physical interference. Did you just get a haircut, Mr. Li? Li Ming asked, casually, walking over to the sofa, but not sitting down. Huh. Oh, just a quick trim myself to save money. Li Xian pointed to an ordinary home hair clipper set under the TV cabinet. Not very skilled at it. Made a mess everywhere, just cleaned it up. Li Ming nodded noncommittally. He did not inspect the clipper, but turned to Li Xian, his gaze calm, yet focused. Mr. Li, through technical means combined with preliminary data, we've found that your residential unit exhibits an abnormally clean state in multiple inspections. This cleanliness is not the natural environmental baseline of an ordinary non-supernatural household, but rather resembles a meticulously wiped blank slate. Do you understand what I mean? Here it comes. Li Xian knew it all too well. It was indeed the excessive cleanliness that had drawn their attention. He wore a look of confusion and a hint of offended displeasure. Director Li, I don't get what you're saying. Is it wrong for my home to be clean? I have a bit of OCD and like to tidy up, can't I? Or does it have to be chaotic with energy running wild to be normal? He deliberately misinterpreted the other's words. Of course not, Li Ming smiled, but his eyes grew sharper. It's just that the degree and manner of this cleanliness differ from what we usually observe, especially the extremely faint personal life magnetic field fluctuations that should exist here. they've been suppressed to almost undetectable levels. This usually suggests two possibilities. First, you possess a very strong ability inclined toward concealment or erasure. Second, you've been in long-term contact with or residing in a special environment or item that can shield energy perception. He paused, observing Li Xian's reaction. Considering your sister Miss Li Yu is a registered supernatural and has been visiting here frequently, we believe the first possibility merits further investigation. If you have indeed awakened some ability without realizing it or are hiding it for some reason in the current environment, it could bring unnecessary risks and even affect your sister's work and rating. A blend of soft and hard tactics appealing to reason and emotion. He had pointed out the anomaly invoked Li Yu and hinted that non-cooperation might harm her. A textbook interrogation, no conversation technique. Li Xian was silent for a few seconds, his annoyance gradually replaced by a look of contemplation and conflict. He scratched his head, walked over to the sofa, and sat down, gesturing for Li Ming to sit as well. The fat orange cat jumped onto the sofa armrest, pressing close to him, its heterochromatic eyes watching Li Ming warily. Director Li Xian sighed, his voice dropping, slightly tinged with helplessness and resignation. I have indeed been feeling a bit different lately. Li Ming sat down, leaning forward slightly in a listening posture, quietly adjusting the mode of the silver device in his hand. Please go ahead. Probably not long after the global broadcast, when that man in gray snapped his fingers, Li Xian began to fabricate his expression, perfectly mixing recollection and uncertainty. I felt like my mind was a bit clearer. Sometimes when I concentrate, things in front of me seem especially vivid, or I can almost sense their positions. I thought it was just hallucinations from staying up too late, or maybe that thing online called synesthesia. I didn't dare think it was a supernatural ability. My sister did mention awakening, but her ability looks so flashy. What about mine? Telekinesis, or just good eyesight? He described it vaguely, pointing to the most common basic manifestations of spiritual or telekinetic abilities. The sequence was usually not high, commonly ranging from 5000 to 8000. Li Ming listened attentively, tapping a few times on the silver device. This was a new lie detector and energy resonance meter capable of roughly judging the truth of statements and their match with the subject's energy traits. Can you give a specific demonstration? For example, make that cup move a little. Li Ming pointed to a mug on the coffee table. Li Xian put on a troubled expression. Well, I'm not sure I can do it. It's hit or miss. And with so many people watching, I'm nervous. He hesitated, seeming to concentrate, his eyes fixed on the cup. After a few seconds, the mug trembled slightly and shifted sideways by about a millimeter before stopping. Li Xian, as if exerting too much effort, broke out in a faint sweat and took a deep breath. That's it. No strength. Might as well just reach out and grab it. The demonstration was very amateur, with weak power and rough control. In reality, Li Xian had merely used his consciousness to condense a strand of telekinetic energy 1,000 times finer than a hair and gently pushed the cup. Simultaneously, he perfectly mimicked the physiological signs of spiritual energy depletion. The female worker behind Li Ming quickly recorded on her tablet. Li Ming himself observed Li Xian's state and the instrument readings, nodding slightly. Very typical initial awakening traits, leaning towards spiritual sensing and weak telekinesis. Potential remains to be assessed. Mr. Li, don't be nervous. This is a normal awakening process. Now, regarding your sequence perception, do you sense a number representing your ability ranking? Here came the crucial part. The sequence number was the core identifier of the myriad spirit sequence system, nearly impossible to forge and a key focus of the Supernatural Bureau's investigation. Li Xian furrowed his brow, trying hard to sense it. Then he said uncertainly, there seems to be a number floating in my mind, not very clear. Feels like it starts with 7 or 8. 7. Maybe there's a 4. 748. No, that's not right. More vague. Maybe 784 something. Can't remember. It appears and disappears. He reported an ambiguous number in the 6000-8000 range. This range had the most awakened individuals with diverse abilities and varying potential, making it the least conspicuous. Li Ming glanced at the device again. This time, the instrument's detection of the sequence number was much more ambiguous. It only displayed target exhibits sequence cognition, specific value affected by target's mental stability and ability concealment, a estimated range between 500900, unable to pinpoint precisely. This was normal. Many newly awakened individuals had vague perceptions of their own sequence, especially those with non-combat or subtle abilities. Understood. Li Ming seemed unsurprised. He signaled the female worker to step forward. Based on your situation, we need to conduct a formal registration and filing. This is not only a regulation, but also allows you to access the basic supernatural service network, receive guidance, and avoid issues from improper ability use. It will also better explain the energy cleanliness phenomenon in your residence. The unstable spiritual energy field of a newly awakened individual can sometimes exhibit a repulsive effect on ambient free energy, creating a semblance of cleaning. This explanation provided Xian with a reasonable excuse and resolved the earlier suspicion of abnormal cleanliness. Xian looked enlightened, but also somewhat reluctant about being forced to register. Huh, do I have to register? Will it be troublesome? Will I be forced to attend training or go on missions? I can't do that. I have social anxiety and need to write my drafts. Rest assured, Mr. Li. Li Ming's smile gained a formulaic, soothing quality. Registration is just basic information entry. For non-combat awakened individuals with low to medium potential assessments and no negative records, community management and self-regulation are usually the norm. Unless you voluntarily apply or your ability undergoes significant changes, you will not be forced to participate in any missions or training. Of course, we encourage all registrants to contribute to community harmony within their abilities, just like. His gaze meaningfully swept over the quietly crouching fat cat and the open space outside the window downstairs. Maintaining neighborhood peace and stopping inappropriate behavior. This is also part of civic duty. He had apparently heard the rumor about the Thunder Fist being scared off by a cat and made some connections. Xian pretended not to catch the latter half, only feeling relieved about the non-mandatory part. All right, then let's register. But I really can't say the exact sequence number. It's roughly in that range. The registration process was quick. It mainly involved Xian's basic information, a preliminary description of his ability, and the vague sequence range he self-reported. There was also a simple energy trait sample. Finally, Xian received a temporary electronic credential with a QR code indicating he had been entered into the basic supernatural management archive under observation. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Li. Li Ming stood up and shook hands. A community instructor may later provide you with basic safety education on ability used via virtual network. Please keep an eye out for messages. If your sequence perception becomes clearer or your ability changes significantly, please update the information promptly through the channel on this credential. After seeing Li Ming and the others out and closing the door, all expression drained from Xian's face, reverting to his usual laziness. He walked back to the sofa and collapsed heavily into it. Meow. Translation: so you just let them register you. The fat cat came closer. What else? Xian pulled a bag of chips from under the coffee table and opened it with telekinesis. Having professionals of this caliber keep coming around is too much trouble. Occasionally revealing a bit of harmless telekinesis saves endless investigative effort. This is called killing two birds with one stone, strategic exposure. The fat cat seemed to half understand, but hearing the word strategic, it figured it must be impressive. So it lowered its head to eat the chips Xian handed over. Besides, Xian munched on chips, his gaze drifting toward the darkening sky outside the window. Being registered with an officially certified low-potential supernatural identity might sometimes be more convenient. At least next time my editor uses supernatural powers to rush me, I can confidently say, I'm a certified person now, protected by the basic code of conduct for supernaturals. No threats or intimidation allowed. He imagined Su Qianqian's possible expression and found it amusing. Fatty, what do you want for dinner? The stock of exotic beast meat seems low. You'll need to stop by tomorrow. Meow. Translation: steamed. Extra ginger. In the days following Director Li's certification, Xian enjoyed a comfortable life. With the officially endorsed identity of a low-potential superpowered individual, he felt as though he had donned an invisible suit of armor. Even taking out the trash seemed to carry an air of justified detachment. Don't bother me, I have a license. Though no one knew. Editor Su Qianqian, as expected, called again to press for his manuscript. Xian retorted, according to Article 3, Section 5 of the Basic Code of Conduct for superpowered individuals have the right to be free from undue work pressure and mental coercion, especially a novice like me ranked around 780 with unstable abilities. This left Su Qianqian speechless for a long moment, until she finally choked out, you. Just you wait. Once my mental power rises, I'll deal with you. She hung up in indignation. Life was so beautiful, until that afternoon. To fulfill his promise to Fatty of steamed exotic beast meat with extra ginger, Xian had to venture out again for ingredients. He wandered to an abandoned factory area on the outskirts rumored to be frequented by small exotic beasts. It was desolate with chaotic energy fields, making it a popular training ground for newly awakened superpowered individuals. It was also an ideal hunting ground for low-key hunters like Xian. Soon he sensed a not insignificant presence. Following the trail, he discovered among a cluster of rusted pipes a rabbit. But this rabbit was clearly abnormal. It was the size of a calf, covered in steel needle-like gray-blue bristles with blood-red eyes. Its two front teeth gleamed with metallic coldness as it crunched on a thick steel rebar as easily as a carrot. Its energy fluctuation was firmly at the rank threshold. An rank steel-toothed giant rabbit. The meat is said to be tough and metallic, tasting not highly rated. Xian retrieved the bestiary entry that automatically surfaced in his mind, feeling a bit disdainful. But since he was already here and Fatty had been growing picky with an increasing appetite, ordinary or frank beasts no longer caught its interest. Oh well, I'll make do. I'll slow cook it over low heat, remove the sinews and metallic impurities. Maybe I can salvage some texture. Xian muttered to himself, preparing to act. The resolution process was unremarkable. The giant rabbit sensed the threat, its red eyes flashing, and with a powerful push from its hind legs, its massive body shot forward like a cannonball, stirring up a foul wind. Xian didn't even bother to dodge. He simply raised a finger and gently tapped toward the charging rabbit. Consciousness severance, directional activation. Target the connection node between the motor nerve coordination center and the energy core. The charging giant rabbit suddenly seemed drained of all strength, its limbs going limp. Its massive body slid several meters along the ground by inertia, crashing into a pile of scrap metal before lying still, its eyes rolling in terror. A wheezing heh-heh escaped its mouth. Its superpower and brute strength remained, but the commands from its brain could no longer effectively reach its body or energy core. Xian walked over, sizing up this colossal ingredient, pondering where to make the cut most efficiently. Just as he gathered his mental energy to begin a precise decomposition. From behind a pile of collapsed concrete structures not far away, there came an extremely faint ripple in space. One that was crystal clear in his perception. Xian paused his movement, watching warily. There in the gaps of the concrete rubble, the air began to undulate like water ripples. Soon a highly unstable pitch-black crack, barely wide enough for a child to squeeze through, silently emerged. Its edges flickered with fine sparks, emitting a faint sizzling sound. A spatial rift. Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. This was no common occurrence. Since the gray-clad man reshaped the world while superpowered individuals were everywhere, abilities involving spatial manipulation remained at extremely high ranks or required special talent. They were incredibly hard to control, let alone form stable passages. This rift was so small and unstable it seemed more like a forced tear or an accidental occurrence. Before he could ponder further, a rustling sound came from within the rift. Then a small, grimy figure crawled out with difficulty, using both hands and feet. It was a little girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old. She wore a tattered dress covered in dust and unidentifiable stains, barefoot, with her small face smeared in streaks of gray and black. Yet all of this couldn't conceal her delicate, adorable features, especially her round, big eyes, which now sparkled with the excitement of a narrow escape. However, what drew the most attention were the fluffy cat ears atop her head, twitching with her crawling movements. The ears were a light golden color with darker tips, now standing erect with excitement, their downy fur trembling slightly in the afternoon sunlight. Once the little girl fully crawled out, the rift flickered a few times behind her before vanishing with a soft pop, like a soap bubble, as if it had never existed. She first looked around the abandoned factory environment with some confusion, then patted the dust off her small hands and wobbled to her feet. Then she did something that nearly made Xian lose his composure. She puffed out her flat little chest, hands on her hips, tilted her dust-smudged face up, and let out a wah-ha laugh aimed at the empty factory grounds, trying to sound imposing, but coming off more like a spoiled child's plea. Ha-ha. So, success. This lord has finally escaped from that damned place. Humph. Just you wait, you fools who chased me. Once this lord grows stronger, I'll capture you all, lock you in a room full of rotten eggs, let you smell them every day. And this new world, from now on it shall be ruled by this meow. Ahem, this lord. Wahaha. She laughed so hard she swayed, as if already envisioning her glorious future of vengeance and dominion. She was completely oblivious to the dumbfounded adult male standing nearby and the giant rabbit lying hopelessly at his feet. Xian. He silently activated the deep perception of his myriad phenomena authority. The little girl exhibited clear energy fluctuations, and not weak ones. More importantly, he clearly saw the sequence information manifesting on her. Not her self-proclaimed this lord, or this meow, but cold numbers and text sequence 004 fission. The ability description was absurdly simple, yet astonishingly formidable squaring of basic mental power. Xian had a clear understanding of mental power. In this new era, mental power was the foundation of superpowered individuals akin to internal energy in martial arts novels. It determined how much natural energy, or anomalous energy, you could channel, how long you could sustain ability use, and the upper limit of your skill intensity. A superpowered individual with a high sequence ranking but poor mental power might lose to an opponent with a lower sequence but abundant mental power. For instance, a sequence 9527 individual with 1086 points of mental power could theoretically easily crush a sequence 1314 individual with only 520 points, even though the latter sequence was over 8000 ranks higher. That was the dominance of basic attributes. And this catgirl, her ability fission was brutally straightforward. It squared her already low basic mental power. Xian carefully sensed her current emanating mental power level, around 10 points. For a creature the size of a 5 or 6-year-old child, that might not be low. But it was certainly not high, comparable to an ordinary newly awakened human child. However, square it 10 superscript 2 100. An instant tenfold increase. If her basic mental power were 100, squaring it would yield 1000. This was just the terrifying multiplication under a linear growth assumption. This isn't fission. This is outright cheating. Xian marveled inwardly. Sequence 004, well-deserved. The ability had no frills, just the purest, most violent numerical dominance. As long as her mental power wasn't 0, squaring it would create a qualitative leap. And who knew if this squaring had other limitations or hidden effects? At that moment, the little catgirl was still standing with her hands on her hips, dreaming of her revenge and world domination blueprint. Her small face was full of smugness, her cat ears twitching happily. Xian, however, fell into deep thought. This little girl was clearly no ordinary person, perhaps not even human, with a mysterious origin, a top-tier sequence ability, and a rather bratty personality. And she seemed to be pursued by someone, letting her naive and boisterous stumble into this already chaotic society. Xian could almost picture it. She might take something from a store out of hunger and be branded a thief, or out of curiosity, she might misuse her ability, causing public property damage, or worse, with those cat ears, she might be surrounded by wary citizens or patrols hunting exotic beasts for dissection. Given the current tense stance of shoot or capture on sight for non-humanoid exotic beasts, the possibility was high. Call the police. Hand her over to the superpowered bureau. Li Ming's formulaic smile flashed through Xian's mind. With the bureau's current attitude of both eagerly recruiting and warily guarding high sequencers, this cat-tiered lowly with sequence 004. At best, she'd be strictly monitored and brainwashed into a war machine, or at worst. Xian didn't want to dwell on it. Troublesome. Xian rubbed his brow. He just wanted to live quietly as a slacker, earning food for his sister and cat, avoiding any complications. But, looking at the tiny dirty cat-tiered lowly still dreaming of an unrealistic revenge, Xian felt a flicker of the scant sympathy left in him belonging to an ordinary human. Perhaps also a hint of instinctive fondness for fluffy creatures. Moreover, his mental power could detect the little catgirl's current state, genuine joy after a narrow escape, mixed with a trace of fear or curiosity about the new world. Clearly, this cat-tiered lowly wasn't a terrorist with dangerous intentions like destroying humanity. Most importantly, she looked so cute, crossed out, like she'd cause a lot of trouble. If left to roam and cause chaos, and it blew up, it might trace back to him, a nearby low-sequence, superpowered individual, disrupting his peaceful idle life. Well, for the harmony and stability of society, and to avoid trouble for myself, they'll take her back for interrogation first. Xian found a perfect excuse and nodded. He released his suppression on the giant rabbit. The rabbit scrambled away without looking back. Composing his expression, he walked toward the little catgirl, still laughing, ha ha. The little catgirl finally stopped laughing, wiping tears from her eyes. Turning around, she came face to face with Xian, who had appeared before her, without her notice, looking down at her. Oh. She was startled, her cat ears flattening into airplane mode. She stepped back warily, eyes wide. Who are you? When did you get here? What do you want? This lord warns you I'm very powerful. She tried to put on a fierce expression, baring her little fangs. But with her smudged face and trembling cat ears, it was utterly non-threatening, making her look more like a bluffing, bristling kitten. Xian crouched down, trying to make his expression as kind as possible, though his usual slack expression made this look a bit stiff. Little one, where do you come from? Why are you here all alone? Where are your family? Family. The little catgirl's eyes flickered, a hint of fleeting sadness passing through, but she quickly puffed out her chest again. This lord has no family. I am a lone conqueror of the world. Are you sent by those bad guys? Bad guys? Xian followed her lead. What bad guys? The bad guys who were just chasing me. The little catgirl, finding a listener, gestured angrily. They wanted to catch me, lock me up, and steal my treasure. But I was clever, found a weakness, and jumped straight into a spatial rift. Hee, they must be furious. She grew smug again. Xian had basically confirmed that this child had escaped from some troubled place, and it was clearly not peaceful there. He thought for a moment, and decided to cut to the chase. Are you hungry? The little catgirl's stomach timely let out a long growl. Her small face flushed, and she covered her stomach. But her eyes involuntarily drifted toward Xian, carrying a mix of longing and stubbornness. Humph. This lord isn't hungry. Mere hunger can never defeat the future world ruler. Despite her words, her cat ears honestly drooped and trembled slightly. Xian found it amusing, but kept a straight face. I have food at home, hot and plenty. And fish. He probed, remembering that cats liked fish. The little cat girl's ears shot up with a swish, her eyes visibly brightening. But she still held out fish. What's so special about fish? This lord has eaten everything. But since you sincerely invite me, I'll reluctantly go take a look. Remember, this is your honor. Xian. Fine, my honor. Let's go then, future world ruler. He stood up and extended his hand. The little cat girl looked at Xian's hand, hesitated, then glanced at his harmless face. Finally, she cautiously placed her small hand in his, muttering under her breath, "Thighs is only a temporary alliance. Once this lord is full, I will still rule the world." All right, rule away. Xian led the stubborn little one toward home. His mind was already scheming how to explain a sudden cat-eared lowly to Fatty, and to Liu, who came home occasionally. And her identity and ability would need to be concealed somehow. Sequence 004's fission. That was far more troublesome than Fatty. But watching the small figure beside him, clearly hungry and tired, yet still trying to hold her head high, occasionally stealing glances at the unfamiliar surroundings, her tiny hand gripping his fingers tightly, Xian suddenly felt that this trouble wasn't entirely unacceptable. At least it was more interesting than dealing with that tough, steel-toothed giant rabbit. By the way, Xian remembered something and looked down. What's your name? I can't keep calling you world ruler, can I? The little cat girl looked up in the sunlight. Her dirty face and bright eyes formed a striking contrast, her cat ears perking up spiritedly. Humph. Listen well. This lord's name is unchangeable. Ling Dang. Got it. That's the name that will resound across the world. Xian. Ling Dang. A cute name, but it didn't quite match her grand ambitions. That's right. Lord Ling Dang. The little cat girl, no Ling Dang, nodded firmly, as if the name gave her endless strength. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the big and small figures long. Leading Ling Dang by the hand, Xian walked back to the residential complex against the setting sun, feeling like a strange uncle who had just picked up a stray cat. Through their conversation along the way, he had roughly grasped Ling Dang's origins. Her original world had no concept of Earth. She seemed to have crossed over from another dimension, and for some reason upon arrival, she had acquired sequence 004, fission. At first, Ling Dang tried to maintain her lord dignity, holding her head high. But soon she was captivated by the passing traffic and neon signs of the shops along the road. Her cat ears swiveled like radar, and her large eyes widened. She clutched tightly to Xian's finger, occasionally letting out a small wow. She had completely forgotten her persona as a world conqueror. What are you looking at? This lord isn't curious. Whenever Xian glanced down at her, she would immediately stiffen her small face and turn away in a transparent attempt to hide, but the slight twitch of her ear tips betrayed her. Having finally reached the building entrance, Xian began to worry about how to get upstairs. There were surveillance cameras in the elevator. Although people were now accustomed to seeing ability users, a grown man leading a dirty little girl with cat ears would still attract unwanted attention and suspicion. Ahem, Lord Lingdong, Xian crouched down and said in a low voice. We are about to carry out a covert infiltration mission. See that moving iron box? That is a small mobile fortress of this world. To avoid exposing our whereabouts, we need to do a little camouflage on you. Ling Dang eyed the elevator warily. Camouflage? What do you plan to do to this lord? Just temporarily hide those majestic ears of yours. Xian reached out and swept his hand faintly over her head. In reality, he manipulated his consciousness-cutting ability with extreme precision, subtly shifting the hair and tiny muscles around the base of her ears. He made the fluffy golden ears lie flat against her hair, adding a slight visual interference so that anyone glancing would only think the little girl's hair was a bit messy without immediately noticing anything unusual. As for the tail, Xian glanced behind her. Fortunately, although her dress was tattered, it seemed to cover it. He didn't see any obvious bulge of a tail. Hey, my ears feel weird. Ling Dang reached up to touch them, but Xian gently stopped her. It's necessary for the camouflage. Bear with it. He'll remove it once we reach the safe house, Xian said with a straight face. Remember, don't talk once inside. Act as if you're very sleepy. Ling Dang was skeptical, but for the sake of the secret mission and the imminent hot meal, she reluctantly nodded. There was indeed a neighbor in the elevator. Seeing Xian leading a dirty little girl, the neighbor aunt cast a probing glance. Xiaoli, who is this child? A distant cousin's daughter. I brought her from the countryside for a few days. She fell on the way. Xian didn't bat an eye. At the same time, he brushed a minuscule mental suggestion over the aunt's surface thoughts. Oh, the poor thing. The aunt indeed didn't ask further, and even gave Ling Dang a sympathetic look. They entered the house without further incident. As soon as the door closed, Xian immediately removed the camouflage from Lingdang's ears. The golden cat ears sprang up with a pop. Lingdang shook her head and sighed in relief. Suffocating this lord. Your camouflage art isn't bad, barely worthy of being this lord's temporary ally. Xian ignored her self-praise and pointed to the bathroom. Go wash yourself. For clothes. They'll find an old t-shirt of mine for you to wear as pajamas. He glanced at Lingdang's dress, which was so tattered it could barely be called clothing, and thought it would be easier to just throw it away. Wash. Lingdang suddenly tensed, stepping back and hugging herself. You. What are you trying to do? This lord warns you, don't you dare covet this lord's. Xian rolled his eyes. He picked up the dozing, chubby orange cat from the top of the kitchen fridge and placed it in front of Lingdang. Meet Fatty, the head of household security and the resident glutton. See how clean and fluffy it is. That's because it bathes often. No clean, no food, let alone fish. Fatty abruptly woken meowed in annoyance. But when it saw the small cat-eared creature before it, a flicker of curiosity and scrutiny passed through its heterochromatic eyes. Meow? Translation: what's this? A new breed of two-legged beast. Smells strange. Lingdang's eyes widened as she stared at Fatty, her nose twitching. A talking furball. She could vaguely sense Fatty's thoughts, but couldn't understand the specifics. Its name is Fatty. Anyway, if you want to eat, you have to bathe first. Xian pushed the bewildered Lingdang into the bathroom, handed her a set of toiletries and a large old t-shirt, and instructed before closing the door. You know how to wash yourself, right? Call me if you need help. Woe who needs your help. This lord can do everything. Lingdang's voice came from inside, feigning calm mixed with the sound of her muttering as she studied the unfamiliar faucet and toiletries. Xian shook his head and headed to the kitchen. He needed to prepare this family reunion meal before Liu got home and come up with a story. They'll say she's an orphan I met while volunteering at a welfare home. The child and I hit it off. I've gone through a temporary foster procedure to bring her home for a while. The age gap is almost 20 years, which fully meets the adoption criteria. Xian processed a piece of exotic beast meat from the fridge while refining his plan. Luckily, he still had some stock, otherwise there would be nothing to cook. As for Lingdang's cat ears, she could keep them at home, but they would be temporarily disguised when going out. After all, fostering a slightly unusual orphan wasn't too outrageous in this era. As for the ability bureau, he was now a registered low-sequence ability user. Fostering an orphan shouldn't invite too much scrutiny as long as he didn't cause trouble. He worked quickly, and soon the aroma of steamed exotic beast meat mixed with ginger shreds filled the air. He also stir-fried some greens and steamed rice. Just then the bathroom door cracked open. A wet little head poked out. Golden cat ears drooped, dripping water, and her large eyes sparkled. Hey, that. The clothes are too big. Xian walked over and saw Lingdang wearing his old t-shirt. The hem trailed down to her calves, making her look like she was wearing a large sack, and the sleeves were rolled up several times. Her washed face was fair and tender, her features delicate, like a porcelain doll, though her eyes still held a feigned maturity and wariness. Her wet blonde hair clung to her cheeks, and the down on her cat ears was in clumps, making her look both pitiful and adorable. Make do for now. He'll buy you proper clothes tomorrow. Xian covered her head with a dry towel and rubbed it roughly. Time to eat. The aroma of food completely defeated Lingdang's vigilance. Her eyes were fixed on the plate of steamed meat, which looked tempting and smelled fragrant. Her throat moved involuntarily, but she still put on airs, slowly shuffling to the table and sitting down, trying to speak calmly. Since you've sincerely prepared this lord will graciously give it a try. Xian served her rice, placed a large piece of the tenderest meat in her bowl, and picked out boneless fish belly for her. Lingdang picked up the chopsticks, using them clumsily, but imitated Xian and picked up some food. She took a cautious bite of the exotic beast meat. Instantly, her eyes widened. Her cat ears shot up straight, seemingly appearing from nowhere, and her equally wet tail wagged happily in small arcs behind the chair. So delicious. She mumbled praise, forgetting all pretense and devouring the food with her head down. Her cheeks bulged like a hamster's. Fatty jumped onto the table, stared at Lingdang for a while, then looked at the meat and meowed at Xian. Meow? You'll get yours. Xian mixed another portion of meat and fish reserved for Fatty and placed it in its special bowl. Satisfied, Fatty lowered its head and began to eat. The meal was devoured in a flurry. Lingdang had almost cleared the table. Her small belly was round and full. She leaned back in her chair, let out a satisfied little burp, and her eyes grew drowsy as she fought to stay awake. While Xian was clearing the dishes, Lingdang finally sobered up a bit from the food-induced stupor. She looked around the modest but clean and warm apartment. Then she glanced at Xian, who was busy in the kitchen, and Fatty licking its paws beside her. The dream of conquering the world seemed temporarily forgotten. A strange, comforting feeling quietly welled up in her heart. But she immediately shook her head to banish this weakness. No. How could this lord be bought with a single meal? This is just a temporary base. When I get stronger. She secretly clenched her small fist. Late at night, Xian told Lingdang to sleep in Li's room. That girl was always busy and rarely came home anyway. The room was just sitting empty. Lingdang lay on the bed covered with a clean blanket. Although she stubbornly said this lord doesn't need your care, her body honestly curled up, and she soon fell into a deep sleep feeling safe and full. Her cat ears occasionally twitched slightly in her sleep. Xian sat by the bed pondering how to perfect Lingdang's identity tomorrow and how to deal with a possible check-in call from Liu. Fatty jumped onto the headboard, looked at Lingdong, then at Xian. Meow? Translation: really keeping her. What a handful. What else? Throw her out. Xian scratched under Fatty's chin. Just think of it as having another mouth to feed. One is the same as two. He paused, a faint, unconscious smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. It's actually quite fun. The next morning, Xian was awakened by a slight rustling. He squinted and saw that Lingdang was already awake. She was tiptoeing towards the front door, trying to open it, muttering under her breath. Foolish temporary ally, thinking one meal can trap this lord. Once this lord goes out to recruit an army and comes back. She twisted the doorknob. No response. Xian had locked it from the inside with his telekinesis before bed. Lingdang frowned, stepped back, stared at the lock, and concentrated. Xian could feel her faint basic mental energy begin to fluctuate, and then fission activated. Her mental energy of about 10 points instantly fissioned, rising to around 100. Although the total was still small, the quality and intensity had clearly increased. She tried to use this enhanced mental energy to impact the lock's mechanism. The lock vibrated slightly, but remained unmoved. Xian's door lock was ordinary, but with his extra reinforcement last night, it was a bit sturdier than average. Lingdang refused to give up and tried again, this time with more force. The mental energy rebounded against the lock, making her little head spin. Outrageous. Lingdang grew a bit flustered, forgetting to keep her voice down. Behold the power of this lord. She cupped her hands as if trying to condense the squared mental energy to forcibly break the door. A not so strong but highly condensed energy brimming with explosive potential brewed in her palms. Just then Xian's lazy voice came from the sofa. What's all the fuss about so early in the morning? Lingdang was startled, and the energy in her hands instantly dissipated. She spun around to see Xian, who had somehow sat up. He was yawning, looking at her with sleepy eyes. His expression, how to put it, was like watching a kitten trying to claw open a refrigerator door to steal food. Tu was just going out to scout the enemy's situation. Lingdang argued stubbornly, her face slightly red. Oh, Xian replied slowly, stood up, walked over to her, crouched down, and looked her in the eye. Lord Lingdong, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. Lingdang's eyes lit up. But Xian changed his tone, pointing at the door. Out there, official patrols are everywhere, specifically looking for little ones like you with no background, no identity, and cat ears. If they catch you, at best you'll be locked up for questioning you, at worst. Dissected for research. He deliberately said dissected for research in a light, casual tone. Lingdang's cat ears twitched, and her tail curled up uneasily, but she refused to back down verbally. Dissected? This lord isn't afraid. My fission ability. Fission? Oh, the one that squares your mental energy, right? Xian interrupted her, his tone still flat. Sequence 004, indeed powerful. Lingdang froze instantly, her pupils dilating in shock. How do you know? This was her biggest secret. I saw it. Xian pointed to his own eyes. I also have a little something special. But that's not the point. The point is, do you think with your current, well, roughly 100 plus post-fission mental energy, you can handle how many well-trained, well-equipped officials? Let alone the fact that they might have even more powerful weapons and ability users. Lingdang opened her mouth, but said nothing. She was arrogant, but not stupid. The scene Xian described made her feel a real threat. So, Xian stood up, looking down at her with an expression that said, I'm doing this for your own good. Until I get you a legal identity and teach you how to hide in this world and use your abilities properly, it's dangerous out there. Here is the safest place for now. Of course, if you insist on leaving, the door is right there. I can open it for you. But once you step out, your life or death will be up to fate. Having said that, he actually turned around, making as if to open the door. Wait. Lingdang panicked, instinctively grabbing Xian's shirt, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Xian stopped and looked back at her. Lingdang hung her head, her cat ears drooping, her small hand tightly clutching his shirt. After a long while, she spoke in a voice as quiet as a mosquito. Is there any fish left? Xian smiled inwardly, but kept his deadpan expression. Yes, but you have to be good. Fine. Lingdang responded sullenly and let go of his shirt. The great campaign to conquer the world had been thwarted before it even began, tripped up by the threat of reality. But she wasn't completely convinced. Just wait until this lord has a few more meals, builds up her basic mental energy, and after fission. Definitely. Definitely. Just then Xian suddenly felt a slight stir from his myriad authority. At the moment when Lingdang's emotions were high and she had fully activated Fission to try and break the door, the authority had automatically completed the analysis and recording of this top-tier sequence ability. Ability replicated Fission optimized optimization effect mental energy squared multiplier increased to mental energy 2. 5 O consumption reduced by 50. A controllability enhanced partial activation possible. Current mastery perfect note, you can now square then raise to the power of 2. 5. Your own laziness. Theoretically you can lie down even more shamelessly. Xian. The note was as cheeky as ever. But Fission optimized. That was somewhat interesting. He didn't plan to use it for now, nor did he feel the need. His current basic mental energy was probably an astronomical number, not to mention the authority's inherent endless source. Lingdang was completely unaware that her trump card had been swiped by her temporary ally. She was dejectedly heading to the dining table ready to drown her sorrows in food. A few days later, after some maneuvering by Xian, Lingdang was temporarily settled into the home. When Liu called, Xian casually said, "I fostered a kid. She's quite well behaved." Although surprised, Liu was busy with her mission and didn't ask further, only saying she'd come back to see when she had time. Lingdang gradually came to terms with reality. Escape was off the table for now. This temporary ally, though lazy, cooked delicious food and seemed unfathomably deep. She had tested him several times. For instance, she would secretly use her Fission-enhanced mental energy to poke Xian. It was like throwing a pebble into the ocean. He wouldn't even bother to lift an eyelid. Once out of defiance, she condensed her squared mental energy into a tiny needle during a meal, intending to scare him a little. But that mental needle dissipated silently the moment it approached Xian's skin. He simply glanced up at her, his eyes seeming to say, "Don't play with your chopsticks during meals." Lingdang was completely subdued on the surface. She lamented that her grand ambition to unify the world seemed to have crashed straight into the lair of the final boss before it even began, and the boss was leisurely deboning fish for her. However, children adapt quickly. The warm and safe shelter, the ample and delicious food, and Fatty the aloof cat that occasionally allowed her a few pets. Soon Lingdang's ambition was considerably eroded. She began to enjoy this life of being cared for without having to hide. Of course, she still refused to admit defeat verbally. Think of this as this lord's secret base before conquering the world, she always told herself. Then she would feel entitled to order Xian around. "Hey, temporary ally, this lord wants that glowing pudding. Call me Dad," Xian said without looking up, using his telekinesis to form a perfect caramel grid on the pudding's surface. Huh. Lingdang bristled, her cat ears flattening into airplane mode. "You wish. This lord is of noble status. How could I? No call, no pudding." Xian moved the pudding bowl closer to himself. "Dad." Lingdang bit her lip, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, her face flushed red, her eyes filled with humiliation and longing for the pudding. For the sake of delicious food, the lord would temporarily bow her head. "Good." Xian pushed the pudding over with satisfaction and casually rubbed her soft hair and the base of her ears. "Nice texture." Lingdang ate the pudding sulkily, vowing in her heart, "When I get stronger. When I this pudding is really good." And so, under Xian's half-coercive, half-indulgent manner and Lingdang's tsundere behavior, this strange father-daughter relationship was tentatively established. Xian found that he actually quite liked Lingdang. Arrogant tsundere and occasionally scheming, but essentially innocent, like a frightened kitten that liked to puff itself up and hiss. Of course, Lingdang's hissing was literal. Whenever she felt annoyed by Xian's laziness or teasing or wanted to emphasize her dignity, she would involuntarily let out a low, utterly non-threatening hiss from her throat like a cat. Accompanied by a bared teeth expression and raised cat ears, she tried to increase her intimidation. It usually resulted in Xian rubbing her head even harder, or Fatty giving her a look that said she was an idiot. "Hiss again, and no fish tonight." "Hiss." "Sorry." Liu remained suspicious for 3 full days regarding her brother's sudden decision to sponsor a child. It wasn't that she was overly paranoid, but the matter was so out of character for Xian that it was as absurd as the sun rising from the west. He was a slacker who would rather lie down than sit, would order takeout rather than cook, and whose life motto was waiting for death while lazing around until the end of time. Would he suddenly have a change of heart and volunteer at an orphanage? And not just volunteer, but actually bring a child home because they hit it off? To say nothing of his casual tone over the phone, as if he had merely picked up a stray cat. Something's definitely wrong. Between missions, Liu muttered to Chunzhou while biting into an energy bar. "You know my brother's nature as well as I do. He's lazy to the extreme and terrified of trouble. Adopting a child, that's a mountain of trouble. Something's off about this. And he's being evasive, won't even send a photo." Chunzhou checked his equipment while trying to console her. Maybe brother Xian just had a whim. Or maybe the kid is exceptionally well-behaved and doesn't cause trouble. Even he lacked conviction as he spoke. "No, I have to go see for myself." Liu made up her mind, requested half a day off from the bureau chief, and rushed home in a flurry. She was determined to see what kind of angelically obedient and adorable child could make her lazy brother break his routine. As she unlocked the door, Liu had prepared herself mentally for various scenarios. Perhaps a silent, withdrawn child in need of special care, or a mischievous brat who would drive Xian crazy. She even let her imagination run wild, wondering if her brother had suddenly awakened some strange paternal superpower. Yet the scene inside exceeded her expectations. The first thing she saw was her brother Xian sprawled on the living room sofa in a classic Guyu slouch. He was using telekinesis to levitate a bag of chips, sending one piece after another into his mouth. That was so typical of him. Then she noticed a cat-eared little girl lying on his lap. The child looked about 5 or 6, dressed in a newly bought home outfit with little strawberry patterns. Her soft golden hair was slightly tousled, and most striking were the pale golden cat ears atop her head, twitching with every chew. She was munching on a bag of dried fish snacks with relish, her eyes glued to the brightly colored children's cartoon on TV, her tail swaying lazily by Xian's leg. And her brother, the self-proclaimed trouble-averse Mr. Xian, had one hand lazily resting on the little girl's back, occasionally patting it absently. His other hand was still manipulating the chips, his gaze vacant, clearly lost in thought. The scene was oddly harmonious. Hearing the door, both the adult and child on the sofa turned their heads simultaneously. "Little you, what brings you back today?" Xian was a bit surprised, but remained sprawled, merely moving the floating chip bag aside. Ling Dang immediately sat up alertly, her cat ears perked into a vigilant state, her big eyes sizing up the unfamiliar, yet somehow familiar, beautiful woman at the door. She instinctively scooted closer to Xian, but didn't let go of her dried fish. "So this is the child you're sponsoring?" Liu closed the door and changed her shoes. Her gaze swept over Ling Dang like a searchlight. Cat ears. Real cat ears that moved. This was way beyond a little special, wasn't it? She turned her sharp eyes to Xian, clearly demanding an explanation. This is Ling Dang." Xian patted Ling Dang's head, signaling her to greet him. "Ling Dang, this is my sister. Call her aunt." Ling Dang looked at Liu, then at Xian, as if weighing something. Then, to Xian's surprise, she let go of the dried fish. She slid off the sofa, stood up straight, and bowed politely to Liu. In a soft, clear voice that completely lacked the bravado she usually showed Xian, she obediently said, "Hello, auntie." "Xian, isn't this favoritism a bit too obvious?" Liu was also taken aback by this sudden obedience and the crisp auntie, her suspicion and scrutiny melting away by half. There was no helping it. Ling Dang's appearance was too deceptive. Cleaned up, she was as fair and delicate as a doll, her golden cat ears and tail adding a touch of fantastical cuteness. Now, with her round eyes wide open, trying to look well-behaved and polite, her charm was devastating. Hello, Ling Dang." Liu tried to make her voice sound gentle as she walked over, crouching down to eye level with Ling Dang. "How old are you? Are you getting used to living here?" 6. Ling Dang held up a small hand with 6 fingers. Then she glanced at Xian as if choosing her words. "I am used to it. Daddy is very good to me." The last few words came out awkwardly, as if she hadn't gotten used to calling him daddy yet. But to Liu it sounded more like shyness. Liu raised an eyebrow, looking at Xian. Her suspicion had lessened, but her confusion deepened. Daddy. Things were progressing this fast. Xian remained expressionless. The sponsorship procedures went smoothly, and the child was willing, so we're going with it for now. He didn't mention that he had coerced the title with pudding and grilled fish. Liu asked Ling Dang a few more questions, like what she liked to eat and what she usually did. Ling Dang's answers were simple but clear, her eyes very bright. Except for the occasional "I'm going to get stronger" sort of childish talk. Overall, she seemed like a slightly precocious but otherwise normal, adorable kid. Of course, all of this was predicated on ignoring the cat ears and tail. Especially when Liu pulled a beautifully wrapped piece of chocolate from her bag and handed it to Ling Dang. Ling Dang's eyes lit up, her cat ears trembling with joy. She took it with both hands and said sweetly, "Thank you, auntie." Then she eagerly unwrapped it and ate it in small, precious bites. Her satisfied little expression made the last shred of doubt in Li's heart vanish. How could such an easily pleased, adorable child have any ill intentions? Maybe her brother had just gotten incredibly lucky and found a gem. By the way, Ling Dang's ears. Liu looked at Xian, lowering her voice. "They haven't caused any trouble, have they? We disguise them when going out, but at home it's fine." Xian used his telekinesis to precisely toss Ling Dang's finished chocolate wrapper into the trash can. It's said to be a recessive beast ability, awakening, no big deal. It's registered with the community. Liu nodded. Such cases were indeed more common now, and as long as there was no trouble, the authorities generally didn't delve deeper. She watched Ling Dang obediently eating her chocolate, then looked at her brother still sprawled on the sofa and lost in thought, and suddenly felt it wasn't so bad. The house had a bit more life, and her brother seemed to have a bit more humanity. "Have you eaten?" Li Yu asked Li Xian, habitually heading toward the kitchen. Not yet, about to make something. Li Xian finally bothered to get up from the sofa. Ling Dang, what do you want for dinner? Ling Dang immediately raised her hand, her cat, tail wagging expectantly. Fish. Steamed fish. And glowing pudding. She was now an expert at ordering. Steamed fish is fine, pudding depends on your behavior. Li Xian walked toward the kitchen, and as he passed Li Yu, he muttered quickly under his breath. See, I really just picked up an extra mouth to feed. Li Yu chuckled and followed him into the kitchen, intending to help and observe her brother's daily routine with the child. The scene in the kitchen soon made Li Yu's jaw drop. Li Xian wasn't using his hands at all. A floating knife automatically sliced ginger and scallions into hair-thin shreds. The fish, under the influence of telekinesis, jumped into the sink to rinse itself, then landed steadily on a plate, where it was topped with ginger and scallions. The stove lit itself, a pot flew over, and bottles of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar lined up to add the right amounts. The entire process was fluid, quiet, and efficient, like a culinary magic show. Li Yu was stunned. You use your ability for this. She knew her brother had awakened telekinesis, but she never imagined he'd use it so domestically. Why not? Li Xian said matter-of-factly. It saves so much trouble. How else do you think I have time to laze around? Li Yu was speechless. Well, that was typical of Li Xian, taking laziness to its extreme. Ling Dang was also peeking from the kitchen doorway, watching curiously. With chocolate still in her mouth, she cheered Li Xian on vaguely. Go, old man. Add more of that shiny stuff, cooking wine. Li Xian's hand twitched, nearly dropping the floating bottle of cooking wine into the pot. He turned with a dark face. Call me daddy. And stop calling me old man. Who taught you that? He looked suspiciously at the snickering Li Yu. Learned it online. Ling Dang declared proudly, her cat ears twitching triumphantly. They said it sounds domineering. Fitting for my future status as a great one. Great one, my foot. Li Xian flicked Ling Dang's forehead lightly with his telekinesis. Call me that again, and no pudding tonight. Daddy. Ling Dang instantly wilted, switching to a pitiful tone, her tail drooping. Li Yu was struggling to hold back her laughter. She finally understood. This little girl was all bark and no bite, putting on a brave and childish front in front of her brother. But the moment food was threatened, she caved immediately. And her brother, though seemingly annoyed, was actually indulgent. His skillful use of food as a threat was clearly not a first-time tactic. During dinner, the atmosphere was oddly harmonious. Li Xian's steamed fish was incredibly tender, cooked to perfection. Ling Dang ate with her head down, her cat ears trembling with happiness, the tip of her tail curling in delight. But she didn't forget to filially pick a piece of the fish tail for Li Xian. Old daddy, you eat this. Lots of bones, good for building patience. Li Xian looked at the fish tail in his bowl, his eyelid twitching. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. Ling Dang pretended not to hear the sarcasm and picked the best piece of belly meat, placing it in Li Yu's bowl with a sweet smile. Andy, eat. Andy works hard. Thank you, Ling Dang, you're so good. Li Yu was delighted and couldn't resist rubbing Ling Dang's head and the base of her ears. Not only did Ling Dang not mind, but she squinted comfortably and let out a purr like a kitten's. Li Xian. Could the favoritism be any more obvious? After dinner, Li Yu volunteered to clean up. Ling Dang, clutching a new toy Li Yu had brought, a glowing, sound-emitting smart plush ball, played happily in the living room, chasing the ball all over the place, her cat ears and tail swaying with her movements full of energy. Watching her, Li Yu couldn't help saying to Li Xian, bro, Ling Dang is really adorable. Are you really going to keep her? What else? Send her back. Li Xian sprawled back on the sofa, watching Ling Dang play with the ball, a complex look in his eyes. She does call me daddy, even if it's mostly for food. She seems scared of you, but also likes to cling to you. Li Yu observed. It's not fear, it's that she can't beat me, Li Xian summarized precisely. Plus, she's been kidnapped by my cooking. Li Yu burst out laughing. Just then, tired from playing, Ling Dang hugged the ball and sidled up to Li Yu, looking up with her little face. Auntie, can I sleep with you tonight? He'll tell you stories about my past adventures. She almost slipped up, but quickly corrected herself. Sure. Li Yu agreed readily, eager to learn more about the child. Li Xian glanced sideways. Didn't someone say they could never sleep with anyone else? Ling Dang immediately made a face at him. Naya, today this great one is accompanying Annie. Old man, you sleep on the sofa yourself. With that, she quickly hid behind Li Yu, revealing only half her head and twitching cat ears, challenging Li Xian. Hey, you little ingrate. Li Xian pretended to get up and grab her. Ling Dang squealed and laughed, hiding in Li Yu's arms. Li Yu also laughed, protecting her, and said to Li Xian, all right, bro, stop it. Ling Dang's sleeping with me tonight. Watching Ling Dang wink triumphantly at him from his sister's arms, Li Xian was both exasperated and amused. He realized he really couldn't handle this little cat girl. He couldn't hit her or scold her, and the only thing that worked was threatening to take away her food, which she fell for every time. Moreover, seeing her transform from that dirty, pitiable little refugee who talked about ruling the world into this lively child who could be spoiled, picky, tattletale, and ingratiating. Li Xian's initial grumbling about the trouble had long been replaced by a strange sense of satisfaction. Maybe raising a kid wasn't so bad. At the very least, life had become much more entertaining like now. Ling Dang. Are you using my toothbrush to chew on again? Came Li Xian's shout from the bathroom. It wasn't me. It was Fatty Orange. In the living room, Ling Dang unhesitatingly blamed the cat, who was busy grooming itself. Meow? Translation: what does it have to do with me? Do I use an electric toothbrush? You dare frame Fatty Orange? No pudding tonight for real. I'm sorry, okay. Instant surrender. Watching this chaotic yet warm daily life, Li Yu finally felt completely at ease. Her brother was still the same lazy guy, but he seemed to have gained a bit of responsibility and vitality. This home with Ling Dang's arrival truly seemed different, more lively, warmer, and more interesting. The cat-eared Lola's grand plan to conquer the world was destined to be postponed indefinitely under the culinary skills and suppression of a certain slacker old man. Li Ye's half-day holiday soon came to an end as new tasks called her back to the office. She had to leave in a hurry, carrying both the novelty of her fascination with the bell and the sentiment of her brother's transformation. Before she left, she recalled something and said to Li Xian, who was slumped on the sofa and unsuccessfully prodded by the bell with a cat tail, "By the way, brother, I have something to tell you. The General Administration has issued a joint document with the Ministry of Education. They are preparing to establish special potential development schools in major cities, essentially schools for ability users. The primary focus will be on underage awakeners, providing systematic ability guidance, cultural education, and basic combat training. Both Chen Zhe and I have been preliminarily included in the candidate list for instructors at the Jiangxing branch school, and we might be going there to teach soon." Li Xian raised an eyebrow, and before he could respond, the bell perked up its ears beside him. "School? What is that? Is it delicious?" Li Yu chuckled and crouched down to explain patiently. "A school is a place to learn knowledge and make new friends. Little friends like the bell who possess special abilities can go there to learn how to better use their powers. They can also play with many other special little friends." The bell seemed to understand, but not fully. However, upon hearing about many other special little friends, its cat ears perked up with interest. Yet it immediately glanced at Li Xian with suspicion. "Humph, this great one doesn't need to go to some school to learn. My power is innate. But maybe it wouldn't be bad to see those future subordinates." Li Xian ignored its dramatic statement and asked Li Yu, "Is it compulsory to attend?" "At this stage, it's voluntary with recommendations, but in the long run, to regulate management and explore potential, it may gradually implement compulsory basic education. Especially for young children like the bell with special abilities, sending them for systematic learning is beneficial, much better than staying at home." Li Yu meaningfully glanced at the remote control that the bell was trying to move with its telekinesis, which was subtly held in place by Li Xian's more delicate telekinesis. "Stop pondering unnecessarily." "Got it." Li Xian nodded. "Well, see how it goes then." Li Yu reiterated a few safety reminders and to take care of the bell before leaving in a hurry. After the door closed, the living room fell silent for a moment. The bell immediately leaned closer to Li Xian and curiously asked, "Dad, is there really a lot of people like me at school? Are there any who are stronger than me?" Her eyes sparkled with competitiveness and curiosity. Li Xian glanced at her and began to showcase his talent for educating children. "School? Ah, that's a great place. Not only are there little friends like you, but there are also various fun facilities that can test your strength and teach you more powerful techniques. Also, unlimited nutritious lunches and afternoon snacks. I heard they often serve special little dried fish and pudding." The bell's eyes lit up instantly, nearly drooling. Unlimited little dried fish, pudding. However, Li Xian shifted the subject and sighed. "There are rules at school. First, only children with a clean identity and registered records can attend. Like those of dubious origins without formal identities who might be hunted by bad people." He deliberately prolonged his tone. The bell's ears drooped, excitement waning significantly. She sulkily sat back on the sofa, hugging her knees. "So, does that mean this great one can't go?" Her longing for the unlimited little dried fish and pudding and curiosity about being with many special little friends was doused by reality. Li Xian looked at her dejected little figure, his bit of wicked amusement satisfied. But he didn't intend to let her remain gloomy for long. He ruffled her hair, which caused the bell to angrily dodge away. "So the urgent task now is to get you a perfect, unassailable identity. Relying solely on the temporary guardian proof I previously obtained and the vague beast transformation ability explanation may suffice for daily community checks, but it won't be enough for entering a national-level special school. What should we do then?" The bell looked up. Her golden pupils were filled with reliance and inquiry, temporarily forgetting her great one persona. Li Xian stroked his chin deep in thought. "I recently heard that a new awakener in Jiangxing has emerged, serial number 021, with the ability of electromagnetic control. This serial number is quite high, probably unique globally. In theory, if used cleverly, it might be possible to directly interfere with or even forge some of the underlying identity information flow in encrypted databases. With a few other methods, perhaps we can create a flawless legal identity for you. The bell understood only half of it, but caught the key point. You want to find that guy who can play with electricity. Can he help me? Not find, but encounter, Xian corrected, slumping back onto the sofa. And conveniently observe his abilities. Don't worry, Dad has his ways. The bell looked at Xian's confident demeanor, feeling somewhat reassured. However, she still protested. Who needs your help? This great one can figure it out herself. Yet her confidence was clearly lacking. All right, then how about you first figure out how to wash the dishes today with your Fission telekinesis? Xian pointed towards the kitchen sink. The bell looked at the pile of dishes and thought about her still unrefined control over her telekinesis and the potential punishment for breaking dishes. She instantly wilted. Her cat tail drooped listlessly. Dad, you go ahead and come back early. He who knows how to adapt is wise. The ruler understands this well. With the plan set, Xian did not rush into action. He maintained his usual lazy demeanor. He first spent 2 days collecting information through mobile news and local ability user forums. Such forums have been sprouting up like mushrooms after a rain. With his pervasive perception, he roughly understood the situation of the newly emerged serial number 021 electromagnetic controller. The individual was codename Magnetic String, real name unknown, male, estimated to be between 20 and 30 years old. After awakening, he seemingly did not join any official organizations, acting relatively low-key, but not completely hidden. There were sporadic sighting reports. It was noted that near several old industrial areas in Jiangxing, abnormal electromagnetic disturbances had been observed around substations or communication bases, suspected to be him practicing or testing his abilities. Liking to operate near energy nodes. That's a good habit. Xian noted down a few possible locations. That afternoon, he used the excuse of going out to buy groceries and also getting the bell some newly released cat-shaped cotton candy. The bell expressed strong anticipation and reluctantly agreed to watch the house alone, staring intensely at the fat orange cat. Xian strolled to an abandoned communication base in the northern suburbs. This place was far from the main road, surrounded by sparse trees and rusted towers. Xian's perception spread like an invisible radar, quickly locking onto a position. He walked leisurely over, and behind a patch of weeds that were half a person high spotted his target. A young man in a gray hoodie, tall and slender, stood with his eyes closed beneath an abandoned microwave antenna. His hands were raised in front of him, palms facing each other, with fine blue and white electric sparks jumping between them. Moreover, within a radius of more than 10 meters centered around him, the air was faintly filled with weak electric currents. The metal scraps on the ground trembled slightly, emitting a low buzzing sound. He was clearly attempting to finally control the electromagnetic force, trying to construct some stable field. Serial number 021, electromagnetic control. Xian's omnipotent power instantly activated. Deep perception functioned like the most intricate scanner, clearly revealing the essence of the extraordinary powers circulating around the young man. It was not merely the control of electric currents. It was a more fundamental command over electromagnetic fields, electric charges, magnetic field lines, and even certain parts of the electromagnetic spectrum. From the macro lightning to the microchip information, theoretically everything fell within his dominion. Furthermore, judging from his mental power, he seemed to have reached the peak level of class, which is around 1800. With such a high serial number 021, his true combat power likely rivaled that of ordinary class ability users or beasts. A very practical ability, Xian evaluated in his mind, especially in relation to the goal of generating an identity. Although he wore a mask, he did not deliberately conceal his aura. Of course, he usually exuded an aura as weak as a stone. The sound of footsteps startled the young man. Magnetic String suddenly opened his eyes. The electric light in his hands immediately retracted as he warily looked in Xian's direction. What he saw was an ordinary young man dressed in casual clothes, holding a supermarket plastic bag and wearing a peculiar Wukong mask, appearing entirely non-threatening. But the instinct of an ability user kept him from relaxing, as he felt no energy fluctuations from the other party. It could either mean an extremely strong concealment ability or that he was indeed an ordinary person who had wandered in. But would an ordinary person come to such a place? Who are you? Magnetic String's voice was a bit low, tinged with wariness. Just passing by, buying groceries. Xian waved the bag in his hand, sounding casual. I saw some light over here and was curious to check it out. Are you the Magnetic String mentioned in the news? The one who plays with electricity? Magnetic String frowned, not liking the term playing with electricity. However, the other party's attitude seemed relaxed, not like that of official personnel looking to pick a fight. It's not safe here, ordinary people should leave. Oh, Xian replied, but did not move. Instead, he looked around at the air where electric currents still faintly lingered and at the slightly trembling metal on the ground. Does your ability allow you to hack into network systems, like modifying some database or something? Magnetic String's gaze tightened, the electric light around him flickering again. Why are you asking this? This question was too sensitive. Just curious, Xian smiled, appearing harmless. I have a friend whose identity has a slight issue and wants to regularize it. I heard that experts in electromagnetic abilities might have ways to help. I don't engage in illegal activities, Magnetic String firmly refused, while secretly boosting his power, ready to act if the other party made any sudden movements. He found it hard to see through this person, and a warning bell rang in his mind. Don't be tense, Bim, just asking a question. Xian waved his hand, as if he hadn't noticed the electric light that Magnetic String was preparing to unleash. But since I'm here. His words hadn't finished when Magnetic String suddenly felt an extremely strange change in the surrounding electromagnetic field. The electromagnetic force he relied on, which he could control with ease, seemed to be tossed into a lake by a stone. It sent ripples that were completely beyond his control. No, it wasn't just out of control, it was being forcefully covered or assimilated by a grander, more essential force. He attempted to gather lightning, but the electric light flickered unpredictably at his fingertips, as if encountering an invisible barrier. He sought to disturb the magnetic field to push the other party back, but found his magnetic field commands sinking like a stone. What horrified him even more was that he sensed the core of his abilities within him. The core power, representing serial number 021 electromagnetic control, was subtly trembling, as if it had encountered the gaze of a higher existence. Imprinting. What? What did you do? Magnetic String was utterly astonished. He had never encountered such a situation. The other party hadn't even made any obvious movements. Xian did not answer, merely watching him quietly. The omnipotent power operated at full capacity, analyzing, understanding, replicating. The essence of serial number 021's ability unfolded like an open book before his eyes. It involved the basic rules of electromagnetic interactions, the principles of controlling information carriers, the ways of influencing the boundary between energy and matter, all absorbed and optimized by the power. A few seconds later, Xian blinked. Ability replicated, electromagnetic control optimized version, optimization effects, control precision and range increased by 300, energy consumption reduced by 60, new features, microscopic information weaving and macroscopic field shaping added, allowing for molecular level electromagnetic operations and the construction of large electromagnetic barriers. Current mastery perfect. Note, now you can set up a wireless charging blanket at home while also ensuring your neighbor's Wi-Fi is always at full strength or has no signal at all. Done. Xian felt satisfied. Meanwhile, Magnetic String, after feeling that intangible gaze retract, felt a sudden lightness all over. His uncontrollable powers returned to normal, but the earlier sensation of being stripped of his research made his spine chill. The look he cast at Xian was filled with fear and disbelief. What kind of monster is this? What sequence is he? What ability was that? Thanks, brother Magnetic String, Xian said as if nothing had happened, cheerfully lifting the plastic bag. Your abilities are quite enlightening. Don't worry, I don't do bad things, just doing some research. Goodbye. Saying that, he turned and strolled away along the path he came from, as if he were just a curious passerby. Magnetic String stood frozen in place, only taking a deep breath, once Xian's figure disappeared into the trees. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. He no longer dared to linger in that place, nor could he easily practice his powers for the short term. What he encountered today exceeded his understanding. On the way home, Xian contemplated how to combine the newly acquired electromagnetic control with his existing abilities, like consciousness cutting, to weave a perfect identity for the bell, including a series of data chains from birth records, medical files, to basic education information. Meanwhile, he casually used his new powers to interfere with the phone of a perverted man trying to take pictures under a girl's skirt with a weak electric current, causing it to black out and smoke. If abilities aren't used for good, what's the difference from being a salted fish? Although I am a salted fish. Xian shook his head as he walked into the community, hiding his achievements. As soon as the door opened, the bell pounced at him. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at the bag in his hand, cotton candy. Xian handed her the cat-shaped cotton candy, watching the little one cheerfully run off, a smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. The identity issue was about to be resolved, and the ability school seemed to be a good place as well. At least it could consume the excess energy and middle school fantasies of this girl. Soon the younger sister would be able to come home often. Well, except for possibly needing to deal with Li's questions about why the bell was so compliant with her, but not with him. Why is she so obedient to me, but gives you all sorts of attitude? As for the Magnetic String, who was still questioning life, who cares, he wasn't an official person. With the optimized version of electromagnetic mastery, forging a legitimate identity for Lingdang became simpler for Xian than peeling an apple with telekinesis. He even maintained his standard posture of lounging on the sofa throughout the task, eyes half closed, as if dozing off. In reality, his consciousness had silently infiltrated the depths of several key databases through the ubiquitous electromagnetic waves and network signals. Combining the precision of consciousness splitting with the Omni Authority's understanding of information's essence, he began sculpting Lingdang's new identity like a master virtual sculptor. He selected a remote town orphanage as the starting point, one that had been completely destroyed years ago by a beast attack with all paper archives lost and only partial electronic backups remaining. There he added a record of a female infant abandoned at the orphanage gate 6 years ago. The infant's characteristics were vague, convenient for future mutations, and she was named Xiaoling. The record indicated she had been frail and introverted since childhood, showing no obvious supernatural abilities. Then he supplemented sparse medical records and growth observation notes from subsequent years. Everything was logical and stood up to scrutiny. The most critical step was tied to the time point of the global awakening triggered by the gray-clad man incident months ago. Li Xiaoling's record was timely updated with a note: unstable energy fluctuations detected, suspected latent bestial transformation ability, awakening, high emotional volatility, requires special observation. Then the record showed she was transferred to a large comprehensive orphanage in Jiangxing for further evaluation and care. Finally, the most delicate step, Li Xian simulated several online communication records between community workers and orphanage social workers. The content involved a Mr. Li Xian who, while participating in community assistance activities, had formed a deep emotional bond with the special child Li Xiaoling. After compliance assessments and formalities, special foster care was successfully arranged. All procedural documents, signatures, and seals, electronic seals, were complete. The logical chain was intact, and the timeline was seamless. He had even accounted for potential delays and minor errors in data synchronization between different departments. The entire process cost Li Xian roughly the time of an afternoon tea. In between, he even found time to heat a glass of milk for himself using electromagnetism and shell a handful of melon seeds for Lingdong, who was watching cartoons with telekinesis. Done. Li Xian stretched, feeling it was even easier than writing an 8,000-word novel since he didn't have to fabricate a plot. He snapped his fingers, and the living room smart TV screen flickered, switching to what appeared to be an official internal query interface. It clearly displayed Li Xiaoling's complete file and her association with Guardian Li Xian. Here, take a look. You're now Li Xiaoling, officially certified with a clean background and a slightly special, but perfectly reasonable beast transformation, little awakener. Li Xian turned the screen towards Lingdong, who was engrossed in hugging the fat orange cat. Lingdang released the resigned feline, leaned in, and widened her eyes at the text and photos she couldn't quite understand. The photo was a composite Li Xian had made using her real-time image combined with images of other children from the database, leaving no trace of Photoshop. She looked up at Li Xian, her cat ears tilting in confusion. That's it. I am. Now Li Xiaoling. Publicly, yes. At home, you're still Lingdong, or Lord Me. Li Xian said casually. With this, you can go to school, enjoy unlimited dried fish and pudding, and legally have a citizen identity without worrying about being taken for dissection. Lingdang didn't fully understand, but the words unlimited dried fish and pudding and legal she got. A relieved expression crossed her small face, but then she remembered something and raised her chin. Humph. Even without this, Lord Me wouldn't get caught. My fishin'. Yes, your fishin' is the most powerful. Li Xian ruffled her hair dismissively and asked casually, speaking of which, what was your previous world like? Who were those bad guys chasing you? The atmosphere froze for an instant. The pride and liveliness on Lingdang's face receded like a tide. A clear flash of fear, grief, and complex emotions beyond her years flickered in her golden pupils. She lowered her head, fingers unconsciously twisting her clothes, cat ears drooping, tail tightly coiling around her calf. The chattering little one had instantly shrunk into a small animal protecting itself. Don't want to talk. Her voice was muffled, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. It was bad there. Many bad people. Seeing her sudden shift in mood, Li Xian's casual curiosity instantly dissipated. It was replaced by a trace of pity. He didn't press further, just reached out and gently patted her back. The gesture wasn't particularly tender, but it clearly conveyed, you don't have to talk if you don't want. I am here. Don't talk about it if you don't want to. Li Xian's tone was flat, as if commenting on the nice weather. Anyway, you're here now, with food, drink, and an old man to support you. You can forget the past too. Lingdang didn't dodge his hand, just buried her face lower. After a moment, she let out an almost inaudible moan. Her body gradually relaxed, leaning back into the sofa, but her mood clearly hadn't recovered immediately. Li Xian didn't try to lighten the atmosphere either. He just switched the TV back to the cartoon she had been watching and pushed the plate of shelled melon seeds within her reach. Some wounds need time and a safe haven to heal slowly. Xian might be lazy, might dislike trouble, but he wasn't stupid, nor was he blind. He had noticed Lingdang's occasional suppressed sobs when waking up in the middle of the night, her excessive alertness to unfamiliar sounds, and the loneliness hidden beneath her bluster, a depth that belied her age. This kid's origins were definitely not simple, and her experiences were likely quite rough. However, since she didn't want to talk, he wouldn't force her. Protecting her as she grew up safely in this world wasn't too difficult for someone with sequence 001 abilities. That was enough. A few days later, Lingdong seemed to have recovered from that brief slump, turning back into the energetic, Chunabu-filled, cat-eared lowly. One of her greatest hobbies became monopolizing Xian's phone. Xian was too lazy to fight her for it. He still had his tablet and computer. Through the phone, Lingdang absorbed information like a sponge, rapidly understanding this new world. She learned to use shopping apps to browse snacks and add them to the cart for Xian to pay. She learned to scroll through short videos and scoffed at some of the exaggerated displays of abilities. She also learned to lurk on supernatural forums, reading posts about sequence rankings, ability discussions, boasting, and even fight challenges. When she finally understood the meaning of the myriad spirit sequence and what her own 004 fission meant on this list, the little one completely freaked out. Waha, Lord Me is indeed a genius. Sequence 004. Fourth strongest in the universe. No, maybe the top 3 aren't as strong as me. She held up the phone, bouncing on the sofa, her cat tail spinning like a propeller, golden eyes blazing. See that, old man? See that? Lord Me is 004. Way better than your 7,000 something. From now on, I'm the boss of this house. Hand over the pudding. And stop rubbing my ears. Or Lord Me will fission you. Turn you bald. She was so arrogant, she almost flew, envisioning a bright future where she stepped on Xian and ruled the world. Xian was using his electromagnetic mastery to precisely manipulate a circuit board, performing dust-free cleaning and performance optimization on an old game console purely out of boredom. He didn't look up. Oh really? Then try it. Try it, I will. Lingdang put down the phone, stood aggressively before Xian, her small face turning red as she focused all her mental energy. She could feel that the good food and drink of the past few days, especially the meals Xian had carefully cooked with his abilities, seemed to have a faint nourishing effect on her spirit energy. Her pitiful base spirit energy had somehow grown a tiny bit from 10 points to 11 points. Don't underestimate that 1 point. For her fission, 11 base points meant 121 after fission. A full 21 points more than before. A massive increase. This was the horror of sequence 004. Every single point increase in the base value brought a squared level leap in strength. Hiya! Lingdang let out a sharp cry, condensing the 121 points of spirit energy after fission. No fancy techniques, just the simplest and crudest mental shock. Like an invisible heavy hammer, it slammed towards Xian, who was lounging in his chair. This time she had learned her lesson. She didn't scatter the power, but concentrated it all on 1 point, aiming for a one-hit kill. The moment the spirit energy reached him, Xian finally lifted his eyes. Then nothing happened. That mental shock enough to dizzy an ordinary rank superhuman or knock out in Frank 1. Upon contacting, Xian's body surface vanished without a trace, like a drop of water merging into a vast ocean, not even causing a ripple. Xian didn't even sway. The solder joint on the precision circuit board in his hand remained steady as a mountain. Some improvement in power. Xian even took the time to comment. Control is still terrible. Energy waste exceeds 80%. Also, who taught you to shout before fighting? Afraid no one will know where you're aiming. Lingdong. Her little head couldn't process it. A full power strike vanished into thin air, and she was being criticized for control and tactics. This wasn't the script she had imagined. Where was her rise to power? No way. Lingdang refused to accept reality, her cat ears slightly red from excitement and overexertion. Again, I wasn't using my full power just now. Save it. Xian finally finished his little project and set the game console aside. He stood up slowly, looking down at the bristling little cat girl. Don't talk about 121. Even if your base spirit energy reaches 100 and after fission it's 1000, to me it's still like a tickle. He reached out a finger and gently tapped it on Lingdang's smooth forehead. There was no force, but Lingdang felt an indescribable pressure envelop her. It made her unable to muster any thought of resistance. She even subconsciously stopped the operation of fission. Remember this little squirt. Xian's tone carried a rare hint of seriousness, though his expression remained lazy. Having a high sequence and great potential is a good thing, but it's not a license for arrogance. In this world, what truly determines strength is never just the numbers on paper. Control, technique, experience, mental fortitude, and, well, some other things. Before you learn to walk, don't think about flying. Otherwise, if I'm not home someday, And you go out acting so cocky you might run into a real big shot with a bad temper and die without knowing how. Ling Dang was choked by the invisible pressure, her golden pupils filled with shock and confusion. Her proud sequence 004, the vastly increased spirit energy after fission, was so pathetically weak against this old man. Who was he really? Was his sequence really over 7,000? Seeing the little one looking so shattered, Xian found it a bit amusing. He withdrew his finger, and the pressure vanished. He slumped back into his chair, his tone returning to laziness. But your spirit energy growing on its own is convenient. Looks like raising you isn't a total loss if at least the food money wasn't wasted. Keep it up, eat more, and maybe in a few years you can help me wash the dishes. Ling Dang was still frozen in place, processing the impact and Li Xian's words. Her earlier arrogance had been completely crushed. What replaced it was a mix of frustration, curiosity, and a faint, even she didn't notice, longing for greater power and a vague awe for the unfathomable strength of the old man before her. "To know," she replied dejectedly, her tail hanging listlessly as she silently crawled back to the sofa corner, hugging her knees to ponder life. The fat orange cat jumped onto the back of the sofa, looking at the crestfallen Ling Dong, then at Li Xian, who had already picked up his tablet to browse funny videos. A glint of understanding flashed in its heterochromatic eyes. "Meow? Translation told you so. Who's the real boss in this house?" Ling Dang glared at the fat cat defiantly, but didn't argue. She secretly glanced at Li Xian's profile, and her ambition to rule the world had to lie dormant once more in the face of absolute strength disparity. However, a new thought quietly sprouted: just how strong was the old man? Was his sequence really what he had registered? Meanwhile, Li Xian scrolled through a ridiculous news story about a man claiming to be sequence 250 super spitter, arguing online for 3 days and nights, causing his opponent to faint from anger. All the while, he kept an eye on the quiet little figure in the corner of the sofa. Natural spirit energy growth. Indeed worthy of sequence 004. This kind of growth potential was truly terrifying. If she were allowed to grow normally, she would definitely become one of the top powerhouses in the world. But before that, Ling Dong, Li Xian suddenly spoke. "Huh? What?" Ling Dang looked up warily. "What do you want for dinner?" "Daddy will show you a new trick, a pan-seared beef steak made with electromagnetic microvibration technology. Guaranteed crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and bursting with juice." "Yes." Ling Dang's eyes instantly lit up again. All her frustration and life contemplation scattered in the face of delicious food. See, raising a kid was this simple. Feed, suppress, then feed again. Li Xian felt he was gradually getting the hang of it. At that moment, Li Xian was nestled on the sofa, using electromagnetic microvibration technology to perfectly cook a 5-point rare beef steak for Ling Dang, enjoying the joys of raising children. His sister Li Yu and her fiancé Chunzhe were located 300 kilometers away from Jiang City, along the banks of the Li River, engaged in a grueling turtle hunting activity. The Li River, renowned for its breathtaking scenery, had now become a paradise for mutated turtle-like beasts. This time their target was an shrank beast codenamed Xuanjia. It resembled a giant turtle magnified hundreds of times, with a pitch-black shell. Its back was covered with menacing bone spurs and natural energy patterns measuring over 15 meters in diameter, akin to a moving small fortress. Its attack methods were not flashy, primarily relying on brute force charges, high-pressure water cannons, and that incredibly frustrating absolute defense. After the gray-clad man transformed the world and powers evolved commonly, Li Yu and Chunzhe's strength had indeed made significant progress. Li Yu's mental slicing had become sharper, her control over spiritual energy expanded, and her microscopic interference with matter and energy had greatly improved. Chunzhe's flame control had surpassed temperature limits, with a significant increase in the speed and precision of fire shaping, making his endurance in battle incomparable to before. Theoretically, facing an ordinary shrank beast unknown, either of them would possess the strength to fight back, even to emerge victorious. However, the Xuanjia clearly did not belong to the ordinary category. Its shell was not only remarkably defensively potent, but also inherently possessed a strange energy absorption and dispersion characteristic. When Li Yu's mental slicing struck, most of its power vanished like a mud cow entering the sea. The attack was dissipated layer by layer by the thick shell and the peculiar internal energy structure, leaving only faint white scratches on the surface that quickly faded. Chunzhe's fiery impact was equally ineffective. When the high-temperature flames scorched the surface, the energy patterns on the turtle's shell lit up, diverting most of the thermal energy into the surrounding waters. This created a massive amount of steam, but failed to truly harm its body. This turtle shell is too hard. Li Yu dodged the horizontally sweeping tail of the Xuanjia, which resembled a battering ram hovering in midair. With beads of sweat forming on her forehead and her breathing slightly hurried, She had lost count of how many times her attacks had returned empty-handed. Her mental slicing was more adept at targeting the spiritual consciousness and energy nodes of living beings. Against such pure and extreme physical energy defense, it felt a bit like punching cotton. Xian's situation was not much better. He had just attempted to compress the flames into a high-temperature ray for a pinpoint breakthrough, and the result was a red burned into the turtle's shell. It lasted for over 10 seconds, and it looked ready to melt through. Suddenly, the energy patterns around the red began to swirl wildly, drawing energy from farther away to replenish itself. It forcibly sealed the melting point, and even sent back a wave of scorching heat, forcing him to retreat. It's not just hard. Xian wiped the moisture from his face. It was a mixture of sweat and steam. His gaze sharpened as he analyzed. Its shell has something akin to an energy circulation system, dispersing the attacks it receives across its entire back, even channeling it into the river beneath it. Brute force won't work. We need to find its energy core or a weak point in its defenses. The problem is this thing shrinks like an iron barrel. Again, Liu, not in the best of moods, unleashed another mental blade against the edge of the turtle shell, still only leaving faint white marks. Its eyes and mouth are heavily guarded, getting close results in a face full of water cannons. Moreover, does it not get tired? They had already been fighting the Xuanjia for nearly an hour. This section of the Li River was a mess, with broken trees on the banks, shattered rocks, and the river's surface churning restlessly. The two took turns attacking, restraining, and recovering. Their tactical coordination was undoubtedly harmonious, and their consumption was significant, yet they could never achieve a decisive breakthrough. This giant soft-shelled turtle, is simply an invulnerable mobile fortress. Xiaoyu, let's combine our efforts once more. Xian took a deep breath, flames once again surging around him, changing from orange-red to blazing white. I'll burn with all my might to attract its defensive system's attention. You try to find the energy gaps at the junctions of its shell pieces, even if just for a moment. Understood. Liu gathered her focused silvery light swirling in the depths of her eyes, her mental energy highly condensed, akin to the most precise scalpel. The battle intensified once again. Xian transformed into a human-shaped flamethrower, the blazing white flame tornado gripping a central area of the Xuanjia's back. The frenzied burning distorted the air. The river below boiled and vaporized, creating a horrific scene. The Xuanjia was indeed drawn in the brightness of the energy patterns on its back, surged, fully resisting the ongoing high-temperature assault. Now's the time. Li's eyes flared with silver light, her mental slicing reaching its zenith. Silvery threads silently seeped into the tiny gaps between the shell pieces on the Xuanjia's back. Her spiritual energy was like the most patient explorer searching for any possible discord amidst the chaotic energy turbulence. Found it. At the junction of the third and fourth shell pieces on the left side, due to Qian's fierce assault, a minuscule delay and disturbance in the energy flow had occurred. At that spot, a momentary vacuum appeared in the defense. That's the spot, Liu shouted. All the silver threads that had seeped in instantly converged and twisted, transforming into an extremely refined, invisible blade that pierced fiercely through that tiny gap. Roar! The Xuanjia, which had remained silent and steady throughout the assaults, finally let out its first cry of pain since the battle began. The sound was deep and thunderous, filled with intense agony and fury. Its massive body suddenly shook. The area on its shell where Liu had pierced now showed fine spiderweb-like cracks. A trickle of dark blue energy blood seeped out. Effective, but not lethal enough. Xianjia, Liu called out, struggling to maintain the precision of her cut, her face pale. Received. Xianjia understood immediately and quickly changed tactics. The blazing white flame tornado rapidly contracted, transforming into a slender, finger-thick, yet blindingly bright, pure, white fire line. He precisely drilled it into the gap that Liu had torn open. A pincer movement. The mental slicing destroyed the internal energy structure and the connection to the flesh, while the high temperature controlled by the flame heart erupted from within. The Xuanjia's struggles became frenzied and desperate in an instant. It attempted to retract its head, tail, and limbs, but the excruciating pain from the internal damage distorted its movements. Dark blue blood gushed from the cracks in its shell, and its mouth and nose mixed with the scalding steam generated by the internal high temperature. It let out its final heart-wrenching wail, its massive body thrashing violently in the river, stirring up towering waves. Ultimately, its movements gradually weakened. The pitch-black shell lost its luster and slowly sank into the murky river. Only a desolate battlefield and the gradually dissipating scent of blood remained. The battle was over. Liu and Qianjia floated in midair, watching the river's surface gradually calm down, both letting out long sighs of relief. Fatigue was written all over their faces. This battle had proven far more arduous than they had anticipated, taking too long. Their internal energies had been depleted by more than half, and their mental strength was severely overdrawn. Finally, it's done. Liu landed on a relatively intact boulder on the shore, sitting down without any regard for her image. She pulled out high-energy compressed biscuits and functional drinks from her small supply pack and handed one to Qianzhe. As she ate, she grumbled, "When will this working life come to an end? Wasn't it promised that I would be a coach at the school to have a lighter workload and be able to visit my brother and Ling Dang often? It's been several days already. Where are the messages? Where are the shadows? Every day it's either killing this or subduing that, or strengths now popping up like cabbage." Qianzhe smiled wryly as he took the food, gulping down some water to ease the burning sensation in his throat. There are higher-ups with their considerations. The situation is unstable everywhere with a shortage of high-tier combat power. The Spark plan has a high priority, and it takes time to establish school locations, filter teachers, develop courses, and assess student sources. Moreover, I heard that the Bureau is particularly strict about searching for high-sequence newcomers, with Director Zhou overseeing personally. Us old-timers naturally have to step up to secure time for the newcomers to grow. I know. Liu sighed, nibbling on her biscuit, her expression somewhat vacant. I just feel tired. I used to think strengths were impressive, but now, once the sequence rankings come out, I realize how much more there is beyond the sky. Our 016 and 025 are only above average in the new sequence, with so many monsters above us. 004. I know it should be 006 as prophecy hanging like a knife there, anxious above, while chaos reigns below. Sigh. She thought of her lazy brother at home. And that cute little niece with cat ears, although a bit of a weirdo, was simply adorable. A surge of longing and worry filled her heart. Her brother is just a low-sequence ability user, and Ling Dang has a special background. Although it seems calm now in this increasingly dangerous world. Don't overthink it. Qianzhe sat beside her and patted her shoulder. At least Xian Gu and Ling Dang are safe for now. Once the school stabilizes, we'll have more time to go back. Moreover, teaching students might be more interesting than dealing with these tough-skinned creatures. I hope so. I heard those little brats are more rambunctious than ever. Once they awaken a bit of power, they become insufferable, harder to manage than the beasts. But at least we don't have to fight these iron turtles every day. She kicked a piece of shell that had fallen off the xuanjia, only to jolt her toes, painfully grimacing. Qianzhe chuckled at her antics, shaking his head. All right, enough complaining. The mission is complete, let's report it. The logistics and cleanup teams should be arriving soon. Let's hurry and retreat, find a place to recover. Maybe there will be new missions this afternoon. Liu stuffed the last bit of biscuit into her mouth and brushed the crumbs off her hands. She stood up, gazing at the faint outline of the city across the Li River. Let's go back, write the report, and then wait for the next mission notification, whether it's for a rabbit, a bird, or another iron turtle. The two took a moment to catch their breath and restore some energy before setting off on their return journey. The sunset stretched their shadows, casting them on the desolate riverbank left after the battle, making them appear somewhat weary, yet still upright. Meanwhile, in an apartment far away in Jiang City, Xian had just cut the perfectly cooked rare beef steak into small pieces, placing them on Ling Dang's dedicated plate, which featured a cute cat design. Juicy meat juices slowly oozed from the perfectly brown cut surface, emitting an enticing aroma. Dinner is ready, little bean. Coming. Old Dang is the best. Ling Dang cheered as she pounced toward the dining table, her cat ears and tail expressing her joy in unison. Outside, the lights began to twinkle, and the night over Jiang City was gentle. One side was filled with the sighs of post-battle fatigue and expectations for the future, while the other was filled with warm feeding and daily chatter under the soft light. At this moment, the two sides of the world were connected by distant distances and the same starlight, each operating independently, yet subtly related. One afternoon, in a corner of a certain park, Xian had just used his consciousness to silently persuade a crank illusion light sparrow to voluntarily accompany him home for a visit. This was a small avian beast that emitted a hypnotic glow and moved at incredible speed. Its flesh was delicious, and everyone who had tasted it praised it. Congratulations, you'll make a fortune. Congratulations, your life will be splendid. His phone rang. The caller ID displayed Liu. Xian held the eco-friendly bag containing ingredients with one hand and answered the phone with the other, speaking in a languid tone. Hello. Busy as always, finally remember you have a home. The voice on the other end came through, tinged with obvious fatigue, but even more excitement. Bro. Stop joking. I'm serious. The enrollment notice for the superhuman school has officially been issued. The first pilot enrollment starts next week. Qianzhe and I have received our transfer orders too. We'll report to the school on Monday as specially appointed instructors for combat application and energy control. Oh, finally settled. Xian raised an eyebrow. This was faster than expected, suggesting the higher-ups were truly in a hurry. It's settled. It's settled. Bro, get ready quickly and bring Ling Dang to sign up. The first batch has limited slots and the screening is strict, but Lingdang has an official foster status and her age and beast transformation awakening traits meet the priority conditions. Bring all the materials and he'll put in a word it shouldn't be a problem. Liu spoke rapidly. I've sent the school address and registration instructions to your WeChat. Pre-registration and preliminary screening start tomorrow. You'd better go early. Alright, got it. Xian agreed, glancing at the fluttering bag in his hand. I'm just buying groceries, we'll tell her when I get back. Buying groceries? Never mind, just handle it. By the way, do you know Lingdang's ability clearly? The registration form needs to include her initial ability direction and self-perceived sequence range. Liu instructed seriously on the other end. Xian's expression remained unchanged. Oh, her. It seems related to mental power, like she can boost her own spirit a bit. Can't say for sure. The sequence. She feels it's around 1,000, not too certain. He casually reported a number that was above average, but not eye-catching. Around 1,000. That's not bad. With good training, she has great potential. Alright, I won't keep you, I still have some follow-up reports to write. See you at school tomorrow. Remember to come early. Liu hung up hastily. Xian put away his phone and weighed the illusion light sparrow in his hand. He could add a dish tonight to celebrate Lingdang's upcoming enrollment. Back home, Lingdang was lying on the coffee table playing a simple fruit slicing game on her tablet. She used her weak, poorly controlled Fission mental power to manipulate the virtual blade, playing clumsily. She barely sliced any fruit, but left the virtual table scarred with cuts. The fat orange cat crouched nearby wearing an expression of utter disdain. Lingdang, come here, I need to talk to you. Xian put the ingredients in the kitchen and called out. What? This great one is cultivating. Lingdang didn't look up, continuing to struggle with a virtual watermelon. The mental blade slashed crookedly, slicing the bomb next to the watermelon instead. Boom. The tablet screen flickered and the game ended. Is your cultivation just blowing up the game console? Xian was speechless. A mistake. Purely a mistake. Lingdang's face flushed slightly as she put down the tablet and ran over. What is it? Is there a new flavor of pudding? More important than pudding. Xian lifted her onto the sofa and made her sit properly. Your aunt called. The school with many future subordinates is starting enrollment. Registration is next week and you can go then. Really? Lingdang's eyes instantly lit up like two little light bulbs, her cat ears and tail perking up simultaneously, wagging excitedly. This great one can finally. Finally go learn. Well, inspect my future territory. Don't get too excited. Xian poured cold water on her. Before you go in, there are some rules we need to agree on. What rules? Lingdang became wary. First and most importantly, Xian said with a serious expression, your true ability sequence 004 fission must never be exposed. Outwardly, your ability is sequence 1314 mental amplification, which slightly boosts your own or others' mental strength and focus. Very ordinary, not eye-catching. Remember, sequence 1314 mental amplification. Why? Lingdang protested. This great one is sequence 004 fair and square. Why pretend to be sequence 1314? 1314 can't even make the top 100. Because 004 is too conspicuous. Xian tapped her forehead. Do you want everyone staring at you, studying you? Do you want even stronger bad guys targeting you? Do you want to be dragged off for tests every day with no time for dried fish? Think about when you were being chased before. Lingdang recalled those days of hiding and living in fear along with the images Xian had described of being sliced up for research. She instinctively shrank her neck and her cat ears drooped. Fine. 1314 it is. Mental amplification. How do I amplify? You don't actually have to amplify, just pretend. Mainly act like your mental power is slightly stronger than peers, but with poor control. Xian had already thought it through. Your usual lack of control fits the rookie persona of someone who just awakened and can't manage their ability. Lingdang. She felt insulted, but couldn't argue. Second, Xian continued. These ears of yours, fine at home, but when you go out, especially to school, you must conceal them. I'll use my ability to temporarily retract them, so you'll look like an ordinary kid. Huh. Hide my ears too. Lingdang was even less willing, touching her furry ears, one of her symbols of majesty. If you don't want to be treated like a rare animal and studied, then listen. Xian was firm. Once you're strong enough later, or when the world is more accepting, you can reveal them. Oh, Lingdang agreed reluctantly, her tail sweeping the sofa listlessly. Third, about your background. Say your name is Li Xiaoling, a child I fostered from an orphanage, always frail and introverted. After the global awakening, you gradually showed mental amplification and slight beast transformation tendencies, but the transformation is unstable, coming and going. As for everything else, you don't know or don't remember. If anyone asks about the past, play dumb, act shy, and find your aunt or me. Understand? Lingdang nodded seriously, committing it to memory. These explanations matched the new identity she had been learning under Xian's guidance over the past few days. Finally, Xian looked at the little one who was a bit defiant but obedient and softened his tone. At school, keep a low profile, don't cause trouble, but don't be afraid of it either. Study hard to control your power, make friends, and eat plenty of dried fish. If someone bullies you, well, I doubt it'll happen for now, but if it does come, tell me. Tell you then what? Lingdang asked curiously. Then I'll help you figure out whether to steam or braise them. Xian said flatly. Lingdong, got it. She silently mourned for anyone who might provoke her for a split second. With the instructions given, Xian didn't delay. He had Lingdang sit still and close her eyes. Invisible, intangible threads of mental power gently enveloped the base of Lingdang's cat ears. He skillfully adjusted the subtle state of the subcutaneous muscles and hair follicles, applying a continuous low-energy mental suggestion. The golden cat ears appeared as tiny bumps barely noticeable beneath her hair, almost undetectable without close touch. He performed a similar treatment on the base of her tail, making it look like just a slightly fluffy outline under her dress. All right, go look in the mirror. Xian withdrew his hand. Lingdang ran to the bathroom mirror, examining herself from all angles. She touched her head, feeling only soft golden hair and two indistinct little bumps with no furry sensation at all. They're really hidden. It feels so strange, she muttered, but didn't say more. The next morning, Xian set out with Lingdong, who now looked like a beautiful, slightly quiet 6-year-old girl. She carried a small backpack. Following the address Liu had sent, they headed to the Jiangxing New District's first experimental school for potential development, formerly an international school campus. Along the way, they saw many parents with children streaming toward the school from all directions. The children ranged mostly from 6 to 15 years old. Some were excited and cheerful, others nervous, and a few couldn't resist showing off their weak abilities. A small flame flickering at their fingertips, a leaf floating, or eyes glowing faintly. The parents, on the other hand, wore serious, hopeful expressions, constantly reminding their kids of something. On social media and in the news, topics about the superhuman school had already exploded. Hashtags like first batch of superhuman school enrollment, has your child tested their sequence, and winning at the awakening starting line dominated the trending lists. Countless parents exchanged information on forums and group chats, anxiously comparing their children's sequence rankings, inquiring about the school's faculty, curriculum, and future prospects. Although officials emphasized that this was a special school for potential development aimed at guiding rather than creating a privileged class. In an environment where people universally craved power and feared being left behind by the new era, it was widely seen as a dragon gate to becoming a powerhouse. However, the school's entry threshold was quickly revealed. As the first pilot batch, the scale was limited and educational resources were highly concentrated. Currently, registration was open only to underage awakened individuals with a self-perceived sequence within the top 300, and they had to undergo rigorous ability reevaluation, psychological assessment, and background checks. Officials explained this was to ensure teaching quality and prioritize the cultivation of higher potential seeds, promising to gradually relax the range as the school expanded and social order stabilized. This threshold instantly shut out the vast majority of awakened families. Sequence 3000 sounded far down the list. But among the massive base of underage awakened individuals, achieving this rank was already 1 in 100 or even 1 in 1,000. In the crowd gathered at the school gate, many parents and children wore expressions of disappointment and reluctance. Some children even cried on the spot, demanding to know why their sequences were 4000 or 5000. Xian held Lingdang's hand and calmly walked through the clamor, filled with hope, anxiety, and disappointment. He could feel Lingdang's small hand tightening slightly around his fingers. Her golden pupils looked around curiously and somewhat nervously, especially at children her age who could summon various faint glows and effects. Dad, Lingdang whispered, temporarily forgetting the old man nickname. Are they all very strong? Most are just so-so, Xian said honestly. Mostly flashy moves with terrible control. Your control is bad too, but your foundation is much stronger. Remember, keep a low profile, observe, and talk little. Oh, Lingdang nodded, trying to put on a serious face, acting like, I'm introverted and well-behaved. But the curiosity and faint pride of a sequence 004 holder in her eyes couldn't be fully concealed. Following the signs, they arrived at the pre-registration and preliminary screening area. The queue was long and the staff were frantically busy. Xian spotted Liu. She was standing with a few school-uniformed staff members, talking quietly, occasionally pointing at a testing area, clearly already fulfilling her instructor duties. Liu saw them too and signaled Xian to come directly. With an insider's help, the process moved much faster. Xian submitted Lingdang's foster certificate, identity documents, and the completed registration form. Ability: mental amplification. Self-estimated sequence range 12001-500. A female teacher with glasses holding a tablet carefully reviewed the materials. She then looked at Lingdong, who stood quietly beside Li Xian, appearing somewhat shy. Li Xiaoling, is that right? The teacher spoke gently. Can you briefly demonstrate your mental amplification? Nothing too complicated. Maybe try to make this testing ball's brightness increase a little, or focus your own mind a bit more. She pointed to a fist-sized transparent energy sphere floating low in the air. Lingdong looked up at Li Xian, who nodded slightly. She took a deep breath, feigned nervousness, then stared at the energy sphere and began to try. Fission activate. Her mental power instantly reached 121. She controlled her 121 level mental power, pushing it toward the sphere in an extremely clumsy, jerky manner. At the same time, she deliberately made the mental power fluctuations seem chaotic. The sphere's glow indeed flickered faintly a few times in response to her effort, subtle but noticeable. All right, that's enough. The teacher nodded and recorded on the tablet. The energy amplification is weak, but present. Control needs improvement consistent with initial awakening traits. What about sequence perception? Do you have a number in mind? Lingdong tilted her head, pretending to concentrate, then said softly, uncertainly, it seems like 1314. Sometimes I think it's 1413. Not very clear. She muddled the 1314 Li Xian had taught her, fitting a child's uncertain cognition. The teacher smiled, unconcerned. Many children are like that at first. A vagueness is normal. All right, the basic screening is passed. Mr. Li, please take Xiao Ling to the next area for detailed ability reevaluation and psychological assessment. If both pass, you can collect a temporary student ID and wait for class assignment. Thank you, teacher. Li Xian expressed his thanks and led a relieved Lingdong to the next area. Lingdong quietly tugged at Li Xian's sleeve, speaking in a voice only they could hear with a hint of pride. Old man, how was my acting? I could have made that ball explode with just a light touch. The acting was decent, but keep those explosive thoughts in check. Li Xian said expressionlessly. Remember, you're now sequence 1314, mental amplification, Li Xiaoling, a rookie, with poor control, not sequence 004, catgirl of doom. I know. Lingdong stuck out her tongue, but the curiosity and anticipation for her new environment in her eyes grew stronger. Looking at the bustling staff and potential future classmates, Lingdong suddenly felt that this school might actually be interesting. The dream of unlimited dried fish and pudding seemed within reach, and the grand ambition of ruling the world. Well, perhaps she could start by ruling this school. Li Xian, watching Lingdong's eager yet composed profile, thought to himself. Sending her to school meant someone else would handle her, there would be formal training, and it would burn off her excess energy, leaving him more time to laze around researching new recipes or playing games. Perfect. The pre-registration process was unexpectedly smooth. After completing the basic screening and ability verification, Lingdong joyfully received a temporary card. The card clearly printed her recently taken photo. Although a bit rushed, it looked quite good. The words preparatory student were written on the back. Then the staff informed them that they could now go home and patiently wait for the specific class placement results and enrollment notifications. The moment she stepped out of the school gate, despite the surrounding bustling crowd, Lingdong was too excited to appreciate the lively scene. She eagerly tugged at Li Xian's sleeve, whispering excitedly, old dang. We did it. I Li Xiaoling am about to become a certified student. Unlimited fish jerky and pudding are just around the corner. That's Dad, Li Xian corrected as he casually brushed her windblown hair. And don't be too happy too soon. Enrollment is just the beginning. Classes, training, homework. There are plenty of troubles ahead. How could mere studying daunt the future? Cough the future excellent student. Lingdong quickly corrected herself, but the excitement of her disguised cat tail still betrayed her feelings. To celebrate your impending entrance into the Hall of Knowledge, we will have an extra meal tonight. Li Xian smiled as he patted Lingdong's little head, silently adding to himself, and I will soon enjoy more peaceful moments. Lingdong's eyes instantly sparkled like stars. A feast? Is it better than the last beast ribs? Well, the quality of the ingredients might be a bit higher, Li Xian replied calmly, while planning the stock in the fridge and secret reserves. These past few nights in Jiang City have been particularly peaceful, with a significant decrease in reports of beast attacks. Li Yu and Chun Zhou occasionally lamented in the family group chat. The patrol pressure has eased a bit recently, perhaps the newly awakened ability users are helping to share the load. Only Li Xian himself knew that it wasn't others sharing the pressure. It was simply that his vegetable buying routes had slightly widened in recent days. Then the frequency also slightly increased, resulting in a few more potential troubles being cleared away. From level swamp shadows trying to nest in the drainage system, which could cause urban flooding, to clever energy-devouring mice that love to gnaw on cables and threaten the safety of the power grid. On the credit book for the sudden decrease in pressure in Jiang City's ability bureau, at least half should be credited to a lazy man wandering around at midnight buying ingredients while wearing a Sun Wukong mask. Of course, Li Xian himself was completely unaware of this. He just felt that the quality of goods at the market had declined recently, and he needed to go further for good items, which was a bit troublesome. Upon returning home, Li Xian sent Ling Dang to play with the fat orange cat while he dove into the kitchen. Tonight's menu, he decided to take a bit more seriously. Main dish, steamed tidal lord's tentacles from an 11 semi-aquatic beast that lurked near the estuary of the Li River. The main flesh was too tough and had a strong fishy taste, but the tips of a few main tentacles were exceptionally tender. Side dish, braised rock armored mountain pig shank from an 11 beast that ruled the mountains with thick skin and meat difficult for ordinary ability users to penetrate. Its shank was frequently active with a rich gelatinous texture. Vegetable dish, garlic glowing jade mushrooms, a rare fungus that requires a very high energy environment for growth, usually guarded by powerful beasts. It tastes delicious and can slightly nourish spiritual power. Soup, dragon bone lotus root soup with dragon bones sourced from a clever earth dragon that was unfortunate enough to possess gentle energy in its bones. The lotus root was ordinary market stock, but after Li Xian processed it with his abilities, it absorbed the essence of the dragon bones. Dessert, caramel pudding. Li Xian even used telekinesis to draw a simple cat head pattern on the surface of the pudding. When all the dishes were placed on the table, even the usually calm fat orange cat couldn't help but jump down from the cat tree. The fat cat directly approached the table, its heterochromatic eyes fixed on the plate of tempting braised pig shank. Ling Dang was already sitting up straight, her hands properly placed on her knees. However, her eyes were magnetically drawn to Li Xian's hand holding the plate. Her throat kept making swallowing motions, and the disguised position of her cat ears twitched nervously. "Dinner's ready," Li Xian announced as he sat down. The next moment, it was as if a small energy storm swept across the dining table. Ling Dang almost buried her face in the bowl. She ate with a fierce posture that was completely at odds with her demure appearance. The tidal tentacles were sweet and bouncy, the mountain pig shank melted in her mouth, the jade mushrooms were fresh and crisp, and the dragon bone soup warmed her stomach and soothed her heart. With every bite, she could feel a gentle and pure energy spreading throughout her body, finally converging in her brain. It made her spirit particularly uplifted and clear. The fat orange cat was also served a small dish specially prepared for it, containing boneless chopped tentacle and pig shank meat. The fat orange cat ate with a loud purring sound, its tail tip curling in delight. Li Xian, on the other hand, was eating leisurely, mainly observing Ling Dang's reactions. He wanted to know what benefits these high-level beast ingredients and special processing methods would bring to ability users, especially to a growing talent like Ling Dang. Sure enough, when Ling Dang finished her second bowl of rice and began attacking the caramel pudding, she suddenly froze, lifted her head, and a hint of confusion and surprise flashed in her golden pupils. "Dad?" She rubbed her temples. "I feel like something in my head." Suddenly thumped and increased. Warm and slightly swollen, but very comfortable. Li Xian put down his chopsticks, his perception instantly focusing on Ling Dang. In his comprehensive vision, the originally stable spiritual power light cluster around Ling Dang was slightly swelling, and its brightness had also improved. Basic spiritual power, 1113. A single dinner directly increased the basic value by 2 points. For the ability fission, this was equivalent to a leap in combat spiritual power from 121 to 169. The increase was astonishing. "Looks like the meal expenses weren't wasted." Li Xian nodded inwardly, but his expression remained calm. "It's normal. Eat well, and the spirit will be good." After all, it was unlikely that she would have such treatment in the school cafeteria, so cherish it while it lasts. "Is the school cafeteria that bad?" Ling Dang immediately tensed up, even forgetting to eat her pudding. "It's just a big pot meal, how good can it be?" "Probably just ordinary nutritional meals at most, with some low-level beast meat minced in." Li Xian exaggerated on purpose. Seeing Ling Dang's little face fall, he leisurely added, "However, when you come back in the evening, I can supplement you." Ling Dang's expression brightened again, hurriedly shoveling the remaining pudding into her mouth. "Then I want fish jerky and pudding for every meal." The direct consequence of the spiritual power increase was that Ling Dang became particularly energetic. After dinner, as Li Xian finished cleaning up the dishes, just as he was preparing to flop back onto the sofa to enjoy his evening leisure time, Ling Dang came over. She first tried to use her newly increased spiritual power to control the TV remote to change the channel. However, she accidentally exerted too much force, and the remote flew out with a whoosh. It smashed into the cat tree column where the fat orange usually sits, startling it. Meow. Translation: rebellion. The fat orange cat huffed in displeasure. Mistake. Ling Dang stuck out her tongue and turned her attention to Li Xian's half-full water cup, trying to make it float. The cup did float unsteadily. However, half the water splashed out due to her unstable control, soaking Li Xian's pants. Li Xian. Li Xiaoling. I'll help you dry it. Ling Dang hurriedly pulled out a tissue. As a result, she failed to control her spiritual power and directly sucked the entire box of tissues over. They slammed into Li Xian's face. He raised his hand expressionlessly, and all the tissues stopped automatically when they were a foot away from him, then neatly fell back onto the coffee table. He picked up Ling Dong, who was still trying to commit another offense. Looks like you need some post-meal exercise. Wait. Old Dang, what are you doing? I was wrong. Don't deduct my pudding. Ling Dang panicked and struggled. Li Xian set her down in the empty space of the living room. Aren't you full of energy? Come on, Dad, we'll test your practical application of the spiritual amplification. Without using fission, just use your currently registered spiritual power level to try to touch me or defend against my attacks. If you touch my clothes, you'll earn a pudding. If I hit you, dessert time tonight will be cancelled. Really? Ling Dang's eyes lit up before becoming vigilant. Your attack. You at over 7,000. She didn't finish her sentence. She saw Li Xian casually wave his hand. Several decorative colored pom-poms on the coffee table slowly floated up. Then they flew toward her from various tricky angles. The speed was not fast, but the trajectories were erratic. Ling Dang quickly focused her mind, mobilizing her 13 points of basic spiritual power for perception and interference. She hurriedly dodged left and right. Occasionally, she used telekinesis to push them away. However, the pom-poms controlled by Li Xian seemed to have a life of their own. They always found gaps in her defenses, gently tapping her arms, shoulders, and even forehead. Ouched! Here it comes again. This isn't fair. How can you control so many? Ling Dang shouted, looking like a fluffed-up kitten jumping around the living room, creating a comical scene. The fat orange cat lounged up high, leisurely licking its paws, its heterochromatic eyes filled with schadenfreude. Meow. Translation: serves you right for being so careless. 5 minutes later, Ling Dang sat on the ground panting. Her little face was flushed hair messy, and she had been tapped by the pom-poms at least 20 times. In contrast, Li Xian hadn't changed his standing posture much at all, looking lazy, as if he was just casually moving his fingers. Is it over? Ling Dang gasped, asking. Yes, Li Xian nodded expressionlessly. Results: 0 effective contacts, 23 hits. Conclusion: control remains poor, perception and response to multiple targets is 0, tactical awareness is negative. No pudding tonight. Ah. Ling Dang let out a wail, collapsing to the ground. Cunning. Old Dang is cunning. You must have used tricks I don't know. I just used the most basic telekinesis control. Li Xian walked over and gently poked her with his toe. Get up, don't lie around right after eating. Control isn't just about increasing spiritual power, it requires practice and skill. Study well in school, don't just think about fish jerky. Ling Dang got up reluctantly, patted her clothes, and suddenly thought of something, her eyes turning. Then, if I can touch you next time, can I earn 2 puddings? Sure, Li Xian readily agreed. As long as it's not using all the spiritual power from fission, just use the spiritual amplification level you have registered. It's a deal. Ling Dang's fighting spirit ignited again, as if she saw double pudding waving at her. After the commotion, it was time to wash up. Ling Dang stood in front of the sink looking at the girl, without cat ears in the mirror, just a beautiful, ordinary little girl. She suddenly asked Li Xian, who was nearby refilling the fat orange cat's water dispenser, in a low voice, Dad, will my classmates and teachers at school dislike me if they find out what I really look like? Or be afraid of me? Li Xian paused, turning to look at her. The little one's face rarely lacked her usual mischievousness, showing a hint of unease. Maybe some might find it strange, but those who like you won't change just because of a pair of ears. Li Xian wiped his hands with a dry towel. He walked over, pressing on the disguised little bump on her head. Besides, you are Li Xiaoling now, so you don't need to worry about this for the time being. When the day comes that you feel strong enough not to care about others' opinions, then consider whether to show your ears to scare people. I'm not scaring people. I'm intimidating, Ling Dang retorted, but her expression had clearly relaxed a lot. Suddenly, she hugged Li Xian's waist. Burying her face in his clothes and rubbing against him, her voice muffled, Old Dang. Thank you. Li Xian's body stiffened for a moment. Then he relaxed and gently patted her back. What's there to thank for? Raising you is just to have you help me wash dishes in the future, and don't think of slacking off. I won't wash. Ling Dang immediately released him, made a face, and ran into the bathroom. The fat orange jumped onto the sink, looking at the closed bathroom door, then back at Li Xian. Meow. Translation: a two-legged beast who says one thing and means another. Li Xian ignored it, walking to the window and gazing at the night view of Jiang City. The next afternoon, Li Xian indeed followed the plan and went to a more distant market. He was unable to rise in the morning. In the southwestern direction of Jiang City, at the border with the neighboring province, lies an undeveloped mountainous area known as the Mist Forest Sea. The energy field here is complex with varied terrain, making it a paradise for many mid to high-level exotic beasts. However, it is also a place Xian occasionally visits to improve his diet. He concealed his figure moving through the woods like a silent shadow. Today luck seemed average. After wandering for over half an hour, he only encountered a few great exotic beasts with meat rated as tough or sour. He even passed by a nest of crayed, colorful poison spiders with overly developed venom glands which he avoided with disdain. Tisk the market's produce is lacking today. Xian was pondering whether to venture deeper or simply head in another direction to try his luck when an unusual spatial fluctuation caught his attention. It was a kind of intricate artificially controlled energy, yet it felt somewhat awkward and unstable. It was as if someone nearby was attempting to manipulate space like a child who just got a new toy. The force fluctuated in strength and direction. Driven by curiosity, Xian quietly approached. In a relatively open area of the forest, he saw two figures. One was a young man dressed in a rather flashy bright purple vintage long coat, his hair dyed silver purple and styled in an exaggerated manner using hair gel. He was leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, wearing a devil-may-care grin with a blade of grass between his lips. An extremely subtle, yet slightly unsettling power surrounded him, making Xian's myriad abilities stir slightly. Above his head, a clear identifier appeared, visible only from Xian's perspective: sequence 008, causal exchange, original sequence 005, causal exchange. Xian became intrigued. This sequence was quite advanced and involved the laws of causality. During the era of the myriad spirit sequence, those ranked in the top 10 were all monsters. From his appearance, it seemed he was teaching. Opposite Lin Mo stood a boy who looked around 16 or 17 years old. He wore ordinary sportswear and had a somewhat pale complexion. With eyes tightly shut, fine sweat beaded on his forehead, and his hands were held out in front of him as if he were trying to control something. The space around him exhibited abnormal distortions and folding like the refraction beneath the water's surface, with light bending in strange ways. The identifier above the boy reads sequence 011, spatial folding. The sequence was equally astonishingly high, but his mental strength appeared low, only at the grade level. Xiaolu, don't be nervous, relax a bit. Lin Mo spat out the grass stem, his tone lazy. Yet his gaze was sharp, observing every subtle change in the space around the boy. Your sequence is very high and your talent is extraordinary, but your mental strength and control are your weak points. Spatial folding doesn't mean you fold space like paper, that would be too strenuous. You need to feel the texture of space, find its naturally curved points, and then gently push or pull. He casually picked up a small stone from the ground and tossed it. For example, try to send this stone beside your feet without any physical contact. It's not teleportation, it's about creating a connection between the stone and that small patch of space beside your feet, then letting the stone slide along that connection. Feel the weaving of causal lines. Xiaolu, your ability essentially involves the causal reconstruction of spatial dimensions. The boy named Xiaolu bit his lip, concentrating even harder. The air around him emitted a faint buzzing sound, and the degree of spatial distortion increased. The stone in Lin Mo's hand began to tremble violently, as if being pulled by an invisible hand. However, in the next moment, a sudden change occurred. Perhaps due to excessive tension or a misunderstanding of spatial folding and causal connection. Xiaolu's mental energy output experienced a violent fluctuation. The space within a 5-meter radius of him suddenly crumpled like crumpled cellophane. Several irregular spatial folds flickering with dangerous black light appeared. These folds were extremely unstable, with slight edges resembling spatial rifts that seemed ready to tear everything apart. Not good. Energy backlash. Reduce power. Lin Mo's expression changed, and the playful demeanor he had maintained disappeared in an instant as he moved forward. His ability causal exchange was more suited for modifying results or intervening at the conceptual level after problems occurred. Directly suppressing this rampaging spatial energy was not his strong suit. Moreover, rash intervention could lead to even more complex causal disturbances. Xiaolu was also dumbfounded. He felt his power was like a runaway wild horse, utterly unmanageable. The air around him became thick and dangerous, as if his body were about to be shredded by those spatial folds. Fear made him almost scream. At this critical moment, a vast, gentle mental force descended. The dangerous spatial folds seemed to be gently smoothed by an invisible hand. The unstable energy within the folds was precisely extracted, guided, and neutralized. The imminent spatial rifts were directly closed in their budding state by the powerful mental force. The entire process was silent and swift, like an illusion. One moment, it was fraught with danger. The next moment, the forest clearing had returned to calm. Only the faint spatial ripples remaining in the air and the pale shaken Xiaolu proved that something had just happened. Lin Mo's movements were halted midway. His violet eyes suddenly contracted. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings like lightning. His causal exchange ability made him extremely sensitive to connections and interventions. He distinctly felt that just now a higher-level power had intervened, and in a way he could hardly comprehend, it had nonchalantly resolved this crisis. Who was it? Was there someone else hiding here? Experts from the Supernatural Ability Bureau. Or, he discovered nothing. His mental energy scanned like radar, only sensing the ordinary sounds of the wind, insect chirps in the woods, and the presence of a few low-grade exotic beasts in the distance. The intervener seemed to have never existed. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, Xian had his eyes slightly closed, his myriad abilities in operation. While intervening to stabilize the rampaging space, his abilities had already fixated on the two targets in the scene, like the most greedy seeker of knowledge. First was Linimo. The essence of his power, involving the laws of causality, resembled intricate threads shimmering with the luster of destiny. In Xian's eyes, it was rapidly disassembled, analyzed, and understood. Causal exchange is not merely about exchanging results. It also involves the ability to re-edit, graft, and even temporarily detach the connections between causes and effects within a certain range. There are many limitations, especially regarding mental energy consumption and causal backlash. However, when used well, it is a true bug. Next is Xiao Lu's spatial folding. This ability to partially curve, fold, and connect spatial dimensions is full of imagination. Detecting high-sequence, supernatural ability fluctuations. Analyzing. Replicating. Optimizing. Replication complete. Replicated ability causal exchange, optimized version optimization effects, 70 reduction in mental consumption, 200 increase in accuracy and range of capturing causal lines, addition of limited causal preview and minor causal alteration. Effect delay of exchange reduced by 50. Current mastery perfect. Note, now you can confidently say it's all the world's fault. Perhaps you can even make instant noodles soak for 3 seconds longer. Replicated ability spatial folding, optimized version optimization effects, 300 improvement in folding precision and controllability, 80 reduction in energy consumption, 500 increase in maximum foldable space volume, addition of subspace storage, spatial coordinate anchoring, and short distance folding jump. Current mastery perfect. Note, congratulations, your portable refrigerator and snack cabinet have been infinitely expanded. Your commuting time is expected to be shortened to 1 step. A bountiful harvest. Xian opened his eyes, a nearly imperceptible arc forming at the corner of his mouth. The practicality and potential of these two abilities, causality and space manipulation after optimization, are quite astonishing, especially for someone like him who seeks convenience and ease. He took one last look at the clearing. Lin Mo had already supported the exhausted Xiao Lu, feeding him some sort of supplement. His expression still grave, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Xiao Lu, on the other hand, looked pale and filled with trepidation and guilt. It seems he's a newcomer trained by the authorities, accompanied by a powerful expert. Well, there's no danger, that's all that matters. I've interrupted their lesson time to slip away. He quietly retreated, continuing his unfinished procurement task, concealing his achievements and fame. However, in his mind, he had already begun unconsciously planning the practical applications of his new abilities, causal exchange. Could he replace the cause of that girl Lingdang actively doing her homework with the result of her completing it? Or make dirty dishes clean themselves? It seemed to involve complex living beings' active will and material essence changes. The causal backlash could be quite significant. What if he tried to replace food on the verge of spoiling with its state when first bought? That seemed feasible. Spatial folding. This is even more practical. The storage space at home would instantly expand infinitely. He could even fold the space between the sofa and the kitchen, achieving a step to the dining table. Or perhaps create a dedicated gaming subspace where he could mess around without affecting the outside. Perfect. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this trip was worth it. Although he didn't find the target ingredients, he gained a rarer ability ingredient. As for that flashy causal master Lin Mo and his high-sequence spatial apprentice, they were just an interesting little episode in his long, lazy life. Xian hummed an off-key tune, his figure disappearing into the depths of the woods, continuing to seek suitable materials for tonight's dinner table. Perhaps the harvest of ability-infused ingredients had brought good fortune. Or perhaps Xian had finally wandered into the right area. Not long after leaving Lin Mo and Xiao Lu's training ground, he discovered a small herd of moonlight deer drinking by a secluded mountain stream. This was a B-ranked aberrant beast, silvery white in color with an elegant form. Their antlers emitted a soft halo under moonlight or specific energy environments, but it would be a grave mistake to underestimate them based on their appearance. Despite their gentle looks, they were ferocious in the extreme. They used illusions to confuse their prey, then trampled them ruthlessly with iron hooves. Though not carnivorous, they delighted in slaughter, making them truly terrifying aberrant beasts. Their meat was renowned for its tenderness, juiciness, and gentle lunar energy. On Li Xian's personal culinary list, it was a grade not to be missed whenever encountered. Luck is back. Li Xian felt elated. Against a deer herd renowned for agility and illusion abilities, he didn't even need much skill. Consciousness severance spread silently. It precisely targeted the neural centers of the sturdiest bucks, simultaneously causing them to fall asleep instantly, without pain as they reveled in the refreshing mountain spring water. Using his newly acquired spatial folding still warm, he effortlessly opened a temporary miniature subspace entrance. He stored the processed deer inside. This new ability was exceptionally handy. Almost zero consumption. The space was stable access and retrieval effortless, far more convenient than any premium refrigerator or freezer truck. This is the life, Li Xian mused. He completely dismissed the earlier incident in the forest clearing and content set off on his return journey. It was dusk when he arrived home. The lingering rays of sunset streamed through the windows, coating the living room in a warm gold. Fatty the orange cat was curled up on his favorite windowsill cushion, dozing, his tail tip occasionally swaying in contentment. Ling Dang was sitting cross-legged on the carpet before the sofa. In front of her lay a children's enlightenment picture book with basic mental guidance patterns that Li Xian had bought her a few days ago. Her small face was serious, brows furrowed, as if wrestling with the abstract lines and light spots. Her golden cat ears trembled slightly with her effort. Hearing the door open, she immediately looked up. Seeing it was Li Xian, and especially sensing the high-grade ingredient energy fluctuations emanating from his seemingly empty pocket. Though she didn't understand the specifics, she could vaguely feel delicious things are in there. Her golden eyes instantly lit up. "Old man, you're back. What's good to eat today?" She sprang up from the floor like a spring. Like a little cannonball, she rushed to Li Xian's side, circling him, trying to probe that invisible pocket with her weak mental energy. "Got some venison, lucky find," Li Xian said lightly. He casually deactivated part of the subspace fold. Several perfectly cleaned, enticingly glossy deer carcasses materialized on the kitchen counter. Grilled venison chops for dinner and stewed bone soup. Wow. Grilled venison chops. Ling Dang almost drooled. But then she remembered something. She tried to put on a stern face, attempting to regain some dignity. You're wise to know that this great one is about to start school and needs nutrition to face the academic challenges ahead. Yes, yes, future sovereign. Li Xian replied perfunctorily, beginning to prepare dinner. Ling Dong, like a little tail, followed him to the kitchen doorway, watching his seemingly casual, yet indescribably precise and controlled movements. Her eyes held not just desire for food, but also curiosity and a hint of defiance. "Old man, that you're using. It doesn't seem like ordinary psychokinesis." She tilted her head, straining to sense the subtle spatial fluctuations. "A new little trick makes cooking easier," Li Xian replied without turning around, using his newly learned ability to cook. "A little trick?" Ling Dang muttered. "Seems so powerful. I want to learn too. You first get your mental amplification under control." Li Xian crushed her hopes mercilessly. "How was your cultivation at home this afternoon? Did you understand the picture book?" At this, Ling Dang wilted, her ears drooping. "Those circles and lines are so hard. They keep moving around." This great one ordered them to line up, but they wouldn't listen. Imagining Ling Dang baring her teeth at the enlightenment book, trying to violently suppress those gentle guidance patterns with her fractured mental energy, Li Xian's mouth twitched. "That's meant for you to feel and follow the flow of mental energy, not to wage war. It seems the school's basic courses are indeed necessary for you. Once I get to school, I'll learn quickly." And then, Ling Dang's eyes darted. She saw Li Xian using psychokinesis to apply a secret marinade to the venison chops. The marinade was spread as evenly as if sprayed by a machine. A playful impulse struck her. She secretly condensed her 13 points of basic mental energy into a fine needle. She stealthily jabbed it towards the jar of honey at Li Xian's hand, trying to tip it over, to add an unexpected sweetness to the chops. However, the moment her mental needle neared the honey jar, it seemed to hit a slick yet impenetrable invisible barrier. Not only that, the barrier also sent back a gentle but irresistible force, returning her pitiful mental energy right back, lightly poking her own brow. "Ouch!" Ling Dang covered her forehead. Though it didn't hurt, she was startled. Li Xian slowly flipped the venison chop over, as if nothing had happened. "Sneak attack. Tactical awareness has improved, but execution and stealth are a 0. Penalty, you lose 1 piece of venison chop tonight." "Huh, that's not fair." Ling Dang instantly bristled. Forgetting her pretense, she jumped up and down on the spot, her small face turning red with anger. She let out a sound from her throat like an irritated kitten, a completely non-threatening "ha," complete with a bare teeth expression. "Old man, you're cheating. You must have used some weird move again. You're bullying a kid." "Huh." Fatty was woken by the commotion and lifted an eyelid to look. Unfazed, he changed position and went back to sleep, lazily flicking his tail as if to say, here we go again. Xian finally turned around to look at the little cat girl hissing at him. A flicker of amusement passed through his eyes, but his face remained lazy. What, only you are allowed to sneak attack, and am not allowed to defend? What kind of logic is that, future sovereign? I was just making a tactical probe. Lingdang argued stubbornly. She hissed, again this time adding a face she thought was fierce, but was actually unbearably cute. And you could have just defended, why did you have to bounce it back? And deduct my venison. Tyranny. Dictatorship. Huh. The bounce is automatic. It means your control is too poor, your attack intent too obvious, and your energy too impulsive, like a little firecracker. Xian spoke nonsense with a straight face. In reality, the bounce was an automatic defense mechanism he had set with consciousness severance with a bit of educational purpose. As for deducting the venison, it's to remind you to focus during meals. Sneak attacking the chef is immoral. Hiss again, and he'll deduct half your pudding too. You. Lingdang was speechless with rage, her golden eyes screaming, dare to be angry, but dare not speak. Her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. She wanted to continue her hissing protest, but at the threat to her pudding she had to force the breath back down. Her face grew even redder, and finally she let out a heavy humph and turned her head away, presenting the back of her head to Xian in silent protest. But the slightly twitching tips of her ears and her furtive glances at the venison gave her away completely. Xian suppressed his smile and stopped teasing her, focusing on dinner. Soon the rich, smoky aroma of grilled venison chops mixed with the savory scent of venison bone soup filled the entire house. Lingdang's little temper quickly crumbled before the absolute temptation of delicious food. Like a kitten led by its nose by the aroma, she unconsciously drifted back to the kitchen doorway, staring longingly. Dinner was served, and it was another scene of devouring everything in sight. The moonlight deer chops lived up to their reputation, tender, juicy, and carrying a faint spirit-soothing lunar energy. The bone soup was simmered to a milky white, incredibly savory. Even the simple sautéed seasonal vegetables, thanks to Xian's use of spatial folding for instant freshness preservation and precise temperature control, were exceptionally crisp and refreshing. Lingdang ate with abandon, temporarily forgetting the deep grievance of the deducted venison. Her small face was wreathed in a happy glow. Fatty also enjoyed his portion of tender venison, purring with satisfaction. After the meal, Xian observed again. Lingdang's mental energy had indeed experienced a slight natural increase. Combined with the accumulation from the past few days, her mental energy had smoothly broken through from 13 points to 14. It seemed that high-quality aberrant beast ingredients, especially those with gentle energy like the moonlight deer, had a sustained and significant nourishing effect on her growth-type talent. Bursting with energy, Lingdang grew restless again. This time she set her sights on the half-meter-tall, charmingly naive ceramic mannequinico figurine in the living room. It was a prize Xian had won in a lottery once. Too lazy to claim it, Liu had brought it back. It had been sitting in the corner of the TV cabinet. Old man, look. Lingdang pointed at the mannequinico, dead serious. I think it lacks a bit of kingly aura. Make it move and bring in some wealth for this great one. No, recruit future subordinates. Saying this, she concentrated her mental energy, trying to use telekinesis to control the constantly waving arm of the cat. She wanted to make it wave wider, more forcefully even. Swing it through the air. The result was predictable. She did manage to lift the cat's arm a little. But the next second, due to unstable control, with a fine crack appeared at the fixed, purely decorative arm joint. Though it didn't break, it was clearly damaged. Oh, I didn't mean to. Startled, Lingdang quickly withdrew her mental energy. Li Xiaoling. Xian's voice came from the sofa, unreadable. He'll pay for it. He'll use my allowance. Lingdang quickly declared. Though her allowance was given by Xian and was mostly turned into snack inventory. Allowance? Xian raised an eyebrow. What allowance do you have? Isn't it just snack prepayment? Then, he'll wash the dishes. Wash dishes for a month. Lingdang went all out despite her intense hatred of dishwashing. You know how. Don't go smashing all my dishes. Xian exposed her mercilessly. Forget it, seeing that you're brave enough to admit your mistake. Lingdang's eyes lit up, thinking there was a chance. Tonight's punishment is to truly understand the first chapter of the Mental Enlightenment picture book and to stably guide your own mental energy through 3 minor cycles according to the patterns. Fail and your snacks will be halved from tomorrow until you start school. Xian announced slowly. What a... Lingdang was thunderstruck. Reading the picture book was worse than washing dishes. Old man, this is abuse. Oppression. It's hindering the growth of a future powerhouse. Huh. Furious and anxious, she let out several consecutive hisses, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pacing agitatedly in the living room. Objection overruled. Xian remained unruffled, even using his new spatial folding to retrieve a bag of chips from his subspace. He munched away, making Lingdang even more envious and anxious. In the end, under the immense threat of halved snacks, Ling Dang could only crawl back to the carpet looking wronged and crestfallen. Facing the headache-inducing picture book, she began her real arduous cultivation. In between, out of frustration and defeat, she couldn't help but hiss at the air several times, muttering vicious threats like, "Bad old man, stinky dad, just wait until this great one is sequence one, I'll make you pay." Xian, while eating his chips, secretly used causality exchange to repair the mannequinico that Ling Dang had just broken. Night fell. Ling Dang finally haltingly and sweating profusely completed the 3 minor cycles of mental guidance. She collapsed onto the carpet with relief. Xian had already cleaned the kitchen and washed up, ready to head to his room. "Old man," Ling Dang called out weakly. "My, I did it." Her voice held a hint of small pride, but more exhaustion. "I saw." Xian stood at his door and looked back at her. "Not bad, you're not completely stupid. Go take a shower and go to sleep. The admission notice might come in a few days." "Oh." Ling Dang got up and wobbled towards the bathroom. Halfway there, she turned back and whispered, "The venison chops were really good. Thank you." Then she quickly slipped into the bathroom and closed the door. Xian stood still for 2 seconds. He shook his head, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved up. Raising a child was troublesome, but occasionally there seemed to be moments that were just a little less troublesome. He returned to his room, not going to sleep immediately, but began experimenting with his 2 new abilities. With a thought, the space beside his desk twisted slightly, and a stable personal subspace of about 1 cubic meter was opened. He stored some commonly used books, tools, and even spare snacks and drinks inside. Access and retrieval were as easy as a thought, incredibly convenient. He even attempted a short-range fold jump. His figure vanished from the room in an instant, reappearing behind the sofa in the living room. The distance was short, but completely silent. The mental energy consumption was almost negligible. No more walking to get the remote control. Xian was very satisfied. Next, he tried causality exchange. He picked up an apple from the table, locked onto its causality with his mind, and activated the ability. The apple in his hand visibly became fresher, its color more vibrant, as if time had slightly reversed upon it. The mental energy consumption was minimal, almost no backlash felt. Not bad. Preservation effect is top-notch. Try something else. He looked at a shirt on the drying rack outside the window. It had been rained on yesterday and was still a bit damp. He locked onto the cause of the shirt being slightly damp, attempting to exchange it for the result of the shirt being completely dry. This time he felt a slight resistance, and the mental energy consumption was a bit greater, but still within his easy tolerance. A few seconds later, the shirt was noticeably dry and crisp. It seems that for inanimate objects, performing small-scale exchanges or fine-tuning of simple cause and effect states is feasible and worthwhile. Xian had a clear idea. For living beings, complex wills or major changes, the backlash is probably hard to say. But for everyday use, dealing with leftovers, wrinkled clothes, or making water boil faster, it's perfect. He felt more and more that this trip to the misty forest sea had been a huge gain. Not only had he replenished high-quality ingredients, but he had also obtained such practical, life-enhancing divine skills. As for the potential attention from that flashy, purple-clad man and his spatial apprentice, as long as they don't bother me, Xian yawned, deciding not to dwell on it. Deal with problems as they come. When in a corner, use the newly acquired causality exchange to slightly influence others' thoughts or the course of events. Though he couldn't overuse it at critical moments, it should be fine for ensuring his own peace. With endless fantasies about the everyday applications of his new abilities, Xian peacefully drifted into slumber. In the following days, Xian's focus in life became much clearer. Before Ling Dang officially stepped into that melting pot of a school, he needed to elevate the little one's foundational spiritual energy to a higher level. 15 points in his view was a decent threshold. It meant that after Fishin, her spiritual energy could firmly enter the A rank category. At the very least, she wouldn't be too low among her peers at school, giving her some foundation for self-protection. As for how to improve, for Xian, who possessed the myriad manifestations authority and a stockpile of top-tier ingredients, the most direct way was eating. Thus, Ling Dang's pre-enrollment sprint training unfolded through a daily rotation of extravagant feasts and the accompanying groan-inducing digestion exercises. Breakfast was no longer simple milk and bread. It might be a tender bird meat porridge made from crank wind feather bird breast, paired with freshly squeezed green spirit fruit juice rich in the essence of plants. Lunch might be pan-seared tenderloin from a brank ironclad rhinoceros. Dinner was even more lavish. Moonlight deer ribs were just an appetizer, and in the following days more exquisite dishes appeared one after another. Steamed cold pool silverfish, a brank exotic beast with icy springy flesh that had a miraculous effect on stabilizing spiritual energy. Slow-braised earthfire molten turtle soup, also from a brank exotic beast. Only the most essential calapash and gelatin were used, the soup as golden as molten metal, warming the stomach and fortifying the spirit. There was even a time when Xian from who knows where caught an emerald forest python, an rank exotic beast. After processing, it was made into a savory snake soup. Lingdang felt warm all over from eating it, her spiritual energy, so lively it seemed ready to overflow. Of course, this seemingly wasteful method of nourishment, if seen by those organizations or families who meticulously calculated and used energy-guiding formations to maximize the absorption of exotic beast ingredients, they would surely be pained and heartbroken. They would absolutely curse Xian for wasting heaven's gifts. Direct consumption meant an energy dissipation of at least 80 or 90%. Even if Xian used his vast spiritual energy to preliminarily purify the ingredients, he could at most retain a mere 10 to 20%. But his advantage lay in an abundant supply and extremely high quality. Quantity led to quality. Lingdang's growth talent, like a bottomless pit, still greedily and steadily absorbed every bit of nourishment. The cost was that after every meal, Lingdang was like a balloon overfilled with hydrogen. So energetic, she nearly floated away, her uncontrollable excess energy demanding release. Old man, I feel like I could punch through a wall. That was the first evening after devouring the rhinoceros tenderloin, Lingdang bouncing around the living room with a flushed face. Oh, then try using your spiritual energy to steadily bring this glass of water to me without spilling a single drop. Xian lounged on the sofa, pointing at the water glass on the coffee table. The result was, of course, a splash of water everywhere. Lingdang fumbled in a panic, and Xian, citing damage to furniture soaking the carpet, deducted her breakfast dessert portion for the next day. Old man, my spiritual energy is singing. It says it wants to fly. The next day, after finishing the python soup, Lingdang tried to levitate herself with telekinesis. She only managed to flop around awkwardly like a clumsy frog, nearly hitting the corner of the coffee table. Wanna fly? First, learn to use your spiritual energy to control 3 pins simultaneously and write the characters Li Xiao and Ling. Then we'll talk. Xian slowly assigned the task. The living room was instantly filled with Lingdang's wails and ink marks as crooked as earthworms. Old man, I can't control myself. On the third day, with energy surging inside her, Lingdang had an emotional outburst. A sliver of her post-fission spiritual energy leaked out, and the living room chandelier went out with a pop. Can't control it. Xian sighed in the darkness. He instantly restored the power using electromagnetic control. Then he picked up the teary-faced Lingdang and took her to the balcony. Tonight's task: use your spiritual energy to sense the position of every star. Then construct a star map in your mind. You're not allowed inside until it's complete. Fatty Orange, supervise her. Fatty Orange gave a meow, translation trouble, but it still jumped onto the balcony railing, squinting its eyes as it watched Lingdang, who was trying to slack off. Every day, Lingdang oscillated between the paradise of delicious food and the hell of torment. She hated the endless bizarre training methods of the old man, yet couldn't resist the soul-shaking flavors. In this cycle of pain and pleasure, her foundational spiritual energy, like a sapling carefully watered, grew quietly and steadfastly upward. 14. 1. 14. 3. 14. 6. Finally, on the last evening of the pre-enrollment sprint training, after Lingdang finished the last piece of some exotic beast's rib, and successfully, as per Xian's request, used her spiritual energy to control 10 mung beans to complete an entire children's dance she had just watched on her tablet. Her whole body trembled. A swelling sensation, clearer and warmer than any before, rippled through the depths of her mind. A breakthrough. 15 points. Almost simultaneously, she felt a subtle change in her fission ability. The squared power felt more condensed. Manipulating it seemed a tiny bit smoother. Of course, just a tiny bit. She was still miles away from precise control. Old man, I think I made it. Lingdang looked at Xian in surprise, her golden eyes sparkling. Xian was using spatial folding to send the plates directly into the kitchen sink. Hearing this, he sensed her state. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he nodded. I'm impassable. You've barely reached the threshold of a rank. Once you're at school, you should be able to keep up with most of the basic courses. Keep up. This master will be the strongest one there. Lingdang lifted her chin, her tail wagging with pride. Suddenly thinking of something, she sidled up to Xian and tugged at his sleeve. Old man, since I'm so awesome, don't I deserve a reward? Like double pudding for breakfast tomorrow? Or... Before she could finish, a sharp, insistent doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The way the bell was pressed immediately conveyed an air of hostility. Xian frowned slightly, his perception had already swept past the door. Outside the door stood a young woman. Her long hair was a bit disheveled, she wore black-rimmed glasses and held a tablet computer in her arms. More importantly, in her eyes burned 2 distinct flames of manuscript-pressing fury. It was his responsible editor Su Qianqian, whom he had been ignoring for a long time, not replying to messages, and had blocked his calls. Though he had reluctantly unblocked her later, he set her to do not disturb. "'Tis troubles here." Xian rubbed his temples. These past few days he had been so focused on feeding and training Lingdang that he had completely forgotten about submitting his manuscript. It seemed Su Qianqian had reached her limit and come straight to his door. Lingdang also heard the doorbell and asked curiously, "Who is it? Coming so late? Smells really fierce." Her animal instincts let her perceive the low-pressure aura outside. Very troublesome, Andy," Xian said succinctly. He motioned for Lingdang to sit on the sofa. "Stay put and don't talk. Pretend to do your homework." He dawdled to the door and slowly opened it. In the instant the door opened, the anger brewing inside Su Qianqian nearly burst forth like a physical force. "Xian, you!" Her roar abruptly stopped, because behind Xian in the warm light of the living room, she saw a little girl in cute home clothes, delicate as if carved from jade, looking incredibly obedient. She was holding a picture book, staring with round, clear, limpid eyes, looking at her with curiosity and a hint of shyness. Su Qianqian froze instantly. All the thoughts of manuscript pressing hiatus killer in her mind were scattered by this overwhelmingly impactful warm family scene. Her prepared roar got stuck in her throat, unable to come out or go down. Her face turned even redder. "Editor Su, good evening." Xian stood in the doorway, his tone as calm as ever, even carrying a hint of post-meal laziness. "Something up?" She. Su Qianqian pointed at Lingdang, then pointed at Xian, her mind a bit chaotic. "This child is my daughter, Lingdang," Xian said without changing his expression. He moved aside slightly. "Lingdang, say hello to Auntie Su." Lingdang immediately switched to Li Shaoling mode. She put down the picture book, stood up, and bowed politely. With a soft, clear voice sweet enough to melt hearts, she called out, "Hello, Auntie Su." Su Qianqian, a daughter. This incredibly lazy salted fish Xian actually had such a big daughter. And so cute. When did this happen? She didn't know. The huge influx of information shocked Su Qianqian, making her temporarily forget her purpose. She barely managed to squeeze out a twisted smile. "Hello, Lingdang, is it? What a good girl." She instinctively looked at Xian, her eyes full of the question, "You'd better explain this to me." "A distant relative's child. Her parents are gone. I'm fostering her. All the paperwork is in order." Xian cut her off with one sentence, then quickly changed the subject. "Editor Su, coming so late, is there a problem with the manuscript?" Mentioning the manuscript made Su Qianqian's anger flare up again instantly. But mindful of Lingdang's presence, she could only lower her voice and speak through gritted teeth. "Manuscript? You still remember the manuscript? What about after those 8,000 words you last submitted? The outline? The follow-up? No reply to messages? You want answer calls? Are you planning to drag this out until the end of time?" "I'm telling you, Xian, if you don't give me a definite answer today, you'll..." Before she could finish, Lingdang trotted over to Xian and tugged at his clothes. She looked up with an innocent expression and asked, "Daddy, is this scary Annie the bad editor you mentioned, who's always forcing you to write stories and not letting you play with me?" "Xian, this kid really knows how to add fuel to the fire." Su Qianqian. Bad editor." She felt another arrow pierce her heart. Lingdang continued her act. She turned to Su Qianqian, blinking her big eyes, trying to look sincere. "Auntie Su, please don't be mad at Daddy, okay? Daddy has been very busy lately. He has to cook delicious food for me and teach me. See, I'm about to start at a new school and Daddy is helping me prepare." As she spoke, she pointed at the educational picture books on the coffee table. Su Qianqian looked at Lingdang's innocent little face and listened to her soft plea. Then she thought of her own aggressive demeanor just now. Somehow she actually felt a twinge of guilt, as if she was really bullying a single father and his adorable daughter. "I am not." Su Qianqian's momentum visibly weakened. Xian seized the opportunity to speak, his tone carrying just the right amount of weariness and helplessness. "Editor Su, there's really been a lot going on at home lately. The child just came, she needs to adapt, needs to enroll. They'll keep the manuscript in mind. How about this, give me a few more days. Once Lingdang's school situation is settled, I promise I'll give you a satisfactory opening and detailed outline." Su Qianqian looked at the touching father-daughter scene. Then she thought of her own fierce image just now. Pushing any further would make her seem like a heinous villain. She opened her mouth, but finally deflated. "Fine, it's a deal. Just a few days. No more delays. And keep your communication line open." "Absolutely, absolutely." Xian nodded and casually took a beautifully packaged, unopened box of candies from the entryway cabinet and handed it to Su Qianqian. "Editor Su, sorry for the trouble of coming all this way. Share these with your colleagues." "My apology." Su Qianqian took the candies, stunned. She glanced again at Lingdang, who was standing obediently beside Xian, giving her a sweet smile. Her belly full of fire inexplicably dissipated by more than half. Instead, she felt a bit dizzy. Then I'll be going now? Goodbye, Lingdang. Goodbye, Annie Su. Take care. Lingdang waved, her smile brilliant. The door closed. The sound of Su Qianqian's somewhat chaotic fading footsteps came from the hallway. The living room was silent for a few seconds. Old man. Lingdang immediately changed her expression, sidling up to Li Xian, seeking credit. How was my acting? Wasn't I super awesome? That scary auntie stopped being scary right away. Li Xian looked down at the smug, bright-eyed little cat girl before him. He reached out and ruffled her head. Your acting has improved, and your ad-libs were good. Worthy of a reward. Lingdang's eyes grew even brighter. Tomorrow's breakfast, putting back to the original portion. Lingdang's little face instantly fell. Huh, that's it. I helped you drive away such a scary manuscript-pressing monster. Otherwise, if you hadn't messed around with your spiritual energy before knocking things over and breaking the lucky cat, would my editor be pressing me so hard? Li Xian said with complete confidence. Although there was no necessary connection between the two, it was enough to fool the little cat girl. Besides, your spiritual energy just broke through, it needs consolidation. Sweets should be in moderation. Go on, take a shower, and go to sleep. The enrollment notice might come tomorrow. Mean old man. Cheapskate. Huh. Lingdang huffed angrily. But compared to before this time, it was more like a habitual petulant protest. She knew that under the old man's culinary tyranny, protests were usually futile. She turned and ran towards the bathroom. Halfway there, she turned back and made a face. When I go to school and become the strongest, the first thing he'll do is come back and make you make pudding for me for life. He'll eat you out of house and home. Huh. With that, she slipped into the bathroom and closed the door. Li Xian chuckled and shook his head. Lingdang's spiritual energy had successfully broken through, and school was imminent. The editor crisis was temporarily averted using the father-daughter shield. His newly acquired spatial and causal abilities were becoming more and more handy. Life seemed to be returning to its beloved peaceful track. Li Xian yawned. This little life was indeed looking more and more promising. Now it was time to try using spatial folding to create a hands-free automatic massage water stream in the bathroom, and maybe use causal substitution to fine-tune the water temperature, ensuring perfection. When the morning sunlight streamed through the curtains into the living room the next day, Li Xian, against all odds, was not sprawled in bed. It wasn't that he had grown industrious. Rather, it was due to the little one in the adjacent room. Ever since her breakthrough the previous night, she had been in a state of low-key excitement. As soon as the sky began to lighten, she tossed and turned on her bed. Finally, she scrambled up, rustling as she changed into the new clothes Li Xian had prepared for her, which were adorned with little paw prints. Then, like a small spinning top, she wandered around the living room, occasionally tiptoeing to Li Xian's closed door and pressing her ear against it. Old man. The sun is scorching your bottom. We have to go to school today. Official enrollment. When Li Xian finally opened the door, his hair a mess and slippers dragging on the floor, Lingdang immediately pounced on him. Her upturned little face bore no trace of drowsiness, only brimming anticipation and joy. Though her golden cat ears were disguised, their twitching gave away her mood entirely. I know. Li Xian let out a long yawn and shuffled toward the kitchen, still bleary-eyed. What's the rush? The notice says it starts at 9 in the morning. It's only 7 now. Also call me Dad. Got it, Dad. Lingdang complied readily, but her eagerness remained undiminished. Shouldn't we go early? Save a good spot. I heard there are tons of fun things at school. And the cafeteria. She emphasized the last two words with particular gusto. Her eyes sparkled with the relentless light of boundless dreams, despite Li Xian having repeatedly disparaged the cafeteria's mass-produced meals. Whether the cafeteria is good or not, well, only know once we go. Li Xian, while mentally commanding the toaster and frying pan to prepare a breakfast far simpler than the previous day's, drawled. But Lingdang, remember. I know. Lingdang interrupted, counting on her fingers as she recited. First, I am Li Xiaoling sequence 1314, a mental amplification, a rookie with poor control. Second, hide my ears, and tail, be quiet, be good. Third, say Dad fostered me, don't remember the past. Fourth, keep a low profile, don't cause trouble, but don't be afraid of it. Fifth, study hard, eat well. Eat properly. She almost blurted out, eat more dried fish. You've memorized it well. Li Xian placed the golden brown bacon and runny yolk egg before her. Hope you can pull it off. Especially the quiet and poor control parts. Act them convincingly. Leave it to me. Lingdang slapped her chest in assurance, then immediately became absorbed by the breakfast, digging in with gusto. At 8:30 in the morning, Li Xian, holding the neatly dressed Lingdang, who carried a small backpack, arrived once more at Jianqing No. 1 experimental school for potential development. Compared to the pre-registration day, the crowd at the school gate had only grown. Moreover, many were like them, parents with noticeably younger children. A number of kids clung tightly to their parents' hands, curiously looking around, some with red-rimmed eyes, clearly having just gone through separation anxiety. Looks like they're all little sprouts. Lingdang stood on tiptoe to peek and whispered to Xian, her tone, carrying a hint of "I've seen it all" superiority. "You're a little sprout too," Xian pointed out, mercilessly leading her by the hand toward the preschool registration area, following the signs. The preschool registration zone was deliberately decorated with brighter colors and a more playful atmosphere. The walls were plastered with posters of cartoonish superpowered heroes, and the floor was covered with soft mats. In the corner there was a small slide and a block area meant to ease the children's nerves. Yet despite this, the scene was filled with a cacophony of children's voices, excited shouts, restless cries, parents' soothing tones, and teachers' efforts to maintain order. The registration process was more detailed than during pre-registration. Besides re-verifying identity and checking the temporary student card, a simple physical test was required. Activities like running, jumping, and grasping. Additionally, a more thorough basic mental test was conducted. This involved wearing a sensor helmet before a sophisticated device resembling a gaming console to test reaction time and basic strength. Afterwards, specialized preschool teachers held brief interviews and observations to assess the children's social adaptability, emotional stability, and basic cognitive abilities. As expected, Lingdang's physical test was unremarkable. She was never a strength type, and under her disguise she had no desire to exert herself. Her running and jumping barely passed. During the mental test, she kept her poor control persona in mind. Before the device, she worked hard to make the light pillar representing mental strength fluctuate erratically. Finally, it stabilized at a point just slightly above the average for preschool classes, neither too outstanding nor too poor. In the interview facing the gentle, smiling teacher, Lingdang flawlessly switched to Li Shaoling mode. She sat on the small chair, hands on her knees, answering questions in a soft voice with just the right amount of shyness and obedience. "What does Shaoling like to eat?" "I like the food Dad makes." "And pudding." "Honest and in character." "What do you usually like to do?" "Look at picture books." "And play with Fatty." "Quiet and introverted." "Do you know why you're coming to school here?" "Dad said I can learn how to use." "Well, mental power and make new friends." "Clear goal, positive attitude." "What would you do if you had a conflict with another kid?" "Tell the teacher, or tell Dad." "Follow rules, seek help." After the round of questions and answers, the preschool teacher's smile grew more and more satisfied, ticking several boxes on the evaluation form. Clearly, she categorized Li Shaoling as a seedling with decent talent, a good temperament, and strong adaptability. Xian stood nearby, using his nearly omnipresent perception to keep tabs on Lingdang's performance. He silently critiqued the shy expression could be a bit more natural, and the longing in her eyes when mentioning pudding could be more intense. At the same time, he observed the other children and parents. The vast majority of children registering had self-perceived sequences beyond 2,000. A few were in the 1,000 range, like Lingdang's disguised 13-14, which was already quite good for this age group. The children's abilities were diverse. Some could produce small flames at their fingertips, others could make paper scraps float slightly, and some had eyes that changed color. There was also a chubby little boy who could soften the plasticine in his hand just a tiny bit. All were very basic, sometimes unreliable demonstrations. Occasionally, a child with a sequence in the 700 to 800 range and a slightly stronger ability would immediately draw envious or probing glances from surrounding parents. Just then, a small commotion arose at the registration entrance. It was a little boy dressed in an expensive custom suit, his hair slicked back impeccably. He was accompanied by a well-dressed, reserved couple. The boy held his chin high with an air of arrogance beyond his years. Beside him, a woman who appeared to be a nanny or assistant carefully held a delicate energy detection device. "Teacher Wang, this is Xiaoyu's latest test data. His self-perceived sequence is 822, ability is microcurrent control, and he can now steadily light this small bulb." The boy's father handed a printed report to the preschool teacher in charge of registration, his voice soft, but loud enough for those nearby to hear. "Sequence 822. And he can light a bulb." A wave of hushed gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd. This data was definitely top tier in the preschool class. The boy named Xiaoyu seemed to relish the attention, puffing out his little chest even more. Teacher Wang took the report and looked it over. Her face lit up with surprise and respect. "Oh, 822, an actual current control. Excellent talent. Welcome, Xiaoyu." Xiaoyu's parents nodded reservedly while the boy glanced around triumphantly. His gaze paused briefly on Lingdang, who was waiting in line for her interview. He seemed somewhat disdainful of her ordinary performance, then quickly looked away. Lingdang naturally noticed the commotion and the boy's gaze. Instinctively, she wanted to pout. But remembering her persona, she quickly lowered her head, feigning shyness and unease. Her small hand, however, quietly tugged at Li Xian's sleeve. Sensing her movement, he gently patted her hand, sending a soothing thought. He also sensed the boy named Xiaoyu. His sequence of 822 was genuine. The microcurrent control was indeed a cut above the other children. But in his eyes, it was nothing special. The mental energy was superficial, the control crude. Clearly, it was the result of resources tacking and forced guidance. There was no trace of training, the foundation was unstable. Seems like no matter where you go, there are always these other people's kids and their parents. Xian felt no ripple of emotion, even finding it slightly amusing. This level of showing off was less than a splash in the face of the storms he had weathered. Soon it was Lingdang's turn for formal registration and item collection. Teacher Wang handed Xian an official student card, a uniform embroidered with the school emblem, a few basic textbooks, and a class schedule with a reminder. Mr. Li Shaoling has been assigned to the Qiming class, one of the preschool's key classes. The homeroom teacher is Ms. Li, who is very responsible. Classes start tomorrow. Please arrive before 8 a.m. Oh, and dismissal is at 4:30 p.m. The school provides lunch and nap time. Here is the parent handbook and important notes. Please read them carefully. Qiming class. A key class. Xian took the items somewhat surprised. He had assumed Lingdang's displayed level would land her in an ordinary class. Yes, although Xialing's basic mental test values fluctuated, her peak was quite good and her personality assessment was excellent with a positive learning attitude, so she was placed in the Qiming class. Teacher Wang explained with a smile. There are a few other talented children in the class, such as Zhang Yu, the boy with sequence 822, who is also in Qiming. I believe the children will encourage each other. Xian. Well, it seemed complete low profile wasn't easy, but a key class was fine, and at least the teaching staff and environment should be better. Lingdong, on the other hand, was delighted. She whispered to Xian, a key class. Old man, I'm awesome, right? That 822 guy is in our class too. Humph, with that look of his, this lady. He'll definitely outshine him later. Keep it up. Xian replied perfunctorily, thinking to himself, you're already stronger than him now, girl. I just hope you don't lose control at school and turn a mental amplification into a mental explosion. After completing all the formalities, Xian took Lingdang for a brief tour of the school. The preschool had its own independent teaching building and small playground, and the environment was indeed pleasant. They saw spotless classrooms with small desks, chairs, and toys. They saw the cafeteria, which supposedly served nutritionally balanced lunches. Lingdang pressed her nose against the glass window for a long time. They also saw the activity room with soft mats and a small courtyard planted with flowers and grass. Seems actually pretty okay. Lingdang's assessment shifted slightly from inspecting territory to a hint of anticipation. They returned home at noon. Xian prepared a sumptuous lunch as usual to celebrate Lingdang's official enrollment. The ingredient grade had been lowered as the sprint period was over and high-level exotic beasts in the vicinity were nearly extinct. At the table, Lingdang chattered endlessly about the morning's events. That brat in the suit, the way he looks at people is so annoying. The cafeteria glass was so shiny, I wonder if they have pudding. My classroom is on the second floor, and the window overlooks the small playground. Old man, does my new uniform look good? I'm going to wear it to school tomorrow. Xian listened while eating leisurely, occasionally responding with a grunt. When Lingdang had talked enough, he put down his chopsticks and looked at the still excited little one. School is settled. Let me repeat the rules. At school, keep your curiosity in check, control your power, and especially stay away from that 822 kid, unless he provokes you first. Study well, eat well, make friends. If you encounter a problem you can't solve, go to the teacher or come back and tell me. Got it. Got it. Lingdang nodded vigorously, then a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. So, since I performed so well today and officially became a student, shouldn't I get a reward? Like an afternoon dessert? Dessert remains as usual. Xian cut off her fantasy. However, to celebrate your enrollment, I can add a fish dish you like to dinner. Really? What kind of fish? It depends on how you perform in your afternoon practice. Xian revealed the familiar smile that made Lingdang's heart tighten. Yesterday you made those 10 mung beans dance. Today use your mental power to make them walk in a straight line for 10 meters without falling out of line. If you succeed, fish for dinner. Lingdang's little face instantly fell. Again, old man, are you a demon? I'm your father. Xian corrected, getting up to clear the dishes. Go quickly. Fatty will supervise. If you don't finish, no fish. Mean old man. Tyrant. Huh. Lingdang hissed in frustration. But ultimately she succumbed to the temptation of good food and trudged off with a mournful face to find the mung beans and Fatty. Xian watched her struggling with the beans, shook his head, but a trace of lightness was in his eyes. School life was finally about to begin. With this little troublemaker under someone else's care for most of the day, he should be able to enjoy some peace and quiet, shouldn't he? The next morning, Xian was jolted awake by a relentless shaking, as if a miniature earthquake had struck. Opening his eyes, he saw Lingdang already fully dressed. A white shirt emblazoned with the school crest, a deep blue pinafore skirt, white ankle socks paired with small black leather shoes. Her hair was tied into 2 slightly crooked pigtails, a testament to her own efforts. She was now crouched by his bedside, vigorously shaking his arm. Old man, get up. We're going to be late. Can't be late on the first day of school. Ling Dang's small face was etched with impatience. Her golden cat ears hidden beneath a disguise were trembling so fast they seemed to blur. Xian glanced at the alarm clock on the nightstand 640. School starts at 8, and it only takes 15 minutes to walk there. He tried to bury his head back into the pillow. We still need to get there early. Familiarize ourselves with the environment. Seize. Find a strategic position. Ling Dang was relentless, even starting to pull at his blanket. Hurry up, hurry up. I can eat breakfast on the way. In the end, worn down by Ling Dang's relentless, ear-piercing urgings and physical interference, Xian dragged himself up with an expression of utter despair, his dark circles even deeper than the day before. He haphazardly threw on a jacket, packed Ling Dang's breakfast directly into her backpack, and was then dragged by this eager little cat girl, practically jogging all the way to the school gate. It was just past 7:30, and quite a few parents and children were already gathered at the entrance. Ling Dang's eyes lit up at the sight of the school gate, and she tugged at Xian's hand, urging him on. We're here. Old man, you can go back now. I can go in by myself. Xian looked down at this ungrateful little creature who had been clinging to him just yesterday, but now couldn't wait to shake him off, and raised an eyebrow. In such a hurry. Don't want me to walk you to the classroom? No need. Auntie said she'd wait for me over by the high school section, and take me there. Ling Dang waved her hand, her small face, trying its best to look independent. You go back and catch up on your sleep. Look how tired you are, you're yawning up a storm. Xian really didn't feel like walking any further. He let out a huge yawn. He ruffled Ling Dang's hair, messing up her carefully tied pigtails even more. All right, take care. Remember what I told you. At 4:30 in the afternoon, it'll be right here at the school gate waiting for you. I know. Bye-bye, old man. Don't forget to miss me. Ling Dang waved dismissively, then turned and dashed towards the school gate like a bird freed from its cage. Within a few steps, she merged into the stream of children wearing the same uniform, her back exuding anticipation. Xian stood there watching her disappear around the corner of the teaching building and shook his head. This little ingrate. There was no real disappointment in his tone, but rather a sense of relief, as if he had finally gotten rid of a nuisance. With his hands in his pockets, he turned around and strolled slowly back home. His mind was already planning whether to go back for a nap or use his spatial folding ability to give the house a thorough cleaning. On the other side, as soon as Ling Dang ran into the campus, she spotted Liu dressed in a sharp instructor's uniform waiting by the roadside. Auntie! Ling Dang cheered and pounced on her. Liu caught her with a smile, helping to straighten the hair and collar that Xian had tousled. First day of school, so excited. Where's your old man? He went back to sleep? So lazy. Ling Dang complained without any hesitation. That's just how he is. Liu is used to it. Come on, I'll walk you to the preschool teaching building. I'm a bit busy over at the high school section today. There are a few high-potential students who need special training arranged, so I might not be able to come see you often. You need to be good, listen to the teachers, okay? Don't worry, Auntie. Ling Dang nodded vigorously, holding Li's hand and looking around curiously. The high school section was noticeably different from the preschool area, with more imposing architecture. Occasionally, they saw older students hurrying past. The energy fluctuations emanating from their bodies were far stronger than those of the little ones in the preschool department. However, those students would stop and greet Liu respectfully when they saw her in her instructor's uniform. Their gazes towards Ling Dang were also filled with curiosity. Soon Liu delivered Ling Dang to the door of the Qiming class in the preschool building. The sound of children's chatter was already coming from inside the classroom. Liu crouched down, gave Ling Dang a few final words of advice, watched her enter the classroom, then turned and hurried away. She truly had a lot on her plate today. Ling Dang walked into the classroom. It was a spacious, bright room. The walls were painted a soft, soothing blue adorned with alphabet charts, numbers, and simple comic strips about safety rules for abilities. Over 20 sets of small desks and chairs were neatly arranged with a podium and a large screen at the front. At that moment, a dozen or so children were already in the room. Some were curiously touching the desks and chairs, some were whispering to new friends they had made, while others sat nervously in their seats, clutching their backpacks tightly. Ling Dang's arrival drew some attention. With her cute appearance, golden hair, and pupils, a few children looked at her with curiosity. Keeping her demure persona firmly in mind, Ling Dang lowered her head and found an empty seat by the window. She put her little backpack away, sat up straight properly, but secretly sized up her surroundings. The students gradually arrived. Ling Dang soon discovered that this Qiming class, as Teacher Wang had said, indeed had several talented children. From her rough perception, most children's spiritual energy fluctuated between 8 and 12 points. This corresponded to the uninitiated stage, slightly above the average adult's 68 points. But a few were noticeably higher. For example, the girl with big eyes and pigtails sitting in the front row. Her spiritual energy fluctuation was very active, around 13 points. She was excitedly showing her deskmate a very faint cluster of pink bubbles forming at her fingertips, drawing exclamations from the surrounding children. Another was a silent little boy sitting in the corner looking thin, but his spiritual energy was unusually condensed, actually reaching 14 points, and the fluctuation was very stable. He was looking down at a small eraser in his hand, which was changing shape extremely slowly. Of course, the most eye-catching one was Zhang Yu, whom she had seen yesterday. Today he was wearing a more exquisite little suit, though he still had his school uniform jacket over it. His hair was still impeccably combed. He was surrounded by 2 or 3 boys who seemed to be his followers, listening to him boast about how many candles he had lit with his electric current over the weekend. He also accidentally burned a carpet at home. His tone was full of pride. His spiritual energy was indeed around 15 points top of the class. But the sense of superficiality and deliberate showing off made Lingdang roll her eyes internally. Only 15 points and you're this arrogant. After my fission, I have 225 points. Rank. Lingdang muttered to herself, but maintained her quiet appearance on the surface. Just then a woman walked into the classroom. She looked to be in her 30s, wore glasses, had a gentle expression, and was dressed in appropriate business attire. A badge on her chest read Chiming Class, Head Teacher Li Jieqi. She emitted a stable, reassuring energy fluctuation. Lingdang tried to sense it, but the gap was too large to discern. However, she had heard that preschool teachers should be crank and were all veteran ability users who had awakened before the era of the myriad spirit sequence. Good morning, children. Teacher Li walked to the podium, her voice gentle, yet clear, carrying a natural power that calmed the room. Everyone please return to your seats and sit down, okay? The children gradually quieted down and found their seats. Teacher Li nodded with satisfaction. Very good. First of all, welcome everyone to Jiangxing No. 1 experimental school for potential development, to our Chiming class. I am your head teacher, Teacher Li. In the days to come, I will accompany you all in learning and growing. After a simple welcome and introduction, Teacher Li started the first activity, self-introductions. Next, we'll invite each child to come up to the front and tell everyone your name, age, and what ability you have awakened. If you know roughly how much spiritual energy you have, or what your sequence number feels like, you can also share that. Don't be nervous, treat it like a chat. The first one up was the girl with pigtails who made bubbles. She wasn't shy at all, hopping up to the front with a clear, crisp voice. My name is Lin Weiwei, and I'm 6.5. My ability is fragrant bubbles. I can make nice smelling bubbles. Spiritual energy. Dad says it's about 13 points. I haven't quite figured out my sequence number yet, it seems like over 1,000. As she spoke, she demonstrated a small bubble that floated into the air, emitting a strawberry candy scent, drawing a chorus of wows. Next was the quiet boy who controlled the eraser. He walked up slowly, his voice low. My name is Wu Hao, 7 years old. Ability. I can make soft things a bit harder or hard things a bit softer. Spiritual energy. 14 points. Sequence. I don't know. He demonstrated, and the eraser in his hand indeed became like soft clay, then returned to its original state. A practical but unremarkable ability. It was Zhang Ye's turn. He had been eager to go, and he almost strutted up to the front, cleared his throat, and spoke in a deliberately raised voice. My name is Zhang Yu, 7 years old. My ability is microcurrent manipulation, a very rare and powerful ability. As he spoke, he extended his finger, and with a crackle, a small cluster of dancing electric sparks appeared at his fingertip. Though faint, it was already very cool in the eyes of the children. My spiritual energy is 15 points, the highest in the class. My sequence number is 822. In the future, I will definitely become a powerful thunder envoy. He didn't forget to cast a contemptuous glance at the other children sitting below. Many children showed expressions of envy or awe. Teacher Li also nodded, smiling in encouragement. A very good lightning talent, Zhang Yu. But with great power comes the need to learn control and application. Zhang Yu returned to his seat smug and satisfied. The self-introductions continued with the children's abilities being diverse, but mostly very basic. Making the water in a cup tremble slightly, making a feather float more slowly, raising the temperature of their fingertips a tiny bit. There was even a boy whose ability was rapid blinking, claiming he could see the trajectory of flying insects' wings. Spiritual energy generally hovered around 10 points, and sequence perception was mostly vague, with reported numbers ranking in the thousands. Soon it was Lingdang's turn. She took a deep breath, walked up to the podium. Imitating the shy children before her, she lowered her head slightly, her voice soft and delicate. My name is Li Xiaoling, I'm 6 years old. My ability is mental amplification. It can make my own spirit a bit better, but I can't control it well. Following Li Xian's script, she tried to make her voice carry uncertainty and timidity. Spiritual energy. Sometimes more, sometimes less, probably. 10 points. Or 11. Sequence. It seems to be 13-14. She said the numbers hesitantly. She perfectly played the role of a little rookie with a vague ability and poor control. To add credibility, she tried hard to concentrate, making a piece of chalk on the podium tremble slightly. But it immediately stopped out of control, and her face cooperatively blushed. A few snickers came from below, especially from Zhang Ye's direction, with a derisive snort that was hard to miss. TCH only 10 points. Sequence, 13-14. And it's a useless support ability. Zhang Yu whispered to his lackey beside him, his voice low, but loud enough for those nearby to hear. Teacher Li still maintained her smile, looking just as gentle. It's okay, Xiaoling. Mental amplification is a very practical ability. Control can be practiced slowly. Spiritual energy will increase with growth and training. Lingdang nodded shyly and quickly walked back to her seat. Internally, she was grumbling, useless support ability. Wait until I fission and scare you to death. And my real spiritual energy is 15 points, not 10. Just as Lingdang thought the self-introductions were almost over, the back door of the classroom was gently knocked on, then pushed open. A little girl dressed in a gothic black fluffy skirt, wearing an exaggerated black bow hair clip and holding a plastic magic wand, walked in gracefully. Her face bore an expression of looking down upon all living things, as if she hadn't come to school, but to inspect her own territory. Sorry, Teacher Li, I'm late. The girl's voice had a deliberately affected, almost chanting tone. Because I was performing an important dark ritual at home, communicating with the astral energy, which took a bit of time. The whole class, including Teacher Li, was stunned for a moment. The girl walked straight to the podium, ignoring the ongoing self-introduction process. Turning to face the class, she raised her plastic wand and began her performance in a declamatory tone. I am the Witch of the Starry Sea, Lin Wanwan. Age 6 years and 3 months. My power is the supreme stellar perception. I can listen to the whispers of the stars draw upon the faint light of the cosmos. She closed her eyes, looking enraptured. My spiritual energy has reached a mortal difficult total 12 points. My sequence is even higher. That is a forbidden number, not to be revealed lightly. You need only know that my arrival will bring a wind of change to this world. The classroom fell silent. Then someone let out a pft of laughter. Soon low chuckles spread through the room. Even Teacher Li's mouth twitched involuntarily, but she still tried to maintain a serious expression. Lin Wanwan. Very imaginative. Please return to your seat first. We are still doing self-introductions. The laughter of mortals. Lin Wanwan tossed her head haughtily, her black fluffy skirt swishing in an arc. Then her gaze swept across the class, finally fixing on the empty seat next to Lingdang. Here the threads of fate seemed to tug, starlight converges. She murmured to herself, her voice still audible to the whole class. Then with graceful steps, she walked straight to the seat beside Lingdang. She put down her backpack, which was printed with a starry sky pattern, sat down, and nodded at a bewildered Lingdang. Your aura is passable, worthy of becoming my temporary contractor. Lingdong. She felt she had encountered a creature even more troublesome than Zhang Yu. The little episode of self-introductions finally passed. Teacher Li wiped an imaginary bead of sweat from her brow and began arranging seats. Perhaps for balance, or perhaps it was truly fate's arrangement. Or maybe Teacher Li wanted the lively ones to motivate the shy ones. When the final seating chart was posted, Lingdang looked at the diagram on the podium and felt the world go dark. Her seat was neither front nor back, third row by the window. To her left was the starry sea, which Lin Wanwan. To her right was Zhang Yu, who couldn't wait to write him the best all over his face. She was sandwiched between a Chinibyu and an arrogant brat. How did this happen? Lingdang wailed internally, while on the surface maintaining the obediently Xiaoling act. Following Teacher Li's instructions, she carried her backpack and small cushion to that golden spot. Zhang Yu was already sitting there, and when he saw Lingdang approach, he curled his lip without hiding it. He even deliberately pushed his pencil case towards the middle of the desk, taking up more space. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan on the left gave Lingdang a smile that said, "You know your place." Then she started pulling things out of her starry backpack, a thick notebook with a hexagram on the cover, a feather pen, a few oddly shaped stones, and a miniature crystal ball. From today onward, you shall be my starlight observer. Lin Wanwan lowered her voice to a volume only the two of them could hear. Responsible for recording my great deeds and helping me watch out for the mortal teacher's gaze and reminding me in time when I communicate with the astral plane. Lingdong. She wanted to go home and find the old man. With the seating arrangement settled, Lingdang resigned herself to her designated throne. To her left sat the enigmatic star sea, which Lin Wanwan, exuding an aura of mystery. To her right was the crackling, lightning envoy, Zhang Yu, practically fizzing with smug electric sparks. She felt like a pathetic slice of ham in a sandwich tightly pressed between two slices of bread with utterly contrasting flavors. The morning lessons officially began. The first class was Cognitive Foundations of Abilities, taught by their homeroom teacher, Ms. Li. She switched on the projector, revealing colorful cartoon images. In a gentle, easy-to-understand tone, she began explaining the most basic concepts to these little beings who averaged 6.5 years old. Children, the special power we have inside us is called an ability. Ms. Lee pointed to the glowing figure on the screen. It's like having an invisible, obedient little helper. This little helper lives right here. She tapped her temple. We call its home the ability core or spiritual C. And how much this helper can do for us largely depends on the energy we give it. That energy is called spiritual power. Ms. Lee's explanation was vivid, complete with simple animations. A little figure representing an ability user scooped water, symbolizing spiritual power from a large cup, the spiritual C, to water a sapling, the ability, which then grew a bit. Most children listened with partial understanding but earnest attention. Lin Weiwei, the bubble girl, had her eyes wide. Wu Hao, the eraser boy, nodded slightly, as if grasping something. Lingdang put on a show of trying hard to understand, but inwardly she was rolling her eyes. Such an old metaphor. And my spiritual C? That's a cosmic ocean, for crying out loud, with a built-in exponential multiplier. She glanced sideways. To her right, Zhang Yu clearly dismissed these basics with contempt. He had initially sat up straight, trying to maintain the image of a model student. But less than 5 minutes in, he began drumming his fingers impatiently on the desk, tiny, almost imperceptible sparks flickering at his fingertips, his gaze drifting toward the window. He likely felt that a genius already capable of combat listening to such ABCs was like casting pearls before swine. On the left, Lin Wanwan. Well, she seemed to have entered another state entirely. She wasn't completely zoning out, but she was clearly reinterpreting Miss Lee's lecture through her own lens. As she listened, she scribbled furiously in her thick hexagram-patterned notebook, muttering under her breath, I see. Mortals call it the spiritual C. A crude term for the stellar resonance pool. Spiritual power. Clearly the infusion of primordial cosmic ether. Ability core. Without a doubt the projection of one's lifebound star into the material realm. She wrote with wild excitement, as if uncovering universal truths. Lingdang accidentally glimpsed a corner of her notebook covered in twisted constellation lines, cryptic runes, and phrases like 47th observation record, instructor Lee seemingly wielding a faint light of order, energy field emitting pale golden ripples during lesson. Lingdang's mouth twitched, and she quickly averted her gaze. This star sea witch's imagination was stranger than old Deng's lazy bones. The first class ended amidst Zhang Ye's board tapping and Lin Wanwan's academic documentation. During the 10-minute break, children instantly scattered like unleashed puppies. Zhang Yu shot up with a whoosh, calling his 2 little followers to the empty space at the back of the classroom to show off his faint electric current again. This time he tried to make an empty aluminum can tremble, slightly drawing hushed gasps from his cronies. Lingdang couldn't be bothered to watch. Just as she was about to rest her head, Lin Wanwan, on her left, leaned in. Li Shaoling. Lin Wanwan lowered her voice, speaking in a sing-song tone. I observed your stellar resonance pool fluctuating slightly during the lesson, as if resonating with instructor Li's crude truths, yet also hinting at a trace of disdain. Lingdang was startled. This kid's perception is this sharp. No, she must be guessing. She quickly adjusted her expression, feigning confusion. Huh? Fluctuation? No. I just didn't understand some parts. No need to hide it. Lin Wanwan, with an I see through everything expression, leaned in mysteriously. Your fate line is different from ordinary people's. Though dusty on the surface, it holds inner radiance. My stellar perception never errs. Perhaps you two bear an ancient legacy without knowing it. Lingdong, what is all this nonsense? She decided to switch tactics and test this Chinibu deskmate's depth. Lin Wanwan. Lingdang mimicked a slightly more serious tone. You say you can hear the whispers of the stars. So what do the stars usually tell you? She tried to fill her eyes with curiosity, not the look one gives an idiot. Lin Wanwan's eyes lit up as if she had finally found a kindred spirit. She puffed out her little chest, pointed her plastic magic wand at the window. The whispers of the stars are vast and profound beyond mortal comprehension. They murmur of the universe's birth, the rise and fall of civilizations, the weaving of fate. For instance, last night, the star Xian flickered faintly, foretelling a disturbance of water in the southeast today. She paused, then added, when I came to school this morning, I indeed saw a gardener overwatering the lawn over there, forming a small puddle. Lingdong. That counts as a prophecy. Even the weather forecast is more accurate. Still watching Lin Wanwan's earnest, excited expression as she shared her secret, Lingdang suddenly felt that while this girl was hopelessly Chinibu, she wasn't entirely unlikable. At least she was more interesting than Zhang Yu, whose eyes were on top of his head, and her focused immersion in her own world was in a way quite pure. So Star Sea Witch, Lingdang said, adopting a playful tone. Have you ever summoned the power of the stars? Like making something glow? Or move something? She pointed at the mini crystal ball on Lin Wanwan's desk. Lin Wanwan's little face flushed slightly, her confidence wavering. The boundless power of the stellar realm is not easily summoned into the material world. It requires specific celestial alignments, precise formations, and strong ether. That is spiritual power as a guide. I am currently in the accumulation phase, focusing on communication. She touched her crystal ball. However, in time, when my life-bound star fully awakens. Lingdang understood. For now, she couldn't do a thing, a pure theoretician. But she didn't call her out, instead she nodded. Oh, that's still impressive, being able to understand what stars say. I can only make chalk move a bit, and I always lose control. She showed a hint of frustration at the right moment, perfectly playingly shouting. Do not be discouraged. Lin Wanwan seemed to bask in this recognition, her little face taking on a solemn mentor-like air. Mental amplification is also a great path. Used properly, it can purify the mind, sharpen perception, and even assist others in communicating with the stellar realm. Would you be willing to become my stellar observer? When my power is restored, I might guide you so your ability no longer runs wild. This was the second time she mentioned stellar observer. Lingdang found it amusing inside, but feigned hesitation and a hint of anticipation. Really? But I'm so clumsy I can't control it. No matter. I have patience. Lin Wanwan slapped her chest, nearly dropping her plastic magic wand. The pact is sealed. From now on, you are the first observer under me, Lin Wanwan, the Star Sea Witch. You must record my great deeds daily and assist me in stellar observation experiments. Lingdang looked into Lin Wanwan's sparkling eyes, bright from finding a fellow traveler. She suddenly thought having such a chinibyu yet innocent little girl as a subordinate might be kind of fun. At least it would keep school from being too boring. And with such a character around who would pay attention to her, the mediocrely shouting. So she nodded timidly. Okay, we'll give it a try. Lin Wanwan smiled contentedly, the smile shedding some of her chinibyu guise, revealing the pure joy of a 6-year-old girl. Not far away, Xian Yu glanced at the two weirdos huddled together, whispering, snorted dismissively, and went back to playing with his electric current games with his followers. He had completely lost interest in his new deskmate, the Sequence 1314, a talentless loser who hung out with a chinibyu. In his world, only the strong, himself, and future strong, none seen yet, deserved attention. This was even more child's play for Lingdang. She pretended to read along with difficulty while continuing her cross-server conversation with Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan insisted on writing in her experiment log with a quill, claiming it was training in astral rune calligraphy. Lingdang humbly asked what those scribbles in her notebook meant, and Lin Wanwan would explain with utmost seriousness. This is the guardian rune of Cancer, which can slightly enhance affinity with water elements when written. Though the effect is negligible for now. Then she pointed to another. This is a simplified mapping of the Corona Borealis orbit, useful for locating one's coordinates in the sea of stars during meditation. Lingdang listened, utterly bewildered. Half of her shock came from the sheer scale of this chinibyu, setting the other half from thinking. This girl's imagination was truly rich, and she made it sound so convincing. Setting aside reality, just looking at this passion and academic attitude for building a fantasy world, it was almost comparable to some veteran world builders. The entire morning flew by, and teacher Li's gentle explanations, Zhang Yes absent-minded, showing off the other children's dazed learning, and the increasingly heated exchange between Lingdang and Lin Wanwan. When the lunch bell rang, the children cheered and prepared to head to the cafeteria. Zhang Yu had already packed his things and was the first to rush out with his followers. Wu Hao silently put away his eraser. Lin Weiwei excitedly pulled her new friend aside to discuss whether the cafeteria might have strawberry pudding. Observer Li Ling, Lin Wanwan said solemnly, closing her hexagram notebook. Noon is when the power of the solar star is strongest. Though not ideal for deep astral observation, it can be used for preliminary experiments in light energy and spiritual connection. The cafeteria is crowded and noisy, hardly a suitable venue for experiments. I propose we quickly replenish energy and find a secluded corner to continue our research. Lingdang. Could she even turn eating into an experiment? She began to wonder if agreeing to be this observer had been a mistake. Wanwan. Lingdang tried using a more normal form of address. Let's go eat first. The experiment can wait until afternoon. I'm a bit hungry. She rubbed her stomach at the right moment, putting on a pitiful expression. Lin Wanwan looked at her, then at her own lunchbox adorned with a starry sky pattern. Clearly it was carefully prepared at home. She thought seriously for a moment, then finally nodded. Very well. Ample material energy is also necessary to maintain the etheric channel. Let us dine first. Remember, chew slowly, it aids in energy absorption. Okay. Lingdang breathed a sigh of relief. She felt like she wasn't dealing with a peer, but a shrunken, occult-obsessed scholar. The two little girls walked side by side out of the classroom, heading toward the cafeteria, where the aroma of food wafted. Ling Dang glanced back at her prized seat by the window, emotions swirling within her. On the first morning of school, she had acquired a Chinibyu boss, an arrogant neighbor, and a class that revisited kindergarten knowledge. She wondered what old Dang was doing now. Was he really catching up on sleep? Or was he using his abilities to research some strange lazy trick again? Whatever, she wouldn't think about it. There were still classes in the afternoon, and there was supposedly the first practical guidance class. Though it might still be child's play for her, it was better than just listening to lectures, right? Ling Dang shook her head, pulling her thoughts back from the stars, oceans, and electric light bulbs to focus on the immediate reality. The cafeteria. Was there really the legendary unlimited supply of pudding? Even if it was small, that was at least delicious. The bustling scene of the cafeteria quickly doused the eager spirit of Ling Dang with a cold splash of reality. There was no array of dazzling desserts as she had imagined. No fragrant barbecues wafting through the air. Even the prefix unlimited seemed misleading. Before her stood a clean but utterly characterless student cafeteria. The meals were uniformly served on standard trays distributed by aunties clad in white uniforms. Ling Dang stood on her tiptoes, eagerly watching the contents of the trays. A small mound of white rice, a spoonful of seemingly oily stir-fried greens. Sprinkled within were bits of dark-colored, nearly invisible, minced meat. A small piece that seemed to be fish but was obscured by a thick red sauce. And a bowl of clear soup with 2 floating pieces of seaweed. Forget about pudding, there wasn't even a piece of fruit. Is this meat from a mythical beast? Ling Dang whispered to Lin Wanwan beside her, her voice thick with incredulous disappointment as she pointed at the almost negligible bits of minced meat. Lin Wanwan had already found a spot to sit with her starry lunchbox in hand. Hearing this, she cast a glance at Ling Dang's tray and replied in a tone that suggested she was unfazed. Mundane food merely to fill the belly. True energy absorption relies on the breath of starlight and ether. She opened her lunchbox, revealing exquisitely plated sushi rolls, cherry tomatoes, and an omelet along with a small piece of delicate chocolate cake. It looked delicious, but just as Ling Dang sensed, there were no special energy fluctuations. Ling Dong, on the verge of tears, could only carry that meager tray and sit across from Lin Wanwan. She first poked that indistinguishable piece of meat with her chopsticks and took a hesitant bite. The texture was rough, the seasoning overwhelming, but a faint yet purer and gentler energy slid into her stomach with the food, and then gradually spread throughout. Although the intensity was far inferior to the dishes meticulously crafted by Lao Deng from high-grade mythical beast ingredients, it might only have 1% of that effect. Yet its nature was unexpectedly easy to absorb. There were almost no impurities or violent energy residues, as if it had been repeatedly refined and filtered. Moreover, this effect seemed considerably better than eating the same level of raw mythical beast meat directly. She tried another bite of the greens mixed with minced meat, and the feeling became even more apparent. The little bits of minced meat provided energy nourishment that nearly matched the effect of Lao Deng casually stir-frying a dish with grade mythical beast meat. Of course, Lao Deng's culinary skills and ingredient handling played a significant role, but the meat's utilization rate in the cafeteria was a bit unusual. Could it be the school has done something special with the ingredients? Have they used some energy guidance array or potion to aid digestion and absorption? Ling Dang mused to herself while mechanically shoveling rice into her mouth. Though the taste was hardly commendable and the portions were pitiful, the exceptionally high cost-performance ratio of energy replenishment compelled her to eat 2 large bowls of rice, finishing every drop of that clear soup. Her stomach was full, and she had replenished some energy. However, the immense psychological gap and her craving for sweets left her feeling gloomy. Just then she felt something bulging in the side pocket of her small backpack. It was the snacks Lao Deng had tucked in that morning. A small bag of individually packaged animal crackers, and 2 strawberry-flavored energy bars. Ling Dang's eyes instantly brightened as if she had found a lifeline. She furtively glanced around and quickly pulled out a small bear-shaped cookie and stuffed it into her mouth. The crispy, sweet taste melted on her tongue. Although it also lacked energy, it greatly soothed her wounded foodie heart. She broke off half of an energy bar and quietly handed it to Lin Wanwan across the table. Lin Wanwan, who had been elegantly picking up sushi with her chopsticks, paused upon seeing the half-pink energy bar being offered. Then with a look of appreciation she accepted it, took a tiny bite, and narrowed her eyes slightly. Though this item lacks ether, it is rich in the essence of sweetness capable of momentarily delighting the spirit. Observer, you have served well. Ling Dang couldn't help but laugh at Lin Wanwan's serious demeanor, and her earlier gloom dissipated quite a bit. The 2 little girls shared simple snacks, and their bond seemed to draw a little closer. Wanwan Ling Dang licked the crumbs of cookie from the corner of her mouth and suggested, why not stop bringing your home-cooked lunch? The cafeteria's food, though unappealing and unpalatable, seems quite beneficial for the body. She pointed at herself. I ate 2 bowls and feel a bit more energetic. She didn't mention the energy aspect, but vaguely suggested it had its benefits. Lin Wanwan looked at the remaining exquisite lunchbox in front of her and then at Ling Dang's empty tray. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. You have a point. The form of material energy is not the key, its essence and utilization rate are fundamental. Since the food in this cafeteria can more efficiently replenish the base required for ether channels, I shall abandon this mundane box lunch tomorrow. Of course, the offerings of desserts are not included. Ling Dang was amused by her serious analysis and nodded repeatedly. All right, desserts are a different matter. Lunchtime quickly passed, and the afternoon classes began. The first class of the afternoon was the foundational practice and guidance of mental power, which Ling Dang was somewhat looking forward to. The instructor was a male teacher who appeared to be somewhat stern. His last name was Zhao, and he was said to be a great ability user skilled in mental guidance and foundational training. Teacher Zhao did not delve into too much theory, but instead went straight to practice. He distributed a guiding orb with a clear internal energy flow and a simple structure to each child. He taught an extremely basic but very systematic method of mental meditation. Close your eyes, relax your body, and feel your breath. Teacher Zhao's voice was steady and carried a unique rhythm seemingly containing a faint guiding effect. Slowly concentrate your attention at your brow, imagining a small warm light there. Yes, that's where you sense the existence of your abilities. Now try to let your spirit gently touch the orb in your hand like a soft breath. Don't exert force, just feel and sync with the rhythm of its internal energy. The classroom fell silent as the children followed the instructions and earnestly attempted. At first, Ling Dang held a playful attitude. But when she truly began to systematically guide her 15 points of foundational mental power, according to teacher Zhao's method, she was astonished to discover some differences. Previously, Li Xian's training had been more about rough usage and control practice, such as moving objects and fine manipulation. The goal was to familiarize her with power and learn to converge it. What the school taught began from the most fundamental aspects of self-perception, communicating energy, and stable output. It was akin to laying a foundation for a tall building. Although simple, the steps were clear and the path was defined. Following the method, she gently extended a thread of mental power toward the guiding orb. This time it was no longer a mere casual touch or simulation. Instead, she truly sought to understand the operating principles of the simple energy structure within the orb, allowing her mental power fluctuations to sync with it. The process was slow and meticulous. Yet she could feel her sense of control over mental power gradually increasing at a slow but steady pace. It wasn't just a quantitative increase, it was a dual enhancement of both quality and quantity. More importantly, in this systematic guidance and synchronization practice, she vaguely sensed that her 15 points of foundational mental power seemed to become more active and cohesive. The speed of growth appeared to be slightly faster than relying solely on food. Could it be? Lao Deng's theory of just eating isn't everything. Systematic training is also quite important. Ling Dang pondered. After a 45-minute class, many children were drenched in sweat, some even lost focus midway. Zhang Yu initially made an effort to follow along, but quickly became impatient due to restlessness and ineffectiveness. Wu Hao, on the other hand, persisted while maintaining a steady breath. Lin Weiwei had already leaned back in her chair, nearly asleep. As for Ling Dong, although she pretended to struggle and had beads of sweat on her forehead, most of it was pretended, but a small part was genuinely focused on experiencing this new method. Yet she felt a bit excited inside. She could sense that if she consistently adhered to such systematic training every day paired with Lao Deng's top-notch meals, even if it were discounted, the growth rate of her foundational mental power could perhaps rise another notch. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she broke past 16 points, or even more. It seems that going to school isn't entirely a bad thing. Ling Dang secretly glanced at Lin Wanwan, who was still trying to communicate with the star realm while seemingly daydreaming, and felt a little balanced. The afternoon passed swiftly. There was also a class on the safety and ethics of abilities. Once again, Teacher Li lectured on the various rules against using abilities to bully others and displaying them recklessly. And the last class was a free activity session. During the free activity, Zhang Yu led his group to the playground to show off. Wu Hao sat alone in a corner continuing to play with his eraser. Lin Weiwei played jump rope with several girls. Ling Dong, however, was pulled by Lin Wanwan to conduct a formal star realm observation experiment. Experiment location: the corner at the back of the classroom, where a few potted plants were placed. Experiment tools: Lin Wanwan's mini crystal ball, some stones containing the essence of the earth picked up from the roadside, and a plastic magic wand. Experiment content: Lin Wanwan claimed she would guide the afternoon's Venus twilight to resonate with Ling Dang's mental amplification, trying to stimulate the life energy of the plants. The process was extremely rigorous. Lin Wanwan first used the crystal ball to capture 5 minutes of starlight, which was actually sunlight, through the window. Then she had Ling Dang hold one of the stones, concentrating her spirit to infuse amplification power. She herself waved the magic wand, circling around the plants while chanting incomprehensible spells. As for the result, the plants naturally showed no response. But Ling Dang found Lin Wanwan's fully immersed and serious demeanor amusing, and she cooperated by pretending to exert effort. The two little girls, one chanting spells and the other channeling energy, were having a great time. Laughter occasionally echoed from the corner, attracting the attention of other classmates, but upon seeing it was the Star Sea Witch and her attendant, they were unsurprised. Pleasant times are always brief. The school bell rang punctually at 4:30 in the afternoon. The children cheered as they packed their bags and lined up, following the teacher out of the teaching building to the designated parent pickup area at the school gate. Ling Dong, with her small backpack, walked out alongside Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan's family driver was already waiting by a black car not far away. Lin Wanwan nodded at Ling Dang. Today's observation experiment data has been recorded. Observer, see you tomorrow. Remember to meditate and consolidate today's learned ether control methods when you get home. Got it, lady witch, see you tomorrow. Ling Dang smiled and waved goodbye. After sending Lin Wanwan off, she stood on tiptoes searching for that familiar figure in the crowded school gate. Parents took their children one by one, and the flow of people gradually thinned. 4:35, 4:40, 4:45. That familiar figure, always lazily leaning against the wall and yawning, had yet to appear. Ling Dang's smile gradually faded, confusion first filling her golden pupils, then anxiety, and finally brewing a hint of grievance, and a small flame. Lao Dang. Could it be? She recalled his drowsy face from that morning, and his words about catching up on sleep. An unsettling thought surfaced. Could it be? He really overslept. At the other end of the city, in Li Xian's apartment, time rewound to 1 in the afternoon. Li Xian had indeed not slept through till dark. After tossing that overly energetic little troublemaker into school in the morning, he had returned home and caught a solid nap. He wasn't awakened until noon by the sunlight streaming through the window and a faint pang of hunger. After a hearty meal, he collapsed onto the sofa, finally savoring a long-lost sense of tranquility that belonged to a single laid-back bachelor. Then he remembered the nightmare-like specter that haunted him, Su Qian, the relentless editor, and also his own novel titled The Urban Supernatural, The Slacker Saint. Seems it's been almost a week since I wrote a word. Li Xian scratched his disheveled hair, feeling a rare twinge of guilt. It wasn't so much guilt toward the readers, but the memory of Su Qian's recent doorstep visit, the look on her face that promised to flay him alive, and the threat of cutting off his lifeline, his royalties. After a careful calculation, the royalties from his last book and his previous savings had been dwindling over these months of idleness. Especially after taking in Ling Dong, that little money-devouring monster, his funds had visibly shrunk. His younger sister Li Yu had a job, but Li Xian's face wasn't thick enough to keep asking her for money. Besides, Li Yu worked at the Supernatural Bureau, and her expenses were probably considerable. Tisk looks like living off past savings and occasional royalties isn't going to cut it. Li Xian rubbed his chin, his gaze drifting out the window as his mind began to wander. Maybe find a part-time job. The thought flickered and ignited like a switch. Before, he'd rather lie down than sit up, but now there was an extra mouth to feed, a little ancestor with boundless potential. It seemed he could no longer slack off as freely as before. Isn't my sister at the Supernatural Bureau? And she's in Strength Powerhouse. A glint of light shone in Li Xian's eyes. Does the Bureau have any cushy jobs? Good pay, little work, close to home, preferably no clocking in, and just showing up occasionally to collect a paycheck. With my current disguise level of 7800 and some actual skills, I should be able to coast by right. He felt this idea had real potential. It could solve his financial woes and provide a legitimate cover. Maybe it would even give him access to inside information, making it easier to hide himself and Ling Dang. As for the actual work, with his mastery of the myriad forms authority and a host of optimized top-tier abilities, as long as he wasn't tasked with averting an apocalypse, most missions could probably be handled with ease. Of course, he'd have to do it in a way that fit his low-ranking persona. He'll ask Xiaoyu about it tonight. Having made up his mind, Li Xian felt a bit better. Then his conscience finally stirred, mostly out of fear that Su Qian would show up again. He opened his dust-laden laptop, ready to churn out some manuscript. Li Xian wrote slowly but steadily. He didn't need to brainstorm because the protagonist was in a way his ideal self. He only had to put into words the lazy daily routines and the slick tricks of using top-tier abilities to slack off. He even used mental partitioning to directly convert his thoughts into a stream of text. To maintain the illusion of typing by hand, he controlled his speed to match a normal person's. He wrote intermittently for over 2 hours, grinding out more than 4,000 characters. After proofreading, it was smooth, fluent, and the humor felt natural. It should keep Su Qian off his back for a few days. Satisfied, he saved the document and sent it to Su Qian's email with a note fresh out of the oven, piping hot. Pester me again and ill off myself. Having done that, he stretched, feeling as if had accomplished something monumental. Then out of habit, he glanced at the time in the bottom right corner of the screen, 4:47 p.m. Xian froze instantly. He blinked and looked again. Yes, 4:47 p.m. 4:47 in the afternoon. And he clearly remembered that Lingdang's school let out at 4:30 p.m. Oh crap. Those two words crystallized in Xian's mind. He hadn't forgotten, had just been so absorbed in writing and daydreaming about a job that had completely lost track of time. 17 minutes. Had made a 6-year-old girl wait at the school gate for 17 whole minutes. The image of Lingdang puffing up her little cheeks, turning into an angry pufferfish and huffing at the air flashed through his mind. Maybe she was even on the verge of tears. Oh no, oh no. For once Xian was a little panicked. Though he usually teased Lingdang and skimped on her, putting leaving her alone for so long was a first. Given that little ancestor's vengeful and tsundere nature, tonight was bound to be a storm. No time for regret. Even if he ran, it would take over 20 minutes to get there the normal way. By then it would be too late, and Lingdang would probably be so angry she'd walk home on her own. Almost instinctively, Xian thought of the ability had acquired just a few days ago, but had already mastered: space fold. Short-range fold jump. In a flash of thought, his vast mental energy, a mere drop in the bucket for him, stirred silently. He locked onto a coordinate near the school, a relatively hidden and deserted alley head marked with his perception before. His control over space was exquisitely fine. He could not only fold distance, but also to a degree obscure the spatial ripples and light distortions that might occur during the jump. This allowed him to avoid drawing the attention of ordinary people or low-level supernaturals. The air in the living room rippled faintly like the surface of water touched by a breeze. The next moment, Xian's figure had vanished from the sofa without a trace. All that remained was the chubby orange cat on the cat tree, letting out a puzzled meow. Almost simultaneously, in the shadow of a cluttered alley on the side and back of the school, several kilometers from the apartment, the air rippled with an equally imperceptible disturbance. Xian's form materialized like an image emerging from an ink painting, shifting from void to solid, and stood firmly on the ground. The entire process was silent, and the mental energy consumed was negligible to him, less than what Head used to write the novel with his telekinesis. He quickly straightened his collar, slightly rumpled from the teleportation, and stepped out of the alley. At the school gate, the flow of parents picking up children had thinned considerably. A few kids who hadn't been picked up yet were being gently comforted by the life teachers. Among them, Xian immediately spotted the familiar little figure. Lingdang, with her little backpack on, stood a little apart from the others. She wasn't anxiously looking around or crying like the other children. She just kept her head slightly bowed. Her little face was taut. Her golden pupils were fixed on her own shoes, and her lips were pressed into a thin line. But Xian could see clearly. Beneath her disguised, seemingly only slightly fluffy golden hair, the little bumps where her cat ears would be were trembling at a high frequency. It was a sign of extreme emotional instability, and her small hands hanging at her sides were clenched into fists. What made Xian's heart sink was seeing her shoulders give a slight hitch. Then, at the empty air in front of her, with a very small but rapid motion, she let out a ha. It was a suppressed huff tinged with hurt, anger, and a hint of helplessness, like a kitten left behind too afraid to meow loudly in protest. Xian suddenly felt deeply guilty. He quickly adjusted his expression, put on a look of having just rushed over, and walked up quickly. Lingdang, he called out. Lingdang jerked her head up, and when she saw him, a torrent of complex emotions flashed in her golden pupils. First relief, then blazing fury, and finally all of it dissolved into hurt. She didn't move. She just stared at him, her little fists clenching tighter. Her lips pressed even more firmly, her silent accusation almost tangible. Xian walked up to her, crouched down, and tried to make his voice sound as sincere as possible. Sorry, Lingdang. Dad, accidentally lost track of time. Have you been waiting long? Lingdang still didn't speak, just glared at him with those big expressive eyes. Her eyes began to redden visibly. I'm really sorry. Xian reached out, meaning to ruffle her hair as usual. But halfway there, he felt the gesture might be inappropriate at this moment, and his hand hung awkwardly in the air. As compensation, I'll make your favorite steamed fish tonight, double the portion, and caramel pudding as much as you want. How about it? At the mention of unlimited steamed fish, and pudding, Lingdang's expression wavered for a moment, but then it was overwhelmed by stronger anger. She finally spoke, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion, no longer in her usual loud or deliberately cute tone. Old man, do you have any idea how worried I was? I thought you didn't want me anymore. The last words were choked with obvious tears. The lightness Xian had felt about the trouble vanished instantly. In its place was a strange, bitter pang. He realized that for this little one who had lost her original world and been picked up by him, being forgotten might not just be about the annoyance of waiting. It touched the deepest part of her insecurity. No way, Xian said, withdrawing his hand, his tone becoming much more serious. Though his face still wore its usual lazy expression, his eyes for once didn't avoid hers. I promised I'd pick you up, and I will. Today was Dad's fault. I promise there won't be a next time. From now on I'll set an alarm and be here half an hour. No, an hour early, okay? Lingdang stared at him, tears welling in her eyes, but stubbornly refusing to fall. She sniffled and then let out another fierce ha. This time right in Xian's face. Liar. Big liar. A lying old man. She accused, her voice choked with tears, but her clenched fists loosened a little. Yes, I'm a liar, an old man, Xian readily agreed, reaching out again. So, would the deceived little cat girl be willing to give this unreliable old man a chance to make amends with some delicious food? It's getting late, and the fresh fish might sell out. Lingdang glared at him for another few seconds. She seemed to be weighing the pros and cons of staying angry versus unlimited steamed fish and pudding. In the end, her love for good food and the deep-seated dependence on the old man before her won out. She let out a heavy humph, but still placed her little hand into Xian's waiting palm. She turned her face away stubbornly. If the fish isn't fresh or the pudding isn't sweet enough, I won't talk to you for 3 days. Huh. All right, whatever you say. Xian held her small, slightly cold hand. He breathed a sigh of relief, silently resolving to be more mindful of the time in the future. Raising a kid, it seemed, required more responsibility than had imagined. Still holding the sulking Lingdong, who was already unconsciously following his lead, he slowly walked away from the school gate. The setting sun stretched their shadows, one large and one small, very long. How was school? Was the cafeteria food good? Xian tried to change the subject. It was terrible. They don't even have pudding. Liar school. Liar old man. Huh. Oh, and your classmates. The one on the left is a Chinibu witch, and the one on the right is an arrogant electric rat. Annoying. Huh. Sounds lively. Not at all. Huh. The conversation continued, punctuated by Lingdang's angry huh.s and Xian's resigned responses as they made their way home. And in Xian's mind, besides planning how to use food to fully quell the rebellion tonight, the thought of asking his sister about a part-time job at the Supernatural Bureau became clearer. After all, raising a potential sequence 004 cat-eared lowly seemed more expensive than had thought, and it required a more stable source of income as a cover. On the way home, Xian pulled out all the stops. Or more precisely, he employed a combination of culinary temptation and sincere apologies. First, he stopped by a well-reputed fresh seafood store. Not only did he buy the freshest sea bass needed for the promised steamed fish, but he also added a small bag of lively shrimp, claiming he could make the boiled shrimp she had mentioned. Next, he detoured to a dessert shop. He bought a newly released molten chocolate cake sprinkled with edible gold leaf and a delicate box of macarons. Although Lingdang still kept a stern face, occasionally letting out a ha to express displeasure, her large golden eyes had already honestly glued themselves to the dessert bag, and her steps unconsciously followed closer. Once home, Xian rarely relied entirely on his abilities. Instead, he cooked personally, preparing a visually and aromatically pleasing spread of steamed sea-based boiled shrimp and 2 refreshing seasonal vegetables. Finally, he heated the molten chocolate cake, watching the thick chocolate sauce slowly flow out, paired with the delicate macarons, and set them all on the table. The aroma and visual impact of the food finally completely broke down Lingdang's last defenses. She sat at the dining table, though she still deliberately avoided looking at Xian. But her eating speed and the ferocity with which she demolished the desserts had fully revealed her forgiveness. After the meal, Xian used telekinesis to clean up and collapsed back onto the sofa. Lingdong, holding half of the uneaten molten cake, sat cross-legged on the carpet beside him. She ate in small bites while recounting her day's school experiences intermittently and with exaggeration. That Zhang Yu is so full of himself. All he can do is shoot little sparks, and he thinks he's the best in the world. The cafeteria food is terrible. There's barely any meat. Good thing I brought snacks. But the cultivation method teacher Zhao taught in the afternoon seemed kind of useful. Oh, and my deskmate Lin Wanwan. Let me tell you, old man, she's even more interesting than I imagined. When mentioning Lin Wanwan, Lingdang's eyes lit up. She began gesticulating animatedly, describing the words and actions of this star sea witch. How she translated the spiritual sea into a star realm resonance pool, how she used a crystal ball to receive starlight, how she divined a fate of dancing with the abyss for Lingdong, and that afternoon's serious, yet hilarious starry observation experiment. She said she would guide the Venusian afterglow to make plants glow, but then she just held her crystal ball and basked in the sun by the window for ages, and had me hold a stone to infuse it with power, while she waved a plastic wand and chanted spells. Ha ha ha. By the end, Lingdang couldn't help laughing herself, nearly spitting out cake crumbs. Xian listened, and a smile involuntarily tugged at his originally slack face. A little cat girl disguised as a sequence 13-14 rookie, yet possessing a top-tier sequence, always fantasizing about unifying the world, and a Chinibyu girl who firmly believes she is a star sea witch. This combination alone was brimming with drama just thinking about it. Seems like you've recruited a good subordinate, Xian commented. At least she's a perfect source of entertainment. Of course. Lingdang raised her head proudly, then immediately looked warily at Xian. But don't you dare go investigating her. She's my chief observer. Who would want to investigate some little brat? Xian rolled his eyes. Just have fun yourself, don't blow your cover. I know. Lingdang finished the last bite of cake and let out a satisfied little burp. The grievance and anger of the afternoon's wait seemed to have largely dissipated in the pleasure of good food and sharing interesting stories. Afterward, Xian played a bit with Lingdang in a body sensation game. She had recently been obsessed with using mental energy to control cartoon characters on simple adventures. Lingdang's control was still clumsy, but she was endlessly amused. Time slipped away in this relaxed atmosphere. A little past 8 in the evening, the door lock turned and Liu returned. Unlike the slight fatigue of previous days, today Liu looked quite energetic with a relaxed and subtly excited expression on her face. She changed out of her instructor uniform, sat on the sofa in comfortable loungewear, and first ruffled the head of Lingdang, who had come over. Lingdang obediently called out, "Auntie." Then she looked at Xian, who was sprawled on the other side. "Bro, Lingdang him home. Oh, had a good dinner, huh? Even molten cake." Liu sniffed the lingering aroma in the air and smiled. "Someone's atonement offering," Lingdang tattled, first pointing at Xian. "He was super late picking me up from school this afternoon. Made me wait alone at the school gate." Liu immediately glared at Xian. "Bro, what's wrong with you? Making Lingdang wait so long on her first day? How dangerous." My bad. Xian raised his hands in surrender, admitting fault proficiently. "Got lost in writing, promise it won't happen again. Lingdang has already forgiven me with double the good food." Liu looked at Lingdang, who indeed didn't seem angry anymore, and let Xian off, turning instead to talk about her own day. "Speaking of which, it's been really strange these past few days," Liu said, taking the water. Xian handed her tone, laced with disbelief. "Around Jianshan, not even high-level mutant beasts, even mid-level ones are rare. Patrol missions have gotten a lot easier. Chenjia and I went to check out a few previously hard-hit areas where brank and rank beasts often appeared and found them completely clean. Not even a decent beast nest left. It's like something plowed through them overnight." She said it, finding it somewhat mysterious herself. Although Jianshan isn't a super metropolis to clear out the surrounding threats so thoroughly in just a few days. What level of being could have done this? At least I definitely couldn't do it now. Xian listened, impassively nodding inwardly. "Yeah, that was me, no thanks needed. Mainly for the ingredients and incidentally for city security." Liu didn't notice her brother's subtle expression and continued sharing news from higher levels. "Oh bro, remember the Witch of Reason I mentioned before? Lilith. Sequence 002. Xian nodded. He was impressed by that cool-tempered girl who had shown astonishing power while resisting the abyssal echo in the livestream. "I heard her mental energy is nearing the critical point of breaking through the 100,000 mark." Li's tone was filled with undisguised admiration and yearning. "If she succeeds, she'll be the first human esper in the world to clearly step into the S-rank domain. A true pinnacle existence. So amazing. My mental energy is just at the 30,000 threshold, and even though we're both strength, the gap is just..." She shook her head, both envious and reflective. "S-rank. 100,000 mental energy." Xian raised an eyebrow. Truly impressive. His interest in this Lilith grew even stronger. From his sister's tone, it seemed Liu actually admired this Lilith quite a bit. And that ability reconstruction of all things sounded incredibly practical and powerful. If he could replicate and optimize it. Well, wouldn't fixing things, building things, and even remodeling the environment be much more convenient? He'll find a chance for a chance encounter. With this little scheme in mind, Xian only gave a casual "oh" on the surface, indicating he understood. After some casual chit-chat, Xian felt the time was right and spoke as if offhandedly. "Xiaoyu, can I talk to you about something?" What is it?" Liu looked at him. "You see, Lingdang is in school now. Expenses are high. My novel royalties aren't very stable. I was thinking of finding a proper job to supplement the household income," Xian said in as casual a tone as possible. "Aren't you in the esper bureau? Are there any, well, relatively easy positions suitable for someone with a bit of special ability, but who doesn't want to work too hard? Like clerical work, logistics, or maybe something with occasional field missions handling small troubles?" Liu, upon hearing this, seriously scrutinized Xian as if trying to find evidence of a change of heart on his face. After all, her brother's laziness was ingrained. "Bro, you really want a job? Joining the esper bureau?" Liu confirmed. "Yeah, I can't let you two support me forever," Xian said with an expression of responsibility. Li Yu thought for a moment and asked, so do you have a clear understanding of your abilities now? What's your mental energy at? This is important to determine what position you can be assigned. Xian had long prepared his explanation. He had previously registered as sequence around 7,800 with weak telekinesis. But now to get into a position with more value convenient for slacking off and gathering information, he needed to adjust a bit. He put on a slightly embarrassed and just realized expression. Well, I might have been mistaken before. Now that Lingdang is in school, and I have some free time, I've been sensing and practicing more carefully. It seems it's not just ordinary weak telekinesis. As for mental energy, maybe around 3,000. 3,000. Li Yu nearly jumped off the sofa, her eyes wide as saucers. Mid-rank level. Bro, are you sure you're sensing it right? You have a sequence over 7,000 ability. How can your mental energy grow so fast? It's only been a short time since your awakening. She herself was sequence 016, with top talent and resources from the Esper Bureau, training hard for years, and her mental energy had just reached 30,000. Her brother with a low sequence ability had his mental energy shoot up to 3,000 in a few months. It defied logic. Xian had anticipated his sister's reaction and continued his fabrication without hurry. I found it strange too. Later I felt my ability more carefully, and it seems it's not entirely telekinesis. More like some kind of strong psychokinesis or mental interference. The range isn't large, but the intensity and precision seem much higher than ordinary telekinesis. The sequence sense is also clearer. It seems it's not over 7,000, but around 200 something. He reported a higher number, but didn't make it too outrageous. Around 200 in the myriad spirit sequence was considered excellent, but wouldn't attract the crazy attention like the top 10. Over 200, strong psychokinesis. Li Yu was even more shocked, but with a hint of realization in her shock. That makes sense. If it's a top 300 sequence ability, faster growth and a higher mental energy base are possible. Bro, you were just too careless before. How could you get something so important wrong? She sounded a bit reproachful, but was more happy for her brother. Sequence over 200 mental energy 3,000. That was elite material worthy of cultivation anywhere. It might have been unstable right after awakening. Xian blamed the world's upheaval. So, are there any suitable positions in the Bureau? Li Yu thought excitedly. With your current qualifications, directly joining a combat unit might involve too intense training, which you might not like. Clerical logistics would be a bit of a waste. Oh, her eyes lit up. The Bureau is recently expanding the City Rapid Response and Anomalous Incident Handling Team, abbreviated as the Rapid Response Team. They mainly handle sudden small-scale esper incidents within the city, beast invasions, or assist the police with esper-related civil disputes and security cases. It requires some combat capability, but not the constant high-threat exposure of frontline units. There are mission subsidies, and when there are no missions, it's relatively free. You can be on standby at the Bureau or handle some paperwork. I think it suits you. It lets you use your abilities without being too restrictive. Rapid Response Team. Handling small troubles within the city. Sounds pretty good indeed. You can legally use your abilities, get involved in various incidents. Maybe even pick up new abilities or ingredients. Plus, it has a degree of freedom, and the income should be higher than pure clerical work. Xian was basically satisfied inside, but kept his lazy expression. Sounds okay. No need to be in the office every day, right? No. You go out on missions when there are calls, and when there aren't, you can rest at the Bureau or be on standby at home, but you have to keep communication open and be able to get there anytime. Li Yu explained. But joining definitely requires passing assessments and training. Even with my recommendation, the basic procedures and tests still need to be done. Bro, you have no problem with that, right? Assessment. Tests. Xian felt no pressure. With his current strength and control displaying the level of sequence over 200 mental energy, 3,000 strong psychokinesis proficiency was as easy as breathing. He could even act out poor control if needed. All right, check it out for me. Best if it works out, no worries if not, Xian decided. Leave it to me. Li Yu patted her chest in assurance, happy to do something for her brother. He'll mention it to our branch chief tomorrow. With your current conditions, it shouldn't be a problem. With the matter settled, the atmosphere in the living room became even more relaxed. Lingdang was already leaning against Xian, letting out small yawns. Li Yu chatted a bit more about interesting things at the Bureau, then urged Lingdang to go wash up and sleep. Watching Lingdang being taken to the bathroom by Li Yu, Xian collapsed back onto the sofa, his gaze drifting towards the night sky outside the window. Rapid Response Team. Lilith. S rank. He murmured to himself, a faint, almost invisible arc tugging at the corner of his mouth. The peaceful slacker life seemed about to turn a new page. The next morning, Li Yu rose unusually early, so early she skipped breakfast at home. With only a hasty reminder to Xian, remember to drop off Lingdang, I'll rearrange my morning classes if possible. Wait for my call. She dashed off to school. Li Xian yawned sleepily as Ling Dong, brimming with boundless energy, shook him awake, as usual, before he sluggishly prepared breakfast and escorted her to school. Learning from yesterday's mishap, he had set 3 alarms on his phone today, ensuring he would not again lose himself in writing and miss picking up Ling Dang. After delivering Ling Dang, still brimming with wide-eyed curiosity about her new day at school, through the school gates, Li Xian had barely collapsed onto his sofa at home for half an hour when Li Yu's call came. "Brother, it's done. I've already spoken with Director Zhang at the bureau, and also briefed the Rapid Response Unit's head. Are you free right now? Come straight to the bureau. We'll just complete the formalities of brief adaptability assessment and registration." Li Yu's voice crackled through the receiver, buoyant with quiet triumph. Now, Li Xian glanced out the window, at the still early morning light, and then down at the snack bag he'd just opened. "Yes, sooner is better. Strike while the iron is hot. I've sent the address via WeChat. Take a taxi, and I'll reimburse you." Li Yu was all decisive efficiency. "Fine then." Li Xian sighed resignedly, pushing himself upright. For the sake of long-term legally sanctioned idleness and steady income, he'd make the trip. The Jiangxing Metahuman Affairs Bureau occupied a gray, unassuming building in the new district, unremarkable from the outside, yet unmistakably fortified by stringent security measures. Following Li Yu's directions and passing identity verification at the entrance, Li Xian stepped inside. Inside, the space felt far more spacious and luminous than its exterior suggested, crowded with people moving briskly, most clad in standardized uniforms or tactical gear, radiating an air of disciplined urgency. Occasionally one could sense faint but distinct energy fluctuations emanating from certain individuals, clearly awakened metahumans, though none appeared particularly high-ranked. Li Yu was already waiting in the lobby, accompanied by Chen Jia, both dressed in instructor uniforms, sharp and commanding, standing out vividly amid the bustle. "Brother, over here." Li Yu waved. "Xian, a long time no see," Chen Jia added with his customary gentle smile. "Thanks for the trouble." Li Xian nodded, his posture as languid as ever. "No trouble at all." Li Yu grabbed his arm and began steering him forward, whispering rapid instructions as they walked. "I've arranged everything. First, we'll go to the 3rd floor assessment center for a baseline capability and mental energy reevaluation, then upstairs to the 5th floor, where you'll meet Captain Wang of the Rapid Response Unit for a brief interview and paperwork. That's it. The test is simple, purely procedural. With me and senior brother Chen vouching for you, and given your solid qualifications, you're guaranteed to pass." And indeed, the entire process unfolded with uncanny smoothness. At the assessment center, Li Xian flawlessly embodied the profile of a newly awakened metahuman. Sequence 250, telekinetic ability, mental energy, approximately 3 to 0 points, control moderate, but improvable. He calibrated his telekinetic beam precisely to the mid-rank threshold and barely struck the reaction speed target, just enough to register success. He even let a metal sphere, designed to assess fine control, wobble slightly longer than necessary, perfectly conveying raw potential tempered by inexperience. The technician reviewed the readings, then glanced at the 2 Shrank instructors flanking Li Xian, Li Yu and Chen Jia, and wisely checked, "Meets basic recruitment criteria for the Rapid Response Unit. Recommendation approved," on the evaluation form. Next, they ascended to the 5th floor, the Rapid Response Unit's domain. Captain Wang Tao was a lean, sharp-eyed man in his 40s, exuding the weathered intensity of a veteran battlefield commander, his energy signature hovering near the peak of rank. Clearly pre-briefed, he greeted Li Yu and Chen Jia with marked courtesy, his demeanor professional, his presence unyielding. The interview focused on Li Xian's background abilities and the unit's core responsibilities and discipline. Li Xian responded with practiced neutrality, affirming his commitment to safeguarding urban stability and implicitly earning supplemental income. Yet he gently voiced reservations about high-intensity back-to-back deployments, subtly signaling his preference for measured workloads. Captain Wang, well-versed in such connected newcomers, capable but cautious, nodded knowingly. Out of deference to the 2 Shrank instructors, he said little, only emphasizing, "Rapid response missions are unpredictable. During surges you may work non-stop, during lulls you rest. But orders must be obeyed, and comms must remain open." Li Xian, your skill set is ideal for civil disputes and low-threat metabeast incidents. We trust you'll adapt swiftly. Understood, Captain Wang. Li Xian nodded. Lately something's felt off, the captain remarked casually while signing documents. Jiangxing's been eerily quiet. No metabeasts, barely any metahuman disturbances. Your unit might just enjoy a stretch of calm days. Li Xian kept his gaze lowered, serene and inscrutable, just as he accepted his freshly issued temporary ID badge and a set of tactical fatigues, and prepared to depart with Li Yu and Chen Jia. A flamboyant laugh echoed down the corridor. "Huh, Xiao Lu, see this? This is grassroots vitality. Granted, the energy signatures are modest, but the atmosphere, So refreshingly warm. A young man strode into view, clad in a dazzling violet trench coat, silver-violet hair sculpted into an audacious crest, his arm draped loosely over the shoulders of a reserved-looking youth. They sauntered forward with theatrical ease. It was Lin Mo, the causality envoy, whom Xian had encountered days earlier in the Mistwood Sea accompanied by his apprentice Lu Rin Sequence 011 Spatialist. Spotting Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he waved enthusiastically from afar. Well, if it isn't our esteemed instructor Li. Today skipping school to torment. I mean enlighten, those tender blossoms of the motherland. Li rolled her eyes exasperated. Brother Lin Mo, what brings you to our humble bureau? Can't cut it at headquarters anymore. Oh please, I'm here on official business. Lin Mo swept past them, flicking his hair aside. His gaze skimmed Liu then Chunjia, and lingered on Xian for less than half a second. An unfamiliar face, mental energy hovering around 3000, utterly unremarkable. He dismissed him, instantly returning to his playful banter with Liu. I'm accompanying Xiao Lu for spatial sensitivity training and conducting field observations of grassroots operations. And who's this? Your brother. Whoa, sibling duo at the Metahuman Bureau. A family legacy in the making. His perception easily discerned the sibling bond, though Xian made no effort to conceal it. Liu offered a concise introduction. This is my brother Xian, just joined the Rapid Response Unit. Brother, meet Lin Mo, a special envoy from headquarters, codename Causality Envoy. And this is his apprentice Lu Rin. Xian gave Lin Mo a perfunctory nod, no particular expression gracing his features. Privately, he mused, of course he's like this everywhere. Fortunately, his intervention during that prior rescue had remained impeccably concealed, undetected. Lin Mo, unsurprisingly disinterested in yet another generic recruit, offered only a dismissive "oh." His attention snapped back to Liu as he launched into tales of recent causality-bending feats, and proceeded to lament at length the soulless cuisine of headquarters canteen. Lu Rin stood quietly beside him, stealing curious glances at Xian, sensing something subtly distinct about this newly minted colleague. He couldn't quite place it. Xian, relieved to be overlooked, lingered behind Liu, half listening to Lin Mo's theatrically grandiose boasts, half lost in reverie. He pondered tonight's dinner for Lingdang, and how truly tranquil this rapid response posting might prove. After finalizing the paperwork, he bid farewell to Liu, still entangled in Lin Mo's rambling monologue. Xian ambled out of the bureau building, clutching his new tactical fatigues. The afternoon sun struck his eyes, sharp and golden. Rapid Response Unit, sounds promising. At least for the next few hours before Lingdong's dismissal, I've got a legitimate place to lounge. He weighed his fresh ID badge in his palm, a faint wry smile touching his lips. And perhaps, just perhaps, I'll stumble upon something intriguing. Or even something interesting. Glancing back, he caught sight of that flamboyant violet silhouette, still holding court in the lobby. Causality Envoy, spatial folding. Xian turned away, hands tucked into his pockets, ambling homeward with his habitual, unhurried gait. First day on duty tomorrow. Today, let's test that newly arrived game. Meanwhile at Jiangqing's No. 1 experimental school for potential development, preschool division Qiming class. The first Hansen guidance session of the afternoon had just concluded. Most children sprawled across their seats exhausted, yet a few buzzed with undimmed energy. Lingdang pretended to wipe imaginary sweat from her brow, savoring the subtle afterglow of system-assisted cultivation. She glanced sideways. Lin Wanwan sat with intense focus, scribbling in her hexagram-patterned notebook, murmuring under her breath. Third practice log of the ether guidance method. Energy flow efficiency improved approximately 0.5 versus yesterday, consistent with Virgo starlight cycle projections. Observer Li Shaoling demonstrates stable synchronization, possible latent affinity for Cancer-ruled water element energy. Lingdang twitched her lips, opting not to probe further into her seatmate's latest speculative leap. Her gaze drifted unconsciously toward the window, toward the campus's rear section designated as the Junior Division's practical training zone. During class, she'd sensed a faint, fleeting spatial fluctuation emanating from that direction. An illusion, Lingdang blinked. Given her current cover, deep investigation would be ill-advised. At that moment, a small commotion stirred at the classroom door. A teacher from the Junior Division's Metahuman Practice course poked her head and exchanged a few words with homeroom teacher Miss Li, who nodded then clapped her hands to gather attention. Children, please settle down. Today our senior students are conducting a joint practical drill. They'll temporarily use the activity room next door to store equipment. There may be some noise. Don't be afraid, simply stay focused on your own tasks. Several junior students, dressed in sharper, more functional tactical gear, carried heavy dust sheet-covered crates past Qiming's doorway and into the adjacent activity room. Lingdang watched curiously. As one student adjusted the angle of his crate, the dust sheet shifted, just enough to reveal a glimpse beneath. There imprinted on the crate's side was a faint outline of an intricate device, and a line of text mental resonance amplifier prototype model. Spiritual resonance amplifier experimental model. The words flashed before Lingdang's eyes. The crate was quickly carried into the adjacent activity room, and the door was shut. An amplifier? Lingdang mused inwardly. Does the school even have such things? Using experimental equipment on middle schoolers. Aren't they afraid something will go wrong? She recalled Laoding mentioning that devices involving the spirit were usually highly precise and expensive, and improper operation could easily lead to backlash. But judging by the teacher's calm demeanor, it was likely a small-scale controlled experiment. She merely filed it away in her mind and turned her attention back to her own matters. After all, she was just a 6-year-old student with sequence 1314, poor spiritual amplification control. Paying too much attention to advanced equipment beyond her age group would arouse suspicion. The afternoon lessons continued. Cultural classes basic knowledge of superpowers as second session of spiritual guidance practice. Time passed smoothly amid Lingdang's feigned attentiveness, actual daydreaming, and Lin Wanwan's astral observation notes. During this time, low hums and slight vibrations occasionally emanated from the adjacent activity room like the sounds of equipment starting up and being calibrated, but they soon subsided. Teacher Li reassured the children again, and everyone gradually grew accustomed to it, no longer paying attention. At dismissal, the setting sun dyed the sky a warm orange. Lingdang, carrying her small backpack, walked out of the teaching building hand in hand with Lin Wanwan, who insisted it was an energy resonance channel between allies. Today they had agreed to walk to the school gate together because Lin Wanwan said her imperial mother would personally come to pick her up. She wanted to introduce her chief observer to her mother. My imperial mother, though of mortal form and unversed in the arcane secrets of the astral realm, is deeply accomplished in the art of harmonizing material energies and weaving interpersonal networks. Lin Wanwan introduced her mother to Lingdang with the utmost seriousness. Since you are my observer, you must also have some connection with my important anchor. Lingdang understood only half of it, but she grasped that she was about to meet the parents. She felt a little nervous and a little curious. What kind of mother could raise a daughter as delightfully Chinibu as Lin Wanwan? The two had just reached the designated pickup area at the school gate. Lingdang immediately spotted a familiar figure leaning against the wall, hands in pockets, idly kicking at a pebble on the ground. Old Dad. Lingdang quickly corrected herself and pulled Lin Wanwan over. Xian looked up at the sound, saw Lingdang, and a lazy smile spread across his face as usual. But when his gaze swept over the little girl beside Lingdang, dressed in a Gothic-style fluffy dress, wearing an exaggerated black bow, and trying to look serious, his keen perception of the essence of superpowers caused his brow to twitch almost imperceptibly. This girl was interesting. On the surface, her spiritual energy fluctuation was around 12 points, which was quite normal for an ordinary gifted awakened of her age. The nature of her energy seemed to lean towards sensing or communication. It was somewhat chaotic, and her control wasn't great. Like her flamboyant attire, it gave off a feeling of trying hard, but not quite grasping the knack. However, in Xian's eyes, deep within the core of the girl's superpower, there was a hidden gleam of light, extremely subtle, yet of an extraordinarily high essence. That light was wrapped and obscured by thick dust, so much so that even the school's basic detection equipment and her own perception had failed to notice it. The dust represented incomplete awakening, misunderstanding, and possibly some inherent limitations. The sequence represented by that light was far beyond what she currently displayed. Xian roughly estimated that if she fully awakened and got on the right track, she could rank at least in the top 20, maybe even higher. It was a rare talent leaning toward the rule-based side, involving information communication or definition. No wonder Lingdang said she was interesting. This is more than just interesting. She's a diamond in the rough, Xian mused to himself. It seemed Lingdang's recruitment had been a lucky accident, a real find. Just as Xian was about to probe a little deeper to see if he could brush away some of that dust and get a clearer look at the specific direction of her talent. Imperial Mother. Lin Wanwan suddenly let go of Lingdang's hand and ran toward a black car that was slowly pulling up nearby. The car door opened, and a woman stepped out. She was wearing a tailored skirt suit with delicate makeup and a capable, yet gentle demeanor. It was Lin Wanwan's mother. Wanwan. Mother Lin smiled as she caught her daughter. Her gaze then fell on Lingdang, who had followed, and Xian, who was standing nearby. She offered a polite and inquiring smile. Mother, this is my chief Starlight Observer classmate Li Shaoling. Lin Wanwan introduced her in her unique language, then pointed at Xian. This is the Observer's contracted guardian. Mrs. Lin. Hello. Xian, Lingdang's father. Xian stepped forward, extending his hand naturally and casually. Lingdang always talks about Wanwan at home, saying she takes good care of her at school. Mr. Li. Hello. Wanwan's mother Su Wenjin. Mother Lin shook Li Xian's hand, her smile becoming more genuine. Wanwan often says that Xiaoling is her best friend and observer. It's wonderful that the two girls get along so well. The two parents exchanged a few pleasantries talking about their children's recent activities. Mainly Mother Lin mentioned that Wanwan had been particularly fascinated by the stars lately and was always doing little research projects at home, asking Li Xian to be understanding. Li Xian appropriately played the part of a gentle, helpless single father. Lin Wanwan and Ling Dang huddled together, whispering about tomorrow's observation plans. Li Xian noticed that after Mother Lin appeared, the Chinibu witch aura around Lin Wanwan had noticeably receded, revealing more of the dependence and obedience typical of a 6-year-old girl. And the light deep within her superpower core seemed to settle more smoothly, with the relaxation of her emotions becoming difficult to probe easily. It seems that fully clearing the dust to reveal the jade will require the right opportunity and method. Forcing it might backfire. Li Xian abandoned the idea of further probing. After all, this girl was Ling Dang's friend. There would be plenty of opportunities later. Besides, watching the two little girls chattering together was quite entertaining. Wanwan said goodbye to Xiaoling and Uncle Li. We need to head home. Mother Lin checked the time and said to Lin Wanwan, Observer, see you at school tomorrow. Remember to complete your ether consolidation homework. Lin Wanwan earnestly instructed Ling Dong, then nodded at Li Xian before following her mother into the car. The black car drove away. Ling Dang ran back to Li Xian and tugged at his sleeve. Louding, what do you think? Isn't Wanwan's mother beautiful and elegant? And I heard Wanwan doesn't have a father. Hey, you little squirt, where did you learn all that nonsense? Don't talk nonsense. Li Xian's face darkened instantly, and he vigorously rubbed Ling Dang's head, messing up her hair. Ling Dang playfully stuck out her tongue. So you're getting along well with your star sea witch? Of course. Ling Dang raised her chin proudly. She is this lord's. Ahem, my personally selected chief observer. Yes, you're amazing. Li Xian took her hand. Come on, let's go home. To celebrate your old man successfully finding a job today. You found a job? Ling Dang looked up in surprise. What job? Good pay. Easy. Any employee benefits. Like free snacks. Well, I got an easy job at the Superpower Bureau. The pay should be okay, and it's mainly flexible. Li Xian briefly explained the rapid response team. As for benefits, I haven't asked, but to celebrate your old man is going to splurge today. Splurge? Ling Dang's eyes lit up. Are we going to eat a big meal? The kind with pudding tarts? Better than that. Today is a special treat, I'm taking you somewhere. Where? Ling Dang's curiosity was immediately piqued. The amusement park. The amusement park? Ling Dang's eyes widened even more than when she saw dessert, a brilliant light flashing in her golden pupils. Really? The one with the spinning teacups, roller coasters, Ferris wheels, and cotton candy and balloons. The one on TV. She was from another world, and though she had already learned some common sense, she was still filled with the anticipation and imagination brought by television images for such a specific entertainment venue. Really? Seeing Ling Dang's face instantly light up and her cat ears under disguise trembling slightly with excitement, Li Xian felt he had made the right decision. Raising a kid wasn't just about feeding and teaching. Occasional fun and relaxation were important too. Wow. Long live Lao Dang. You're the best dad. Ling Dang cheered, almost jumping on the spot, and hugged Li Xian's arm tightly. Are we going now? Right now. Right now. Li Xian was infected by her enthusiasm, and the corners of his mouth lifted. But once we're inside, you have to stay close to me, no running off, and do as I say. Can you do that? Yes. I promise to be good. Ling Dang nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. There was no trace of her lord attitude left. She was just an ordinary little girl looking forward to an outing. The setting sun hadn't fully disappeared, and the sky was still a warm orangey. Instead of going home, Li Xian, with the ecstatic Ling Dang in tow, took a taxi directly to the largest comprehensive amusement park in the city, Fantasy Paradise. It was the peak of the after-school rush. The park was brightly lit, buzzing with voices and filled with laughter and dynamic music. The giant Ferris wheel turned slowly, screams came from the roller coaster tracks, and various rides sparkled with dazzling lights. As soon as she entered, Ling Dang was stunned by the lively scene. Her mouth formed an O, and her eyes couldn't take it all in. She clutched Li Xian's hand tightly, her head swiveling like a rattledrum. She looked at the colorful carousel, the rising and falling pirate ship, the musical fountain spraying water, and smelled the sweet aroma of popcorn, sausages, and frosting in the air. Louding, that spinning cup, that tall tower that drops, and that big balloon floating in the sky. She pointed incessantly, her little face flushed with excitement. We'll play slowly one by one. Li Xian, also infected by the atmosphere, relaxed. He slightly extended his spiritual sense to ensure the surrounding environment was safe, while also mentally calculating the thickness of his wallet, figuring out which rides they could afford and how to make sure Ling Dang had the most fun with the least effort. Perhaps he could use a little bit of his ability to shorten the waiting time, or while ensuring safety, make the experience of a certain ride a little more perfect for Ling Dang. Looking at Ling Dang's golden eyes, which reflected the brilliant lights of the amusement park and were filled with pure joy, Xian felt that occasionally being so extravagant and troublesome wasn't so bad. At least it was more interesting than lying around at home or reporting to that rapid response team, whose level of leisure was still unknown. The night breeze blew, carrying another round of excited screams from the roller coaster in the distance. Finally, they boarded the slowly ascending Ferris wheel. As the cabin gradually rose, the entire amusement park's brilliant lights and the distant night view of the city unfolded before them. The cabin fell silent save for the faint sound of machinery. Ling Dong, holding the green dinosaur she had won from shooting, pressed her face against the glass, gazing intently at the shrinking world below, her eyes sparkling. "Louding," she suddenly said softly without turning around. "It's so beautiful here. Completely different from where I used to be." Xian leaned back in his seat, looking out the window, and hummed in response. "Thank you, Louding." Ling Dang turned around and looked at him seriously, her golden pupils exceptionally clear under the neon lights. "Even though you're lazy, sometimes mean, and late. Thank you for bringing me here, and thank you for letting me stay." Xian looked at her at this rare, straightforward gratitude and felt a soft spot in his heart. He reached out, and this time, instead of messing up her hair, he gently patted her back. "You're welcome. From now on, wherever you want to go, whatever you want to play, you can say it." He paused, then added, "Of course, on the condition that your homework is done, your training tasks are completed, and I'm in a good mood and have money." Ling Dang's newly risen sentiment was instantly shattered. She let out a resigned ha, turned back to look at the night view, but the corners of her mouth secretly curled up. Coming down from the Ferris wheel, the night had grown deep. Ling Dang was a little tired from playing. Clutching her prized dinosaur, she obediently let Xian carry her on his back, her little head resting on his shoulder, drowsy. On the way home, the neon lights stretched their shadows long. Xian carried the softly snoring little cat girl with a half-eaten cotton candy and a balloon in his hand, his steps still lazy. But it seemed to carry a slightly different meaning than usual. In the tranquility of everyday life, such embellishments were occasionally needed. For beings with long lives and immense power, perhaps it was these subtle human warmth and bonds that made living itself a little less boring. It proved to be an exceedingly wise decision for Xian to temporarily entrust the task of escorting Ling Dang to Liu. "Brother, I took Ling Dang to school. Remember to report to the precinct before 9. Liu shouted. At the door beside her was the already dressed Ling Dang, carrying a small backpack with sparkling eyes. "Old Dang, you finally got up." Ling Dang, with her hair in 2 symmetrical braids, looked particularly spirited as she carried her small backpack. "And said she would take me to school today? You can sleep a bit longer, aren't you happy?" Xian yawned long and took out milk from the refrigerator. "It's all right. Just behave at school today and don't give your aunt any trouble." "I won't." Ling Dang made a face and then leaned in mysteriously. "Old Dang, do you know? Wan said she observed the stars last night and found the trajectory of Venus abnormal. There might be interesting energy disturbances at school today. We need to observe." Xian nearly choked on his milk. Observing stars. An abnormal trajectory of Venus. That whimsical girl's imagination was still as abundant as ever. "All right, you can observe, just don't blow up the classroom." He waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, we won't. We are quite measured. Right, Aunt?" Ling Dang looked at Liu. Liu smiled helplessly and ruffled Ling Dang's hair. "Yes, measured. Now hurry up, or you'll be late. Brother, you should head over early as well to leave a good impression on team leader Wang." Got it." Xian watched the 2 figures leave, and the house instantly returned to silence. Only the chubby orange cat jumped down from the cat tree, rubbed against his pant leg, and meowed, as if asking, "Why is it so quiet today?" "Quiet is good." Xian finished his milk and changed into a relatively neat casual outfit. He planned to change into work clothes at the precinct. Looking at the mirror, he still bore a heavy look of fatigue, and he tugged at the corner of his mouth. Hope the rapid response team truly can be leisurely. At 9:20 in the morning, Xian sauntered into the Jiangxing Abilities Precinct, swiped his temporary work ID skillfully, and walked into the building. The rapid response team's office was on the east side of the 5th floor, an open office area divided into several workstations by partitions. It was connected to a small meeting room, an equipment room, and a break room. By the time Xian arrived, there were already 3 or 4 people in the office. "Hey, new guy." A young woman in her late 20s with short hair was the first to notice him, peeking out from behind her workstation with a smile. She emitted a stable and gentle energy fluctuation about the mid-level of C rank. "I'm Su Lin, a healer." "You are Xian, right? Xiao Yu mentioned you yesterday, said you would come to report today." "Hello, I'm Xian," he nodded casually. "Welcome." Another younger-looking boy with a baby face jumped up from the nearby computer, eagerly coming over. I'm Fang Yuan, everyone calls me Xiao Yuan. My ability is localized hardening, mainly used for taking hits. I mean for defense. I look forward to working with you, brother Xian. Xiao Yuan's energy fluctuation was slightly weaker, just above the threshold of C rank, but his personality seemed quite lively. Li Xian sensed the essence of his ability. It simply made specific parts of the skin and muscles harden for a short time, a very basic enhancement type indeed, quite suitable for taking hits. He discreetly replicated it, adding another not particularly useful, but better than nothing skill sample to his power space. This is Zhao Tieju, we all call him Old Zhao. Su Lin pointed to a sturdy man near the window who was engrossed in reading a report, his expression simple and honest. His ability is Strength Burst B rank, and he is one of the assault team members in our group. Old Zhao, the new guy, is here, say hello. Old Zhao lifted his head, revealing a set of white teeth, his smile plain. Hello. You are Li Xian, right? I heard from Team Leader Wang that you have strong telekinesis, great ability. Let's watch each other's backs on missions in the future. His mental power was probably around 2005, with a simple and crude energy nature purely enhancing strength, and the enhancement level depended entirely on mental power. Li Xian replicated it as well, but this pure strength type was even more useless to him. The enhanced flame heart control or the cutting force generated from spatial folding of Wanxiang powers were far more violent. Moreover, these abilities didn't even require any physical action. There were still 2 vacant workstations in the office, presumably for other team members who hadn't arrived yet. Team Leader Wang Tao's private office was at the far end of the area, the door closed, indicating he was busy. You can sit here for now. Su Lin pointed to a tidy empty workstation near the aisle. The computer password is taped under the keyboard, and the HR department should have set up your internal system account, so you can log in and view task briefs and regulations. By the way, your work clothes are in the equipment room, cabinet number 3, and here's the key. She handed him a small key, handling everything quite efficiently. Thank you. Li Xian took it and sat down at his workstation. The chair was quite comfortable, and he adjusted his posture, leaning back comfortably. Looking around, the environment was indeed better than he had imagined. At least it was more relaxing than being chased by editors while writing at home. He opened the computer, slowly logged into the system, and began browsing the lengthy regulations and recent briefs. As Team Leader Wang had said yesterday, Jiangxing had indeed been quite peaceful lately. The briefs were mostly trivial matters. A resident in a certain neighborhood complained about their neighbor's pet barking at night. It was found to be a tabby cat with a slight awakening of fear aura, which has been handled. A certain park discovered in class mutated plant pea shooter, which has been cleared, who assisted the police in capturing an E-class ability user who was committing fraud using basic illusions. It seemed that the rapid response team's work was indeed quite grassroots. Just as Li Xian pondered whether he could take the opportunity to catch up on sleep at his desk, the office door was pushed open. A familiar figure entered, emanating a stable, yet subtle energy fluctuation that Li Xian found deeply memorable, akin to a precise electric current. The newcomer appeared to be about 25 or 26 years old, dressed in a fitted work outfit, tall, and with a stern face, sharp eyes. The most striking feature was his meticulously groomed short hair. Along with that was an electromagnetic field that seemed to be continuously operating at a low power state. It was none other than the Lone Ranger, Magnetic String, whom Li Xian had encountered a few weeks ago at an abandoned factory in the northern suburbs, and had conveniently replicated the ability of electromagnetic control. Li Xian's movements froze for half a second, almost imperceptibly. Wanxiang powers instantly matched the person before him with the image in his memory. Sequence 021 mental power was around 1800 at that time now. Around 2001 indeed, just crossing the threshold of B rank. His ability electromagnetic control had seemed quite impressive to Li Xian back then, being a high-tier elemental manipulation. After optimization, it had become one of the tools in his daily life. The problem was, last time they met, Li Xian had been wearing a Sun Wukong mask, using Wanxiang powers to see through him completely, and had incidentally frightened him quite a bit. Li Xian could vividly remember Magnetic String's uncontrolled power and the chilling sensation at that time. Though he had been wearing a mask, given Magnetic String sensitivity as a high-level ability user if he recognized the energy characteristics or figure. Li Xian felt a rare sense of embarrassment arise in his heart. It was akin to having exposed someone's background online anonymously and scaring them in the process, only to turn around and find that this person had become your colleague, and you would have to face them every day. Even if the other party most likely wouldn't recognize him, the feeling was subtle. Magnetic String seemed not to notice Li Xian's momentary anomaly. He walked directly to his workstation, placed the folder in his hand down, and then raised his eyes to scan the office. When his gaze brushed past Li Xian, it paused briefly, but it quickly moved away, showing no particular reaction. Magnetic String back. How did the investigation go on the electrical anomaly in the East District? Su Lin asked. Resolved. Magnetic String's voice, like his demeanor, carried a metallic coldness, but it wasn't excessively aloof. A nest of newly awakened electric mice F rank that like to gnaw on old circuits and release weak currents. They have been captured and sent to the low-threat exotic beast containment observation area in the suburbs. Another electric mouse. This is the third incident this month, right? Xiao Yuan chimed in. It seems that the mutation probability of these little things has increased since the global awakening. Magnetic String responded briefly and began inputting the report on his computer. His movements were precise and efficient, carrying a technician's rigor. Xian observed in silence, feeling slightly more relaxed. It appeared that Magnetic String did not recognize him. That made sense. At that time, his aura had been suppressed to the point of being indistinguishable from an ordinary person, making it impossible for others to discern based on aura. Plus, he had been wearing a mask, so there was no way he could be recognized. In Magnetic String's perception, the Sun Wukong from back then and the current Xian with 3,000 mental power sequence, 200-plus strong telekinesis, were likely completely different individuals. As long as he paid attention and refrained from using any obvious electromagnetic abilities in front of him, there should be no major issues. Just then, team leader Wang Tao stepped out of his office holding a tablet. Is everyone here? Just in time. Wang Tao glanced over the office. Xian, how are you adapting? It's all right, team leader Wang. Good. There are no urgent tasks today, so everyone finish up your reports and daily inspections. Xian, since you just arrived, let Xiao Yuan show you around the equipment room and public areas of the precinct. Also take a look at some past case files to get into the groove quickly. Okay. Magnetic String. Wang Tao looked at Magnetic String again. The analysis report you submitted last time regarding the anomalous energy residue in the underground cables of the city has been responded to by the technical department of the headquarters, suggesting it might be the trace of some unknown exotic beast activity, but the threat level is low, so continue to observe. Follow up on it and report any changes in a timely manner. Understood. Magnetic String nodded. After the task assignments were completed, Wang Tao returned to his office. Xiao Yuan immediately bounced up. Brother Xian, let's go. I'll take you to the equipment room. I'll tell you, even though our equipment room isn't as luxurious as the headquarters, there are still plenty of good things. Especially that set of adaptive protective gear, it's so cool. Xian readily stood up, following the enthusiastic Xiao Yuan to the equipment room. As he passed by Magnetic String's workstation, he instinctively retracted all possible energy fluctuations that could leak out, especially the parts related to electromagnetism, moving with utmost naturalness. Magnetic String seemed to be focused on the data on the screen and did not look up. The equipment room displayed various standardized gear ranging from ordinary riot control equipment to specially made armor with energy resistance and restraint devices. There were also suppressors and auxiliary devices targeting common ability types. Xiao Yuan introduced them in detail, while Xian listened absent-mindedly. His attention was more on sensing the energy structures and principles of these equipment, and Wanxiang Powers was automatically analyzing. Was this considered a professional habit? This is the newly issued mental interference grenade, effective against those relying on mental attacks, whether from exotic beasts or ability users, but our team uses it less. Xiao Yuan picked up a metal sphere the size of a fist. Xian sensed it. The structure was quite elaborate and could release a chaotic mental wave frequency to disrupt the target's mental focus. The principle wasn't overly complicated, but was practical. He silently noted the structure. Perhaps he could easily create one in the future. After finishing the tour of the equipment room, Xiao Yuan took him around the precinct. The training ground, medical room, cafeteria, and even a small library full of documents and case materials related to abilities. By the time they returned to the office, it was already noon. Su Lin called everyone to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Magnetic String also closed his computer and stood up silently. The rapid response team on the 5th floor went downstairs, served their meals at the cafeteria window, and found an empty table to sit at. The meals in the cafeteria were not as good as the ones he made himself, but the energy utilization rate was still abnormally high. As Xian ate the bland but nutritious lunch, he reaffirmed his previous guess: the authorities definitely had special technology in food processing. At the dining table, the atmosphere was relatively harmonious, mainly because Xiao Yuan was chattering incessantly about the latest gossip. For example, a top 100 big shot at headquarters had a power surge and accidentally turned his dormitory into an ice cave. For instance, the rapid response team in the neighboring city had captured an exotic beast parrot that could speak human language, and they were researching whether it could really communicate. And finally, it was confirmed that the sorceress Lilith was in closed-door training to break through to SS level with global high-level attention. Su Lin occasionally added a few comments with a smile. Old Zhao buried his head in his meal, occasionally nodding in a simple-minded manner. Magnetic String ate slowly, hardly interjecting, but listening attentively. Xian, meanwhile, used his consciousness to multitask while eating. He listened to the casual chatter at the table, sensed the energy fluctuations of others in the cafeteria, analyzed the energy structure of the food, and secretly observed magnetic string. Magnetic string's energy control was indeed superb. His B-rank electromagnetic control was used as naturally as breathing, restrained and stable. However, Xian could see that deep within his ability core, there seemed to be a thread of gloom that was not quite compatible with his own energy nature. It wasn't a negative emotion, but rather a sense of long-term vigilance, or perhaps some kind of obsession. Associating it with the information that mentioned he insisted on staying in Jiangxing and refused to go to Beijing for further studies, Xian speculated that there might be something or someone in Jiangxing that he couldn't let go of. Brother Magnetic String, didn't you go to recheck that abandoned factory yesterday? The one in the northern suburbs where there was previously said to be some unidentified energy reaction. Xiao Yuan suddenly asked. How did it go? Any discoveries? Xian's hand paused slightly as he picked up food. The abandoned factory in the northern suburbs was precisely the place where he and Magnetic String had first met. Magnetic String lifted his eyes, his tone plain. The energy reaction has completely dissipated. There were only some old traces of activity on site, and it was impossible to determine exactly what it was. It might just have been a high-tier exotic beast passing by, or a lone ability user staying temporarily. He said this as if unintentionally raising his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the few people at the table. When his gaze swept past Xian, that sharp look paused for half a second. Xian's heart jolted, but his face showed no signs, merely asking curiously. The abandoned factory in the northern suburbs. What was it used for before? Was there often something abnormal happening? An old machinery processing factory abandoned for several years. It's in a remote location, so usually not many people go there. Occasionally some wandering exotic beasts or lone ability users use it as a temporary base. Su Lin chimed in. Magnetic String was a lone ranger before, so he is quite familiar with that area. She smiled at Magnetic String. Magnetic String gave a slight, but said no more, lowering his head to continue eating. However, Xian could sense that the half-second pause was not accidental. Magnetic String perhaps didn't recognize him as the Sun Wukong from that day, but as a perceptive B-rank ability user who had suffered during that incident, he would likely pay more attention to any new information related to that place and newcomers. Looks like I need to be more careful in the future, Xian thought to himself, but his mouth followed the conversation. Lone Rangers are pretty impressive, but it's better to be in our group where we can look out for each other. Of course, Xiao Yuan immediately agreed. When we go on missions with Brother Magnetic String controlling the scene, Sister Su Lin healing, Old Zhao charging in, and me defending now with your strong telekinesis support, our rapid response team is practically a perfect configuration. We'll definitely handle more major cases in the future. Let's hope there aren't any big cases. Old Zhao innocently interjected. It's better to be peaceful, we can relax, and the common people will be safe. Old Zhao makes a good point, Su Lin laughed. But if something does happen, we must step up. The rapid response team is all about that. Lunch ended amidst casual chatter. Upon returning to the office, the afternoon was indeed uneventful. Xian continued to review case files, while Xiao Yuan secretly played mobile games. Su Lin was organizing medical reports, and Old Zhao was writing a detailed record of the last mission. Magnetic String was still analyzing some energy monitoring data, his expression focused. The calm afternoon hours slowly passed by. Xian gradually found the rhythm of slacking off in the office. He used part of his attention to maintain the appearance of seriously reading the materials. Meanwhile, he focused on researching several newly replicated abilities or planning what to cook for Ling Dang that night. Just when he thought his first day would pass, so quietly around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, his phone in his pocket vibrated. It was a message from Liu. Brother, there's a situation with Ling Dang here. It's not serious, but we need a parent to come. Are you free to come to school now? In the preschool Qiming class. Xian frowned slightly. Ling Dang. A situation? With that little ancestor's powers, what could go wrong in preschool? Could it be that she got into a fight with Zhang Yu? Or is there something wrong with Lin Wan's star observation experiment? He quickly replied, on my way. Then he stood up and said to Su Lin, who was looking at him. Sister Su Lin, I have something urgent at home. The teacher at the school is looking for me. I need to go over. Should I let Team Leader Wang know? Sure, go ahead. Child matters are important. There's nothing going on here. I'll inform Team Leader Wang. Su Lin readily agreed. Xiao Yuan also raised his head. Brother Xian, do you need help? No, it's a small matter. Thanks. Xian waved his hand and quickly left the office. In the moment he turned around, he felt a calm, yet sharp gaze lingering on him for a brief instant. It was Magnetic String. Xian did not look back, walking straight out. Yet in his heart he thought this guy's vigilance is indeed not ordinary. He hoped that the matter with Ling Dang wasn't anything troublesome, otherwise he might have to resort to some unconventional means to settle it. Meanwhile, in the office, magnetic string watched Li Xian's departing figure, narrowing his eyes slightly, as if pondering something. Li Xian hurriedly exited the police station building and turned into a relatively secluded alley. After confirming that there was no one around and no surveillance cameras facing this angle, he came to a halt. Going directly to the school would take too long. He glanced at his phone and saw that Liu had not sent any more messages to urge him, indicating that the situation was indeed not too serious. However, leaving his sister and Ling Dang waiting at school was not ideal. With a slight thought, the ability to fold space quietly activated. This ability, which he jokingly called a boon for the lazy, indeed had unmatched advantages in terms of travel. There was no need to strike any flashy poses or chant incantations like in movies. Li Xian merely concentrated slightly, and his vast and pure mental power became as agile as his fingers. In an instant, he completed the locking of the target coordinates, the fine-tuning of the spatial curvature, and the construction of the folding path. Target location near the first experimental school for potential development in Jiangqing. The alley he had previously marked with his perception when he dropped Ling Dang off at school. The spatial coordinates there had long been silently noted by him, and now calling upon them was seamless. Short distance folding jump, Li Xian silently recited in his mind. In the next moment, a barely perceptible ripple spread around him, akin to a stone thrown into a calm lake. The light around him underwent an extremely brief distortion and refraction. If someone happened to be watching this direction at that moment, they would likely just perceive a fleeting blur, as if caught in a momentary visual illusion. There was no sonic boom, no gust of wind, and even no obvious energy leakage. Under Li Xian's disturbingly precise control, the disturbance of this jump was compressed to the utmost. After all, it was in the city, and caution was paramount. It felt as if he had merely taken a gentle step forward. But when that step landed, the scene before him had completely transformed. The dark alley cluttered with debris became a completely different alley. The noise of the city faded into the relatively tranquil special background sounds of the school area. In the distance, the clamor of the playground, the faint sounds of reading from the teaching building, and the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. He had successfully achieved this with ease. Li Xian looked down at himself. His clothes were perfectly tidy, even his hairstyle had not changed. The mental energy consumption was nearly negligible, and the optimized spatial folding was simply perfect in terms of energy efficiency. He glanced at the time on his phone. The straight-line distance from the police station to the school exceeded 7 kilometers, and under normal traffic conditions, it would take at least 20 minutes. Now, including the time it took to enter the alley and confirm the environment, it had been less than a minute in total. This ability is simply unbeatable for commuting to and from work. Li Xian thought with satisfaction as he stepped out of the alley. The school was right in front of him, and he could even see Liu dressed in a training officer uniform pacing anxiously at the school gate. Liu heard the footsteps and looked up to see Li Xian emerging from the side alley, momentarily stunned. "Brother, how did you get here so quickly? I just sent the message less than 5 minutes ago." She distinctly remembered that her brother's police station was not close to here. Even if he took a taxi immediately, it would still take more than 20 minutes without traffic. "Just lucky I happened to be nearby. No, I was just familiarizing myself with the area nearby." Li Xian lied without changing his expression, quickly shifting the topic. "Where's Ling Dang? What happened?" Mentioning Ling Dang immediately drew Li Yes' attention back. Her expression became somewhat exasperated, mixed with a hint of helplessness. "In Teacher Li's office. Let's walk and talk. The situation is a bit complicated, but it's not too serious." She led Li Xian into the school, while quickly explaining in a lowered voice. To put it simply, Ling Dang and her deskmate, the girl named Lin Wanwan, conducted an experiment they referred to as a stellar energy resonance during this afternoon's free exploration class. Experiment. A sense of unease arose in Li Xian's heart. Yes, an experiment. Li rubbed her temples. According to teacher Li and the other students' descriptions, and the barely usable monitoring footage from the classroom, it seems Lin Wanwan used her homemade astrolabe, which was made from paper cups, aluminum foil straws, and glitter, to point at a pot of green phalaenopsis, which they named Emerald Stardust. Then she let Ling Dang act as the chief observer and energy amplification node, asking her to concentrate on the resonance. You know that child Ling Dang, her control over her mental amplification ability is, well, quite casual. According to teacher Li, she might have been too into it or too nervous, causing a slight fluctuation in her mental energy output. Liu paused, her expression becoming even stranger. The result was that the pot of green phalaenopsis, it bloomed. Li Xian momentarily failed to respond. It's rare for green phalaenopsis to bloom, but it's not impossible, right? The problem is the flowers that bloomed. Liu gestured. They are golden, softly glowing, and the shape is a bit unlike a cat's paw. They also emitted a faint sweet aroma reminiscent of creamy pudding. Li Xian, he roughly understood. Ling Dang must have inadvertently leaked a bit of her enormous mental power, which had reached an astonishing 225 points during the experiment. Even if it was just a 1% leak through the distortion and amplification of her mental amplification's disguised shell. While it didn't seem impossible for an ordinary green phalaenopsis to undergo a harmless beneficial mutation when mixed with Lin Wanwan's middle school ritual and the possibly existing hidden talent. And then what? Xian continued to question. Surely, it couldn't just be this trivial matter that warranted calling the parents over. If it was just blooming, teacher Li might have just noted it down as an accidental and interesting supernatural phenomenon. Liu sighed. The key is that the flower bloomed, and within less than 3 minutes the boy sitting next to Ling Dang, named Zhang Yu, saw it. Zhang Yu. Xian recalled the arrogant boy whom Ling Dang had complained about. Yes, that's him. You know, that kid sequence 822 microcurrent manipulation who always thinks he's the best in class. He saw the green phalaenopsis bloom with golden cat paw flowers and smelled the pudding fragrance. Not knowing whether it was envy, jealousy, or just plain fun, he just poked the flower with his current. Xian rubbed his forehead. He could already guess what would happen next. As a result, after being stimulated by the weak current, the flower suddenly began to replicate at high speed. Replicate. Yes, like cell division, 1 flower became 2, 2 became 4. At an extremely fast speed, and the new flowers that were copied also glowed and had a pudding scent. Li's expression could no longer be described as exasperated, it was beyond words. In just 2 minutes, that pot of green phalaenopsis was filled with golden cat paw flowers, and the pudding scent was so strong that the entire classroom could smell it. At first the children found it new and fun, but as the flowers multiplied, they almost overwhelmed the pot, and the fragrance became stronger, causing some sensitive children to start sneezing. Teacher Li hurriedly tried to stop it, but discovered that whether she tried to pluck them by hand or watered them normally, the flowers would quickly replicate back. In the end, they had to urgently call in a teacher from the middle school department who had plant calming abilities to barely get the flowers to stop replicating, but the flowers that had already bloomed remained, and the fragrance would not dissipate. Now that pot of emerald stardust has turned into a cluster of golden cat paw pudding, temporarily isolated on the balcony of the teacher's lounge. Zhang Ye's parents have also been called over and are currently in the office. That kid insists he just touched it lightly and didn't expect it to turn out like this. Ling Dang and Lin Wanwan, on the other hand, insist that their experiment was a success, only interrupted by a mortal's reckless intervention, causing the overflow of stellar energy. After finishing, Liu let out a long sigh. In short, the current situation is a pot of mutated green phalaenopsis, 3 stubborn little tots, a headache-inducing homeroom teacher, and 2 parents who have been called in. Teacher Li felt it necessary for the parents to be present to communicate, clarify responsibilities, and discuss how to deal with that pot of flowers. After hearing this, Xian fell silent for a few seconds. Then he looked at Liu very seriously and asked, "Can I pretend I didn't receive the message and go home directly? Is there still time?" Liu. "Brother. Just kidding." Xian tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Lead the way." His mood was rather complicated at the moment. On one hand, he found the situation absurdly amusing. The combination of Ling Dang and Lin Wanwan indeed wielded incredible power. On the other hand, he felt a bit of a headache, as this involved the potential exposure risk of Ling Dang's abilities, though it seemed to have twisted into a rather peculiar direction. And that Zhang Yu, the mischievous child's folly, truly is the source of great trouble. The two quickly arrived at the preschool teacher's office. Before they even entered, they could hear voices coming from inside. A boy's voice, filled with a sobbing tone, defended himself. "I really just gave it a light zap. Who knew it would turn into this?" A young but determined voice, Lin Weiner, asserted, "Ignorance. Your reckless actions have interfered with the precise resonance of the star realm's energy. This is the sweet calamity caused entirely by you." Another voice, gentle yet weary, tried to mediate. All right, children, let's not shout. Once your parents arrive, we can discuss this properly, okay?" Liu knocked on the door and then pushed it open. The scene in the office came into view. The homeroom teacher, Miss Li, stood beside her desk with a professional smile, although the helplessness in her eyes was evident. Opposite her stood 3 little ones. On the left was Lin Weiner, dressed in a gothic flared skirt, tightly clutching a makeshift astrolabe, her little face puffed up with anger. In the middle stood a girl with her head down, lips pressed together, her small hands gripping the hem of her clothes, her golden pupils reflecting a sense of defiance while pretending to be obedient. This was Ling Dang. On the right was a boy in a small suit, Zhang Yu, with red eyes and tear stains on his face, being pulled by a displeased middle-aged man in a suit beside him. Zhang Ye's father looked to be in his 40s. He was slightly overweight, with slicked back hair and a luxury watch on his wrist, exuding the aura of a successful person. At this moment, he frowned, looking at Ms. Li. "Ms. Li, I see this as just children's planned accident. It's just a flower, We can compensate for it. There's no need to escalate it, right? Mayu didn't mean it. Ms. Li maintained her smile. Mr. Zhang, please don't rush. Once Ling Xiling's parents arrive, we can communicate together. This is not just about compensation, more importantly, it's about guiding the children to correctly recognize and use their abilities and learn to take responsibility. Just then Li Yu and Li Xian walked in. Ms. Li, I'm sorry we're late. This is my brother Li Xian, Lingdang's father. Li Yu introduced. All eyes instantly focused on Li Xian. Lingdang's eyes lit up as she nearly exclaimed, "Old Dang." However, she managed to hold back, signaling with her eyes, "You finally came." Lin Weiner also curiously examined Li Xian, seemingly assessing the aura of the observer's contract guardian. Zhang Ye's father glanced at Li Xian, and noticing his ordinary casual attire and relaxed demeanor, furrowed his brows, even tighter, a trace of barely concealed disdain flashing in his eyes. Ms. Li sighed in relief. Mr. Li, it's good that you are here. Please have a seat. Lin Weiner's parents couldn't arrive immediately, so we can start discussing things now. Li Xian nodded and pulled out a chair to sit down, his posture as relaxed as ever, even a bit too relaxed, clashing with the slightly tense atmosphere in the office. My sister probably told me what happened. Li Xian began, straightforwardly looking at Ms. Li. It's about a mutated flower, right? What do you suggest we do about it, Ms. Li? He didn't want to beat around the bush or engage in meaningless disputes with Zhang Ye's father. Ms. Li was taken aback by his directness for a moment, then replied, "Yes, Mr. Li. The situation is as follows." She summarized the events, clearly basically consistent with what Li Yu had said. So the current situation is that the mutation of the pothose has stabilized for now, but the flowers cannot be removed using ordinary methods, and the fragrance persists. Mr. Liu from the middle school used his abilities, but he could only stop the replication, not reverse it. Zhang Yu admitted that he used his abilities to touch the flowers, which led to the subsequent changes. Ling Xiaoling and Lin Weiner also admitted that they were conducting an energy resonance experiment. All three children share some responsibility in this matter. Zhang Ye's father immediately interjected, "Ms. Li, you can't say that. Mayu just touched it. Who knew that flower was so strange? If anyone should be blamed, it should be those two little girls for creating such a weird flower first." This parent, Li Xian, began leisurely, his voice not loud, but somehow cutting off Zhang Ye's father's words. The flower becoming strange is the result of the three children acting together. It takes two to tango. Arguing about who acted first or who bears more responsibility is pointless. The key is to solve the problem and help the kids learn something, right, Ms. Li? Ms. Li quickly nodded. Mr. Li is correct. This is exactly what I wanted to say. Compensation is secondary. The crucial point is that the children need to understand that abilities are not toys. They must be cautious when using them and consider the consequences. At the same time, they must learn to cooperate to solve problems instead of blaming each other. She looked at the three children. Zhang Yu, Ling Xiaoling, Lin Weiner, do you understand? Zhang Yu nodded through his sobs. Lin Weiner raised her head defiantly. I understand. This was a chaotic variable interference during the Star Realm experiment. Next time we will set up protective barriers. Lingdang quietly added, I understand. I will be more careful controlling the mental amplification in the future. Very good, Ms. Li said with a comforting smile, then looked at the two parents. Regarding the handling of that mutated pothos, the school has two proposals. One is for the school's ability logistics department to try harmless treatment or transplant research. The other is if the parents are interested, they can take it home for self-handling, but they need to sign a commitment letter to ensure there won't be any secondary spread or harm. What do the two parents think? Zhang Ye's father immediately waved his hand. We don't want it. What would we do with a weird flower at home? Just let the school handle it. We'll pay whatever it costs. Li Xian, however, stroked his chin deep in thought. A mutated replicating golden cat's paw flower with a creamy fragrance. That sounds a bit interesting. The tiny amount of energy leaked by Lingdong, though weak, had a high essence. Adding Lin Weiner's dormant, yet unique talent, and Zhang Ye's electrical stimulation, this flower might actually have some research value. At the very least, placing it on the balcony at home as a natural air freshener and a nightlight wouldn't be bad, right? Ms. Li Xian spoke up. If we take that flower home to handle it, would that be all right? I'm quite curious and want to study it. I promise not to let it spread and won't use it for dangerous purposes. Upon hearing this, everyone in the office was taken aback. Zhang Ye's father looked at Li Xian as if he were a fool, and Ms. Li was also somewhat surprised. Mr. Li, are you sure? This flower may seem harmless now, but it has undergone an unknown mutation, so there may be uncertain risks. I'm sure, Li Xian nodded. After all, I work at the Ability Bureau and have some experience in handling these kinds of things. Rest assured I will take good care of it. Hearing the words Ability Bureau, Zhang Ye's father's expression shifted slightly, but he still seemed dismissive. Ms. Li saw Li Xian's firm attitude and looked over at Li Yu. Li Yu nodded in support of her brother. Ms. Li then agreed. All right then, I will have Mr. Lu prepare the flower and give it to Mr. Li. Please be sure to sign the commitment letter and regularly report to the school on the situation. No problem. The matter was basically settled. Zhang Ye's father seemed eager to leave and hastily signed the document. Agreeing to have the school handle it and bearing the corresponding costs, he pulled Zhang Yu, who was still sobbing, out of the office. Before leaving, Zhang Yu shot a secret glare at Ling Dang and Lin Weiner. In return, Lin Weiner gave a proud huff, while Ling Dang made a cheeky face. Li Xian also signed the commitment letter. Ms. Li then reminded the three children and asked Li Yu to take Ling Dang and Lin Weiner back to the classroom to fetch their bags, while she and Li Xian went to the teacher's lounge balcony to get the flower. On the balcony of the teacher's lounge, the pot of pothos, now referred to as emerald stardust, had completely transformed. Among the lush green leaves, it was filled with dense golden cat-paw-shaped flowers. The flowers indeed emitted a rich, sweet, creamy fragrance, and in the sunlight one could even see an extremely faint golden halo. Upon closer inspection, those flowers were exquisitely shaped, lifelike, as if sculpted from gold, but still possessing the softness of plants. Indeed, quite special, Li Xian commented. He could feel that these flowers contained a trace of extremely weak energy, mixed with Ling Dang's mental strength characteristics, Lin Weiner's latent talent fluctuations, and the composite energy from the weak electrical stimulation. This energy was very stable and full of vitality, yet posed no aggression or danger. Moreover, it seemed to have a slight nourishing effect on the plants themselves and the surrounding environment. Teacher Lu has already checked, and the energy is stable with no toxins. Aside from the strong fragrance and replication ability, which has now stopped, no other abnormalities have been found. Ms. Li said, while a gentle-looking female teacher wearing glasses nodded beside her. Mr. Li, please be careful during transport and try to avoid touching the flowers. Although the replication has stopped, physical stimulation may trigger other reactions. Got it, thanks. Li Xian found a sturdy cardboard box and carefully placed the flower pot inside. Holding the box, he bid farewell to Ms. Li and left the teacher's office. At the school gate, he encountered Ling Dang and Lin Weiner, who had already packed their bags and were waiting for him. Old Dang, are you really taking the Star Realm Calamity flower home? Ling Dang approached, looking at the box, her little face a mix of curiosity and guilt. What Calamity flower? It's clearly our experimental achievement. Lin Weiner corrected, although her eyes were also filled with inquiry as she looked at the box. Yam taking it back to study it, Li Xian said, looking at the two little ones. But you two, can you choose something with a higher safety factor for your school experiments in the future? For example, folding paper airplanes. Or making erasers float. Folding paper airplanes is too childish. Making erasers float lacks depth in the Star Realm. The two little girls retorted in unison. Li Xian. Alright, as long as you are happy. But remember, control, still control. Especially you, Ling Dang. Got it. Ling Dang elongated her tone. Lin Weiner suddenly performed a peculiar gesture reminiscent of an etiquette from some fantasy work towards Li Xian. Contract Guardian, thank you for accepting this experimental derivative. It carries the hard work and starlight of myself and the observer. May it reveal more mysteries under your care. Li Xian. You're welcome. At this moment, Li Yu came out after negotiating with the other teachers. Brother, is everything settled? That pot of flowers. Yam taking it back. Li Xian shook the box in his hand. You take Weiner back first. They'll take Ling Dang directly home. All right. Weiner, come, I'll take you back to class to wait for your mom. Li Yu took Lin Weiner's hand. Lin Weiner nodded at Ling Dang. Observer, see you at school tomorrow. Remember to complete the star observation log. Got it, see you tomorrow, my lady witch. Ling Dang waved. Watching Li Yu and Lin Weiner leave, Li Xian looked down at the golden cat's paw, putting cluster in his arms. Then he glanced at Ling Dong, who was noticeably relieved, and began to look around. Let's go home. We need to think carefully about tonight's menu. Old Dang, can we have fish for dinner? Steamed. Considering your performance in today's experiment, it will be braised to calm your nerves. No. Steamed. Steamed. Under the setting sun, the father, holding the strange flower box, and the daughter clamoring for fish, slowly walked in the direction of home. Meanwhile, Li Xian pondered, how should this pot of flowers be handled? As a decorative plant. That seems a bit wasteful. Studying its energy structure, perhaps some unexpected discoveries could be made. Or could it be tested to extract a calming and pleasant fragrance? Even could that creamy fragrance be extracted to create a truly edible pudding? Thinking of this possibility, Li Xian's eyes brightened slightly. Perhaps this school crisis could turn into an unexpected harvest of ingredients. It's worth researching. Carrying the pot of golden cat paw pudding home, Li Xian's first task was to find a suitable place for it. The balcony was clearly not appropriate. Its strong aroma would easily attract the neighbors' attention. The living room was also not an option as the fat orange cat was highly vigilant towards anything new. In the end, Xian placed it beside the bookshelf in the corner of the study where the light was moderate, the ventilation was good, and it was the farthest from the cat tree where the fat orange often stayed. Let's put it here for now. Xian set down the cardboard box and carefully took out the flower pot. The golden cat paw flowers appeared softer under the indoor light, and the pudding fragrance was rich but not overwhelming. As expected, the fat orange quickly wandered over from the living room. Squatting at the door of the study, its heterochromatic eyes warily fixated on the glowing plant. Meow. Translation: what is this? It smells strange. A souvenir from school. Xian casually explained. He leaned in for a closer look as the myriad powers quietly unfolded, meticulously analyzing the energy structure of this mutated plant. Indeed, as he had suspected, the energy structure contained within this pothose was quite unique. The leaked high-level spiritual power from the bell as the seed. Lin Wanwan's unawakened talent provided some kind of catalyzing effect as the template. Zhang Ye's weak electric current served as the trigger. The combination of the three resulted in an extremely stable composite energy field with certain mimicry and replication characteristics. This energy field not only altered the plant's appearance and fragrance, but also endowed it with some very faint responsiveness. Xian attempted to transmit a gentle strand of spiritual power, as if softly petting a small animal. The leaves of the pothose began to sway, gently moving as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Several of the finest vines tentatively reached out in Xian's direction. One of them, tipped with a particularly tiny golden cat paw flower, gently brushed against the fingertip he had placed on the edge of the pot. The touch was soft and slightly cool, imbued with the unique vitality of the plant. Simultaneously, Xian sensed a faint, almost instinctual feeling of joy and closeness emanating from the weak, collective consciousness of the plant. Oh, this is actually quite interesting. Xian raised an eyebrow. This level of consciousness seemed to lie somewhere between a sensitive plant and a basic artificial intelligence. It could react to external stimuli, but it was far from possessing true wisdom. He pondered for a moment and conveyed a clearer mental intention. At home, no copying, no random growth, and tone down the fragrance, especially don't provoke that fat cat. The vines paused for a moment, then one of them bent slightly, nodding up and down as if in agreement. Simultaneously, the rich fragrance of the pudding noticeably softened, becoming much more gentle. Quite obedient, Xian said in satisfaction. At this moment, the fat orange at the door seemed to have noticed the flower's compliant demeanor, gracefully stepping inside. It circled around the pot twice, sniffed the now faintly scented blooms, and then looked up at Xian. Meow. Translation: can this thing stay? Yes, as long as it doesn't cause trouble, Xian replied, patting the fat orange's head. The fat orange stared at the pothose for a few more seconds, emitting a vague purr from its throat, reluctantly accepting this new roommate. It jumped onto the top shelf of the bookshelf, lying down with a commanding view, continuing its duty as the security chief while keeping an eye on the newcomer. Thus the golden cat paw pudding officially settled into Xian's home. Xian gave it a simple name, Xiaojin. Although the name was rather uninspired, considering the plant likely wouldn't understand a complex name, it would suffice. After settling Xiaojin, Xian began preparing dinner. Considering that the bell had been busy at school all day, he decided to make steamed fish. After all, the excuse for making braised fish was just talk. If he actually made it, that girl could go on about it for days. During dinner, the bell dug into her rice while chattering about school. Old Deng, you wouldn't believe it, after Zhang Ye's parents were called in, he was so well-behaved in the office. He didn't dare to show off his electric sparks anymore. Wanwan said that when the next stable period of star realm energy comes, we need to conduct more precise experiments, this time with protective barriers and energy buffering devices. Although her so-called device seems to be just stacking a few more cardboard boxes. By the way, this afternoon teacher Zhao taught a new mental power guidance method, and I feel like it's somewhat useful. At this point, a rare expression of distress, different from her usual childishness or mischief, appeared on the bell's small face. But old Deng, I seem to be improving a bit slowly. She put down her chopsticks, looking earnestly at Xian. Today, teacher Zhao checked everyone's progress, and many classmates have improved their mental power. Most of them increased by 2 points. Wanwan was even more impressive. She went from 12 to 16. She's almost catching up to Zhang Ye's 17. But her voice trailed off. I've only increased by 1 point, even though they all started lower than me. Xian understood her feelings completely. After a few days of nourishment from food and various training, the bell's actual base mental power was already 16 points, soaring to 256 points after fishing firmly at the E level. However, what she presented to the outside world was a mental amplification, which increased her base mental power by approximately 50. Thus, she had to control her performance to around 11 base points, resulting in about 14 points after amplification. To others it seemed that she had increased from 11 to 14 points, stabilizing at 14 points, currently pretending to be 14, which indeed indicated an improvement, but the extent was comparable to that of other excellent classmates. Yet the Belle was aware that her real base had only increased by 1 point from 15 to 16. This speed did seem slow compared to her classmates who could easily increase by 2, 3, or even 4 points. Especially Lin Wanwan, who jumped directly from 12 to 16, a leap of 4 points, as if she was riding a rocket. Of course, Xian knew that this was due to Lin Wanwan's exceptionally high latent talent. Having been suppressed by various misconceptions and limitations once she received proper guidance, it was only natural for her to make rapid progress initially, like a tightly coiled spring suddenly released. Do you think it's slow? Xian placed a piece of fish in her bowl, his tone calm. Then let me ask you, if you were to exert yourself fully now using your current base mental power of 16 points, without fission, who in the class do you think could withstand even a casual attempt from you? Zhang Yu. He has 17 points, but his control is terrible. If I casually use telekinesis to push him, he wouldn't be able to stand steady. Wu Hao. He has 16 points. His ability is to control hardness and softness, but it's useless in a fight. Lin Weiwei. 15 points, she can only make bubbles. Wan. She has 16 points, but she seems to not know how to fight. The more she spoke, the brighter her eyes became. It seems. No one can withstand me. What if you used fission? Xian asked again. The Belle immediately puffed up her small chest, a glint of pride belonging to sequence 004 flashing in her golden pupils. Then they wouldn't stand a chance. Although she had never tried it, she felt that if she unleashed the terrifying mental power of 256 points, not to mention the kindergarten, even very few in the middle school department would be able to withstand it. So what are you worried about? Xian continued to eat at a leisurely pace. Others' improvements are solid, going from 10 to 15. Your improvement is from 10 to 100. Whose achievement is more valuable? The Belle was stunned, her little head slowly turning. Oh yeah. She realized her actual improvement was 1 point, and after fission, it was a solid growth of 31 points, 15 superscript 2225, 16 superscript 2, 256, the difference being 31. While others improved by 3 or 4 points, it was merely an increase of 3 or 4 points in combat power. Her actual growth of 31 points in battle prowess was equivalent to several times the others' improvements. It seems so. The Belle's previously furrowed brows relaxed, and then she became a bit smug. If I am destined to dominate the world, how can I compare my progress with those mortals? That's good to hear. Xian tapped her bowl. Eat. Remember, at school you should perform at the level of Li Xiaoling, don't give yourself away. Privately you should practice, and eat while steadily improving is enough. With your kind of ability, it's normal to be slow in the early stages, the advantages will show later. Got it. The Belle cheered up again, digging into her rice. Her little gloominess dissipated. After dinner, Xian surprisingly did not require her to train her control. You've had enough excitement today, you can watch an episode of anime, then take a shower, and go to bed. Wow. Old Deng, you're so nice today. The Belle cheered, and immediately dashed towards the television. Xian returned to the study, continuing to research the pot of Xiaojin. He tried using different energies to stimulate it, observing its reactions. Using a weak electric current mimicking Zhang Yu, Xiaojin trembled slightly, the brightness of the flower increased, but there was no replication. Using gentle spiritual power to nourish, it made Xiaojin sway its vines in a happy manner, and the fragrance of the flowers became refreshing. Using consciousness cutting for a slight intimidation, Xiaojin immediately retracted all its vines, the flowers closed up, playing dead. Its intelligence level is even higher than I expected. Xian stroked his chin. And this energy structure, if thoroughly analyzed, perhaps it could simulate a similar catalytic effect. To rapidly cultivate some special plants. Or, his eyes brightened. To enchant ordinary food to add a bit of special flavor. Of course, this was just a preliminary idea. What was more important now was, besides being an ornamental plant and natural air freshener, what else could this flower do while placed at home? Xian stared at the golden cat paw flower for a long time, suddenly recalling something. He picked the smallest flower. Xiaojin seemed reluctant, but did not resist, and walked to the kitchen. He crushed the petals, added them to milk, and heated it. A richer caramel pudding-like fragrance wafted through the air. Xian took a sip. The aroma is quite strong, but there's no special energy, it's just the ordinary plant juice mixed with fragrant substances. It can't be eaten, but it seems to be good for use as an air freshener or flavoring additive. He tried soaking the petals in oil, or drying, and grinding them into powder. In the end, he concluded that the greatest value of this flower at present may be its stable release of a mildly changing pudding-like fragrance based on emotions, as well as that faint but indeed existent consciousness response. Keeping it as a pet to play with would be fine. As for using it as an ingredient, forget it, that's unlikely. Alright then, let's consider it an additional decorative piece that emits a pleasant fragrance. Xian recorded his research findings in his mind and stopped overthinking. He handed the cup of milk mixed with petals to the belle who had just finished watching the anime and was yawning. Drink this, that helps with sleep. Although it's not good to eat directly, it smells nice. The belle took the cup, sniffed it, and her eyes lit up. So fragrant. Like pudding milk tea. She took small sips, her face showing a satisfied expression. Old Deng Xiaojin is so grape it can produce pudding flavor. If it could directly bear pudding fruit now, that would be great, Xian teased. Alright, finish your drink, then go wash up and sleep as school is tomorrow. Got it. In the following days, life returned to a tranquil rhythm. The task of picking up and dropping off Lingdang was largely entrusted to Liu, though occasionally, Chunja would find time to help escort her home. Whenever Chunja arrived, Xian would invariably drag him into a few rounds of gaming. As Xian put it, let's check if your skills have rusted. Ooh, don't let teaching kids at school dull your edge. Chunja was initially brimming with confidence. After all, in their past gaming sessions, he had won 7 or 8 out of 10 matches, and the few losses were merely concessions to Xian. Of course, that was back when his spiritual power awakened and far surpassing ordinary humans granted him overwhelming reaction speed and operational precision. Now, as a sequence 025 class esper with over 30,000 spiritual power points, he should theoretically be even more invincible at gaming. Then Xian thrashed him so badly, he began to question his own existence. Wait. Xian, how the hell is your reaction speed this insane? Chunja stared at the screen, utterly bewildered as his character was obliterated once again. I clearly predicted your movement and executed the fastest combo in theory. How could you dodge it and counter with a combo that wiped me out? Xian lounged on the sofa, lazily manipulating the controller. Oh, maybe my spiritual power increased a bit recently, making my reactions quicker. A bit? You call this a bit? Chunja was on the verge of hurling the controller. My class spiritual power already pushes reaction speed to the human limit in games. Your class. Even if your strong telekinesis boosts reactions, you shouldn't be this much faster than me. It defies science. Xian chuckled inwardly. Science, against the myriad authority, gaming reaction speed is merely a matter of using consciousness splitting to open multiple threads, simultaneously predicting a dozen of your possible moves. If that fails, electromagnetic manipulation can fine-tune the controller's signal transmission delay. Forget class, even an SS class esper might not beat this class at gaming. Of course he couldn't say that. Maybe I'm just gifted, Xian dismissed. Another round. Bring it on. Chunja refused to accept defeat. Then he lost 5 more consecutive matches, losing so thoroughly, he questioned his very existence. Finally, he slunk away, consoling himself with the thought, I must be sluggish from all the noise at school, before taking his leave. Xian watched his friend's retreating figure and shrugged. Occasionally crushing noobs is good for the soul. At the rapid response unit, just as team leader Wang had said, it was remarkably quiet. Jiang City had been eerily peaceful lately. Not only were there no mid or high-level aberrant beasts, but even minor E and F class nuisances had dwindled. Occasionally an alarm would come in, but it was always trivial. Like, my dog suddenly started spraying water, what do I do? Or my succulent is growing too fast, is it mutated? Most of the time, local police officers or low-level esper coordinators from the street offices could handle it. The rapid response unit was rarely deployed more than once a week. Xian quickly found the perfect rhythm for slacking off in the office. Head drift in around 9:30, brew a cup of tea, boot up his computer, and pretend to review briefings and documents. In reality, he was using his consciousness-splitting multitasking ability. While maintaining appearances, head study new ability applications, plan dinner menus, or even brainstorm story plots in his mind. Su Qianqian wasn't pressuring him as much, but he still wrote occasionally. At noon, head joined his team for lunch in the cafeteria, listened to Xiao Yuan's gossip, and observed Xian. The others seemed to be covertly watching him, but hadn't made any further moves. In the afternoon, head continued slacking, even using patrol as an excuse to nap at home. He could clock out at 4. If Liu was busy, head strolled leisurely to pick up Lingdang. The school wasn't far from the bureau. A 20-minute walk allowed him to scout for potential ingredients along the way. But lately there was nothing. A week later, on Friday afternoon, Xian was lounging in his chair when the office door swung open. Team leader Wang walked in with a tablet, his expression grave. We've got a mission. The loafing team members instantly perked up. Mostly because they'd been idle too long and were bored. What's the situation, Chief Wang? Xiao Yuan was the first to ask. In the northern old industrial park, a citizen reported strange noises from an abandoned factory, like beastly growls and metal clashing. Local police checked it out, but didn't dare enter. They said the energy readings were abnormal, possibly an aberrant beast's nest. Wang pulled up maps and data. The old industrial park has been abandoned for 5 or 6 years with complex terrain and dilapidated buildings. If it's an aberrant beast, it won't be high-level, but there might be many, or it could have special abilities. Our team will investigate, ensure safety, and clean up if necessary. He scanned the room. Su Lin, stay on comms and support. Xian Tieju Fong Yuan Li Xian, you forego. Xian leads. Stay safe, prioritize reconnaissance, and don't engage unless necessary. If the threat level exceeds class, call for backup immediately. Yes, sir, they chorused. Li Xian rose slowly. The northern old industrial park. Wasn't that close to the abandoned factory in the northern suburbs? He glanced at Xian, who was already checking his gear. His cold face showed no emotion, but his eyes seemed to flash with sharpness. Interesting, Li Xian mused, heading to the equipment room for standard gear, a lightweight protective vest, a communication headset, and a few non-lethal stun grenades and restraint nets. He declined a weapon. His strong telekinesis was weapon enough. The team drove off. Xian drove, Lao Zhao rode shotgun, while Li Xian and Xiao Yuan sat in the back. Xiao Yuan was buzzing with excitement, chattering nonstop. Finally a mission. I was starting to grow mold from all this idleness. The old industrial park. I heard it used to be a machinery factory abandoned after severe pollution. Places like that are perfect for breeding aberrant beasts. Xian, what do you think it'll be? Maybe steel-toothed rats that love chewing metal. Or swamp shadow monsters hiding in the sewers. Xian focused on driving, replying only, we'll see when we get there. Lao Zhao added gruffly, better be careful. Dark abandoned buildings are perfect for ambushes. Li Xian leaned against the window, watching the scenery blur by pondering if there really is an aberrant beast. How's the meat? Is it edible? If not, what's the easiest way to deal with it? 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the park's edge. It was desolate, overgrown with weeds, rusty factories crouching like silent beasts. The air reeked of rust and dust with a faint lingering scent of blood. Something's up. Xian stepped out, holding a portable energy detector. The screen showed faint fluctuations. Energy readings are coming from building B3. Intensity. Between class and class, but the signal is chaotic. There might be more than one source. Standard formation. They'll take point. Taiju brings up the rear, Fong Yuan on the left flank, Li Xian on the right. Keep comms open. Xian assigned tasks succinctly. Xiao Yuan and Lao Zhao nodded, snapping into focus. Li Xian grunted in acknowledgement and followed at a leisurely pace. The group carefully navigated the weeds toward the most dilapidated building, B3. The factory door was half open, revealing pitch-black darkness inside, with only a few shafts of light piercing through holes in the roof. Xian gestured for silence. He gently pushed the iron door, its rusted hinges screeching. The interior was vast, cluttered with abandoned machinery and parts, dust dancing in the light beams. The stench grew stronger. Over there. Xian pointed deep into the factory behind a pile of rusty steel frames. Faint rustling sounds could be heard. They crept closer. As they rounded the steel frames, the sight before them stunned everyone. It wasn't a ferocious aberrant beast, nor a swarm of small monsters. It was a pack of dogs, 7 or 8 strays varying in size with matted fur and bony frames. They huddled in a circle surrounding a larger, visibly injured female. The female's belly was swollen. She was in labor. The rustling and grinding sounds came from her painful struggles and the pups trying to emerge. What was more striking was that all these dogs emanated faint but distinct energy fluctuations. They had all awakened. A litter of awakened strays. And the mother is having a difficult birth. Xiao Yuan whispered, unsure. The energy readings are from them. The mother's condition is critical. Her energy is unstable, likely due to the labor. Xian analyzed calmly his detector, showing the mother's energy near class, but highly erratic. The others were mostly ERF class. What do we do? Should we clear them out? Lao Zhao asked. Standard protocol for unregistered awakened animals in urban areas, especially potentially aggressive canines, was capture and evaluation at a shelter. If deemed a threat or untamable, they might be euthanized. Xian paused, looking at the suffering mother and the surrounding strays who were alert, but showed no aggression, merely guarding her. They're not hostile. Let's contain the situation. He made a decision. Fong Yuan, secure the perimeter. Tieju, watch the other dogs. Li Xian, use your telekinesis to calm the mother and stabilize her emotions. They'll see if I can assist with the delivery. Li Xian raised an eyebrow. This decision from Xian was unexpected. Head assumed the cold technical man would follow regulations strictly, but helping a dog give birth. He looked at the mother, and the myriad authority instantly analyzed her condition. It was indeed a difficult birth. A pup was stuck, and her awakening had worsened the pain and danger. They'll try. Li Xian stepped forward, crouching a few meters from the pack. Instead of releasing aggressive telekinetic force, he gently transmitted a soothing, calming mental energy. This was a technique Head devised by mimicking Su Lin's healing energy waves and adapting them to his own understanding. The mother's eyes, once filled with pain and wariness, softened slightly upon contact with the gentle energy. She let out a low whimper, her body relaxing a bit. The other dogs also seemed to sense the goodwill, their growls and bared teeth subsiding. It's working. Xian glanced at Xian, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Such fine emotional control wasn't something an ordinary strong telekinetic could achieve. But he didn't question it. Instead, he quickly pulled out sterile gloves and tools from his medical kit. He'll examine her. Keep calming her. Xian carefully approached and began checking the mother. Xian maintained a mental energy output while observing Xian's movements. Calm, professional, deft. No hesitation at the sight of filth or blood. This guy, was he a vet before? Or had he received similar training? The pup is stuck. I need to reposition it. Xian quickly assessed and began to work delicately. Xian assisted with a subtle telekinetic push to stabilize the mother and ease her pain. Xiao Yuan and Lao Zhao stood guard, alert for other dangers, though their gazes occasionally drifted back. Time passed. The factory was filled only with the mother's muffled whines, Xian's steady commands, and Xian's even breathing. Finally, it's out. Xian gently cradled a wet newborn puppy, then a second, a third. 5 pups in total, all born safely. The mother weakly licked her offspring, her pain replaced by tenderness. The other strays relaxed, some sniffing the newborns, others lying down to rest. The energy fluctuations gradually stabilized. Done. Xian stripped off his gloves, wiping sweat from his brow. He looked at the litter, his cold face showing a rare faint softness. Mother and pups are fine. Once her energy stabilizes, the mother should be around class. The pups are just awakened at the edge of class. Very low threat. So, what do we do? Xiao Yuan asked. Report it. Xian resumed his usual composure. Say we found a litter of awakened strays. The mother just gave birth, no aggressive behavior. Recommend shelter evaluation for possible domestication. Newborn awakened animals have a high success rate for taming. They might even be trained as police or search dogs. He paused, then added. He'll note in the report to prioritize shelter and domestication. Got it. He'll call the shelter now. Xiao Yuan immediately pulled out her communicator. Xian stood up, brushing imaginary dust from his hands. He watched the huddled litter, feeling indifferent. But Xian, have you helped animals give birth before? Xian asked casually. Xian paused mid-motion as he packed his tools. Yeah, I used to volunteer for wildlife rescue. He didn't elaborate, but Xian sensed there might be a story behind those words. No wonder he seemed more lenient with animals. And why he insisted on staying in Jiang City. Maybe it was tied to his past. Xian didn't press further. Everyone had secrets, and as long as they didn't interfere with his slacking, he didn't care. Soon animal control arrived and carefully took the mother and pups away. Xian briefed them thoroughly, leaving his contact info to follow up on the evaluation. The mission over, the team drove back to the bureau. On the way, Xiao Yuan chattered excitedly. What a false alarm. But Xian, you were amazing, delivering puppies. And Xian, your calming ability was incredible. I felt so at peace. Now the shelter might train a squad of esper police dogs. Jiang City will have its own unique canine unit. Xian leaned back in his seat, listening to Xiao Yuan's babble, watching the scenery roll by. Today's mission was easy, and had glimpsed another side of Xian. Not bad. Back at the bureau, he wrote his report and clocked out. As he stepped out of the building, the sunset was perfect. Xian stretched lazily and strolled toward the school. He was a bit late to pick up Lingdang today, but she probably wouldn't be mad, right? After all, Head just saved a litter of puppies. Even if Xian did most of the work. But details don't matter. On a Saturday morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains into the living room. Xian rarely missed sleeping in, mainly because he was awakened by the phone bombardment from 2 overly excited little ones starting at 7 in the morning. First, Lingdang was crouched by his bed, staring at him with her big golden eyes up close. Old Dang, get up. The sun is shining on your bottom. Today we are going to the superpower paradise. Then the phone rang. It was Lin Wanwan's mother, Su Wenjin, calling. Her tone was gentle, yet filled with amusement. Mr. Li, I apologize for disturbing you so early. Wanwan has been urging me to contact you since 6 to confirm today's itinerary. She said the stars indicated that today is a good day for outings and insisted on talking to Ling now. Thus, the 2 little girls chirped excitedly on the phone for 10 minutes, discussing the superpower paradise strategy. This included, but was not limited to, we must ride the most thrilling superpower roller coaster first. We have to go to the Elemental Magic House to make personalized souvenirs, and we must eat the limited edition Rainbow Cloud cotton candy, among other things. Xian lay on the bed, feeling despondent as he stared at the ceiling. He began to seriously contemplate why he had agreed to take these 2 lively treasures to the newly opened superpower paradise yesterday. Oh, he remembered. It was because Lingdang's mental power had slowed its pace of improvement recently, and she no longer needed to deliberately suppress her performance in class. After all, that girl Lin Wanwan was like a rocket skyrocketing from 16 points to 30 points in just a week. She had directly become a star student in her class, and even the entire preschool department. Although Zhang Yu was also working hard, he only increased from 17 points to 23 points, far behind Wanwan. Meanwhile, Lingdang's alias, Li Xiaoling, steadily rose from 14 points to 18 points. In class, she was of above average standing, neither too conspicuous nor falling behind, perfectly fitting her character of having decent talent but poor control. Although the actual situation was that she only improved by 2 points from 16 to 18, Lingdang was not discouraged. After all, she knew that her foundational mental power of 18 points once multiplied translated to a substantial 324 points. She was not far from the grade threshold, 400 points. This seemingly superficial increase from 18 points to an actual 324 points gave her a sense of superiority when looking at her classmates, as if to say that she was above them. At dinner yesterday, as she nibbled on the specially prepared sauce-flavored beast bone by Li Xian, she boasted, "Old ding, I no longer need to pretend to be weak in class. With that monster Wanwan in front, no one notices my improvement at all." Li Xian casually replied, "That's great. They'll take you out to relax this weekend." Then Lingdang's eyes lit up. "Really? Can we take Wanwan with us? She said her mother has to work overtime this weekend and will be so bored at home." Li Xian initially wanted to refuse. But looking at Lingdang's expectant eyes, he thought of Lin Wanwan's special ability. And her mother Su Wenjin was indeed a reasonable person. All right, just this once. Thus the tragic events of this morning unfolded. "Old dang, if you don't get up, we'll go by ourselves." Lingdang began to pull the blanket away. Meow. Translation: it's too noisy. Fat Orange jumped down from the cat tree, glaring at Lingdang with dissatisfaction, before elegantly walking over to Li Xian's pillow and rubbing her head against his face. Fat Orange understands. Li Xian affectionately patted the cat's head, then resignedly got up. All right, I'm up. Go call Wanwan back and tell her we're leaving in half an hour." "Yage." Lingdang cheered as she ran out of the room. At 9 in the morning, Li Xian appeared at the entrance of the Jiangxing Fantasy Superpower theme park with 2 beautifully dressed little girls. It was the weekend, and the park was bustling with people. Most were parents with children, but there were also many young couples and students coming together. Lin Wanwan was wearing a light blue puffy dress today, adorned with a star and moon hairpin. She still held her plastic magic wand, her expression striving to maintain the dignity of a sorceress. However, her sparkling eyes betrayed her excitement. Lingdang was dressed in comfortable sportswear, her golden hair tied into a high ponytail. She carried a small backpack stuffed with snacks and water. Li Xian had secretly expanded its capacity, using his spatial folding ability, making it 3 times its apparent size, while weighing almost nothing. "Contract Guardian Observer, we have arrived at the land of joy and miracles." Lin Wanwan began with her unique language. "According to my divination last night, the best order of play today is first conquer the Thunder Shuttle roller coaster to hone courage, then explore the elemental secret realm to experience the breath of nature, finally challenge the illusion maze to sharpen the mind. Of course, we need to appropriately replenish our astral energy along the way, namely cotton candy and ice cream." Li Xian said. "Speak in plain language. It means we will ride the roller coaster first, then go to the magic house, and finally go to the haunted house with snacks in between." Lingdang translated. "All right, let's go." Li Xian took one hand of each girl, following the crowd into the park. As soon as they entered, the 2 children were captivated by the colorful sights before them. Enormous inflatable superpower hero sculptures, decorations emitting various colors of light, staff dressed in cartoon superpower costumes, and the sound of roller coaster tracks with distant screams. "Wow, that roller coaster lights up. Look, there's a fire-breathing performance over there." The 2 little girls exclaimed simultaneously. Li Xian meanwhile instinctively spread out his perception. The energy fluctuations in the park were chaotic, but most were very weak. It seemed that to create an atmosphere, some facilities and decorations were embedded with low-level energy crystals or simple superpower devices. There was not a single energy source that posed a real threat. After all, this was an amusement park for the general public with safety as the top priority. "Shall we go to the Thunder Shuttle first?" Li Xian asked. The 2 children nodded vigorously. Thunder Shuttle is one of the park's signature attractions, said to combine microcurrent stimulation with super high-speed dives, bringing a double visual and sensory shock. There were many people in line, mostly teenagers and young adults. Li Xian stood at the back of the line with the 2 children, passively observing his surroundings. Suddenly his gaze paused in the crowd. About 20 meters ahead, a familiar figure, Xian. Xian was not wearing training clothes today, but casual attire, his hair impeccably styled. Beside him was a girl who seemed to be around 8 or 9 years old with horned braids excitedly looking around. The little girl was holding Xian's hand and continuously chattering. Xian slightly lowered his head to listen, his usually stern face showing a rare gentleness. Is that his sister or a relative's child? Xian was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter a colleague in such a place, especially not someone like Xian who seemed out of place in an amusement park. He instinctively restrained his aura while using his consciousness to weave a layer of very faint perception interference around himself and the two children. It wasn't invisibility, it merely made passers-by less likely to pay special attention to them. It wasn't that he was afraid of being recognized, it was mainly laziness. Greeting and small talk were too troublesome. It was better to just enjoy their own activities. The line moved slowly. Lingdang and Lin Wanwan huddled together, chattering excitedly about how thrilling the roller coaster would be. Wanwan, are you scared? I heard this roller coaster has a vertical drop of 90 degrees. How could a mere mortal's entertainment facility make me afraid? My soul is already accustomed to traversing the star sea. Then you can't scream later. You can't scream either. Xian listened to the two little girls bicker, a smile creeping onto his lips. Finally, it was their turn. The staff checked their heights. Both children just met the requirements. The three of them took their seats in the back row of a roller coaster. The safety bar dropped down. Lingdang and Lin Wanwan were both excited and nervous, gripping the handrails tightly. Xian, however, remained calm. Let alone amusement park rides, the force he experienced during short-range jumps using spatial folding was much greater than this. The roller coaster slowly started and climbed. At the highest point, the entire view of Jiangcheng was laid out before them. Then, a vertical plunge. A strong sensation of weightlessness hit them, and the wind howled past their ears. Lingdang and Lin Wanwan both screamed in excitement rather than fear. Xian could even spare a moment to observe. Indeed, the roller coaster had set up weak electric stimulation devices at key points, releasing just the right amount of tingling sensation during dives and flips to heighten the thrill. The design was decent, the current strength was controlled very safely, and it wouldn't cause harm to the human body. After the ride, the two children had flushed faces and eyes shining brightly. That was so much fun. Let's go again. I felt the power of thunder. It's worth experiencing again. Xian replied. Let's try something else, this line is too long. He coaxed and tricked the two reluctant little ones away from the roller coaster area. Next, they went to the elemental secret realm. It was a large indoor interactive venue. Using light and shadow, mist, temperature control, and simple superpower devices, it simulated scenes like Flame Mountain, Glacier Cave, and Storm Valley. Children could experience the fun of manipulating elements inside. Of course, it was just simulated effects through sensing devices. Lin Wanwan was particularly interested in this venue. She raised her magic wand and wanted to cast spells in front of each scene, muttering incantations. Flames heed my call. The energy flow design of this temperature control device is quite ingenious. Ice power gather. Oh, the valve opening of the cold mist sprayer could be adjusted by another 5%. Xian's mouth twitched as he listened. This girl, is she treating the amusement park like a laboratory? Lingdang was more pragmatic. She pulled Xian to try out various interactive points. Old Deng, can I use real telekinesis for this telekinesis game? No, use the game controller. But I can get full marks if I use the real one. Then you definitely can't use the real one. Xian ruthlessly suppressed her. He noticed that several staff members in the venue seemed particularly interested in Lin Wanwan. After all, a 6-year-old girl who could accurately name some technical terms for equipment was indeed a bit eye-catching. Fortunately, Lin Wanwan's mother had informed the park in advance. The staff only glanced at her a few more times without approaching to disturb. By the time they exited the elemental secret realm, it was already noon. The two children had rumbling stomachs. Xian took them to the park restaurant and ordered children's meals. At the dining table, Lingdang and Wanwan sat on small stools munching on hamburgers while chatting. After the meal as planned, they went to the illusion maze. It was a maze created using mirrors, light, and simple illusion-based superpower devices. The difficulty was not high, mainly for fun. The heart of the illusory maze was a spacious, circular area. Countless reflections from the surrounding mirrors cast myriad images of Xian, Lingdong, and Lin Weiner. Light and shadow danced, weaving a dreamy and ethereal atmosphere. At the center stood a luminous crystal pillar that constantly shifted colors, serving as the maze's final checkpoint. Wow, we made it to the center. Lingdang cheered, pulling Lin Weiner over to the crystal pillar and curiously touching its shifting lights. Lin Weiner raised her plastic magic wand, pointing it at the crystal pillar with solemn concentration. Stellar coordinates confirmed the teleportation array is stable. The energy circuits in this crystal are a bit redundant. Xian strolled leisurely behind them, hands in his pockets, surveying his surroundings. This maze was indeed cleverly designed. Using simple illusion devices and mirror reflections, it could easily disorient ordinary people and distort their sense of space. Of course, to his eyes, the entire maze's layout and energy nodes were as clear as a blueprint. Had your fun yet? Time to head out. Before he could finish, a sudden thunderous boom erupted from outside the maze, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Immediately, a piercing alarm shattered the joyous atmosphere of the amusement park. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Run! Panicked shouts and chaotic footsteps from the fleeing crowd echoed from outside the maze. Ling Dang and Lin Weiner were startled, instinctively grabbing hold of Li Xian's clothes. Old man. Contract Guardian, what is this? Li Xian frowned slightly, instantly extending his perception. It wasn't an earthquake. It was a powerful energy surge, and not just one. At least 20 psionic energy signatures had erupted within the park's boundaries. Among them, 3 were exceptionally strong, reaching rank. Further away, there was another energy source, suppressed, searing, and violent, like a volcano. A rank. At least 8,000 points of spiritual power. Trouble's here. Li Xian sighed. He knew it. Taking the kids out would never end well. This damned trouble magnet constitution. Let's go check it outside. He scooped up both children in one arm, moving so fast that Ling Dang and Lin Weiner barely registered it. With a flicker of motion, he flashed through the remaining maze path and shot out of the exit. Outside, the once joyful scene was utterly shattered. Visitors were scattering in panic, their screams and cries blending into a cacophony. In the sky, a dark red, translucent energy barrier, like an inverted bowl, had sealed the entire park. Twisted runes flowed across the barrier's surface, exuding a suffocating pressure. A barrier. A sealing ability. Li Xian narrowed his eyes. A barrier of this scale required at least 3 branch psions working in tandem. And judging by the nature of the energy, it leaned toward a sacrificial or sealing type. Nothing legitimate. His gaze swept across the area, quickly locking on his several key positions. On the Thunder Coaster platform, about 50 meters from the maze exit, stood 3 figures. They were all clad in identical dark red robes, their faces hidden behind grotesque demon masks, radiating powerful branch energy fluctuations. One of them raised his hands high, maintaining the barrier's core node. The other 2 coldly surveyed the panicked crowd below, each holding a palm-sized pitch-black vessel. Whenever a visitor ran beneath them, the vessels would faintly glow, drawing a wisp of nearly transparent energy thread from the person. It was a slight drain of life force, not immediately fatal, but enough to cause weakness and fear. There, collecting something. Li Xian's gaze turned cold. Further away in the central plaza of the park, a tall man in an ornate dark gold robe, his face hidden behind a mask of flame patterns, floated slowly 3 meters above the ground. In his left hand, he held a football-sized rotating dark red crystal ball. His right hand pressed downward, unleashing searing flames that instantly forced back several park security guards attempting to approach. A rank. At least 8,000 points of spiritual power. And his energy was extremely violent, filled with destruction and fervor. Li Xian could see scorched marks on the plaza floor, the air warped by the intense heat. The repelled guards bore burn wounds, groaning in pain. Lord Tu Yin, the barrier is stable. Collection of sacrifices has begun. A red-robed figure on the roller coaster platform reported loudly. The rank Psion Tu Yin spoke slowly. His voice was hoarse and grand, like the crackling of flames carrying across the sealed park. Foolish mortals. And you so-called divinely gifted who have stumbled upon the god's power. Do not panic, do not fear. Today you are honored to be the sacrifices for the divine descent ceremony. Your souls and power shall become the kindling to welcome our Lord's return to this world. This is the supreme glory. His words were filled with a fanatical devotion that sent chills down the spines of all who heard. Divine descent ceremony. Sacrifices. Li Xian's frown deepened. These lunatics. Were they some kind of cult? Specifically hunting psions to sacrifice their souls and power. No wonder they chose a Xian-themed park. The number of psions gathered here probably exceeded that of some smaller cities' psion bureau branches. Though most were low-ranked, there were plenty. And the life force of ordinary visitors seemed to be siphoned by their strange vessels as fuel. Old man. Who are they? So scary. Ling Dang shrank in Li Xian's arms, whispering. She could sense their powerful, malevolent energy. Lin Weiner also clung tightly to Li Xian's arm, her face pale, but struggling to stay calm. Such evil aura is surely the spawn of chaotic demons. Contract Guardian, how shall we respond? Before Li Xian could answer, a blinding bolt of blue lightning like an enraged dragon roared in from the side, striking directly at the red-robed figure maintaining the barrier on the roller coaster platform. Xian. Li Xian's gaze shifted to the familiar figure. Xian had changed into a black combat outfit, his body crackling with dense arcs of electricity, his eyes sharp as blades. He shielded the little girl with pigtails, placing her in a relatively safe corner behind him, and brazenly attacked the enemy. A hound of the Xian Bureau. The red-robed figure on the platform sneered, and the three acted in unison. The one maintaining the barrier diverted some power to form a dark red energy shield before him. The other two raised their hands, firing two streams of filthy energy, as if condensed from negative emotions that crossed towards Xian. The lightning and energy rays collided with a thunderous roar. Xian grunted, sliding back several meters. The ground beneath him scorched and cracked. He was only a newly promoted rank with just over 2,000 spiritual points. Facing three veteran ranks simultaneously, even with his sequence advantage, he was immediately overwhelmed. Brother Xian. The little girl behind him cried out, her voice trembling with tears. Stay hidden, don't come out. Xian barked without looking back, clapping his hands together as more lightning gathered in his palms, his gaze resolute. He knew he was no match for these three, let alone the terrifying rank in the distance. But he was a member of the Xian Bureau's Rapid Response Unit, a cop. Protecting the people and fighting evil was his duty. Even if he fell today, he would never retreat. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The red-robed figure on the platform scoffed. A mere newly ascended rank dares to obstruct the sacred sacrifice led by Lord Tu Yin, one of the 5 elders of the Divine Group. The Divine Group. Xian's pupils contracted. He had heard of this organization's infamy. You are the ones who crazily hunt psions for your evil god sacrifices. He had seen their files in the Bureau's internal wanted list. Few members, but all were madmen, believing psionic power was a divine gift. As the chosen, they were obligated to welcome the true god's return by sacrificing other divinely gifted. The organization had a 1 emperor, 5 elders, with the leader, the divine emperor, said to be Shrank, and the 5 elders, all a rank. They were secretive and adept at evasion. Even when the Bureau sent sequence 008, the causality enforcer Lin Mo, they escaped using special methods. He never imagined they would launch such a large-scale attack in Jiang City, in this crowded amusement park. Since you know the Divine Group's name, you should understand resistance is futile. The red-robed figure sneered, the black vessel in his hand glowing brighter. Below, several fleeing visitors stumbled, their faces turning pale as they collapsed, their life force continuously drained. Offer your souls and power to our Lord. Xian gritted his teeth, wasting no more words. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a storm of lightning serpents toward the barrier's node. He had to break the barrier, or at least disrupt it, to buy time for outside reinforcements. The park's alarm had surely been triggered. The Xian Bureau and police would arrive soon. But only if they could hold out until then. You're asking for death. The 3 red-robed figures amplified their output simultaneously, dark red energy surging like a tide towards Xian. In that critical moment, Tu Yin, floating in the plaza, suddenly turned his head slightly. From beneath his flame-patterned mask, his gaze seemed to sweep toward Li Xian's direction. There, a little mouse. The crystal ball in his left hand rotated slightly, and a tendril of dark red light extended like a tentacle. Silently, it shot toward the shadows of the maze exit where Li Xian and the 2 children were hiding. Even a mere fraction of the power from an A-level esper can reduce an ordinary clevel esper to ashes. Li Xian's gaze turned cold. He initially wanted to observe a bit longer to see the specific tactics and goals of this group of madmen. After all, an A-level esper accompanied by 3 blevels and a crowd of C and levels daring to cause trouble in Jiang City, a place guarded by an S-level, must either be insane or have compelling reasons to do so. But now the opposing side had taken the initiative to approach. He still held 2 children in his right arm, while casually raising his left hand, flicking his index finger at the dark red beam of light shooting towards him. The motion was as casual as brushing off dust from his clothes. There were no energy fluctuations, no dazzling lights. However, that dark red beam, potent enough to annihilate a clevel, seemed to collide with an invisible, intangible, yet unbreakable wall half a meter away from Li Xian's fingertip and quietly vanished. It didn't even stir a ripple. Oh, Tu Yin raised an eyebrow beneath his mask. Interesting. He shifted most of his attention from the magnetic string towards Li Xian. This man, who appeared lazy while holding 2 children, was far from ordinary. That earlier display was no simple feat. At the very least, it was peak level, possibly even brushing against the A-level threshold. Moreover, his control over energy was remarkably delicate. Even he almost failed to detect any fluctuations. Indeed, the espers of Jiang City are truly hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This thought flashed through Tu Yan's mind, but he didn't pay it much heed. What of a peak level? He was an intermediate A-level with spiritual power exceeding 8,000, ranking within the top 300. Furthermore, they were well prepared for this operation, not only having 3 level subordinates, but also over 20 C and level helpers. In his hand was a divine artifact bestowed by the God Emperor, the soul-gathering vessel capable of extracting life and soul. Even when facing a true Pika level, he still had the strength to fight back. It seems the quality of this offering is better than expected. Xian chuckled hoarsely. A peak level soul is worth dozens of ordinary divine gifted ones. His original plan indeed targeted the esper school of Jiang City. That place gathered a large number of underage high-potential espers, making for excellent quality offerings. However, intelligence indicated that the school had two level guardians. One was Liu ranked 016 with the ability of consciousness severing, and the other was Chun Zhe ranked 025 with flame heart control. Two levels. Yin nearly cursed in frustration. Though he was an intermediate, a level ranking fourth among the 5 elders of the divine organization, facing two levels was akin to sending oneself to slaughter. The gap between level and a level is not merely one of spiritual power values. It represents a qualitative change in life level and mastery of rules. A newly ascended level can easily crush 10 Pika levels. Let alone that Liu and Chunzhou were not newly ascended levels. They had been level powerhouses even in the old ranking era, and in this era of the myriad spirit sequence they would be even more terrifying. Xian had nearly decided to give up and switch cities. But the God Emperor had personally ordered that this ceremony must use the souls from Jiang City, the more the better, the higher the quality the better. It was said to be a directive from the divine oracle indicating that Jiang City's territory had special causal lines and fate nodes, making it the optimal place for the ceremony. With no options left, Yin could only settle for second best and chose the newly opened Esper-themed amusement park. This place also had a considerable number of espers, most of whom were dispersed and lacked organization, making them easier targets. As long as they acted swiftly, completing the ceremony and withdrawing before the two levels could react, the risk would be manageable. Now it seemed there might be an unexpected surprise. That peak level man is mine. Yin communicated with his 3 red-cloaked subordinates on the roller coaster platform. Speed up the collection process, complete the first phase within 10 minutes, and then withdraw. Yes, Lord Yin. The 3 red-cloaked individuals responded, their black vessels glowing brightly as they accelerated the extraction of life force. More tourists below cried out in horror and collapsed. The pressure on the magnetic string increased, forcing him back step by step, blood already oozing from the corner of his mouth. Yet he still stood firmly before that corner, not allowing any attacks to reach the little girl behind him. Xian observed all of this. He gently set down Ling Dang and Lin Wanwan, crouching down to look at the 2 children, who were a bit frightened, yet trying to remain calm. Wait for me here, don't move, don't make a sound. His tone was calm, even carrying his usual laziness. I'm going to deal with some trash, and I'll be back soon. Old Dang. Ling Dang grasped his sleeve, her golden pupils filled with worry. You be careful. Lin Wanwan also nodded vigorously. Contract Guardian, please be sure to return safely. Xian ruffled the heads of the 2 children and stood up. He looked towards Yin in the center of the square, glanced at the struggling magnetic string, and finally swept his gaze over the frenzied red-cloaked individuals extracting life force, as well as the innocent tourists who were fleeing in panic. Really? He sighed. What a lovely weekend, and they just had to come and stir up trouble. Can't I just quietly be a salted fish? As his words fell, he stepped forward. There was no earth-shattering aura erupting, no dazzling energy, light, and shadow. He simply walked out from the shadows of the maze's exit, heading towards the center of the square. Towards that level powerhouse floating in the air resembling a flame demon. Yin. Along the way, panicked tourists rushed past him, while lower-tier members of the red-cloaked organization attempted to block his path. Strangely, everyone who approached within a 3-meter radius of him would inexplicably slip or veer off course, naturally avoiding him. As if invisible hands gently cleared all obstacles. Causal replacement microinterference, creating a brief causal relationship between approaching Xian and accidentally missing his presence. The consumption was minimal, yet the effect outstanding. Yin narrowed his eyes beneath his mask. Spatial interference, or a fate-related ability. He couldn't discern the specific means Xian employed, but the bizarre phenomenon of all obstacles automatically avoiding heightened his vigilance. This opponent might be more troublesome than expected. State your name. Yin rasped, the dark red crystal ball in his hand spinning faster and emitting even hotter temperatures. I am one of the 5 elders of the divine organization Flame, sacrifice Yin. It is your honor to become the offering for my lord's descent today. Xian stopped 20 meters away from Yin, still with his hands in his pockets, looking up at the opponent floating in midair. Forget the name, you'll be dead soon enough. His tone was flat, as if stating a fact. As for the offering, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the collapsed tourist whose life force was being continuously extracted, over the magnetic string who was bleeding, yet still standing firm, and finally back to Yin's face. What are you to dare use living beings as offerings? Tu Yin laughed in anger. Arrogant. He ceased his chatter and suddenly pressed down with his right hand. Boom! A terrifying fire pillar over 5 meters in diameter fell from the sky, completely engulfing the spot where Xian stood. The flames were so hot that even the ground's stone slabs melted and vaporized in an instant. Tourists witnessing this from a distance let out desperate cries. Magnetic String's heart tightened. Ling Dang and Lin Wanwan were so terrified they covered their mouths, tears welling in their eyes. However, the flames dissipated. Xian stood in place, hands still in his pockets with the corners of his clothing untouched by fire. A nearly invisible, extremely thin layer of transparent ripples surrounded him. Spatial folding subspace refraction, slightly folding real space, making all attacks seem to hit, but actually miss. The principle is similar to a mirage, but involves spatial rules making it even more incomprehensible. Is that all? Xian tilted his head, his tone revealing unmasked disappointment. Is this the level of an A-level? Your S-level God Emperor can't be a loser, can he? You. Tu Yin erupted in fury, his face beneath the mask flushing red. He no longer held back. Raising both hands, the dark red crystal ball erupted with blinding light. Flame prison 100 dragons burning the heavens. Roar! Over 100 giant dragons formed purely from flames roared forth from the crystal ball. Each fire dragon was 10 meters long, vividly alive with distinctly visible scales and claws radiating heat capable of melting steel. They surged towards Xian from all directions, sealing off all avenues for evasion. This was Tu Yan's signature move, which had once allowed him to refine another intermediate-level opponent. Faced with this overwhelming and terrifying assault, Xian finally moved. He lowered his hands from his pockets, then raised his right hand, lightly snapping his fingers towards the front. Snap! The sound was very soft. Yet at the moment the snap fell, all the roaring fire dragons froze in midair as if pausing a video. Immediately after, the flames on them began to uncontrollably flow backward. As if time were reversing, the flames withdrew from the dragon forms, transforming back into the purest fire energy. Then, like rivers returning to the sea, they surged madly towards the palm of Xian's raised right hand. In just 3 seconds, the sky full of fire dragons vanished without a trace. Only Xian's palm remained, holding a fist-sized dark red fireball that radiated a heart-pounding fluctuation. The fireball slowly rotated, and within it dragon shadows seemed to swim. Here you go. Xian casually tossed the fireball. The fireball traced a graceful arc, leisurely flying towards Tu Yin. The speed was not fast, but Tu Yin was horrified to find that the space around him seemed to be solidified by an invisible force, rendering him unable to evade. He could only grit his teeth, placing the dark red crystal ball in front of him, pouring in all his energy. Sacred artifact shield. Boom! The fireball collided with the crystal ball. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a dull, eerie sound echoed. Then Tu Yin watched helplessly as the A-level sacred artifact, the soul-gathering vessel, a treasure bestowed by the God Emperor, developed countless spiderweb-like cracks on its surface. The cracks spread rapidly. Crack! Crack! Ultimately, in Tu Yan's despairing gaze, bang! The crystal ball shattered. It broke into countless dark red fragments fluttering down from the sky. Along with it shattered Tu Yan's confidence and the fiery patterned mask on his face. Beneath the mask was a pale, horrified face of a middle-aged man, filled with disbelief. No. Impossible. My sacred artifact. My flame prison 100 dragons. Who on earth are you? Tu Yan's voice trembled. He could not comprehend. The opponent hadn't displayed any overwhelming energy fluctuations, even seeming barely at the peak level. Yet the ability to effortlessly counter his strongest killing move, to seize back control and to destroy an A-level sacred artifact with a single strike. This was absolutely beyond what a S-level could achieve. S-level. No one's level's presence is not like this. It is a grander, more incomprehensible. A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Tu Yan's mind. Could it be one of the legendary monsters in the top 10 of the rankings? At that very moment, as Tu Yan's mind faltered, his sacred artifact shattered, and the barrier quaked violently from the backlash of the energy. Ryup. The dark red barrier enveloping the amusement park was suddenly torn open from the outside, leaving a gash over 10 meters long. Sunlight poured in through the crack. Along with the light came a young male voice carrying a hint of irreverence, yet sounding incredibly clear. Oh dear, it seems we have arrived just in time. Little Lu, did you see? This is what happens when a villain talks too much and acts pretentiously. Next time you want to threaten someone, remember to check who your opponent is. As the voice fell, 4 figures leisurely stepped into the chaotic amusement park through the rift in the barrier. The leading figure wore a flamboyant, bright purple vintage coat, with silver-purple hair glimmering in the sunlight, sporting an infuriating smile. It was none other than Lin Mo, ranked 008, as the causative agent. Behind him followed a nervous yet curious Lu Rin, along with two figures radiating overwhelming and suffocatingly terrifying energy waves. On the left was Liu, dressed in a trainer's uniform with a ponytail and a gaze as cold as a knife, surrounded by an invisible cutting power. Ranked 016, consciousness severing. On the right stood Chun Zhe, also in a trainer's uniform, his expression stern with golden flames dancing in his eyes, causing the air around him to slightly distort. Ranked 025, flame heart control. The two levels arrived together, and at the moment they appeared, every member of the divine organization in the amusement park, including Tu Yin, who had just regained his senses after the shattering of the sacred artifact. Lin Mo's voice descended like an ice cube plunged into a cauldron of boiling oil, instantly jolting Tu Yin, who had been frozen in shock from the shattered sacred artifact, and the God Group members who were frantically siphoning their life force, all of them shuddering violently. Tu Yan's face, just revealed from beneath the mask, and twisted with terror, now drained of all color, pale as parchment. He stiffly turned his neck. His gaze slowly shifted toward the rift in the barrier, where a young man stood in a flamboyant purple trench coat, wearing a smirk that begged to be punched. And the two figures behind him, whose mere presence made the entire space, seemed to tremble faintly. Lin Mo. Tu Yan's throat emitted a hoarse voice like sandpaper scraping. He recognized him. That man in purple was the very monster who had once chased the God Group into chaos, forcing them to use several life-saving sacred artifacts to barely escape. Sequence 008, Lin Mo of causality. As for the two behind him, even without seeing them in person, the surging tsunami-like razor-sharp aura of severance, and the blazing sun-like molten lava aura of flames, combined with intelligence from Jiangxing, even a fool could guess who they were. Consciousness severance, Liu. Flame heart control, Chen. Two living genuine strengths. A chill shot from Tu Yan's tailbone straight to his crown, his limbs icy cold. A mysterious powerhouse who could casually shatter his flame prison 100 dragons and break the soul-gathering vessel. He still hadn't figured out how Xian had done it. Plus, 3 strengths. With this lineup, even if he were leading a team with just himself as in a rank mid-level, even if all 5 elders came, or even the God Emperor himself, they'd have to think twice. Run. That was the only thought flashing through Tu Yan's mind. Screw the divine descent ritual, screw the divine decree demanding Jiangcheng's soul. Before 4 monsters of at least strength combat power, everything was worthless. Only the living had a future. Yet just as this thought arose, I don't rush off. Lin Mo spoke with a grin, casually snapping his fingers. Since you're here, why not have a chat? No earth-shattering energy erupted. But Tu Yin, the 3 redrobed Branks on the roller coaster platform, scared out of their wits and ready to flee, and the over 20 C and Drank God Group members scattered across the park collecting sacrifices. All of them simultaneously felt that the clear causal thread between their thought of wanting to escape and the outcome of making a fleeing move had snapped, not severed, but rather temporarily blocked or displaced by some higher power. Their minds screamed, run, run fast, yet their bodies obediently stayed still, not moving an inch. Even the energy frantically churning within them meant for escape inexplicably calmed down, docile as if asleep. Causal interference. You've grown even stronger. Tu Yan's voice trembled, his eyes filled with despair. Years ago, when Lin Mo hunted them, he could influence causality, but never with such ease, such a wide range, or such eerie effects. What had this guy gone through these past years? His sequence dropped from 005 to 008, yet his power was even more terrifying. Not at all, it's just that you're too weak, making me look good. Lin Mo waved his hand modestly, then scanned the devastated plaza. His gaze passed over the collapsed, pale-faced tourists, then over Xian, who stood firm despite blood at the corner of his mouth. Finally, it landed on the harmless-looking Xian in the center of the square, hands in pockets. His eyes lingered on Xian for half a second longer, a faint, almost instinctive flicker of doubt deep in his violet pupils. This man, when he first entered, he vaguely saw him casually toss a fireball, and then Tu Yan's formidable-looking dark red crystal ball shattered. A rank mid-level Xian's energy fluctuation he sensed was around 3,000 points, casually shattered, and a rank mid-level's lifebound sacred artifact. Even if the artifact had consumed energy maintaining the barrier and unleashing powerful techniques, it still wasn't something a Brank could touch. Interesting, but this wasn't the time to dwell on it. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and looked back at the ashen-faced Tu Yan. His face still wore that cynical smile, but his eyes turned cold. I say, too, the 4th, has your God Group regressed so much? Or do you think the Bureau's been too idle and want to give us some fun? Why not pick some remote town instead of causing trouble in Jiangxing? Do you think our strengths in Jiangxing are decorations? Or that I Lin Mo can't lift my blade anymore. Tu Yan's lips trembled wanting to speak. But he found even the causality of speaking subtly hindered, making it extremely difficult. He could only glare at Lin Mo with venomous, desperate eyes. Oh, judging by your look you seem unconvinced. Fine, I'll take the trouble to enlighten you. Lin Mo kindly pointed at himself, then at Li Yu and Chunja, who stood on alert behind him. You think we didn't know about your sneaky little moves on the outskirts of Jiangxing? As early as half a month ago, the Bureau detected abnormal energy pollution traces in the Jiangxing area, smelling exactly like the sacrificial stench your god group left before. Why else do you think I brought Xiao Lu to this little place? For a vacation. Xiao Lu behind him nodded in agreement. Though her face was still pale, her eyes shone with admiration, as if to say, teacher is right. We initially thought your target was the ability school, since it has plenty of quality sacrifices. So Instructor Li and Instructor Chun have been setting up an inescapable net near the school waiting for you to show up. Lin Mo spread his hands, wearing an expression of utter disappointment. But after waiting all this time, you never came. Instead today, when the energy fluctuation erupted at the amusement park, we sensed it immediately. So it's not that we arrived too fast, but that you were too slow and too stupid. Lin Mo concluded, glancing at the dark red crystal shards on the ground with a click of his tongue. Even your meal ticket got smashed to the fourth. This trip has cost you everything. Tu Yin nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood after hearing this. So, they had been watched all along. Their so-called covert operation was nothing but a joke in the eyes of the Bureau and the two shranks. They were like a bunch of self-righteous monkeys prancing under the hunter's nose, thinking they were well hidden. Despair. Utter despair. Tu Yin closed his eyes, ceasing any futile struggle. Facing four shranks, he counted Li Xian too, since anyone who could shatter his artifact couldn't be a brank. Any resistance was futile. He now only hoped that the God Emperor through some secret means would learn of this defeat and avenge him later. But even that hope was slim. Just as Lin Mo was kindly enlightening Tu Yin while suppressing the God group members with his causal ability, "Brother," a female voice, urgent and filled with deep worry, rang out. Li Yu appeared beside Li Xian like a teleport. She couldn't even maintain her shrank aura, grabbing Li Xian's arm and inspecting him thoroughly. "Are you okay? Hurt?" I could feel the terrifying energy fluctuations and in a rank aura from outside. "You scared me to death." Her words tumbled out, her eyes full of lingering fear. Heaven knows how panicked she was when Chunja and Lin Mo arrived at the barrier, sensing the rank energy and the terrifying fiery dragons within. Though she knew her brother had reached rank, there was an rank mid-level enemy inside, along with so many innocent people and children. What if her brother got hurt protecting Lingdang and Wan? Only after they tore open the barrier together, seeing him standing there fine, just looking a bit bored. Did she breathe a little easier? "I'm fine." Li Xian let his sister check him, his tone still calm. "Just some clowns already dealt with." He pointed at the pile of crystal shards on the ground, then at the ashen-faced Tu Yin, frozen by Lin Mo's causal ability. "That master rank, I think his name is Tu Yin, one of the God Group's 5 elders. I broke his artifact, he's still there." Li Yu followed his gesture, and when her gaze landed on Tu Yin, it turned icy and sharp. The terrifying pressure of it shrank like a blade of substance stabbed fiercely toward him. Tu Yin grunted, his already pale face turning bloodless, his body trembling slightly as blood trickled from his lips. Just being targeted by an shrank's aura had inflicted internal injuries. "God Group. 5 elders." Li Yu's voice was cold as ice. "Very well. Daring to act in Jiangxing, harming innocent people. Your lives are mine." She didn't kill him immediately, as interrogation was needed to extract more intel on the God Group. But the murderous intent in her words was unmistakable. Tu Yin opened his eyes with difficulty, glaring venomously at Li Yu, then sweeping over Li Xian, and finally forcing a mocking, bitter smile. "Heh, heh, shrank. Indeed. Formidable. But, my lord, will descend. You all will die." He spoke haltingly, his gaze growing vacant. Li Yu's expression shifted. He wants to kill himself. Lin Mo frowned, sensing it. The causal thread is self-destructing. There's a self-destruction band inside him, triggered when captured or in despair. He tried to use causal displacement to stop it, but the band within Tu Yin clearly came from a higher level. Likely the God Emperor's work bound to his soul. Forcibly stopping it might cause his soul to annihilate directly, yielding no information. Lucky for him. Chunja also approached, golden flames slowly fading in his eyes. He had secretly scanned the entire park with his flame domain, confirming no other hidden enemies. He snorted, looking at Tu Yan's rapidly fading life force. "But the monk may run away, but the temple can't. We've caught so many alive, we'll surely pry something out." He referred to the low and mid-rank God Group members frozen by Lin Mo's causal ability, their faces now full of terror. 3 branks and over 20 C and dranks. that constituted a significant portion of the Divine Group's core mid-level personnel. This operation had inflicted a heavy toll on the Divine Group. Xian remained indifferent to Tu Yan's fate. What concerned him more were the tourists whose life force had been drained. Xiaoyu, those who collapsed have had their vitality extracted, they need treatment. Upon hearing this, Liu immediately suppressed her killing intent and turned to survey her surroundings. True enough, scattered across the plaza and beneath the roller coaster platform lay at least 20 or 30 visitors. Their faces were pallid, their breathing faint. Though not in immediate danger, they were clearly severely weakened. Sister Su Lin, come in quickly. Liu called out through the rift in the barrier. Soon Su Lin, clad in the rapid response team uniform and carrying a medical kit, hurried in with several medics. Accompanying them were team leader Wang Tao of the rapid response team, Fang Yuan, Old Zhao, and others. They had been blocked outside the barrier earlier, pacing in agitation. Now that the barrier was torn open, they rushed in to provide support. Hurry. Prioritize treating those drained of life force. Minor injuries can be dealt with briefly. As a healing-type ability user, Su Lin demonstrated exceptional professionalism, swiftly directing the operations. She herself knelt beside an unconscious little girl. Her hands radiated a gentle green light as she pressed them softly against the girl's forehead. Warm life energy flowed in, gradually restoring a hint of color to the child's pale face. The other medical personnel also took up their duties, busying themselves with the task. Team leader Wang Tao, along with Fang Yuan and Old Zhao, began assisting the arriving police in subduing the immobilized Divine Group members, fitting them with specially crafted ability-suppressing handcuffs. Xian finally let out a sigh of relief, his body swaying before being steadied by the quick-eyed Xiao Yuan. Brother Xian, are you all right? There's blood at the corner of your mouth. I'm fine. Just a minor injury. Xian waved a hand dismissively, but his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the man in the center of the plaza. Xian, who was being questioned by Liu and Shenjia. His emotions were deeply conflicted. During that lightning-fast exchange, though most of his focus was on the three brank enemies, he had caught glimpses of what happened with Xian. He saw Xian casually flick away Tu Yan's probing attack. He witnessed Xian emerging unscathed from a terrifying pillar of flames. He observed the bizarre sight of over 100 fire dragons reversing their flow and converging. And more. That dark red fireball that shattered an rank sacred artifact in a single blow. Could this truly be the work of a brank powerful telekinetic? Xian recalled Xian's lazy, slacking demeanor in the office earlier, his claim of 3,000 mental power and a ranking over 200. Nonsense. Though the opponent had indeed been careless, someone who could contend head-on with an rank intermediate and destroy their sacred artifact could never be merely brank. At the very least a rank peak. Or even possibly brushing against the threshold of rank. Xian startled himself with that conjecture. Yet the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, there was simply no explanation for everything that had just occurred. Who is he really? Xian's heart brimmed with doubt and a trace of inexplicable wariness. Xian seemed to sense his gaze turned and offered a smile. He even waved a hand, as if to say, "I'm fine, don't worry." His demeanor was so natural, as if he hadn't just stolen the spotlight and potentially concealed his true strength. Xian. Never mind, now wasn't the time to dwell on this. He took a deep breath, suppressing his churning chi and chaotic thoughts, then turned to assist the police in maintaining order and soothing the frightened tourists. Bro, are you really okay? Didn't that Tu Yan hurt you? Liu kept pressing, even attempting to probe Xian's body with her mental power. Really, I'm fine. Xian helplessly stopped his sister's hand. He just set a few fires which I casually extinguished. Do I look like I'm in trouble? At that moment, his aura remained steadily around 3,000 mental power points, perfectly fitting the profile of a brank powerful telekinetic. As for his earlier performance, that was just innate talent, a burst of potential under pressure combined with the opponent's overconfidence and an unstable sacred artifact. A confluence of coincidences that allowed him to shatter the object. Sheer luck. Xian rehearsed the excuse he had prepared in his mind, ready to fend off any potential interrogation. Yet to his surprise, Liu and Shenjia seemed disinclined to dig deeper. Liu, out of blind faith in her brother, believed it was perfectly normal for him to achieve any miracle. Shenjia, having only vaguely seen Xian throw a fireball from outside, assumed Tu Yan's sacred artifact shattered because its energy output was vulnerable while maintaining the barrier and unleashing a major technique. He automatically rationalized it as Tu Yan was likely fully occupied with maintaining the barrier and executing a powerful move, leaving his sacred artifact in a fragile state of energy output. Xian, as a brank telekinetic, seized the opportunity and used some clever force or special technique to destroy it from within. Though impressive, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. After all, any accident can occur in battle. Glad you're all right. Chunja patted Li Xian on the shoulder, his tone laced with admiration. Brother Xian, that move of yours was crucial. Shattering his artifact not only broke the barrier, but also interrupted their sacrificial ritual, saving many lives. And facing in a rank with such proactive courage, that's remarkable. Li Xian chuckled dryly. Luck. Lin Mo also sauntered over, his violet eyes studying Li Xian with curiosity. So yearly, yes, brother Li Xian. The new powerful telekinetic in the rapid response team. That's me, Mr. Lin Mo, I've long admired your reputation. Li Xian nodded politely. Thank you for arriving in time, just now. No need for thanks, it's our duty. Lin Mo waved a hand, his gaze sweeping over Li Xian several times as if searching for something. But Li Xian's aura was perfectly contained, and the myriad manifestations' authority silently neutralized all probing attempts without a trace. After a few seconds of observation, Lin Mo found nothing unusual and could only conclude that this person is indeed exceptionally gifted, and the circumstances just now involved special factors. Still, Lin Mo stroked his chin, his interest in Li Xian growing. That move you used to shatter Yawns' sacred artifact. Quite intriguing. It looked like pure energy clash, but I sensed something else. A trace of spatial fluctuation. As a causality envoy ranked 008, his perception was exceptionally sharp. Though he hadn't witnessed the specifics, he vaguely caught some unusual traces. Li Xian's heart tightened slightly, but his face displayed just the right amount of bewilderment. Spatial fluctuation was there. I just compressed that fireball with telekinesis and hurled it over. Maybe my recent mental power boost has enhanced my control. He deflected the question with the all-purpose excuse of improved mental power. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully and didn't press further. Everyone had their secrets and trump cards. As long as they weren't enemies, there was no need to pry. All right, we owe you this time. When you write the report, it'll include your contributions. The headquarters should issue a commendation. Lin Mo said with a smile. By the way, your daughter and that little girl, are they all right? Not too frightened. Mentioning the children reminded Li Xian Lingdang and Lin Wanwan were still hiding near the maze exit. He had told them not to move or make a sound. Given the girls' personalities, they should have obeyed, right? They'll go check on them. Li Xian quickly turned and ran toward the maze exit. Li Yu and Chunja followed. In the shadows of the maze exit, Lingdang and Lin Wanwan were huddled close together, their big eyes peering through the gaps, watching the scene outside nervously. When they saw Li Xian running over unharmed, both little ones sighed in relief simultaneously. Old man, contract guardian. They dashed out from their hiding spot and flung themselves at Li Xian. Lingdang hugged his leg, rubbing her little face against his pants. You scared me. I thought you got burned by that huge fireball. Lin Wanwan struggled to maintain her composure, but her trembling little hands betrayed her fear. I had already foreseen through the stars that the contract guardian would turn danger into safety. It's just that the might of that flame demon was truly terrifying. Li Xian crouched down, pulling both little ones into his arms, gently patting their backs. It's over now. The bad guys have been chased away. You were brave not running off. He looked up at Li Yu and Chunja, who had followed. Xiao Chunja, could you please take Wanwan home? Her mother must be worried sick. They'll take Lingdang. All right. Li Yu nodded and walked over to take Lin Wanwan's hand. Wanwan teacher will take you home first. Your mother is already on her way. Lin Wanwan nodded obediently, then turned to look at Li Xian and Lingdang. Observer contract guardian, today's events shall be recorded in the Stellar Chronicles. May the star's radiance forever guard you both. With that, she followed Li Yu and Chunja away. Li Xian picked up Lingdang and surveyed the scene, which was gradually coming under control. Police and medical personnel were busy. Divine group members were being escorted into police vans one by one. The frightened tourists were gradually calming down. The sudden crisis seemed to have passed. Sunlight once again bathed the park, though it lay scarred and battered. At least, no one had died. That was perhaps the silver lining in this misfortune. Old man. Lingdang leaned on Li Xian's shoulder and whispered, will those bad guys come again? No, they won't. Li Xian stroked her head. There are so many powerful people protecting everyone, they won't dare come back. Oh. Lingdang nodded vaguely and yawned. After the fright and tension, she was growing tired. Let's go home. They'll make you something good to calm your nerves. I want pudding. All right, pudding's on the house. Li Xian carried his daughter, weaving through the park that was gradually returning to order, heading toward home. Behind him lay the bustling rescue scene and the contemplative gazes of three strength powerhouses. Lin Mo stroked his chin, watching Li Xian's retreating figure, and suddenly let out a soft laugh. Li, yes, brother. Quite interesting. Xiao Lu, remember this person. There might be surprises in the future. Xiao Lu nodded blankly, not understanding. Chunja turned to Li Yu. Is your brother really just Brank? Li Yu paused for a moment, then broke into a radiant smile. My brother has always been incredibly capable. It's just that he prefers to keep a low profile. Chenja looked at the undisguised pride and trust on Li Ye's face, and smiled too. Alright if you say so. Come on, there's still a lot to handle. Antarctica, an icebound continent where eternal night intertwines with the aurora. This is the end of the world untouched by human footsteps, and also one of the favorite playgrounds for certain extraordinary beings. Take now, for instance, a thunderous crash echoed as a towering ice cliff hundreds of meters high collapsed under a violent impact, sending massive blocks of ice hurtling in all directions like cannonballs. A colossal beast, its size rivaling that of a small passenger jet, burst forth from the shattered ice cliff with a roar. Its body was covered in deep blue scales, a single horn jutted from its head, and its wings spanned a full 50 meters. Its scales were encrusted with millennia-old ice, and each breath expelled a frigid blast capable of freezing steel. This was N's class polar anomaly, the glacier wyvern, one of the apex predators of Antarctica's food chain. Its adversary, however, was a human. A young man with white hair and white brows, handsome, yet carefree, clad in a simple white casual outfit loosely covered by a light blue down jacket. He stood barefoot on a floating chunk of ice above a sea chilled to minus 60 degrees Celsius. Yet the water around his feet remained unfrozen. Instead, it rippled with strange, almost sentient undulations. He was none other than Sequence 005, the wielder of the Winter's Authority, the Ice Emperor Xian Yu. Tisk, not bad reflexes. Xian Yu watched the charging glacier wyvern, showing no intention to dodge. Instead, he stroked his chin with keen interest. This scale hardness is 20% higher than that ice crystal mammoth I fought last time. The cold current from its wing beats could instantly freeze in a class ability user. Not bad, not bad. You qualify as my warm-up punching bag today. As he spoke, the glacier wyvern closed in. Its massive claws tore through the air, carrying a chill that could freeze all things, and lunged viciously at Xian Yu's head. Ice wall. Xian Yu raised his hand, casually tapping his index finger lightly in front of him. With a crackling sound, a wall of ice over 3 meters thick, crystal clear, and shimmering, with a diamond-like luster, materialized out of thin air. This ice wall was not static. Within it, countless ice crystals spun and reorganized at high speed, forming a dynamic, almost absolute defensive structure. With a thunderous boom, the wyvern's massive claws struck the ice wall. The force enough to rend steel left only a few shallow white scratches on the surface. The ice wall stood unyielding. The wyvern roared in fury, opening its maw to unleash a thick, deep blue blast of extreme cold. Where the breath passed, even the air froze into fine ice crystals that drifted down. The sea surface instantly solidified into a layer of ice several meters thick, rapidly spreading toward Xian Yu's feet. The absolute zero purity of this breath is about 87%, 5% higher than what the records say. Looks like you haven't been idle all these years. Xian Yu still had the leisure to analyze his opponent's attack data. He stomped his foot. Halt. The encroaching ice stopped abruptly, less than half a meter from his feet. It was as if an invisible boundary had declared this area forbidden to freeze. Warm-up's about over. Xian Yu snapped his fingers. My turn. Without moving, he spread the 5 fingers of his right hand and gently clenched them toward the airborne glacier wyvern. Ice burial, eternal coffin. There was no earth-shattering display, but the temperature around the wyvern began to plummet at a terrifying rate. It was not mere cold, it was as if the very concept of temperature was being forcibly stripped away by a higher-order rule. The wyvern in terror found its scales, which could withstand the polar extremes, beginning to show eerie, ashen, deathly patterns. The frigid breath it exhaled solidified into a deep blue pillar of ice the moment it left its mouth, then crumbled into powder. It flapped its wings desperately, trying to escape this eerie zone. But each flap made its wings heavier and stiffer, as if countless invisible shackles were dragging it into an eternal frozen abyss. The wyvern let out a defiant roar, its glass energy erupting wildly in an attempt to break free. Ice shattered, seawater churned. But all was futile. Xian Yu's seemingly casual grip released not mere low temperatures, but the manifestation of the very concept of winter. It was suppression at the level of rules. Within 10 seconds, the wyvern's roars grew weaker, its struggles smaller. From its tail, its massive body was rapidly covered by a layer of ashen ice crystals, seemingly imbued with eternal stillness. The ice spread slowly but inexorably. Where it passed, even energy fluctuations were frozen and sealed. Just as the wyvern was about to be fully encased, becoming another icy sculpture on the Antarctic plain, a cheerful, even rustic ringtone suddenly cut through the snowy battlefield. Xian Yu paused, instinctively patting his pocket. It was indeed his phone. Who would call at such a time? He glanced at the nearly sealed wyvern. After a moment's thought, he maintained the ice burial with his left hand while pulling out his phone with his right. He checked the caller ID. Li Yu. Well, a rare caller. Xian Yu answered, wedging the phone between his shoulder and ear, his tone light. Chief Instructor Li, what makes you call me today? Did that precious brother of yours stir up some trouble again? Li Ye's voice came through with a smile. Xian, what are you saying? My brother's been on his best behavior lately. I've got good news for you. Good news? What good news? Did they discover a new mountain of millennia-old ice in Antarctica? Or did the northern lights mutate? Something much more interesting. Li Yu paused, excitement clear in her voice. Senior Lilith has broken through. S-Class, the first human ability user in the world to clearly step into this domain. Xian Ye's left hand, maintaining the ice barrier, faltered almost imperceptibly. His mischievous smile faded slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. S-Class, that old. Ahem, that witch of reason, she actually did it. Absolutely. Headquarters has confirmed it. Her mental energy broke through the 100,000 mark and her ability underwent some qualitative change, but the specifics are unclear. So we've decided to throw her a little celebration party. ITLLB at Cloud Summit Manor in the capital the day after tomorrow. What do you say, Jiang? Can you make it? Jiang Yu looked at the glacier wyvern now frozen up to its neck, its head barely twitching. He suddenly found the S-Class beast which had found interesting moments ago utterly unappealing. S-Class. That old thing who always looked 12, loved wearing Lolita dresses, and when angry could decompose your coffee cup into a pile of quarks with matter disintegration, had actually reached this level. Interesting, far too interesting. Go? Of course he'll go. Jiang Yu answered without hesitation, a thrilled smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A celebration for the world's first S-Class ability user. How could I miss such a historic moment? It's been a while since I was last in the capital anyway. He'll go see if those old friends have been scared witless by polar bears. It's a deal then. 3 in the afternoon the day after tomorrow at Cloud Summit Manor. Be there or be square. Oh, and dress formally. It's a small gathering, but it's for Senior Lilith, so don't be too casual. Yeah, I'll dig out that dress uniform I've been saving. Who else is coming? Me, my brother Chun Jilin, MODR. Zhao's sister Honglian Ming Rinyu, and Lilith herself. That's it for now. All old friends, so just relax. Alright, good list. A bunch of lively folks. See you the day after tomorrow. See you. After hanging up, Jiang Ye's smile grew even brighter. He looked at the glacier wyvern which now only had its eyes moving, filled with despair and terror, and suddenly found it a bit of an eyesore. Sorry, big guy. Jiang Yu shrugged. I was planning to play with you a bit longer, try out that new simplified Ice Age I've been working on. But I'm in a hurry now. Got an important party to attend. So, game over. He clenched the 5 fingers of his left hand abruptly. Ice burial, the end. With a sharp crack, countless tiny but lethal fissures erupted from within the ashen ice covering the wyvern. These fractures were not physical damage. They acted directly on the very being of the entombed, its flesh, energy, consciousness, even its connection to the world. The wyvern's last moving eyes froze. The light in its pupils dimmed and extinguished like a snuffed-out candle. The next second, with a soft rustle, the massive 10-soft-meter tall ice sculpture silently collapsed and disintegrated like a weathered sandcastle. It turned into fine, shimmering, icy dust scattering over the cold Antarctic Sea, leaving not a single trace behind. And S-Class polar overlord vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Jiang Yu brushed the non-existent dust off his hands and checked the time on his phone. Well, that was an exhilarating battle. Time to pack up and head back. I need to prepare a decent gift for that old thing. What should I give? A heart of Antarctic millennia, or some aurora crystals from the North Pole. He mused as he stepped across the floating ice, strolling leisurely toward the Antarctic continent. His figure soon vanished into the swirling snow and aurora. Only the shattered ice cliff and the slowly calming sea bore witness to the battle that had just occurred, one that for someone was merely a warm-up. At the same moment across the globe, the several strength powerhouses who received Li Ye's call had varied reactions, yet all gave an affirmative reply. In the capital, within a top-secret laboratory 300 meters underground, Zhao Mingyuan, clad in a white lab coat, his hair as disheveled as a bird's nest, and his glasses thicker than a beer bottle's bottom, was staring intently at the madly scrolling stream of data on the screen, muttering incessantly to himself. Energy curvature, deviation 0.0003. Space constant perturbation. No, there's a variable I haven't accounted for. His phone rang. Without even glancing at the caller ID, he pressed the speaker button. Hello? I'm busy. Get to the point. I'm at a critical phase of the vacuum decay simulation experiment. If I don't find the suppression method in 30 seconds, this lab, along with the 3 blocks above it, might vanish from the Earth. Li Yu on the other end. DR? Zhao, it's me, Li Yu. Oh, Xiao Yu. What is it? Make it quick. I have 25 seconds left. Senior Lilith has broken through to S rank. We're holding a celebration for her at Cloudtop Manor the day after tomorrow. Are you coming? Zhao Mingyuan's fingers, which had been frantically tapping on the keyboard, came to a halt. He pushed up his thick glasses. The countdown on the screen showed 19 seconds remaining. Lilith. S rank. Are you sure? Her mental threshold has surpassed 100,000. Has the existential collapse issue of her energy form been resolved? To what extent has her universal reconstruction expanded? Can she maintain stability under the strong observer effect? He fired off a string of specialized questions in one breath. Liu. Dr. Zhao, you can ask her these yourself. So are you coming? Zhao Mingyuan glanced at the countdown on the screen, which had now jumped to 10 seconds. He then looked at a button beside it flashing red and labeled vacuum critical. He was silent for 2 seconds. Then he reached out and typed a complex line of commands on the keyboard. The countdown stopped at 3. All the wildly flashing alarm lights in the lab instantly extinguished. "He'll go," Zhao Mingyuan said succinctly. "How could I possibly miss such a historic sample? No historic moment. Just as well. I've recently had some new ideas about the stability of high-dimensional energy structures mapped onto reality. I can discuss them with Lilith. Then it's set for 3 p.m. the day after tomorrow at Cloudtop Manor. Got it. Oh, and reserve a seat for me closest to Lilith. Preferably one where I can collect a sample of the energy dissipated after her breakthrough. You'll relay that to her. Thanks." Zhao Mingyuan hung up, looked at the now quiet lab, rubbed his hands together, and wore the excited expression of a fanatical researcher on his face. S rank. A brand new energy dimension. Fantastic. I have a new research subject. He had completely forgotten that only 3 seconds had separated the lab from annihilation. On a private island in the East China Sea on a sandy beach. Under a bright red beach umbrella, homely and Sue, one wearing a bikini and sunglasses, her figure scorching hot, was lounging leisurely on a deck chair holding a glass of iced juice adorned with a tiny umbrella. Holding the phone to her ear, her red lips curved slightly, her voice languid and alluring. "Little sister, what made you think of your big sister? Is it a lover's spat with your chunju again? Need me to teach you a few tricks to handle your man?" Liu looked exasperated on the other end. "Sister Red Lotus, let's talk business. Senior Lilith has broken through to S rank. There's a gathering at Cloudtop Manor the day after tomorrow. Are you coming?" Lilith. That pipsqueak who never grows up. Suwon raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise passing through her beautiful eyes behind the sunglasses, quickly turning into intense interest. She's actually reached this step. Tisk tisk, the new generation is truly formidable. Find your big sister will definitely be there. Just as well, I've ordered a few new gowns and was looking for an occasion to wear them. She took a sip of her juice, licked her lips, and her smile became somewhat mischievous. When the time comes, I'll have to properly congratulate our little witch. Let's see if even at S rank she'll still stomp her feet in anger when I pinch her cheeks. Liu. Sister Red Lotus, you should know when to stop. Senior Lilith is S rank now. So what if she's S rank? Does S rank mean she's not a little girl anymore? Suwon said, completely unconcerned. Alright, I got it. See you the day after tomorrow. Remember to tell Lilith that her big sister has prepared a surprise for her. Hanging up, Suwon took off her sunglasses, gazing at the distant blue sea, her eyes becoming distant. S rank. The first one. It seems this world is getting more and more interesting. In a dim room in a southwestern city piled high with various game consoles, figurines, snack bags, and instant noodle cups. Ming Ren, sporting dark circles under his eyes, messy hair, and wearing a dinosaur onesie pajama, sat cross-legged on the carpet, his hands frantically pressing the controller, his eyes glued to the TV screen. On the screen, dazzling skill effects flashed. His character was locked in a fierce battle with a boss in a dungeon. Heal me. Heal me. Quick. I'm about to die. Ah, we wiped again. This boss design is absolutely flawed. He angrily threw down the controller, grabbed his soda, and took a huge gulp. Just then his phone rang. Without looking, he answered it, his tone irritable. Who is it? I'm in the middle of a dungeon run. Spit it out. Ming Ren, it's me, Liu. Oh, sister, you. Ming Ren's tone instantly softened a bit, but he was still anxious. What's up? I'm progressing on a raid. If we don't clear it this week, the guild is going to kick me out. Senior Lilith broke through to S rank. There's a gathering at Cloudtop Manor the day after tomorrow. Are you coming? Lilith. S rank. Ming Ren was stunned for a moment, then pouted. What's that got to do with me? I don't do PvP. Wait, Cloudtop Manor. Is that the Cloudtop Manor rumored to have a holographic projection arcade and top-tier buffet? Yes. There's an arcade. A buffet. Free. Yes, free. I'm going. I have to go. What time? I'll log in early to finish my dailies. 3 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Alright. Got it. Oh, sister, can I bring my game console? I'm grinding a limited time event. Bring it. Just don't be too flashy. Awesome. Thanks, sister. I'm going back to the raid. Bye. Ming Ren hung up, immediately grabbed his controller again, his fighting spirit renewed. For the free buffet, an arcade the day after tomorrow. Brothers, we have to clear this one. If we do, we'll treat you. Treat you to pictures from the Cloudtop Manor gathering. His teammates on voice chat responded with a chorus of boos. In Jiangqing, inside an apartment, Xian was lazily leaning back in his chair. The The follow-up to last Saturday's amusement park incident had basically been settled. Xian's corpse was taken by the General Administration's Technical Department for research attempting to find clues about the God group and the mysterious God Emperor from the residual energy traces and prohibition structures. The intelligence obtained from the more than 20 captured God group members after a night of interrogation was extremely limited. Most of these low and mid-level members only knew to execute orders, knowing very little about the organization's core structure, the whereabouts of other high-ranking members, or the specific purpose of the so-called divine descent ceremony. The only somewhat valuable information they could provide was that this operation was indeed personally ordered by the God Emperor, requiring the collection of a sufficient quantity and quality of soul sacrifices in Jiangxing. The reason was unknown, but it seemed related to a special causal node within the Jiangxing region. As for what that node specifically was, or where it was located, members of their level were not qualified to know. When the interrogation report reached Lin Mo, the causal envoy just pursed his lips and said as expected, for the God group to stay hidden for so many years, their secrecy measures and member control methods were bound to be extremely tight. The possibility of digging out core secrets from these peripheral pawns was inherently low. However, losing one elder-level or rank 3 rank core members and over 20 low and mid-level members in one go was definitely a crippling blow to the God group. For a short time, they should not dare to make any major moves in Jiangxing or even the entire East China region. This also allowed the Jiangxing Supernatural Bureau to breathe a collective sigh of relief. After all, being targeted by a fanatical cult was never a comfortable feeling. Xian wasn't surprised by the interrogation results and didn't pay them much attention. What concerned him more was the essence of Lin Wanwan's ability, which he had glimpsed in passing that day, but hadn't had time to study deeply. According to his perception at the time, Lin Wanwan indeed harbored a very high-order talent involving the level of rules deep within her. However, this talent seemed to be locked by some innate limitation or self-protection mechanism. With her current level of mental strength and cognitive ability, she simply couldn't bear the power of its complete awakening. Forcibly unlocking it would likely cause irreversible damage to her psyche or even her soul. No need to rush, Xian thought as he used telekinesis to spin a pen on the table. That girl's base mental strength has now broken through 52 points. At school, her improvement speed is like a rocket. At this rate, by the time she naturally grows to drank or even crank, that lock should gradually loosen. It won't be too late to guide her then. After all, with Ling Dang's influence, though the direction might be a bit skewed, and the school's formal training shall eventually find her own path. Thinking of Ling Dang, Xian couldn't help but curl his lips. That girl had been quite cocky these past few days. At school, because Lin Wanwan, that monster, had attracted most of the attention. Lin Wanwan's surge from 12 points to 52 points in less than 2 weeks had already alarmed the school's higher-ups, and a special observation team was said to be secretly monitoring her. Ling Dang's steady improvement to 18 points seemed utterly unremarkable. This perfectly suited the slightly above-average, not eye-catching persona Xian wanted her to maintain. But at home, Ling Dang had secretly bragged to Xian several times. "Old man, today, using my fission mental power, I secretly froze Wanwan's unruly eraser in midair for 10 whole seconds. She didn't even notice. I broke through again. I'm at 19 base mental power now, 361 after fission. One more breakthrough in fission and I'll reach rank. Wanwan asked me today why my mental power improvement speed is average, but sometimes I feel unfathomable. I almost slipped up. Luckily, I was quick-witted and said it was a trait of mental amplification." Xian cooperated with praise each time, then reminded her to keep a low profile and not to overdo it. Incidentally, he continued to feed her various exotic beast ingredients to solidify her foundation. Now, the first thing Ling Dang did when she got home from school was rush into the kitchen to see what delicious food awaited her. Fatty Orange expressed strong dissatisfaction with this, because Ling Dang always competed with him for the best parts. The new family member, Little Golden Cat Claw Pudding Bush, had adapted well. It seemed to enjoy the aura on Ling Dang. After all, its birth was partly thanks to her. Whenever Ling Dang approached, its vines would sway happily, and the pudding sent from its flowers would become especially rich. From his initial wariness, Fatty Orange had now calmed down enough to lie on the top shelf of the bookcase, observing the interaction between the glowing plant below and the greedy little girl. Occasionally, he would let out a meow, as if to say, "I grant you permission to play." Everything had returned to the track Xian loved, peaceful, with a touch of lively bustle. Xian's phone on the table rang. "Caller ID Liu." Xian picked up casually. Before he could even say hello, Li's excited, almost piercing voice came through. "Bro. Great news. Lilith broke through to S rank. We're throwing a celebration party for her at Cloudtop Manor in the capital the day after tomorrow. I've already booked the tickets, yours, mine, and Ling Dang's. I've also asked Sister Su Lin to take care of Fatty Orange. You don't mind, do you?" Li Yu spoke rapidly, not giving Li Xian a chance to refuse, and proceeded to introduce the members attending the party. Li Xian held the phone silent for 3 seconds. He glanced at Ling Dang, who was playing a you poke me, I poke you game with Little Gold the golden cat claw putting Bush on the living room rug, and then at Fatty Orange napping on the cat tree. Going to the capital, attending a gathering of S rank and quite a few rank powerhouses. Sounds like a lot of trouble. But Li Yi's sisterly filter made her think her brother was just a relatively powerful brank, but Li Xian himself knew that such an occasion might allow him to accidentally encounter some very interesting ability samples. For instance, that newly advanced S rank Lilith. What would happen if I optimized her universal reconstruction? Or Ice Emperor's winter severe authority? It'd be great for a portable air conditioner in the summer. Or Energy Doctor's energy domination. Maybe I could save on the electricity bill at home. And Red Lotus thermal radiation. I wonder what it would look like fused with Flame Heart Mastery. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem entirely unacceptable. Bro, you still there? Are we going or not? Li Yu urged on the other end. Well, go. Li Xian sighed. But let's make this clear, I'll just have a meal and show my face. Don't make me socialize. I have social anxiety. I know. You're just going to be a background prop and see the world. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Li Yu hung up cheerfully. Li Xian put down his phone, walked to the living room, and picked up Ling Dang, who was still playing. Kid, I'm taking you to the capital the day after tomorrow. We'll have a big feast. Ling Dang's eyes instantly lit up. The capital? A big feast? Will there be pudding? Probably. Yes. Yay? Off to the capital. Watching the cheering Ling Dang, Li Xian rubbed his temples. He hoped this trip to the capital would be peaceful. No more incidents like the amusement park where even having a meal meant running into a cult performing a sacrifice. This laid-back guy just wanted to quietly leech some abilities and improve his quality of life. Why was it so hard? Everything was ready. On the day of departure, it was a clear morning. Li Yu and Chunja came to pick them up. Li Yu was not in her instructor uniform today. Instead, she wore a crisp beige trench coat, her long hair tied up in a high ponytail, looking spirited and refreshing. Chunja was simply dressed in a shirt and trousers with a gentle demeanor. Ling Dang wore the pink and white dress she had carefully chosen. She carried a cat-shaped backpack stuffed with snacks and her treasures, a few pretty stones, a stellar feather plastic trinket gifted by Lin Wanwan, and a small non-replicating golden cat paw flower plucked from Xiao Jin and treated by Li Xian. Auntie, Uncle Chunna. Ling Dang excitedly rushed over. Little Ling Dang looks so pretty today. Li Yu laughed, picking her up and spinning her around. Chunja also patted Ling Dang's head. I heard there are many delicious foods in the capital. Uncle will take you to eat some later. Yay. The group got into the car and headed to the airport. In the car, Li Yu briefly explained the arrangements for the gathering. The gathering is at Cloud Peak Villa, a property under the General Bureau located halfway up the mountain in the western suburbs of the capital. The environment is excellent and security is high. When we arrive, someone will receive us. I told you on the phone who will be attending. Besides us, there are a few Shrank seniors. Brother, don't be nervous. Just treat it like a casual dinner with friends. Although these seniors are powerful, they have good personalities. Well, most of them. She paused and added, it's just that Sister Sue one might be a bit fond of joking. Just be careful around her. And Dr. Zhao, if he asks you to participate in any energy sample collection experiment, absolutely refuse. Li Xian. He felt that this gathering might not be as relaxing as he had imagined. They'll keep Ling Dang with me at all times if she won't run around. Senior Lilith may look young, but she is actually quite mature. She should like children. Li Yu looked at Ling Dang again. Little Ling Dang, you must be good there. Don't use your abilities casually, especially don't unleash your mental amplification, understand? I know. I'm very good. Ling Dang nodded vigorously. Chunja driving chuckled. Actually, there's no need to worry too much. Everyone is here to celebrate Senior Lilith. The atmosphere will definitely be good. And with that Joker Lin Mo around, there's no way things will get dull. Mentioning Lin Mo, Li Xian recalled that flamboyant, purple-clad, cynical causality user from the Paradise. That guy was indeed a master at livening up the mood. However, he was also extremely perceptive. Li Xian hoped that at this gathering he, a brank nobody, could smoothly fly under the radar. At the airport, they checked in and passed through security. Everything went smoothly. However, during the security check, the golden cat paw flower in Ling Dang's backpack caught the attention of the security officer. Little one, what is this? The officer picked up the flower, examining it curiously. The flower had been treated by Li Xian devoid of any energy fluctuations, looking like an exquisite craft. This is my flower. Ling Dang answered, her little face serious. Its name is Xiao Jin. It can glow. But Daddy said it can't glow on the plane, so I made it sleep. The officer was amused, used an instrument to test it, confirmed it was harmless, and returned it to Ling Dang. A very pretty flower. Keep it safe. Thank you, uncle. After boarding, Li Xian and Ling Dang had window seats. It was Ling Dang's first time on a plane. She pressed against the window, watching the shrinking buildings and sea of clouds outside, her face flushed with excitement. Daddy, we're flying so high. Those clouds look like cotton candy. Daddy, the houses below are so small. Like toys. Daddy. Xian responded absent-mindedly while using his mental partition to continue plotting his novel in his mind. Recently, editor Xian had been less urgent, but he still wanted to write more when he had time to avoid being cornered again. The 2-hour flight passed quickly amidst Lingdang's chatter and Xian's idling. The plane landed at the Capital International Airport. As soon as they exited the terminal, a bustling metropolitan atmosphere completely different from Jiangxing hit them. Traffic flowed like a river, skyscrapers stood tall, and pedestrians hurried by. Over here, Liu waved. A black business van was already waiting by the roadside. The driver was a taciturn middle-aged man in a General Bureau uniform. He nodded respectfully to Liu and Chunja, then helped load their luggage. Going directly to Cloud Peak Villa? Chunja asked. Yes. The others should be arriving around the same time. We'll settle in first. The gathering starts at 3 in the afternoon. There's still time to rest. The car left the airport heading to the western suburbs. The capital was indeed much larger and more prosperous than Jiangxing. Lingdang pressed her face against the window, her eyes darting, unable to take in all the sights. Annie, that tower is so tall. That's the central radio and TV tower. What's that golden roof? The Forbidden City. Wow. Can we go see it? We'll see. If we have time tomorrow, I can take you to Tiananmen Square. Great. About an hour later, the car entered a scenic mountainous area. The roads were lined with lush trees, and the air was fresh. In the distance, a complex of buildings blending classical and modern styles sat halfway up the mountain, glistening in the sunlight. That was Cloud Peak Villa. The car drove up the winding mountain road and finally stopped in front of the main building of the villa. Staff were already waiting. Heartblade Li's codename Blazing Pivot, Chun's codename Welcome. Your rooms are ready. Please follow me. A capable-looking female manager in a well-fitted suit stepped forward, smiling as she led the way. The interior of the villa was elegantly decorated without being ostentatious, showing meticulous craftsmanship. But the most striking feature was the extremely dense and pure energy fluctuations permeating the air. Clearly, high-level energy gathering and purification arrays had been set up here. For ability users, it was an excellent place for rest and cultivation. Have the seniors arrived yet? Liu asked as they walked. Lord Ice Emperor and Lord Mingren have arrived and are resting in their respective rooms. Dr. Zhao and Lady Red Lotus arrived half an hour ago. They should be in the tea room now. Mr. Lin Mo hasn't been seen yet. The manager answered flawlessly. Xian silently sensed the energy distribution within the villa. Indeed, several powerful, awe-inspiring energy sources stood out like beacons in the night. One cold, vast, as if containing the chill of the entire polar region, must be Ice Emperor. Another scorching, flamboyant like dancing flames, must be Red Lotus Xian. There was also one extremely restrained, yet with a void-like quality that seemed capable of devouring all energy, probably Zhao Mingyuan. As for Mingren, his energy fluctuation was a bit strange, fluctuating in intensity, mixed with chaotic game sound effects and the scent of snacks. Here we are. These are your 3 rooms adjacent suites. If you need anything, feel free to call the service. The manager handed the room cards to Liu and politely withdrew. Xian took his room card and opened the door to his suite. A spacious living room with huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the mountain scenery, a bedroom, a bathroom, and even a small kitchen. Luxuriously decorated and fully equipped. Wow, such a big room. Lingdang cheered, rushing in and rolling on the soft carpet. Xian put down his luggage and walked to the window, looking at the view outside. The mountain breeze blew gently and the forest rustled. It was indeed a wonderful place. Brother, get some rest. They'll take Lingdang to see my room. They'll call you when it's time for dinner, Liu said. All right. Xian was glad for some peace and quiet. After Liu left with Lingdong, he collapsed onto the sofa. He extended his perception, continuing to observe the shranks in the villa. Ice Emperor was in a room on the top floor, seemingly making an ice sculpture with his ability. He was carving a penguin out of ice. Quite lifelike. Xian was in the tea room drinking tea and talking on the phone with someone, her laughter charming. Zhao Mingyuan was in another room muttering to himself in front of a portable instrument screen, apparently analyzing some data. Mingren was playing games wearing headphones, completely focused. As for Lin Mo, he indeed hadn't arrived yet. With that troublesome causality user absent, Xian breathed a slight sigh of relief. He decided to laze around in his room before the gathering started, conserving his energy. However, the tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. Just as Xian closed his eyes, preparing for a short nap. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded. Xian frowned, got up, and opened the door. Standing outside was a woman in a red dress with exquisite makeup, a fiery figure, and seductive eyes. It was Red Lotus Xian. She held an exquisite plate of pastries with several tempting strawberry mousses on it. "Oh my, you must be Xiao, yes, brother Xian, right?" Su-Wan beamed, her gaze sweeping over Xian with undisguised curiosity and a hint of amusement. "I'm Su-Wan, codename Red Lotus. I heard you also work at the Jiangxing Ability Bureau, in the Rapid Response Unit. Not bad, young man, you have a future." She extended the plate of pastries. "These just arrived. They taste great. Have some. And chat for a bit." Xian looked at this shrank powerhouse before him and the plate of pastries that was clearly an excuse. He sighed inwardly. While the plan to lie low was officially dead, he put on a perfectly appropriate, slightly shy and flattered smile. "Hello, Senior Su. I'm Xian. You're too kind. Please come in." He stepped aside. Su-Wan smiled and walked into the room, placed the pastry plate on the coffee table, and then naturally sat on the sofa, crossing her legs. Her movements were elegant and full of charm. "Don't call me Senior, it's too formal. Just call me Sister Wan." She studied Xian, her gaze sharp as if trying to see through him completely. "Xiao Yu has been praising you to the skies, saying you're amazing. She said you dared to confront a rank member of the Divine Council's 5 elders alone in the paradise and even shattered his sacred artifact. Here it comes." Xian was mentally prepared. "Sister Wan flatters me. I was just lucky. The situation was critical, and I had to grit my teeth and go for it. Besides, the opponent was overconfident, and the sacred artifact was maintaining the barrier, so I managed to get a lucky hit." He trotted out his luck theory again. "Oh, is that so?" Su-Wan said, non-committally picking up a mousse and taking a small bite. "But I heard you used a move that reversed 2 Yan's infernal 100 dragons and compressed it into a fireball and threw it back. That's not something ordinary strong telekinesis can do, is it?" Her violet eyes fixed on Xian as if they could pierce through any disguise. Xian's heart tightened, but his face remained calm. "Well, that was actually a special application of my ability. My strong telekinesis is quite sensitive to energy structures. At the time, I sensed that the core energy nodes of those fire dragons were unstable, so I tried to disrupt them reversely with my telekinesis. To my surprise, it worked," he explained half-truthfully. "Sensitive to energy structures." Su-Wan raised an eyebrow, seeming intrigued by this explanation. "Can you elaborate? For instance, can you sense my energy structure right now?" As she spoke, a faint, scorching energy fluctuation emanated from her body. It wasn't an attack, just a demonstration. Xian's myriad authority instantly activated, analyzing Su-Wan's energy structure completely. Sequence 050. Thermal radiation. The essence was the ability to efficiently convert biological energy into high-intensity thermal radiation and release it directionally. The energy core was located 3 inches to the right of the heart, with a delicate structure. However, compared to a role-level ability like Flame Heart Mastery, which directly controls the essence of fire, it was on a lower tier. Nevertheless, it had unique merits in instantaneous high-temperature bursts and area thermal radiation. Optimization directions could include improving thermal conversion efficiency, reducing self-consumption, and increasing the diversity of radiation forms, such as microwaves, infrared, etc. Of course, Xian wouldn't reveal these analytical results. He just pretended to be concentrating hard, frowning, and speaking hesitantly. "The energy on Sister Wan is very warm, but restrained. The core seems to be near the chest area. I can't see the specific structure clearly, it just feels very active." He spoke ambiguously, showing some perceptive ability without being too shocking. A flicker of surprise passed through Su-Wan's eyes. Being able to roughly sense the location of the energy core already surpassed the level of most rank ability users. It seemed Xiao Yes brother did have some skill. "Not bad." She smiled and withdrew her energy fluctuation. "It seems you're not an ordinary telekinetic. We can exchange ideas sometime. I'm quite interested in energy manipulation." "Sister Wan is too kind. I still have a lot to learn," Xian said modestly. They chatted for a few more minutes, mainly with Su-Wan asking about the situation in Jiangxing and the Rapid Response Unit, and Xian answering cautiously. During the conversation, Su-Wan seemed particularly interested in Xian's identity as a single father, even hinting that she knew quite a few nice girls and could introduce them. Xian could only respond with awkward laughter. Fortunately, this interrogation didn't last long. After about 10 minutes, Su-Wan seemed to feel she had gathered enough information and stood up to leave. "All right, I won't disturb your rest. The gathering starts at 3 in the afternoon. Be on time. Oh, and Lilith, that little girl might be a bit special. You'll see when you meet her." Before leaving, she gave Xian a meaningful look. After seeing off this troublesome shrank, Xian closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. This is just the first one, and already so troublesome. He rubbed his temples. However, there were gains. During the close contact, Myriad Authority had silently completed the replication and preliminary optimization of thermal radiation. Although this ability wasn't top tier for him, it would be quite convenient for warming himself in winter, drying clothes, or quickly heating food in the future. At least the interrogation wasn't for nothing. He returned to the sofa, just about to laze around again. Knock, knock, knock. Another knock sounded. Xian. Who was it this time? He reluctantly opened the door again. Standing outside was a man in a white lab coat with disheveled hair, thick glasses, and a tablet computer in his hand. Sequence 013, a energy doctor Zhao Mingyuan. Xian. Zhao Mingyuan pushed up his glasses, the eyes behind the lenses shining with the unique light of a researcher discovering a new continent. Zhao Mingyuan. I heard your ability is very sensitive to energy structures. Would you be interested in cooperating with me on a simple test? ITLL only take 10 minutes. No 5. I'm currently researching the interactive decay model of ability energy and environmental baseline energy, and am in dire need of a perception-type subject. He spoke rapidly, already trying to squeeze into the room. Xian quickly blocked the door. Dr. Zhao, hello. About the test. Could we wait a bit? I just arrived, and am a little tired. Tired? No problem. The test doesn't consume energy. You just need to focus your perception on a few standard energy spheres I release and record your feelings. It's very simple. Zhao Mingyuan didn't listen to the explanation, already pulling up an interface full of complex formulas and charts on his tablet. Come on, let's start with the lowest frequency environmental baseline energy pulse. Xian's head was spinning. What was all this? One after another were they all treating him like a lab rat. Just as he was considering using spatial folding to teleport himself away. Old Zhao, you're at it again. A playful, cynical voice came from the other end of the corridor. Lin Mo, in his flamboyant purple trench coat, his silver-purple hair glinting under the corridor lights, sauntered over. Behind him was a helpless-looking Xiao Lu. Xian just arrived, and you're already here to conscript him. That's not appropriate, is it? Lin Mo walked up and patted Zhao Mingyuan on the shoulder. If you want to do research, wait until after the gathering. Let him rest now. Zhao Mingyuan frowned, seemingly wanting to argue further. But Lin Mo had already pulled him aside. Come on, I heard the kitchen just got a batch of Antarctic ice fish. They're delicious. Let me take you to try some. By the way, I have a question about the refraction phenomenon of causality lines and energy fields I'd like to ask you. At the mention of an academic topic, Zhao Mingyuan's attention was immediately diverted. Causality line refraction. Interesting. Do you have data? Has a model been established? He was already scribbling on his tablet as Lin Mo led him away. Lin Mo turned back, winked at Xian, and mouth-handled. Xian breathed a sigh of relief and shot Lin Mo a grateful look. This causality user, though troublesome, could sometimes be quite reliable. After seeing off the two strengths, Xian quickly closed the door and locked it. Then he collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a long breath. I've only been here for less than 2 hours. He checked the time. There were still over 3 hours until the gathering started. He hoped he could have some peace and quiet for a while. However, this wish was soon shattered, because 5 minutes later his phone rang. It was Liu calling. Brother, come to my room quickly. Lingde. She seems to have made Senior Lilith angry. Xian. He sprang up from the sofa. What kind of trouble had that girl gotten into now? A buzzing sound exploded in Xian's mind. The exhaustion from being visited by 2 shranks in succession was instantly swept away by this news. It wasn't fear that gripped him, but sheer annoyance at the trouble. Offend Lilith, the Witch of Reason, who had just broken through to S rank, theoretically capable of decomposing and reassembling any matter, her age a mystery shrouded in enigma. That girl, she usually runs her mouth at home without restraint, which is one thing. But out here, she actually called an old senior who has lived for hundreds of years an old monster to her face. This wasn't just being loose-lipped anymore, this was stepping on a landmine with surgical precision. He could almost picture the scene Ling Dang was facing right now, a little girl who looked no more than 12 or 13, dressed in a Lolita dress, radiating a terrifying energy capable of easily obliterating an entire building. She was staring at her with a stern face, a look in her eyes, as if she were examining an insect. They'll be right there. Xian hung up the phone, not even bothering to use the door. He scanned the room layout, locked onto the direction of Li Yes' suite, and with a subtle thought, he initiated a spatial fold short-range leap. It wasn't a complete teleportation that would cause too much of a commotion. He opted for a more refined wall-penetrating mode. In essence, he created an extremely brief, infinitesimally small spatial overlap between 2 points, allowing him to squeeze through. A soft poof sound like popping a tiny bubble. Xian felt as if he had passed through a layer of viscous but harmless jelly. The scene before him instantly shifted from the sofa in his own room to the carpet of Li Yes' living room. His landing spot wasn't ideal. He was standing right next to the low glass coffee table in the center of the room. The air current stirred up by the teleportation sent a plate of untouched, exquisitely shaped macarons on the table tumbling to the floor. Liu stood by the sofa, her face etched with anxiety. Ling Dang stood in front of her, her back to Xian, her little head slightly bowed, clutching something tightly in her hands. And opposite them on the single sofa sat a little girl who truly appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old. She wore a black Lolita dress, white stockings, and black leather shoes. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall woven from moonlight, partially tied up loosely at the back of her head. Her features were exquisite, almost unreal, with porcelain white skin. Her large, clear purple pupils were now slightly narrowed, her delicate nose wrinkled, and the corners of her mouth turned down. She was radiating an aura of profound displeasure and intense irritation that severely clashed with her youthful appearance, the unmistakable presence of a powerful being who had lived for countless ages. Rank the Witch of Reason Lilith. She held a cup of steaming black tea in her hand, her movements graceful. But Xian could clearly see that within a 1-meter radius centered on her, all the microscopic particles in the air were in an extremely active and unstable state, as if they could be decomposed and reassembled at any moment. So this is the unconscious energy dissipation of universal restructuring. Indeed, it seems even the air yearns to be rearranged. Bro, how did you get here? Liu was startled by Xian's sudden appearance, then looked at him as if he were a savior. Lingdang also whipped her head around, her golden eyes brimming with tears on the verge of crying. Seeing Xian, she immediately called out in a wrong tone, "Old fogey." Xian had no time to explain how he got there. He took a step forward, walked past Liu, and stood in front of Lingdang. His movements were neither hurried nor slow, and his face bore no particular expression. It wasn't fear, nor was it ingratiation, it was just the calm demeanor of someone thinking, "My kid caused trouble at home, I'll handle it." "Senior Lilith," he said, his tone as casual as greeting a neighbor. "The child doesn't understand. Please don't take it to heart." Lilith lifted her eyelids and glanced at him. She didn't put down her black tea, nor did she speak. She just looked at him. Xian wasn't intimidated by her gaze, nor did he deliberately straighten his back. He just stood there, hands in his pockets, waiting for her to speak. The living room fell silent for 2 seconds. Lilith took a sip of her black tea and slowly set the cup down. Her movements were unhurried, as if weighing something. Then she spoke, her voice clear, carrying a tone that was oddly world-weary for her appearance. "Your daughter is quite interesting." She glanced at Lingdang's clenched little fist. "She said she wanted to give me a welcome gift." Lingdang poked half her head out from behind, Xian holding up the flower in her hand. The golden cat's paw flower shimmered faintly under the light, its petals still bearing a trace of dew left from when it was picked from little Jean. I wanted to give the flower to Sister Lilith." Her voice trembled with tears, but she managed to finish. "Auntie said Sister Lilith is very powerful, and I wanted to give the prettiest flower to Sister Lilith." Then I asked. "Asked what?" Lilith's tone was unreadable. Lingdang pouted, tears welling up in her eyes. "I asked Sister Lilith if she's lived for hundreds of years like an old monster in stories and accumulated so much energy." Liu closed her eyes in pain beside them. The air in the living room froze for a moment. Lilith's hand holding the teacup paused. On her delicate little face, the expression of mere displeasure slowly morphed into one mixed with absurdity and helplessness. She stared at Lingdang for a few seconds, then shifted her gaze to Xian. "Is this how you usually educate your child?" Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried the implication of "How are you even a parent?" Xian met her gaze. He didn't flinch, nor did he rush to explain. He just nodded. "I haven't taught her about this specific thing," he said in a flat tone. "They'll make up for it later." Lilith was taken aback. She had lived for centuries and met many people. Some were terrified in her presence, some feigned calmness, others deliberately tried to please her. But this man before her, clearly here to apologize on his daughter's behalf, yet without a shred of guilt on his face, even able to calmly retort with an "I'll make up for it later," was a first for her. She looked at Xian again. This time her gaze was more serious than before. This man stood there, his posture lazy, his aura concealed to the point of seeming like an ordinary person, but her instincts told her something was off. She raised a hand and sent out an extremely subtle thread of divine power. It circled around Xian. Empty. She detected nothing at all. It wasn't deliberate concealment, but rather, there was simply nothing to detect. This feeling was very strange, like throwing a stone into a deep pool and hearing no echo of it hitting the bottom. Lilith's eyebrow twitched almost imperceptibly, but she didn't delve deeper. She withdrew her gaze and settled it back on Lingdang. The little girl was still peeking out from behind Xian. Tears streaked her face, her hand clutched the flower tightly, and her lips were pressed together as if she was trying hard not to cry. "Come here," Lilith said. Lingdang looked at Xian. Xian nodded at her. Only then did she slowly walk out from behind him, stand before Lilith, and hand her the flower. "For you." Her voice was still tearful, but steadier than before. Lilith looked down at the flower. Golden petals shaped like a cat's paw, emitting a faint glow and a subtle sweet scent of pudding. She reached out and took it, examined it in her palm, then looked up at Lingdang. "Who told you I was an old monster?" Lingdang sniffled. "I thought of it myself." "You thought of it yourself?" She said softly, And he said, "You're very powerful, more powerful than anyone. So, I thought to be this powerful you must have trained for a very, very long time." Lilith stared at her for 3 seconds, the corner of her mouth twitching upwards slightly, before she quickly suppressed it. "So being powerful equals being old, eh?" Lingdang was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "No. Wanwan said that powerful people aren't necessarily old, they could also be very talented. But I think if someone is both talented and old, they'd be even more powerful." The logic was quite self-consistent. Lilith put the flower away, picked up her teacup, and took another sip. She said nothing more and didn't pursue the matter. Xian, standing by and watching this scene, felt the sense of trouble in his heart dissipate significantly. He thought for a moment, then picked up a macaron that had rolled into a corner from the coffee table, holding it in his hand. Then with his right index finger, he gently tapped the air. There was no flash of light, no sound. But everyone in the living room felt something gently ripple outward from the tip of his finger. The next second, the macaron in his left hand vanished. Above Lilith's cup of black tea, about 3 centimeters from the rim, a thumb-sized ice-carved cat's paw materialized out of thin air. It was crystal clear, exuding wisps of cold air, with even the lines of the paw pads perfectly visible. It hovered in the steam from the black tea, rotating slowly, the cold air mingling with the heat to form a thin layer of mist. "An apology gift," Xian said, his tone as casual as offering a cigarette. "The child doesn't understand. Don't take it to heart." Lilith looked down at the ice cat's paw. First the spatial ability from before, and now this incredibly fine material shaping. This casual display was more difficult than what many strengths could achieve with their full effort. She looked up at Xian, her gaze now carrying more scrutiny. "Are you really just Brank?" Xian nodded. "Tested by the Bureau. It's there in black and white." Lilith gave a soft snort, but didn't respond. She reached out, plucked the ice cat's paw from above the cup, and examined it between her fingers. The cold air formed a thin layer of frost on her fingertip, which quickly melted from her body heat. She looked at it for a moment, then casually crushed it. The ice cat's paw shattered into countless tiny specks of light, dissipating into the air. She clapped her hands and picked up her teacup. "All right," she said, her tone returning to its usual calm indifference. "Arguing with a little sprout would make me seem petty." Lingdang understood from her words that the matter was settled. She cleverly stepped forward, stood straight in front of Lilith, and gave a proper bow. "Sister Lilith, I'm sorry. I won't call you an old monster anymore. You are the most beautiful and powerful fairy sister." Lilith paused mid-sip of her tea. She lifted her eyelids and looked at Lingdang. "Who taught you all this?" "I thought of it myself." Lingdang puffed out her little chest, full of righteous confidence. Lilith was silent for 2 seconds, then averted her gaze and gave a light snort. Smooth talker. Yet the corner of her mouth curved up slightly. Liu, watching from the side, finally felt her heart settle. She glanced secretly at Xian. Her brother was still in that lazy posture, hands in his pockets, standing there as if nothing had happened. How had he done that trick just now? She opened her mouth to ask, then swallowed the question. Forget it. The answer would probably just be, "I figured it out somehow." "All right," Lilith said, setting down her teacup and standing up, smoothing her skirt. Everyone stopped standing around. "Go do what you need to do." As she walked past Xian, she paused. Without turning her head, she lowered her voice significantly. "That shaping technique of yours is far beyond Brank." Xian's expression didn't change. "Maybe," he said. Lilith humped, walked over to the sofa, and sat down. She turned her head back, looked at Lingdang, and said, "I'll keep that flower." Lingdang was stunned for a moment, then broke into a wide grin. The crisis seemed to have subsided for the moment. Just then the suite door was knocked, and Lin Mo's unmistakably cheerful voice came from outside. "Yo, quite lively in there, huh?" I can sense the threads of causality tangling even through the door. "Can we come in? I heard there's a frozen cat paw to see." Liu hurried to open the door. Outside were Lin Mo and Xiao Lu, whom Xian had met before, along with Su Wan Chunjia and Zhao Mingyuan. There were also 2 he hadn't met yet. One was a young man in white casual wear with white hair and white brows exuding a carefree aura, Ice Emperor. The other was a young man with dark circles under his eyes, disheveled hair, and a game controller still in his hand, Mingren. They had all come. The small living room suddenly felt a bit cramped. Chunjia greeted Xian and then walked over to learn about the past events from Liu. "Wow, everyone's here. Having a little pre-meeting." Suwan walked in with a smile, her gaze immediately falling on Xian and Lilith. She had clearly guessed something from the earlier energy fluctuations and commotion. "I heard little Lingdang made our little witch angry." She walked over to Lilith and naturally reached out to pinch her cheek. "Come here, let sister see who made our Lilith unhappy." Lilith, like a startled cat, instantly dodged Su Wan's grasping hand and floated up to stand on the back of the sofa. She suddenly had the height advantage. Glaring at her, she said, "Su Wan, I told you not to pinch my face. If you dare do that again, I'll reconstruct your hair into green." "Oh dear, still so unlovable." Su Wan withdrew her hand regretfully, then turned her gaze to Li Xian, her eyes sparkling. Little Li, you're quite something, calming Lilith down so quickly. What method did you use? Teach, sister. Li Xian chuckled dryly. Sister Wan is joking. It was just a child's tantrum. I apologized and made amends. Zhao Mingyuan pushed up his glasses, his eyes burning as he stared at Li Xian. The spatial fluctuation and faint causal interference, just now. The data is very unique. Li Xian, we must conduct detailed tests after the gathering. This could be crucial for perfecting my high-dimensional energy mapping model. Li Xian. Dr. Zhao, the gathering first. Jiang Yu, however, was quite easygoing, still holding an unfinished palm-sized ice-carved penguin. He surveyed the living room and said with a smile, looks like we arrived just in time. It's good that the misunderstanding is cleared up. Little girl, when you want to praise someone for being formidable in the future, say unfathomable, not old monster, got it. His latter words were directed at Lingdong, his tone gentle. Lingdang nodded vigorously, got it, white-haired big brother. Mingren, however, paid no attention to the conversation. He shuffled over to a corner of the living room with a power outlet. Skillfully taking out a portable screen and adapter, he connected his game controller and muttered, 20 minutes until the group event starts. Enough time to clear some stamina. Everyone. Lin Mo was the one laughing the most heartily, looking from Lilith to Li Xian. Finally his gaze settled on Lingdong, and he clicked his tongue in amazement. I was wondering why the causal threads were twisted up like fried dough sticks. So little Lingdang poked the hornet's nest with one sentence. Not bad, you've got guts. Li Xian, this daughter of yours is destined for greatness. Li Xian. He felt so exhausted. What kind of people were these? Lilith seemed to have lost her temper with this group as well. She floated down from the sofa back, landing without a sound, smoothed her skirt, and regained her composed child-adult demeanor. All right, stop crowding here. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It's about time. We should head to the banquet hall. Li Yu, lead the way. Yes, senior. Li Yu quickly responded. A minor storm had finally subsided in a chaotic, yet somewhat comical atmosphere. Li Xian held Lingdang's hand as he followed the others out, silently vowing, from now on I must keep a tight rein on this girl's mouth. Especially when facing these ageless old monsters. Senior veterans. The Cloud Summit Manor's banquet hall was on the top floor of the main building, featuring enormous curved floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the entire twilight of the Western Mountains. The interior decoration was not ostentatious, but rather had a simple, elegant technological feel. Energy lamps emitted a soft, comfortable glow. On the long rectangular dining table, delicate cold dishes and appetizers had already been arranged. In the center was a multi-tiered cake, not flashy in design, but the ingredients were clearly of the highest quality. It emitted a faint, mentally soothing energy aura, obviously not ordinary food. Everyone took their seats. Lilith naturally sat at the head of the table with Li Yu as the organizer on her left. The others sat casually. Li Xian deliberately chose a seat at the edge, intending to place Lingdang between himself and Li Yu. However, Lilith suddenly pointed to the empty seat beside her and said to Lingdong, you sit here. Everyone was taken aback. Lingdang looked up at Li Xian. He was also a bit surprised, but gently nudged her. Since the senior asked you to sit, go ahead. Be good. Lingdang said. Oh, and obediently climbed onto the chair, which was a bit high for her. Li Yu thoughtfully adjusted the chair and utensils for her. Lilith didn't look at Lingdang again. Instead, she picked up the crystal-clear glass in front of her, which contained a bubbly pale golden drink, suspected to be some kind of high-end energy beverage. She surveyed everyone and spoke in her crisp, childish voice with an old-fashioned tone. Thank you all for taking the time to come today. Breaking through to S rank is merely a small milestone on a long road, not worth a grand celebration. But this is Li Yes' kind gesture, and you all have traveled a long way. I will remember this friendship. She raised her glass. No more idle talk. Eat well, drink well. If anyone dares to be reserved or spew that official hypocritical flattery in front of me. Her amethyst eyes narrowed slightly. I will reconstruct the plate in front of them into a shapeless mass of something indescribable. Everyone, although they knew it was a joke, considering her abilities, the threat carried considerable weight. Haha, Lilith, you're still so direct. Lin Mo was the first to laugh and raise his glass. Congratulations, congratulations. The first S rank, this toast is a must. From now on, when fighting. Executing missions, you'll have to look out for us. Congratulations, senior Lilith, sister Lilith. Everyone also raised their glasses, and the atmosphere finally became lively. Lingdang followed suit, lifting her own juice glass and saying crisply, congratulations, fairy sister. Lilith glanced at her, but said nothing. However, the corner of her mouth seemed to curl up again. The banquet officially began. Dish after dish was served, each one a delicacy imbued with pure energy, highly beneficial for ability users. The flavors were exquisite. Even Lingdong, who was used to Li Xian's cooking, ate with shining eyes. The table talk was varied, ranging from anecdotes about ability incidents across the region to the ecology of certain rare spirit beasts and discussions about phenomena in the news sequence era. Most of the time, Xian just listened, occasionally saying a few words when asked, perfectly playing the role of a low-profile prank parent. Suwan continued to tease Lilith from time to time or playfully talk to Lingdang. Zhao Mingyuan kept trying to steer the conversation toward academic discussions, only to be diverted by Lin Mo or Jiangyu. Mingren spent most of his time eating heartily, occasionally pulling out his phone to tap quickly, presumably collecting game resources. Jiangyu was very talkative, sharing many polar region anecdotes. Lin Mo was the mood maker, cracking jokes and being witty. Liu and Chenjia also helped maintain the atmosphere, chiming in from time to time. As Li Xian socialized, he observed the energies of these shrank powerhouses. As he had expected, through the myriad manifestations authority, the essential structures of these abilities were clearly visible and not difficult to analyze. He had even begun preliminary simulations and optimization deductions in his mind. Frigid authority would be great for making a mobile air-conditioned room in summer and for making ice at any time. Energy manipulation could make home appliances run indefinitely, or maybe even directly convert solar energy. Absolute defense could be optimized into a neverwear pod or an absolutely drop-proof phone case. Universal reconstruction. This is interesting. Its essence is understanding material composition and rearranging it. Optimization directions could be increasing reconstruction speed, expanding range, reducing consumption, and even redefining things at a conceptual level. For example, reconstructing fatigue into energy. Although it sounds far-fetched theoretically, he was deep in thought when he suddenly felt a light tap on his shin under the table. It was Lingdang. The little one had secretly slipped down from her chair, leaned close to Li Xian's ear, cupped her hands around her mouth, and whispered in a breathy voice that was actually audible to everyone present. "Old man, that white-haired big brother Jiang, you just carved a glowing little bunny out of ice for me. It's so pretty. And fairy sister Lilith is amazing too, as she made the sauce I spilled on my dress disappear instantly. She's better than a washing machine." Li Xian quickly covered her mouth and smiled awkwardly at Jiangyu and Lilith, who were looking their way. Jiangyu laughed. "Glad you like it. Next time I'll carve you a bigger one." Lilith just gave a light snort, ignoring them, but she wasn't angry. Lin Mo, always one to stir up trouble, teased, "Little Lingdong, with all these powerful brothers and sisters here, don't you want to become powerful too?" Lingdang immediately puffed out her little chest and said proudly, "Of course I'm powerful. I'm going to rule the world one day." The childish words made everyone laugh. Even Lilith shook her head as if she found it amusing. Liu seized the moment to say, "Lingdong, don't talk nonsense. You should learn from the seniors and keep your feet on the ground." "Oh." Lingdang obediently returned to her seat, but her big eyes were still curiously looking around. As the banquet neared its end, the cake was brought in. Lilith casually cut a slice to complete the ceremony. Everyone shared the cake, which was equally delicious. After the meal, everyone moved to the adjacent lounge area, which had comfortable sofas and a viewing balcony. Attendants served after-dinner drinks and fruit. Lingdong, full and sleepy, leaned against Liu and yawned. Li Xian felt it was about time and was about to make an excuse to leave and put the child to bed when Lin Mo suddenly spoke up. "Speaking of which, this gathering, aside from celebrating Lilith's breakthrough, is also a rare small exchange meeting. We're all scattered across the land and don't get together often. How about we play a little game?" At the mention of a game, Su Wan's eyes lit up. "Oh, what game? Is there a penalty for losing?" "Of course there is," Lin Mo replied with a fox-like grin. "It's simple, no combat involved, purely for fun. Each of us uses our abilities to create an interesting yet harmless phenomenon or small object within this banquet hall. No need to compare power, only creativity and finesse. Then Lilith will judge. Whoever creates the most boring thing will have to write glowing evaluations for everyone's vacation reports. How about that?" "Vacation reports?" Jiangyu chuckled. "Lin Mo, you always find ways to stir up trouble. Better than having to treat everyone to meals for a year, isn't it?" Lin Mo spread his hands. Zhao Mingyuan pushed up his glasses. "What's the metric? Energy efficiency, phenomenon stability, or aesthetic value?" Mingren didn't lift his head. "Can I use my ability to make an indestructible game controller? Mine's almost worn out." Lilith seemed somewhat intrigued by the proposal, swinging her legs gently. "The judging criteria? Depends on my mood. But if it's too boring, it'll just disintegrate it on the spot." Alarm bells rang in Li Xian's mind. A game, displaying abilities. This was clearly a veiled form of observation and probing, especially since Lin Mo proposed it. That guy definitely had ulterior motives. He immediately tried to decline. "Well, I think Hey," Lin Mo cut him off. "Li Xian, you're not getting out of this either. That ice cat claw trick of yours was quite interesting. Besides, your daughter is watching. A father should show off a little, shouldn't he, little Lingdang?" Dong, who had been drowsy moments before, perked up instantly and nodded vigorously. Old man is amazing. Xian. He was trapped. Li Yu also shot him an encouraging and amused look. The other Shranks watched him with interest, and even Lilith's gaze carried a hint of scrutiny. Xian sighed inwardly. All right, since his sister was here too, he had to save face for her. He'd just whip up something simple to get through this. As long as it wasn't too flashy. Then, he'll make a humble attempt. Xian stood up and walked to a slightly open area in the lounge. He thought quickly. What ability should he use? Telekinetic control of objects was too ordinary and had already used spatial folding. Causal substitution was too esoteric and might provoke Lin Mo's deeper investigation. Got it. He recalled a new insight had gained while analyzing Lilith's matter reconstruction, a fresh idea about the underlying structure of materials. Though he couldn't truly reconstruct matter, combining spatial folding with precise energy manipulation to mimic some surface effects should be feasible. He extended his right-hand palm up. There were no flashy special effects, just a subtle surge of mental energy as his myriad authority quietly activated. He employed spatial folding at the microscopic level and his immense mental powers absolute control over energy. Before his eyes, the air above his palm twisted slightly. Invisible traces of moisture and dust lingering from the dining table were drawn together by an unseen force. Then under everyone's gaze, these insignificant particles began to grow, not through carving or condensation. It was as if they had come alive, spontaneously assembling and constructing themselves according to some directive. In just 2 or 3 seconds, a lifelike, budding golden rose appeared in Xian's palm. Its petals were as thin as cicada wings with clearly defined veins that refracted soft light. It bore a striking resemblance to Lingdang's catclaw flower in its golden hue, but its form was more elegant and intricate. It even swayed faintly, as if it were alive. This was neither ice nor any known material. It was a temporary simulated structure, extremely stable yet fragile, that Xian had created by using a finely controlled energy field to forcibly define and fix the arrangement of those moisture particles and dust, mimicking a pseudomorphology. In essence, it was an illusion shaped by an energy field yet endowed with a degree of material substance. The spatial folding techniques embedded within made the rose's internal structure exquisitely complex, far beyond what the eye could see. Just a little energy shaping trick combined with a crude imitation of material arrangement, Xian said casually, as if he had merely folded a piece of paper. A humble gift to once again congratulate Senior Lilith on her breakthrough. This flower will only last 5 minutes before it dissipates. He gently extended his hand forward. The golden rose, sustained by the energy field, drifted lightly toward the coffee table before Lilith and hovered silently. A brief silence fell over the banquet hall. The expressions of the Shrank powerhouses shifted subtly. Suwon's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Energy shaping to this level of realism with such stable temporary forms. Such control. Zhao Mingyuan had already pulled out his tablet, his fingers swiping rapidly as he muttered to himself. Forced arrangement of microscopic particles. Temporary energy structures. This stability data. Incredible. I need to measure it. Immediately. Zhang Yu stroked his chin, looking at the rose, and then at Xian, chuckling. Interesting. This is no crude imitation. There's a hint of interference with the very essence of existence. Brother Xian, you're hiding your talents well. Mingren finally lifted his head from his game screen and glanced over. Oh, pretty. Then he looked down again. Lin Mo was grinning the widest of all, clapping his hands. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Xian, you never cease to amaze me. This energy-defining shaping trick of yours could be a magic show in itself. Li Yu beamed with pride. Lilith stared at the hovering golden rose. Deep within her violet pupils, faint glimmers of light swirled, as if analyzing its composition. After a long moment, she raised her eyes to Xian, her gaze profound. You call this a crude imitation? She reached out a slender finger and gently touched the rose's petal. It felt real to the touch, slightly cool with the faint pulse of energy. Using an energy field to simulate material form, employing spatial techniques to maintain its microscopic structural stability, delaying its entropic dissipation. Lilith spoke slowly. This requires an exquisite dual mastery over both energy and space, as well as a certain level of understanding of the fundamental logic of matter. She withdrew her hand, and the rose continued to hover silently. Xian, Lilith said, her tone unreadable. Your telekinesis is remarkably versatile. Pressure and invisible weight once again descended upon Xian. He knew he had overdone it again. He had intended to create a clever but modest trick, yet in the eyes of these masters he seemed to have revealed more than he should. He let out a dry laugh, trying to brush it off. You flatter me, Senior. Just tinkering around. Practice makes perfect. Lilith didn't press further, merely glancing at the rose once more. The corner of her lips seemed to curl into an almost imperceptible arc. It's somewhat interesting. Her words served as a verdict on Xian's performance, an indirect acknowledgement that he had passed. Xian breathed a quiet sigh of relief and slowly retreated to his seat. The game continued. The other Shranks also displayed their talents. Jiang Yu waved his hand casually, and the temperature in the lounge dropped pleasantly by a few degrees. Countless tiny shimmering ice crystals with iridescent colors condensed in the air drifting down in a breathtaking display that lasted a full minute before dissipating. Su Wan's fingertip danced with a warm orange-eared flame that twisted and morphed into a cute little firefox that ran in a circle around her. Finally, it leaped onto the coffee table and transformed into a small eternal flame that served as an ambient light. Zhao Mingyuan pushed up his glasses and snapped his fingers. The liquid in everyone's beverage cups began to spin slowly, defying gravity, forming a miniature vortex with tiny nebula-like specks of energy light flickering at its center. He explained it as simulating the visual effect of a low-power energy turbulence. Ming Ren, under everyone's expectant gaze, reluctantly put down his game console. He extended his index finger, its tip coating with a faint luster like the facets of a diamond. Then with that finger he lightly flicked the ceramic teacup before him. Ding! A crisp melodious chime echoed, its resonance lingering. The teacup remained perfectly still, but the sound was extraordinarily pleasant, as if struck by the finest tuning fork. Mingren shrugged. Absolute defense rebounds, all impact forces including sound waves. I just slightly controlled the resonant frequency of the rebound. That's all. With that he immediately picked up his game console again. Li Yu and Chunja also displayed their skills, drawing exclamations of wonder from everyone. Lin Mo was the last. He made no gesture at all, simply grinning as he said, "My ability isn't great for showing off phenomena directly. How about this? It'll add a little luck to everyone's gaming experience." As soon as he spoke, Li Yu noticed that the napkin she had casually left on the sofa armrest had folded itself into a perfect origami crane. A similar crane appeared before Chinya. A stray lock of Su Wan's hair tucked itself neatly behind her ear, forming a particularly graceful curve. The ice-carved penguin that Jiang Yu was toying with suddenly blinked. Zhao Mingyuan's tablet scrolled to exactly the abstract of a paper he had been searching for. In Ming Ren's game, a rare material he had been farming for a week, without success, finally dropped. As for Xian, he felt a slight weight in his pocket. He pulled it out to find a beautifully wrapped chocolate of an unknown brand. On the wrapper was printed a small line, "For the hard-working parent." Everyone. This use of causal interference was truly both absurd and thoughtful. Lilith looked at the varied, interesting, and harmless displays. Her expression finally relaxed completely, even carrying a hint of pleasure. Not bad at all, she gave her final judgment. Nothing boring enough to be disintegrated. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere grew even more relaxed and harmonious. As for the penalty for the most boring display, it was naturally forgotten, since everyone seemed quite creative. The golden rose created by Xian exactly 5 minutes later dissipated as silently as it had appeared, dissolving into specks of light that merged with the air. The gathering continued until past 9 in the evening. Lingdang had long since fallen asleep in Li Yu's arms. Everyone bid each other goodnight and retired to their rooms. On the way back, Li Yu held Lingdang and whispered to Xian, "Brother, that flower you made today was truly amazing. Even Senior Lilith praised you." Xian rubbed his temples and smiled wryly. "Amazing. I almost got into trouble again. I'd better lay low with this kind of thing in the future." Back in his room after settling the sleeping Lingdong, Xian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the dazzling nightscape of the capital. The day's experiences had been overwhelming. He had interacted with several Shrank and even S-Shrank powerhouses, replicated or deepened his understanding of several high-level abilities, and nearly caused trouble due to Lingdang's loose tongue and his own inadvertent showing off. Though he could have used his optimized causal substitution to resolve these issues, it would still have been troublesome. Still, everything had gone relatively smoothly. At the very least, his persona as a somewhat unusual Brank ability user seemed to have been tentatively established in the eyes of these masters, though perhaps slightly skewed, having sparked even more curiosity. "Oh well, I'll deal with whatever comes." Xian stretched lazily. "Tomorrow we'll take Lingdang to see Tiananmen, then head back to Jiang City. Home is still more comfortable." He glanced back at Lingdong, who was sprawled haphazardly across the bed fast asleep, and smiled helplessly. At dawn, when Xian opened his eyes, he sensed Lingdang's steady breathing in the next room. The little one was still asleep. A rare moment of tranquility. He slowly got up, washed up, and changed into a comfortable casual outfit. Glancing at the time, it was 7:30 in the morning. Yending Mountain Villa was eerily quiet. Those shrank big shots were probably either in deep meditation or like Ming Rin, just finishing an all-night gaming session and catching up on sleep. This was fine. Li Xian planned to take Lingdang out for a stroll, fulfill the promise to visit Tiananmen, and then slip back to Jiangcheng in the afternoon. The fat orange cat at home, and little Jean, that potted plant, still needed feeding. He gently pushed open the door to Li Yes' room. Sure enough, Lingdang was still wrapped in her blanket, her little face flushed from sleep, her golden hair a messy tangle on the pillow. Li was already awake, handling some matters on her laptop in the living room. Seeing Li Xian, she made a shushing gesture. Let her sleep a bit longer, as she was tired from playing last night. Li whispered, "Brother, are you two really going to Tiananmen today? Want me to come along?" "No need, you handle your business. He'll just take her for a spin. The capital's security is excellent." Li Xian waved his hand. He was eager to keep his distance from these shranks to avoid being gawked at or studied again. "All right, stay safe. Remember to come back for lunch. The villa's lunch is pretty good too." Li Yu didn't insist. "Oh, Chunja said he has some bureau matters to handle this morning, so he might not be able to join you." "That's fine, we'll have more fun on our own." Around 8:30, Li Xian successfully woke Lingdang with the lure of Beijing's signature breakfast, includes doji, jiaochuan, and tanger. Washing up and changing clothes was another ordeal. By the time the father and daughter were finally ready and walked out of the villa's main building, it was almost 9 o'clock. The villa arranged a private car to take them down the mountain to the nearest subway station. The driver was still that taciturn middle-aged man, but today he was in casual clothes. "Mr. Li, do you need me to accompany you?" the driver asked. No, well, take the subway. It's a good way to experience life in the capital." Li Xian declined politely. Being followed always felt awkward. "All right. Please stay safe and feel free to contact the villa anytime if you need anything." The driver handed him a business card with only a number on it. Once on the subway, Lingdang was filled with wonder again. She pressed her face against the window, watching the tunnel walls whiz by, and curiously studied the diverse crowd in the carriage. Old dang, there are so many people in the capital. It's the capital. Do they all have superpowers? Most don't, or they're very weak. The strong ones are all in the superpower bureau or special departments. Oh, so they don't look any different from people in Jiangcheng. They were never any different. As the subway traveled underground, Li Xian appeared relaxed, but out of habit, he extended his perception. It wasn't intentional, more like an instinctive scan. And then he saw it. Beneath the capital, like tangled tree roots, a staggering number of energy nodes were distributed. Some were powerful and stable, likely official monitoring or defense nodes. Others were faint but dense, like civilian superpower facilities, such as the subway's own power and stability systems, and a few were deeply hidden, with special fluctuations, seemingly the strongholds of certain special organizations. And on the surface, as the subway moved closer to the city center, the powerful energy sources in Li Xian's field of vision grew more numerous. A rough scan revealed that besides the ones at Yunding Villa, there were at least 5 other stable and powerful shrank energy fluctuations in different parts of the capital. Some were in deep, secluded mansions, some on the top floors of skyscrapers, and some even in seemingly ordinary residential areas, their auras extremely restrained. Counting Dr. Energy still at the Villa's 6 permanent shranks. Such depth. Tisk, truly terrifying. Li Xian clicked his tongue inwardly. As expected of the capital, its defensive power was indeed terrifying. Rank auras were like stars in the night sky, scattered about, perhaps dozens of them, while branks were as numerous as hairs on an ox. The myriad authority seemed to be activated by this abundant energy environment. It hummed faintly in his sea of consciousness, carrying an almost instinctual sense of hunger. Like a gourmand walking into a top-tier buffet, seeing a dazzling array of delicacies, even if not hungry, feeling an urge to try it, or it's a waste. "Stop that," Li Xian muttered to the authority inwardly, trying to rein in his perception. But the authority seemed to have a mind of its own. It wasn't that it was uncontrollable, it was just too efficient. Like a top-tier scanner, once activated, it automatically logged and analyzed targets within range. Li Xian had only glanced at those energy sources, and the myriad authority, like a shark scenting blood, had already begun to operate automatically. Sequence 090 metal resonance. Analyzing. Structure parsed. Replication complete. Partial overlap with existing electromagnetic manipulation. Merging. Electromagnetic manipulation gains new subitem, fine metal perception, and resonance induction. Sequence 156 water shaping. Analyzing. Structure parsed. Replication complete. Merging with basic water manipulation from a sample of a Brank superpower user encountered by chance. Optimized to fluid manipulation basic. Sequence 211 local acceleration. Analyzing. Structure parsed. Replication complete. Comparing with causal substitution, minor time interference effect. Causal substitution time interference efficiency increased by 5. Sequence 521 weak healing. Analyzing. Structure parsed. Replication complete. Comparing with light of healing structure, too crude, absorbing at a downgraded level, supplementing light of healing's underlying data, improving efficiency for minor injuries. A flood of superpower information, both strong and weak, of all kinds surged into Xian's perception. The myriad authority quickly categorized, parsed the essence, replicated the core, and compared and merged them with the existing ability library. The efficiency was frighteningly high. Many abilities were automatically processed by the authority before Xian could even see whose they were or where they were located. The merging process was also extremely intelligent, based on the highest quality and most optimal structure. It absorbed secondary similar or approximate abilities as nourishment, making them more complete and powerful. For example, consciousness severance brought multi-threaded thinking and fine telekinetic control, already far superior to ordinary telekinesis. The authority automatically merged several scanned telekinetic abilities, all sequences beyond 500, into it. This resulted in a minuscule but tangible improvement in Xian's micromanipulation of telekinesis and his multitasking limits. Another example, Flameheart Control, was already a top-tier flame rule ability. The authority merged and optimized several fire and heat abilities it scanned, including thermal radiation, replicated yesterday, all at once. This made Xian's understanding and control of the concept of heat more comprehensive and profound. Now he could probably casually produce a perfectly even fried egg or make the inside of a cup of water boil while the cup remained cold. Though useless, his control had indeed improved. This process, complex to describe under the authority's monstrous efficiency, had actually only taken 2 minutes. The subway had just pulled into a major interchange station. Xian stood still, his gaze slightly vacant, his mind still processing the massive ability update log fed back by the authority. Though not taxing, the sheer volume of information was a bit overwhelming, causing him to space out for a few seconds. Just as he was zoning out, Ling Dang tugged at his clothes. Old Dang. Old Dang. Xian didn't react, still digesting. Ling Dang looked up at her father's distant, seemingly soul-departed expression and blinked her big golden eyes. Then she made a long, unseen but deeply ingrained instinctive reaction. She slightly opened her mouth, showing a hint of little white teeth, took a deep breath, and then a faint but clear stream of air carrying a milky scent gently sprayed onto the back of Xian's hand. It wasn't an attack, purely a feline habit of trying to get attention or express confusion or displeasure. Hissing. The warm, slightly moist air on his hand snapped Xian back to reality. He looked down to see Ling Dang puffing out her cheeks, her golden pupils slightly slitted, almost imperceptible unless you looked closely. Her face bore a "why aren't you paying attention to me" expression, her mouth not quite closed from the hiss, looking like a little kitten issuing a warning before puffing up. Xian. He had almost forgotten this girl had this racial talent. Ahem. He quickly rubbed her head. What's up? Why are you spacing out? Ling Dang grumbled discontentedly. We've arrived. Lots of people are getting off. Are we getting off too? Xian then noticed the flow of people in the carriage and the station name being announced over the intercom. He took Ling Dang's little hand. Yes, we're transferring. Ling Dang was led along, but still pressed on. What were you thinking about just now? Something delicious. Sort of. Xian answered vaguely. Could thinking about eating superpowers count as thinking about delicious food? So what are we having for lunch? I want roast duck. Ling Dang's attention was immediately diverted. All right, after we see Tiananmen, it'll take you to eat. The father and daughter moved with the crowd to transfer, heading towards the city center. At the same moment, atop the Yunding Villa on the rooftop observation deck, Lilith wore a soft lavender dress, seated gracefully upon a white wicker swing chair, swaying gently in the morning air. Lin Mo strolled over, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, and unceremoniously settled into the lounge chair beside her. Good morning, Your Highness, the Witch of Reason. Did you sleep well last night? Lilith didn't lift her eyelids, merely turned a page of her book. If by well you mean undisturbed by some woman attempting a nocturnal cheek-pinching raid, then yes. I suppose it was acceptable. Lin Mo burst into laughter. That's just Sister Wan's way of expressing affection. An affection I'd rather decline, Lilith replied, closing her book and fixing Lin Mo with her violet gaze. Do you have something on your mind? Can I simply drop by for a chat? Lin Mo took a sip of coffee and savored its richness. The villa's beans are excellent, though admittedly there is a minor matter I'd like to discuss with you. Regarding Xian, Lilith cut straight to the point. And his beloved daughter. Lin Mo set his cup down, the playful glint in his eyes dimmed, replaced by sharp, incisive focus. What's your assessment? Lilith paused for several seconds, her slender fingers tapping lightly against the book's rigid cover. Not simple. She uttered only 3 words. Far more than not simple. Lin Mo leaned forward, lowering his voice. I've studied their karmic threads closely. The child Ling Dang's thread blazes with an almost terrifying brilliance. Deep within its core lies a fissile quality I cannot fully comprehend, as if harboring latent power capable of rending reality's very laws. Though skillfully veiled, its essence is unquestionably far beyond the mere psychic amplification she outwardly displays. As for Xian, Lin Mo paused, his tone laced with disbelief. His karmic thread is unervingly pristine, too pristine, as if every consequence pointing toward him has been meticulously combed, even defined by a force operating at a higher ontological tier. Moreover, I sense faint traces of multiple supreme cosmic rules clinging to him, spatial causal. And even yesterday, when he conjured that rose, there lingered an exceedingly subtle resonance, the same sovereign authority over definition and construction embodied in your own omnipotent reconstruction. Lilith listened in silence, her expression unruffled. There's more, Lin Mo added. I suspect Ling Dang isn't wholly human. Her energetic signature carries an inhuman sentience, though masterfully concealed by Xian using some unknown method. At this, Lilith lifted her chin ever so slightly. You've only just realized that. Her voice remained calm and detached. I saw it yesterday, when the child approached me. Above her head, 2 organs were hidden behind exquisitely folded spatial layers and energy-based illusions. Their shape resembles feline ears. Lin Mo gasped. What? Nearly spilling his coffee. Cat ears. Golden ones. Did you see clearly? And they are genuine flesh and blood, not energy constructs, Lilith stated coolly. Xian's concealment technique is extraordinary. Were it not for my exceptional sensitivity to material and energetic structures, and the faint telltale ripple of her emotional fluctuation, I might never have detected them. Lin Mo absorbed the revelation, his expression shifting through astonishment, awe, and dawning incredulity. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Just who is Xian? A man wielding what appears to be a composite high-tier ability, and a daughter who is both a cat-tiered non-human entity and a prodigy of terrifying potential. Their respective hierarchies likely rank among the top 10, or even higher. Lilith finished calmly. Xian's ability, the constructive essence I sensed yesterday, operates at an exceptionally high stratum. With time, it may even surpass mine. Such unreserved praise made Lin Mo inhale sharply. Who was Lilith after all? Her omnipotent reconstruction stood unchallenged as one of the most supreme rule-based abilities in existence. For her to utter such words, then what do we do? Lin Mo hesitated. Do what? Lilith glanced at him, her gaze piercing. Press for answers. Uncover secrets. Report to Central Command. Lin Mo, she said, reopening her book, her tone casual, yet absolute. At our level, one understands that everyone guards secrets, especially those who stand atop or near the summit of power. Xian chooses to live as a Class B psychic, raising his daughter and quietly fulfilling duties within the rapid response unit. He does so for reasons of his own. He shows no sign of malice. Indeed, he intervenes decisively to protect ordinary people when crisis strikes. Liu is his sister, Chunja his close friend. That is sufficient. She paused, gazing toward Beijing in the distance. This world requires strength in myriad forms. Sometimes a seemingly idle father, devoted solely to raising his daughter in quiet contentment, may prove more trustworthy and infinitely more intriguing than those who constantly proclaim their own greatness while chasing dominion. Lin Mo fell silent for a moment, then broke into a wry, self-deprecating smile as he sank deeper into the lounge chair. You're right. I overthought it. He raised his now-cooled coffee and drank. Cold coffee. Still, having such a formidable yet low-key teammate isn't half bad. Should we ever face an especially thorny predicament, perhaps we could enlist him as backup. Lilith let out a soft, dismissive hum. That depends entirely on his willingness. I imagine he'd rather be cooking dinner for his daughter. Fair enough. Lin Mo chuckled. So, shall we pretend we know nothing? Not pretend, Lilith corrected. It is respect and mutual understanding. Much like how we never probe the depths of Zhao Mingyuan's laboratory, nor inquire into what Jiang Yu has sealed beneath Antarctic ice, or how many bizarre hair dyes you've tried. Understood. Lin Mo stretched languidly. Then let's leave it at that. Though, I remain deeply curious about the sheer variety of his abilities. Could we coax him into demonstrating something else? Lilith finally bestowed upon him a dry, exasperated glance. Feel free to try. See whether his mastery over causality ensures you'll choke on plain water for the next 30 days. Lin Mo instinctively shrank back. No thank you. I intend to live a few more years. They exchanged a quiet, knowing smile, a silent pact forged between apex-tier practitioners. Meanwhile, Xian and Ling Dang emerged from the subway station onto the periphery of Tiananmen Square. Before them stretched its vast expanse, the imposing gate tower, the vibrant national flag, and the solemn memorial hall in the distance. Even with his extensive experience, Particularly in the realm of abilities, Xian had to concede the historical weight and sheer grandeur of this place eclipsed any power imaginable. The air itself carried a solemn, uplifted resonance. Ling Dang fell silent, her eyes wide open, absorbing everything before her. She did not grasp the deeper significance, but instinctively felt the immensity, the reverence. Lao Deng, it's so big, so bright, she whispered softly. Xian tightened his grip on her small hand. Crowds flowed steadily across the square, yet all moved with disciplined order. Within Xian's perception, powerful presences, both overt and veiled, multiplied markedly. He counted 6 Class A operatives patrolling nearby alone. Class B agents were ubiquitous. Blending seamlessly among plainclothes officers, armed police, and civilian staff, they formed an invisible, yet unshakable security lattice. His omniversal authority stirred restlessly. Such an abundance of specimens lay temptingly close. Xian swiftly focused inward, suppressing it with a firm mental command. Stop, stop, stop. Enough. Your stuff from yesterday and this morning. Digest first. The ability seemed to emit a faint plaintive hum, then obediently receded, maintaining only baseline perceptual scanning, no longer actively analyzing or replicating. Xian exhaled in quiet relief. If this autonomous buffet-style consumption continued, he feared his mind would soon overflow with new capabilities, risking catastrophic cross-wiring during use. He guided Ling Dang slowly forward with the crowd, pausing to admire the gate tower, the flagpole, snapping a few photos for her. Soon Ling Dang recovered from her initial awe, turning her attention instead to elderly kite flyers, tourists taking pictures, and the golden rooftops of the forbidden city in the distance. Her questions tumbling forth one after another. Lao Dang, why does that grandpa's kite fly so high? Lao Dang, that big sister's dress is so beautiful. Lao Dang, can we go inside that golden palace? Lao Dang. Xian answered each query patiently. Just as they reached the flagpole, and he began explaining the daily ceremonial raising and lowering of the national flag, albeit with only partial comprehension, a small commotion erupted nearby. A boy 4 or 5 years old, sporting a center-parted hairstyle and denim overalls, somehow slipped from his mother's grasp and giggled as he dashed toward the roadside. His mother, preoccupied with rummaging through her backpack, failed to react in time. Though vehicle traffic was tightly regulated around the square, slow-moving tourist buses and service vehicles still circulated. The boy sprinted directly toward an electric sightseeing bus gliding past at that very moment. Baby, come back. His mother shrieked in terror. Tourists nearby cried out in alarm. In that lightning instant, Xian didn't pause to think. Still holding Ling Dang's hand in his left, he instinctively raised his right hand, and with barely a tremor tapped the air, once precisely before the boy's feet, targeting a patch of ground half a meter ahead. Spatial folding, local curvature adjustment. Not a direct pull on the child, too risky for injury, nor halting the vehicle, too conspicuous. Instead, he momentarily folded a minuscule segment of space, 10 centimeters above the ground half a meter ahead, creating a fleeting upward curving arc. Thump. The boy mid-gallop suddenly felt his foot catch, stepping onto an invisible yielding incline. Off balance, he pitched forward and tumbled harmlessly onto the hard, smooth plaza stone. Voila! The sting of impact sent him into full-blown tears. At that exact moment, the electric bus glided silently past, less than half a meter behind him. The driver, startled, braked instantly. The boy's mother rushed over, scooping up her sobbing son, relief and anguish warring on her face. She apologized profusely to the driver and thanked the helpful bystanders. No one noticed Xian's infinitesimal gesture. To onlookers, it appeared simply that the child had run too fast and tripped, miraculously escaping harm. Only Xian knew the exquisite precision required for that micro-adjustment of spatial curvature, slightly more demanding than crafting the rose the day before. After all, the child needed only to stumble gently, not suffer real injury, and timing and positioning had to be flawless. Ling Dang watched it all, gazing up at Xian, with golden eyes shimmering with pure adoration. Lao Dang, was that you? So amazing. Xian raised a finger to his lips. Shoo, secret. It was just the little one's good luck. Ling Dang nodded, half comprehending, but the stars dancing in her eyes betrayed her awe. A minor crisis averted. Xian led her quietly away, his deeds unseen, his name unspoken. Unbeknownst to him, across the square, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, ostensibly an ordinary tourist, yet radiating profound, tranquil power, gazed thoughtfully in the direction Xian had just occupied, tapping lightly on the miniature comm device nestled in his ear. Report south sector of the square. Possible unregistered height, ear, spatial ability. User executed minimal intervention during a child's near accident. Technique was exceptionally refined. No energy fluctuations or spatial ripples detected. Target has departed. Initial assessment indicates no hostile intent. Shall we initiate further surveillance? A calm voice replied through the earpiece, log the incident. Maintain passive observation only, no contact. Priority remains square security. Understood. Xian remained blissfully unaware of this brief exchange. He was already being tugged by Ling Dang toward their reserved Peking duck restaurant. Lao Dang, I'm hungry. I want so much roast duck. All right, your appetite is covered. That afternoon, sated and content father and daughter boarded their flight back to Jiangxing. Ling Dang clutched her newly purchased Forbidden City-themed plush kitten, drooling peacefully in her sleep. Xian gazed out the window as Beijing receded beneath the clouds, reflecting inward. This trip to the capital, though punctuated by minor hiccups, had gone reasonably well. He'd met numerous influential figures, his omniversal authority had feasted thoroughly, and Ling Dang had enjoyed herself immensely. Most importantly, no uncontrollable complications had arisen. As for Lilith and Lin Mo, surely they hadn't discerned too much. He couldn't be certain, but since neither had pursued deeper inquiry. Enough thinking, Xian murmured, closing his eyes. Home. Feed the cat. Water the plants. Keep drifting. That's life. The aircraft pierced the cloud layer, gliding serenely southward. The aircraft descended smoothly, touching down at Jiangxing Airport. As he stepped out of the cabin, the humid, familiar air rushed to greet him, lifting Xian's spirits slightly. Though the capital had its charms, it was never truly home. The wind in Jiangxing, tinged with the faint scent of river water, felt far more liberating. Li Yu and Chunja had to remain in the capital for another day to handle some affairs, so father and daughter had returned alone. They hailed a taxi and headed straight home. Along the way, Ling Dang, still bubbling with the excitement of the trip, chattered incessantly about the sights of the capital. Old man, the roast duck was so delicious. The skin was crispy. The Forbidden City was enormous. The golden roofs sparkled under the sun. Has the ice rabbit that white-haired brother gave me melted yet? And what about the fairy sister Lilith? Mentioning Lilith, Ling Dang shrank her neck and whispered, Old man, is the fairy sister still mad at me? Xian ruffled her hair. She got over it long ago. But remember, when you want to praise someone's power, use unfathomable or invincible, not old monster anymore. Got it. Ling Dang nodded vigorously, then grew curious. But how old is the fairy sister really? Did she really live for centuries like the legends say? Xian. Focus on the road, we're almost home. He refused to answer that question. Who knew the true age of that being? In any case, it was certainly far older than she appeared. The car pulled into the residential complex and stopped at the building. Xian picked up the luggage and led Ling Dang upstairs. The moment the key slid into the lock, before he could turn it, the door was yanked open from inside. Su Lin's face was etched with anxiety, her eyes rimmed red. Seeing Xian and Ling Dang, she looked as if she had found a savior. Xian. Ling Dang. You're finally back. Xian was taken aback. Sister Su Lin, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to look after Fatty Orange and Little Gold? What's wrong? It's Fatty Orange. Su Lin stomped her foot in frustration. He's gone missing. Missing? Xian frowned slightly. When did this happen? That very afternoon you left. Su Lin's words tumbled out, laced with regret. I did as you said, prepared his cat food and water, played with him for a while. He seemed perfectly normal, just sunbathing on the balcony. Then I got an urgent call from the bureau and had to leave for about 2 hours to handle something. When I came back, I searched the whole house. The balcony window was shut tight, the door was locked, but Fatty Orange was just gone. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Her speech grew faster, her voice unconsciously rising. I searched every building nearby, put up lost cat posters, asked the neighbors, checked the neighborhood surveillance, but found nothing. It was like he opened the door himself and ran off, leaving no trace. It's all my fault for not watching him properly. Su Lin, a healing-type psychokinetic, was gentle and responsible by nature. She clearly blamed herself for Fatty Orange's disappearance. She probably hadn't slept well in days. The moment Ling Dang heard that Fatty Orange was missing, her little face fell and her golden eyes welled with tears. Fatty Orange. Is Fatty Orange lost? Will bad people take him? Will he go hungry? Xian, however, was not so worried. He knew that fat cat well, vanishing without a trace, leaving no evidence. Given Fatty Orange's cunning and his current strength as a brank mutant beast, though he played dumb and cute around the house, ordinary doors and windows might not be enough to hold him. As for the cameras not catching him, felines were naturally adept at stealth, let alone an awakened cat. Don't worry, Sister Su Lin, it's not your fault. Xian comforted her, setting down the luggage and patting Ling Dang's head. Fatty Orange is clever, he won't get into trouble easily. Let me first check the surroundings with my psychic power. He walked to the center of the living room, closed his eyes, and silently extended his perception. The myriad manifestations authority, like the most precise radar, rapidly scanned all residual energy traces and sent information in the home centered on him. Soon he saw it. In the air lingered the faint yet unique energy signature belonging to Fatty Orange. This trail started from the balcony, not breaking through the window, but passing directly through the tightly shut glass. Xian looked more closely and found that the molecular structure of the window glass at a minuscule point had shown an extremely brief and faint sign of loosening before quickly returning to normal. Phase shift, or some sort of short-range matter penetration. Xian was somewhat surprised. Had that fat cat unknowingly awakened a spatial-type talent? It seemed all those high-grade mutant beast meats hadn't gone to waste. The trail passed through the window, then lightly descended along a few footholds on the outer wall, landing steadily in the greenery. Then the trail swaggered out of the residential complex heading toward the old city district on the west side of Jiangqing. Once there, the trail became more active and complex. Xian could scent the odor markers left by Fatty Orange in the air. They were a mix of catnip premium cat food and his unique energy pheromones deliberately left on some utility poles, walls, and trash cans. This was clearly marking territory. Xian's perception continued to track. Soon he saw more intriguing scenes, fragmented images reconstructed through causal power. Fatty Orange with an elegant and arrogant catwalk prowled the alleys of the old district. A few scrawny stray cats cowered in corners staring at him in awe. Fatty Orange leaped onto an abandoned mailbox looking down from on high. He let out a low, intimidating meow. Translation from today on this block is under my protection. A reckless, newly awakened, rank, hot-tempered calico cat tried to challenge him. The result was Fatty Orange sending it flying with a single swipe. The image showed his claw carrying a sharp wind pressure that tore the air, embedding it into a pile of waste paper in the corner from which it couldn't crawl out for a long time. A pregnant female cat approached ingratiatingly, and Fatty Orange graciously allowed her to rub against his neck. Xian. Fatty Orange found an abandoned but dry windproof boiler room to use as his palace. Inside there were even a few dried fish and cat food cans stolen or scavenged from somewhere offered by his underlings. At night, Fatty Orange crouched atop the highest pipe in the boiler room, his heterochromatic eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, surveying the neighborhood he had conquered, like a monarch inspecting his domain. A few concubines, at least 3 female cats of different colors, lay obediently below. Xian. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Good grief. He had thought the fat cat had just gone out to fool around, but he had actually gone entrepreneuring. And in a single day, he had unified the stray cat world of western Jiangqing and established a harem, living like a petty tyrant with territory underlings and concubines. Was this the awakening of a rank mutant beast? Why be a pet at home when you can rule outside? And judging by the intensity and traces of residual energy, that scoundrel Fatty Orange had not only firmly stepped into rank, but was also growing increasingly adept at using his awakened spatial talent. No wonder Su Lin couldn't find him. He could walk through walls. Cameras couldn't capture him, and ordinary people or low-level psychokinetics couldn't even detect his energy fluctuations. Xian, what's the news? Any leads? Su Lin asked nervously, seeing that Xian had had his eyes closed for a while without speaking. Ling Dang tugged at Xian's sleeve, her eyes brimming with tears. Old man, did you find Fatty Orange? Xian opened his eyes, his expression complex, a mix of speechlessness and the urge to laugh. He cleared his throat. Ahem, I found him. Fatty Orange is fine. Really? Where? Su Lin and Ling Dang pressed simultaneously. Xian chose his words carefully. Went out. To expand his business. He's living the high life now, plenty to eat and drink, a bunch of underlings. He might not want to come back for a while. Su Lin, expanding business. A cat. Ling Dang blinked her big eyes. Did Fatty Orange go to work? Something like that. Xian rubbed his forehead. A rather special kind of freelancing. Unable to explain in detail how a cat had come to dominate the stray cat world, he was deliberately vague. Anyway, he's perfectly safe. He's strong enough that no ordinary person or mutant beast can hurt him. He'll come back on his own when he wants to. Sister Su Lin, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. It's that fat cat. His heart has gone wild. Su Lin was skeptical, but seeing Xian's certainty and recalling Fatty Orange's usual intelligence and the occasional unsettling glint in his eyes, she seemed to accept the explanation. After all, Xian was Fatty Orange's owner. Perhaps he had some special way of sensing him. Well, that's a relief. Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief, but then grew worried again. But he's still a cat. Could he be in danger out there? Like encountering powerful mutant beasts or being targeted by bad people? Don't worry. Xian waved his hand dismissively. The mid to high-rank mutant beasts in Jiangsheng have been, well, mostly cleaned up. What's left are small fry, they're no match for him. As for bad people, he recalled the image of Fatty Orange swatting that rank calico cat. The one who ends up unlucky might not be him. Only then did Su Lin fully relax. She gave a few more reminders before taking her leave. She had indeed been exhausted from searching for the cat over the past few days. After sending off Su Lin, Ling Dang kept pestering Li Xian, asking where the fat orange cat had gone to work. Li Xian, left with no choice, half-truthfully replied, "It's become the boss of the stray cats, overseeing many cats with great authority." Upon hearing this, Ling Dang's eyes lit up. Wow, the fat orange cat is so impressive. Is it like a mafia boss in the movies? Li Xian replied, "Something like that. Well, its subordinates are little brothers instead of enforcers, and the offerings are dried fish instead of dollars. Can I go see it?" Ling Dang asked eagerly. "Not for now." Li Xian tapped her forehead. "The fat orange cat is busy with its work. Wait until it comes back on leave to see you." Oh, Ling Dang felt a bit disappointed, but then thought about how the fat orange cat was fine and had become a boss, and her spirits lifted again. The fat orange cat is really amazing. I have to tell Wan tomorrow. Mentioning Lin, Wan reminded Li Xian of something. "By the way, didn't you say before you left that you would call her when you got back? Don't forget. They'll take care of things at home." "Okay." Ling Dang immediately ran to get her children's watch phone. Li Xian then began to pack his luggage and checked on little Jean on the balcony. After 2 days, the mutated pothos seemed to have grown even more lush. The golden cat's claw flowers bloomed and faded, yet maintained a stable number and a rich scent. Sensing Li Xian's presence, several vines affectionately reached out, rubbing against his fingers. "Have you been good at home? Not bullied by the fat orange cat, right?" Li Xian casually asked, using a bit of spiritual energy to soothe it. Little Jean shook its leaves, conveying a vague emotion of everything is fine, and the fat orange cat kicked my flower pot before it left, but I forgave it. Li Xian. The family hierarchy was quite clear. Meanwhile, Ling Dang had already dialed Lin Wan's number. "Hello, Wan. It's me, Ling Dang. I've arrived in Jiang City." On the other end of the line, Lin Wan's voice was filled with excitement, struggling to maintain a serious tone. "Observer, you have finally returned to this dimension. Did you gain anything from your trip to the capital? Do we need to add to the Chronicles of the Star Realm?" Yes. I saw a huge square 8 roast duck and even met a fairy sister and a brother with white hair." The two little girls began to chatter excitedly. Ling Dang described her experiences in the capital in vivid detail, mixed with a lot of personal imagination. Lin Wan occasionally gasped, "I can't believe this happened. Is this a miracle?" After chatting for over 10 minutes, Ling Dang remembered something important. "By the way, Wan, little Jean is doing great. It has bloomed many flowers and smells so good. My dad takes great care of it." "That's wonderful. If the jade stardust is safe, then I can rest easy. By the way, observer, I have an important piece of information to share." "What is it?" "Teacher Li informed us today that the day after tomorrow the whole class will go to the high school training ground to observe the combat drills of the senior students." "Combat drills?" Ling Dang blinked. "Is it fighting?" "No. It's a noble ceremony to test cultivation achievements, hone combat skills, and demonstrate the exquisite application of abilities." Lin Wan corrected her. "I have heard that the elite students in high school are exceptional. Although their ranks may be similar to ours, their age gives them far superior spiritual strength and combat power. What's more, there's the Blazing Flame class, personally guided by instructor Chen Zhe, where someone has already broken through the level threshold, achieving a staggering spiritual strength of 800. 800, Ling Dang exclaimed. Her actual spiritual strength was 19 points base, 361 points after fission, still a bit short of level 400 points. 800 points was an astronomical number. However, she quickly thought that her over 300 after fission didn't seem too bad either. And old Dang said that her improvement is quite valuable. Exactly, Lin Wan said, filled with longing. It's said that there will be exciting duels and clashes of abilities that will dazzle the audience. This is an excellent opportunity for learning and observation, and it will also remind us that the path of cultivation is long and should not be taken lightly. Ling Dang became excited by her words. Wow, that must be amazing. Wan, will we be able to understand it? Of course. I have prepared the observation tools, actually a children's telescope bought by her mother, and the energy fluctuation recorder, a little toy that lights up, which will surely allow us to perceive the subtleties. I want to prepare too. Bring little Jean's leaves. Let it see too. The two little girls began to enthusiastically discuss what equipment to bring. It felt as if they weren't going to watch a drill, but rather to conduct a grand scientific observation. Li Xian packed while listening to Ling Dang's chatter, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Combat drills. Observing the seniors. It was fine to let Ling Dang see the combat styles of other ability users, broaden her horizons, and realize that there are always others better than her, rather than always feeling remarkable for having over 300 points after fission. It would also make her clearer about what level Li Xiaoling should maintain. However, level with 800 spiritual strength. Among ordinary students, that was indeed considered genius. But in Li Xian's view, it was just that. The truly top talents like Lin Wanwan, once the shackles are lifted, would likely surpass everyone in no time. As for Ling Dang, well, as long as she didn't expose her fission and honestly acted as her above-average control with poor spirit amplification, it would be enough to enjoy the show. By the time Ling Dang finished her call, it wasn't early anymore. Xian quickly prepared some simple dinner, using spatial folding to directly take out ingredients from the fridge and quickly heating them. With optimized thermal radiation, a meal was ready in 10 minutes. Ling Dang ate with great relish, though it wasn't as good as the chefs in the capital. The taste of old Dang reassured her. After dinner, Xian felt a bit tired. In the capital for 2 days, dealing with level powers, suppressing the power of gluttony, and taking the child on a trip, although it wasn't dangerous, it was mentally exhausting. Ling Dang, play by yourself for a while, or watch cartoons, and sleep by 9 o'clock. Xian instructed before slumping onto the sofa. Ling Dang was well-behaved, cuddling her new Palace Museum cat doll, sitting at the other end of the sofa watching cartoons with the volume turned low. Xian closed his eyes, but his awareness sank into the sea of consciousness. The power of myriad phenomena quietly floated there, exuding a warm and vast aura. This trip to the capital had indeed overate. A vast amount of ability information was digested, merged, and optimized, causing Xian's ability repository to expand once again, with many existing abilities receiving subtle yet solid enhancements. He roughly browsed the update log. Spatial folding stability improved, short distance jump energy consumption reduced. Causal exchange success rate of interference with low probability events slightly increased. Consciousness cutting the limit for multi-threaded information processing increased, now able to think about perhaps 100 different things simultaneously without confusion, though most of the time it wasn't utilized. Flame heart control and thermal radiation were optimized for fusion, allowing for more precise temperature control, even simulating the feel of the optimal cooking time for different ingredients. Electromagnetic control, the new metal perception, was quite interesting now. He could know the location and shape of all metal objects in the house, even with his eyes closed. Healing light was significantly stronger compared to Su Lin's original version, but the efficiency in treating physical injuries improved. In the future, if Ling Dang gets hurt, a casual touch might heal her, though he still didn't know if he could regenerate severed limbs, as no one had given him the opportunity to experiment. There were also some miscellaneous new abilities, such as scent marking, water flow shaping, beginner local acceleration, etc., most of which had low practicality, but the powers had thoughtfully categorized and archived them. It truly is becoming more like an intelligent operating system, Xian mused. However, it was quite useful. He exited the sea of consciousness, lying on the sofa listening to the sounds of the cartoon and Ling Dang's occasional laughter, his awareness gradually fading. Forget it. If the fat orange cat loves to roam, let it roam. After all, it has the strength and won't cause major trouble. Ling Dang's school life was also quite fulfilling, with something exciting to look forward to the day after tomorrow. As for himself, tomorrow he would return to the quick response team to continue slacking off, uncertain if that guy Xian had any new suspicions. Life seemed to have returned to familiar tracks. Just as Xian was about to fall asleep, he heard Ling Dang tiptoeing over, and then a small blanket was gently placed over him. "Old Dang, good night," Ling Dang whispered, giving him a peck on the forehead, like a proper gesture, then bounced back to her room to sleep. Xian smiled slightly, adjusting to a more comfortable position. "Oh, it's so good to be home." The night deepened. In the west district of Jiang City, in an abandoned boiler room, the fat orange cat squatted atop the highest pipe, its heterochromatic eyes flickering with a ghostly light in the dark, resembling 2 small lanterns. Below its subjects, dozens of stray cats of various colors quietly lay or sat gazing up at their king. In the corner of the boiler room lay the trophies that today's little brothers had offered. A few relatively fresh fish, some unopened cat food cans, and even a pack of unopened catnip. A larger tabby cat with scars on its face, once a small leader, now the fat orange cat's sheriff, stepped forward respectfully, meowing to report on the situation in their territory. A raccoon was discovered trying to steal food by the eastern trash bin, had been expelled. 2 unfamiliar wild dogs appeared in the northern alley, scared away by the fat orange cat's aura. The new owner of the convenience store in the south treats the cats well, and it could be considered as a long-term supply point. The fat orange cat listened lazily, meowing occasionally to indicate it understood or to give instructions. For instance, the convenience store can be developed, but stealing is not allowed. It must charm them instead. It licked its paw, feeling the abundant Blevel energy within, and squinted its eyes. Fortunately, it had an eye for talent to attach itself to a strong leg, allowing it to ascend to Blevel in such a short time. Although it couldn't compare to the terrifying bipedal beastmaster at home, it was already the undisputed ruler of this block. The feeling of freedom was wonderful. With territory, little brothers, and concubines, it didn't have to be tugged by a certain little girl, nor used as a foot warmer by a certain unscrupulous owner. Well, except for the occasional thought of that glowing, stupid flower at home and that annoying yet generous bipedal beast who fed it delicious meat. The fat orange cat shook its head, dismissing that inopportune longing. This king is now a cat with a career. How could it always think about going home to be a pet? At the very least, it should play enough before going back. It stood up, stretched lazily, and let out a dignified purr announcing the end of the morning meeting. The group of cats respectfully retreated. The fat orange cat lay down again, gazing at the night scene of Jiang City outside the window, a hint of human-like satisfaction flashing in its heterochromatic eyes. The next day, in the rapid response team office, Xian strolled in right at his classic late arrival time of 9 to 8 a.m. The air was still thick with the familiar scent of coffee and paper. Yo, Xiang, you're back. How was the capital? Xiao Yuan was the first to pop her head out from behind her computer, greeting him warmly, a half-eaten fried dough stick still in her hand. Not bad. Xian tossed his backpack onto his desk and booted up his computer with practiced ease. Just too many people, expensive stuff, and noisy kids. Su Lin looked up, faint dark circles still under her eyes, but she seemed in good spirits, offering him a gentle smile. Morning, Xian. About yesterday. Thanks. Let me know if you hear anything about Fatty Orange. Yeah, I'll definitely let you know, Xian replied vaguely, adding silently to himself, the news is that he's busy expanding his harem right now, so no time. His gaze inadvertently swept over the desk across from him. Xian was already there, impeccably dressed, as always, his sharp profile focused intently on the data on his screen. He either hadn't noticed Xian come in, or had, but chose not to acknowledge it. Xian sat down and had just logged into the system when he heard team leader Wang Tao's voice as he walked out from the inner office. Everyone's here. Good. Let's have a quick meeting. The team gathered in the small conference room. Wang Tao gave a brief summary of the team's recent work, quiet and uneventful, then turned to Xian. Xian, since you just got back, I won't assign you any specific tasks today. Just go through the new notices and case briefs from the headquarters in the capital to get familiar with them. He paused. Also, last week, residents near the northern suburbs reported hearing strange noises at night again, like something gnawing on metal. Xian, take some time today to check it out again. Bring Xian along, he hasn't been there yet, and it'll be a good chance for him to get familiar with the terrain and common situations. Xian's heart stirred. The northern suburbs. That abandoned factory area again. Xian finally looked up at the mention of his name, his calm gaze sweeping over Xian before he nodded. All right. After the meeting, Xian returned to his desk and slowly browsed through the tedious documents, but his mind wandered elsewhere. That guy Xian had been pretty shaken up by him last time at the factory in the northern suburbs, when he was wearing the mask. Even though he had covered his tracks, while given Xian's keen observation and the small slip Head made during the amusement park incident, which Head brushed off as luck and exceptional talent, it was hard to say if the other man harbored any suspicions. He'll deal with it when it comes, Xian thought nonchalantly. After all, his current persona, upgrade strong telekinetic with a few spatial tricks, had already been registered with a few strengths, even if the impression might be a bit skewed. He wasn't afraid of Xian figuring out anything, as long as he didn't expose the true nature of the myriad manifestations' authority or the real situation with the bell. That afternoon, Xian drove them to the northern suburbs. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat silent. Xian focused on driving while Xian leaned against the window watching the scenery with a lazy air. Xian suddenly spoke, his voice steady. Your daughter. Does she go to the special abilities school? Yeah, preschool class, the Dawnlight class. What do you have a kid there too? Xian replied casually, but his mind grew alert. Why the sudden interest in Lingdang? No. Xian shook his head. I just heard that school has excellent resources and the kids there have great potential. It's all right. The kid works hard. Xian laughed it off. Another stretch of silence. As they neared the northern suburbs, Xian spoke again, this time cutting more directly to the chase. The way you handled the flame-painted sacred artifact at the amusement park last time was impressive. Very high precision and energy control. Here it comes, Xian thought, but he put on a perfectly timed look of modest embarrassment. Luck, really just luck. I acted on impulse at the time, and even now thinking about it gives me chills. Is that so? Xian's tone was non-committal, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. I studied the energy residue report from the scene afterward. The degree of energy collision and structural damage you caused isn't something achievable through mere luck or acting on impulse. It requires an extremely precise grasp of energy nodes and even an understanding of the target structure that goes beyond normal reasoning. His voice remained calm, but carried the rigorous inquiry of a technician. Xian sighed inwardly. This guy was definitely hard to fool. Maybe. The mutation of my strong telekinesis leans more toward perception. Xian continued to play dumb. I'm indeed more sensitive than average to things like energy flow and structural stability. The Bureau's test reports say so too. That much was true. During his onboarding tests to fit the grade-strong telekinetic persona, he had deliberately shown a heightened sensitivity to energy structures. He had just kept that sensitivity within the range of an excellent grade. Now it seemed that move had paid off. Xian glanced at him and didn't press further, only saying, a very practical talent. In the rapid response team, being able to accurately sense energy nodes and structural weaknesses is often more useful than raw power alone. Right, I think so too. Xian readily agreed. So team leader Wang had good judgment in hiring me. As they talked, the car stopped at the edge of the old northern industrial zone. Before them lay the familiar desolate scene: rusted factory buildings and overgrown weeds. Xian pulled out a portable detector. The energy signature is very faint, intermittent, coming from the direction of building B3. Similar to where we found those stray dogs last time. The two got out and cautiously made their way toward the target building. Pushing open the rusted iron door, the interior of the factory was still dim, cluttered with abandoned machinery. The air was thick with the smell of rust and dust, but this time there was also a faint, peculiar odor, a mix of machine oil and some kind of biological secretion. Something's here, Xian said in a low voice as the ripples on the detector screen jumped. Following the scent and energy signature, they made their way around a pile of rusty steel frames. Then they came upon a sight that was both amusing and exasperating. In a corner of the factory, beside a heap of old cables and metal parts, 3 animals were curled up. They were slightly larger than an average house cat, with dusty gray fur, short stubby tails, and round ears. They were happily gnawing on a section of exposed copper wire. The sound of teeth grinding against metal filled the air, occasionally punctuated by tiny sparks of electricity. Are these metal-eating rats? Xian raised an eyebrow. A common F to a grade mutant beast fond of gnawing on metal, especially copper, from which they absorb trace amounts of energy, their teeth carrying a weak electric current. They were very low threat, but a nuisance for chewing through wires and cables. Seems so. Xian put away his detector, letting out a sigh of relief. Probably a small family that just migrated here. No wonder there have been strange noises around here lately. The metal-eating rats noticed them, immediately stopped chewing, and pricked up their ears in alert. They let out threatening squeaks, but didn't immediately flee. Xian took a specially made metal cage and a few bait cubes, energy bars rich in copper ions, from his toolkit and began setting them up with practiced movements. We'll catch these little guys, assess them. If they're not a threat, well, send them to the non-hazardous mutant observation zone outside the city, or hand them over to a research institute as samples. He explained as he worked. They're a pain for chewing wires, but they're not aggressive, and they're actually somewhat useful for purifying metal waste. Xian watched from the side without interfering. This kind of small task was something Xian could handle alone. Sure enough, the rats were soon lured by the bait and crawled into the cage. Xian closed the cage door and lifted it. The 3 little creatures inside squeaked in panic, bumping against the bars. Mission accomplished, simple and easy. On the way back, Xian seemed to be in a good mood and voluntarily started talking about the habits of metal-eating rats and how to handle them. Xian listened along, occasionally asking a question. As the car passed the familiar abandoned factory where Xian had once encountered his own son, Wukong version Xian's gaze seemed to flicker inadvertently in that direction, and he slowed down slightly. Xian's heart rate quickened a little, but his expression remained unchanged, and he even yawned. This place is pretty remote. That pack of dogs we found last time was around here too, right? Xian replied, withdrawing his gaze and accelerating past. It used to be more chaotic here. Lone ability users and wandering mutants like to use this place as a temporary base. It's been much quieter lately. His tone was flat, but Xian could sense beneath that calm surface a trace of unresolved doubt and obsession. This guy was still brooding over being scared by son Wukong last time. Xian decided to play dumb all the way and agreed, quiet is good. Makes our job easier. Xian said nothing more. After sending the metal-eating rats back to the bureau for processing, it was already time to clock out. Xian slipped away immediately to pick up Lingdang from school. At the school gate, Lingdang was walking out hand-in-hand with Lin Wanwan, their heads close together as they chatted excitedly. Old man. Lingdang spotted Xian and immediately let go of Lin Wanwan's hand to run over. Hello, Uncle Li. Lin Wanwan greeted him politely, her little face carrying its usual seriousness, but her eyes were sparkling. Hello, Wanwan. Xian smiled back. What are you two chatting about so happily? We're talking about tomorrow's combat drill. Lingdang jumped in to answer. Wanwan says she's prepared super, amazing observation equipment. I need to prepare too. Lin Wanwan nodded solemnly, and from her little backpack printed with stars and moons carefully pulled out a children's telescope, a plastic energy detector that changed color with sound, and a thick notebook with mysterious runes drawn on the cover. probably her own artwork. These are the full-spectrum astral observation scope, the spiritual energy fluctuation sensor, and the sacred codex of combat records, Lin Wanwan introduced with complete seriousness. At that time, we will fully record the trajectories of high-level ability collisions and their energy dissipation patterns, laying an unmatched foundation for our future cultivation. Xian stifled a laugh and nodded in agreement. Very professional. Very impressive. Lingdang looked enviously at Lin Wanwan's gear and tugged at Xian's hand. Old man, I want one too. We have a telescope at home. They'll bring it for you tomorrow. As for the record book, Xian thought for a moment. They'll give you a little notebook and a pen. You can draw in it yourself. Okay. Lingdang was satisfied. Lin Wanwan's mother Su Wenjin also arrived. She greeted Xian warmly and took her daughter, who was still lost in her observation mission fantasy, away. On the way home, Lingdang was still excitedly planning. Old man, I'm going to draw all the cool moves I see, and he'll write down roughly how much spiritual energy they have. Wanwan says her sensor can measure it. Xian ruffled her hair with amusement. Don't get your hopes up too high. Toys might not be accurate. Just watch carefully and remember with your heart. Remember, watch more, listen more, talk less. And especially, don't reveal your own true situation. I know. I'm very good. Lingdang promised. During dinner, while cooking, Xian casually asked, by the way, did teacher Li say which grade you'll be observing? And what type of abilities are more common? Lingdang chewed on her chopsticks, thinking back. I think it's the senior high school students. As for the types, Wanwan said there are all kinds. Fire, water, wind, and enhancement types. The strongest is the Blazing Flame class, led by Uncle Chun Zhou, which has several students in the top 500 of the sequence. That senior who broke through to create his sequence is 188, called something like Flaming Fist. Sequence 188, Flaming Fist. Xian ran it through his mind. A fairly high sequence, and reaching grade at this age showed both talent and hard work. A practical drill like this would indeed broaden the horizons of newly awakened children like Lingdang. Watch carefully and learn well. Xian placed a piece of golden fried fish into Lingdang's bowl. But don't blindly imitate. Everyone's abilities are different, and practicing wrong can cause problems. Lingdang mumbled through a mouthful of rice, her mind clearly already at tomorrow's training ground. In the dead of night, within the western district of Jiangqing, reigned the kingdom of the fat orange cat. Perched upon his throne, the highest pipeline, he listened to the report from the scar-faced tabby, his sheriff, below. All is normal within the territory today, no foreign invasion. The tribute collection went smoothly, and we even developed 2 new supply points. A nearby bakery frequently had leftover cake trimmings, and the owner was willing to set some aside daily for the cats. An elderly woman living alone who adored felines had voluntarily offered clean water and cat food. Fat Orange let out a satisfied meow, as a gesture of commendation, deciding that more brothers could be dispatched in the future to help them with catching mice and such. However, after the scar-faced tabby finished his report, he did not immediately retreat, but hesitated, letting out a few uncertain meows. My. Fat Orange cast a glance with his heterochromatic eyes. The scar-faced tabby flinched, but mustered the courage to continue. The northern part of the territory, near the abandoned docks by the river, had been feeling off lately. At night, a scent drifted over that was deeply unsettling to the cats. It wasn't that of an ordinary beast or a human, but something icy, carrying a hint of rust and a dark, sinister energy. Several of the younger brothers patrolling that area had returned listless, as if frightened. Fat Orange's ears perked up. An unpleasant smell, dark energy, scaring the cats. He rose, walked to the edge of the pipe, and gazed toward the northern docks. In the night, only a few sparse lights flickered there, with most of the area shrouded in darkness. As a brank, aberrant beast, Fat Orange's perception was far keener than that of an ordinary cat. He concentrated his mind and sensed carefully. Indeed, from the north came a faint yet instinctively repulsive residual energy. Cold, obscure, carrying a sense of foreboding. Fat Orange's tail swayed gently. How could his territory be disturbed by such an unknown menace? Meow. Translation understood. Tomorrow I, the king, shall go see for myself. The scar-faced tabby bowed his head respectfully. Fat Orange lay back down, his heterochromatic eyes gleaming in the darkness. It seemed being the boss wasn't just about enjoying the perks, one also had to deal with troubles. But that made it interesting, didn't it? He licked his paw, beginning to plan his royal expedition for the next day. The next day was the practical combat demonstration observation day. The training grounds of Jiangqing No. 1 experimental school for potential development, senior high division. It was a semi-open massive arena with a standard combat platform at the center, surrounded by tiered observation seats. At that moment, over 20 little kids from the preschool's enlightenment class, led by their homeroom teacher Li and several teaching assistants, sat in the front row with the best view. The children were all excited, their little heads turning this way and that, gazing at the empty combat platform and the senior students filing in. Lingdang sat together with Lin Wanwan. Lingdang had the old telescope from home hanging around her neck, and in her hands were the notebook and pencil Xian had given her. Lin Wanwan, on the other hand, was fully equipped. A telescope, an energy detector, and a notebook were laid out in a row, her expression as serious as a general about to go to battle. "Observer ready," Lin Wanwan whispered. "Roger, Witch Queen." Lingdang also lowered her voice, her little face flushed with excitement. Teacher Li walked over to the children, smiling to calm them. "Classmates, quiet down. Today's observation is to help you understand the application of abilities and combat styles more intuitively. Everyone should watch carefully and listen to the explanations, but no noise, no running around, and especially no using abilities to interfere, understand?" "Understood," the children answered in unison. Soon the senior high students also entered in formation. They wore uniform training gear, looked spirited, and their auras were noticeably stronger and more condensed than those of the preschool kids. Especially a tall, dark-haired boy standing in the front row with sharp eyes. He emanated a palpable heat. This was Zhou Yan, the crank, blazing fist, ability user ranked 188, whom Lingdang had mentioned earlier. Lingdang tried to sense him and indeed felt the scorching, vigorous energy within him, far stronger than her own 19-point mental strength, and even Fission couldn't compare. "That's Senior Zhou Yan," a nearby kid who knew the inside story whispered. "I heard he's amazing. He can heat steel plates red with one punch." "So cool," a little girl exclaimed softly. Lingdang pouted, thinking to herself, "My old man can make things disappear, spatial folding, or make things bloom on their own energy construction with a wave of his hand. He's way cooler." But she only dared to think this. The demonstration officially began. First came some basic ability displays and coordinated drills. The senior high students divided into groups, demonstrating how to use abilities of different attributes for offense-defense control and support coordination. Fireballs and water arrows collided, evaporating into mist. Wind blades and earth walls shattered upon impact. Enhancement-type students displayed astonishing strength and speed. The scene was spectacular, the control precise, drawing exclamations from the little children. Lingdang watched wide-eyed, her pen drawing crooked fireballs and water arrows in her notebook. Lin Wanwan, meanwhile, was rapidly jotting down notes in her scripture, muttering to herself. Fire energy condensation rate, approximately 15 units per second. Water type conversion efficiency, slightly low. Wind blade trajectory can be optimized by 3.7 degrees. If Li Xian had seen this, he would have sighed. This girl really treats observation as a research project. After the basic drills came the highlight, actual combat matches. The first match featured Zhou Yan against a girl ranked 410 with the water flow manipulation ability. The two stepped onto the combat platform, and the referee teacher announced the start. Zhou Yan let out a low shout, and his fists were instantly covered in blazing orange flames, the air distorting from the heat. He pushed off the ground, charging at his opponent like a cannonball, throwing a punch that sent a wave of scorching air rushing forward. The girl remained calm, waving her hands to instantly form several rapidly spinning water shields in front of her. At the same time, she spread a slick layer of water on the ground beneath her feet, trying to hinder Zhou Yan's movements. Flame and water clashed violently, producing a hissing sound as thick clouds of white steam rose, shrouding a small portion of the platform. The children watched, holding their breath. Lingdang's eyes widened. So this was the battle of a crank ability user. The speed and strength were indeed far superior to their preschool skirmishes. That flame felt 100 times more powerful than Zhang Ye's weak electric sparks. And the water shields were so flexible. During the fight, Zhou Yan was clearly more experienced and stronger. Seizing a gap in her defense, he suddenly changed his move, dispersing the water shield with a punch, and continuing toward the girl's chest with undiminished force. Though he clearly pulled back at the last moment. The girl was forced back several steps by the punch's momentum, stumbling slightly. "Zhou Yan wins," the referee teacher announced promptly. Applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Zhou Yan extinguished his flames, nodded to his opponent, and then swept his gaze across the observation seats, pausing briefly in the direction of the little kids in the enlightenment class with the pride of a strong man. Lingdang felt the gaze and instinctively shrank her neck. While this senior was indeed quite impressive, but still not as good as the old man. The old man didn't even need to move. The following matches were also exciting in their own ways. There was a Gale ability user who specialized in speed, taunting a strength-type opponent, a vine manipulator who used the terrain to trap enemies, and a rare, mental shock ability that caught people off guard. Lingdang watched with great interest her notebook filled with all sorts of strange symbols and stick-figure fighting scenes. Lin Wanwan's notebook, on the other hand, already had several pages filled with neat handwriting by the standards of a 6-year-old and simple diagrams of energy flow. As the observation session entered its latter half, the atmosphere grew even more heated. Just then Teacher Lee received a communication, her expression changing slightly. She whispered a few instructions to the teaching assistant and then hurriedly left the observation area. The children didn't pay much attention, still immersed in the exciting matches. However, not long after, the lights in the venue flickered a few times. A burst of harsh static came from the speakers, followed by a slightly urgent but still calm female voice. Attention, all students and teachers. The school has detected an unknown energy fluctuation on its perimeter suspected to be aberrant beast activity. For safety, all classes in open areas should, under the guidance of their teachers, orderly proceed to the nearest safe room or indoor facility for shelter. Repeat, please proceed orderly to safe areas. As the broadcast went out, a stir ran through the venue. The senior high students remained relatively calm, quickly forming lines under their teacher's direction. But the little kids from the preschool were a bit panicked, especially upon hearing words like aberrant beasts and shelter. Aberrant beasts? Where? How can they be in the city? Will they eat people, eh? Teacher, I'm scared. The children spoke all at once, some already pressing close to their teachers. The teaching assistant quickly tried to calm them. Don't be afraid, classmates. It's just a precaution. Follow me, we're going to the indoor training hall next door. It's very safe there. Lingdang was also a bit nervous, grabbing Lin Wanwan's hand beside her. Although Lin Wanwan's little face was also a little pale, she tried to stay calm, holding Lingdang's hand back. Observer, do not panic. This is an unexpected situation, just follow the teacher's orders. Lin Wanwan's crisp and resolute voice stood out distinctly among the somewhat panicked children. Her statement, "This is an emergency situation, just follow the master's orders," carried a calmness that belied her age. It helped to steady the hearts of a few nearby children who were on the verge of tears. The leading assistant teacher cast a grateful glance at Lin Wanwan and quickly called for order. Right, students, stay calm and follow instructions. Form a line one after another. We are heading to the indoor training hall. With the assistance of the teachers and senior students from the high school department, the children began to evacuate the observation area in an orderly manner. Though their faces still bore signs of fear, at least they weren't running around chaotically. Lingdang tightly grasped Lin Wanwan's hand, moving with the group, unable to suppress her quiet inquiry. Wanwan, aren't you scared? It's a horde of strange beasts. Lin Wanwan bit her lip, revealing a hint of tension in her large purple eyes. Still, her tone strove to maintain her persona as the Star Sea Witch. Observer, fear arises from the unknown. We have yet to see the strange beasts with our own eyes, so what is there to fear? Moreover, there are numerous teachers and senior students guarding this place. We will be safe. She paused and added in a lower voice. Furthermore, I vaguely sensed that the energy fluctuations mentioned in the broadcast seem not to emanate from a powerful individual, but rather from an extraordinarily large collective of faint energy sources distributed widely and rapidly moving and spreading. Lingdang was taken aback, carefully sensing the situation. Her spirit perception post-fusion was already more acute than that of children her age. Previously distracted by the rehearsal, she now calmed herself and indeed noticed the anomaly. Countless faint, yet terrifying biological energy responses surged from the outskirts of the school, even from the distant city direction, resembling a tidal wave. Each individual energy source was so weak it was nearly negligible, approximately at the grade edge, but the sheer number was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Moreover, these energy responses were moving rapidly. Wherever they passed, the presence of metal seemed to diminish quickly. Is it mice? So many. Lingdang shivered, not out of fear, but due to the instinctual discomfort provoked by the number. Their form may be similar, but their energy characteristics lean towards metal and devour. Lin Wanwan frowned slightly. Though young, her knowledge was exceptionally rich thanks to her mother Su Wenjin's deliberate nurturing and her own youthful research. Could it be the devouring gold mouse? But how could there be so many? And why are they appearing in the city? They were not mistaken in their guesses. At this moment, Jiang City was plunged into an absurd and troublesome crisis. In the Jiang City Supernatural Bureau's command center, Liu and Chun hurried back at the first opportunity, their expressions grave as they stared at the constantly updating monitoring screens and energy distribution maps. On the screens in the streets, alleys, and even on the walls of residential buildings, countless gray, larger than average mice, with short, thick tails and teeth glinting with metallic luster, the devouring gold mice, spread like a gray tide. They gnawed at everything made of metal: lampposts, bicycles, car exteriors, security grills, cable manholes. Where they passed, metal disappeared at a visible rate, leaving only broken non-metal parts and scattered debris. Preliminary estimates suggest the mouse horde exceeds 1 million, and they are continuously surging from underground. They are primarily concentrated in the sewer system and underground pipeline networks. An urgent report came from a technician. Their individual energy responses are extremely weak, only at the grade, making them difficult to detect with conventional monitoring, as they usually hide deep within the pipes. Now for some reason, they have suddenly erupted in a collective riot and are flooding to the surface. Damn it. Chunja slammed his fist on the control panel, golden flames flickering in his eyes. How could there be so many? It's like they appeared out of nowhere. There were no signs at all. Liu closed her eyes, her immense, grade spiritual energy spreading like mercury, instantly covering the entire Jiang city. Her perception was clearer than that of Lingdang and Lin Wanwan by countless times. The underground is almost hollowed out. Liu opened her eyes, revealing a pained expression on her usually calm face. Sewers, abandoned pipelines, deep subway tunnels. Everywhere are their nests and passages. They have established a vast kingdom underground, much like ants. They were previously in a low-energy dormant state with energy concentrated to the extreme. Even I, if not specifically probing, would find it hard to detect them. Now, something must have startled them, or they have entered a certain cycle, awakening all at once. What do we do now? The bureau chief, an elderly man with graying hair, asked solemnly. There are too many mice, too widely dispersed, and they are primarily in densely populated areas. Large-scale lethal skills cannot be used as they would endanger civilians and buildings. Cleaning them out one by one is too inefficient. By the time we finish, Jiang City's metal infrastructure will practically be ruined. What is the situation with the ordinary civilians? Liu asked. Communication signals are severely disrupted. The mouse horde prioritizes gnawing on signal towers and cables, and most areas have already lost contact. We are attempting to maintain critical communication using backup lines and supernatural communication devices. The technician replied. The good news is that the devouring gold mice seem only interested in metal. As long as we don't provoke them, they won't attack living beings. So far there have been no reports of casualties. But the bad news is the economic loss is incalculable, and many civilians may spontaneously attack out of panic. If the mouse horde is provoked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Immediately activate the city's emergency broadcast system backup plan using spiritual energy amplification and drones to announce to the public to remain calm, close doors and windows, and avoid going outside, especially not to attack the mouse horde. All members of the Supernatural Bureau police and auxiliary forces deploy in small teams to prioritize protecting critical facilities such as substations, water plants, and hospitals. Secondly, evacuate trapped civilians and attempt to drive away or restrict the mouse horde's activity area using non-metallic means, freezing earthen walls, sound waves, mental deterrence, etc. to buy time for subsequent cleanup. What about the school? Shinja asked. I have already notified all schools to initiate the highest level of emergency plan, activating protective barriers and organizing students into safe zones. Liu rubbed her temples. But our school's training ground is semi-open and the barrier needs time to fully activate. I hope the mouse horde hasn't spread there yet. Just as she finished speaking, an urgent communication came in. Instructor Lee, this is the high school training ground. We are facing a large influx of mice attacking the outer barrier. The number of mice is too great, and the energy barrier consumption is increasing rapidly. Requesting support. Additionally, the preschool children are moving towards the indoor hall, but a mouse horde has also appeared near the evacuation route. Lee's expression changed. Hold on. We are on our way. Shinja, stay here to coordinate everything. I will go to the school. Be careful. Shinja nodded, knowing that Lee's consciousness slicing was more suited to dealing with such a large but weak enemy, and the situation at the school was more urgent. Lee's figure flickered, and she disappeared from the command center. At the school outside the high school training ground, the orderly evacuation that should have occurred was now in chaos. It wasn't that the children were disobedient, but the reality was too shocking. When the first wave of gray devouring gold mice emerged from the drain's ventilation ducts and even the cracks in the floor tiles, they spread like spilled ink, quickly covering the grass roads and parts of the building walls surrounding the training ground. The horrific sound wave, composed of their numerous scuttling and gnawing at metal, sent many high school students pale, let alone the little ones from preschool. Ah, mice. So many mice. They're coming. They're